Chapter 1, Seeing the Moon Again. July, early morning. Inside a two-story house. Changqing woke up slowly in bed. He was just about to take a look around when he felt a slight numbness in his arm. He looked to the side and saw that he was still holding a woman in his arms. He sighed and thought to himself, "Oh, no! Have I blacked out again?" He calmed his nerves and looked around. The room was about 20 square meters, with floor-to-ceiling windows on one entire wall, allowing the rising sun to shine in and making the room bright and comfortable. It also gave him a very familiar feeling. Just as Changqing was trying to remember something, a lazy, sweet female voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Honey, you're awake." What the hell? Changqing was startled to hear this. He thought that, as usual, he had drunk too much and was being taken home by a girl. A one-night stand is a bit much to call him husband. He quickly rolled over and got out of bed. That girl? We're all here to have fun, but when the sun comes up, we'll all go back to our own homes and mothers. I have to go now. Changqing couldn't care less about being a gentleman, and he started picking his clothes off the carpet. The woman was obviously not expecting him to say such a mean thing. Her originally sweet and shy face instantly turned cold. "Changqing! What are you saying, you bastard? Say it again if you dare." Changqing's body trembled at the sound. In the past, he had always used a fake name when he went out to play. How could this woman? He quickly turned around and looked up. When he saw the woman's cold and beautiful face, he was completely stunned. "You are? Why is she here?" The woman looked at Changqing with a look of shock, and her red lips tightened even more. Tears rolled down her face like broken threads. Yesterday, she finally made up her mind to give herself to her boyfriend, but she never expected to wake up like this. Her mother was right. Men are all bad. Once they get what they want, they don't cherish it. When the woman started to cry, Changqing came to his senses and rushed forward to hug her. "Guan Yu. Are you Guan Yu? How did you get here? Is this a dream?" "Yes, it's been 18 years, and this isn't the first time I've dreamed of you," he was muttering to himself by the end. When Guan Yu heard this, she froze, thinking that Changqing was trying to get out of his responsibilities, and she cried even more violently. "How could you do this? Yesterday you said you would love me forever, but now I don't want to see you anymore." She struggled, shaking her shoulders, as if she was determined to draw a line between herself and the scum in front of her. "No, it's all my fault. I think I drank too much yesterday and now I have a terrible headache and am talking nonsense." Changqing hurriedly apologized, but the memories in his mind became clearer and clearer. He and Guan Yu were classmates in high school and each other's first love. They had naively believed that as long as they were truly in love, they could overcome anything. But reality is always cruel. Guan Yu was a rich girl, and Changqing was just a poor boy with nothing. Love alone was really just a joke. Under the pressure of Guan Yu's parents, the two eventually broke up. After that, Changqing joined the Special Affairs Bureau by chance, and until his 30s, he was engulfed in flames during a mission. When he just woke up, he was still confused and thought that he had drunk too much as usual. But the scene is too weird right now. Could it be? Have been reborn? And he had returned to 18 years ago, after the college entrance exam? Holy cow! Changqing remembered it so clearly because he had only been to the Guan family's house once in his previous life. That was the time when he was caught red-handed by Guan Yu's parents, not only beaten up, but also sent to jail for a long time, so much so that he didn't even finish university. Just as he thought this, the sound of the gate opening came from outside the window. Squeak! His heart skipped a beat. Is he going to repeat the same mistake as soon as he is reborn? The two looked at each other, and Guan Yu panicked. He quickly wrapped himself in a quilt and looked for clothes. Oh no! Oh no! My parents seem to be back. What should I do? She was only 18 years old, and had never experienced anything like this before. Her hands trembled in a panic. Although Evergreen had experienced this scene once in a previous life, being caught by her in-laws was even more embarrassing the more mature she became. She also comforted her while looking for clothes. "Moon, don't be afraid, I'm here. If you really get caught, just say it's all my fault." But before they could find all the clothes, the sound of high heels stepping on the stairs came from outside the door. "Da! Da! It sounded like a death knell, probably the sound of Guan's mother coming up the stairs. Seeing that time was running out, Changqing didn't care much. He just put on his pants, didn't even bother to tie his shoelaces, grabbed his shirt, opened the glass door to the room, and rushed to the balcony. He felt a chill under his feet as he took a few steps, and realized that the belt on his pants had disappeared. At this point, Changqing could only hold onto his pants with one hand and his shirt with the other, and went to the railing outside the balcony to look left and right to see how to get down. The Guan family's house was a two-story Western-style building, and the balcony was about 4 or 5 meters above the ground. There was a lawn below, so it shouldn't be too difficult to jump down. He immediately rolled over and grabbed the railing with one hand, hanging himself in this way so that he was closer to the ground. However, without the restraint of his pants, they immediately fell to his ankles. From the outside, it looked just like a girlfriend hanging out in a college dormitory. A gust of wind made him feel cold, and his body fell rapidly. Fortunately, the lawn was soft, and Changqing only swayed a little before stabilizing his position. Just as he was about to bend down to put his pants on, he caught a glimpse of someone under the eaves behind him. He turned his head instinctively and saw that it was a middle-aged man with a fat body. The two men locked eyes, and even though Changqing had an iron will, at this moment, he felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill. His brain was buzzing and his breathing was a little labored. Under such circumstances, no matter who you are, you would be self-conscious if you were to meet your future father-in-law. The middle-aged man opened his mouth wide, shocked, stunned, and unable to believe it, and then turned to anger, his eyes turning red, and shouted, "You go to hell!" With his physique, he rushed at Changqing at an unimaginable speed. At this moment, a phrase from the future suddenly flashed through Changqing's mind. Face the wind. Changqing could easily dodge the wind, but he had just eaten the girl's daughter last night, so it didn't feel right to dodge it. Yes, this middle-aged man is Guan Yu, Guan Yu's father. At this moment, he was riding on Changqing, who was not wearing any pants, and it was a storm. Little brat! I'll kill you! Guan Yu was furiously thrusting while screaming in anger. He was already fat, and he usually had to pant when he climbed the stairs. His fists were soft and didn't really hurt Changqing. But Changqing still had to pretend to be in pain and shouted, "Father-in-law! Oh no, Uncle Guan! Don't get excited, it's not what you think. Help!" Chapter 2, Caught in the Act. On the other side, Li Siso walked up to the second floor and opened the door to Guan Yu's room without knocking. As she walked, she said, "You little lazybones, what have I taught you? It's this time of day, and you're still not up." She immediately pulled back the thin quilt. Guan Yu was scared and huddled up, her head buried in her chest, not knowing what to do. Seeing her daughter sleeping without a nightgown, Li Siso was a little angry. She was born into a scholarly family and was brought up with strict discipline. She scolded her daughter. "Look at what you look like. I've only been gone for a day, and you've already turned into this. If you go to college, you'll be even worse." As Li Siho scolded her daughter, she walked up to her and suddenly froze, her words stopping abruptly. There seemed to be some dark red stains on the sheet next to her daughter. She leaned over to take a closer look, and then associated it with her daughter's unobstructed appearance at the moment. As a woman who had been through this before, she immediately thought of something, and her face changed drastically. "You error, what have you done?" When she was caught by her mother, she was so embarrassed that she could only look away in shame. Seeing this, Li Siso, who was always dignified, also felt anger welling up in her heart. Just as she was about to ask in detail, she heard Guan Yu's roar downstairs. "If I don't beat you to death today, my name is not Guan." Then came a young man's cry for help. "No, listen to my explanation. Help!" Li Siso's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly walked to the balcony and looked down. In the courtyard, Guan Yu was riding on top of a man, punching him violently. The man was blocked by Guan Yu's body and couldn't be seen clearly. Could it be that he was a bad guy? Then the daughter. Li Siso felt her heart about to jump out of her chest. She didn't know if she was scared or what, and her face turned pale. Guan Yu naturally heard the sound downstairs, and without thinking about the panic, she quickly put on the clothes in her arms and ran downstairs barefoot. When she rushed into the courtyard, she saw her boyfriend being beaten by her father on the ground. She was in pain and anxious, and hurriedly went up to pull Guan Yu off. "Dad, stop hitting him. Stop hitting him. At this time, Li Siso also walked out of the house and saw Changqing. She was relieved. However, at this moment, Changqing's state still made her blush, and she quickly looked away and said in a low voice, "Hurry up and get dressed and come inside. If the neighbors see you like this, what will they think?" Li Siso finished speaking and walked into the house in her high heels. Guan Yu quickly helped Changqing up, looked at him up and down, and his eyes were full of pain. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Changqing smiled and patted her hand to reassure her. She quickly dressed herself, holding her pants in one hand because she didn't have a belt, and walked into the house with Guan Yu, under Guan Yu's murderous gaze. In the living room, Li Siso sat demurely on the sofa, glared at Changqing and her companion when they came in, and didn't know who she was glaring at. "What's going on with you two? Explain yourself." After the previous incident, Changqing's nerves had calmed down. Not only him, but even Guan Yu had come to her senses after the initial confusion. She was already 18, and even if she had a boyfriend, it wasn't a terrible thing. "That auntie. Don't think too much." Changqing looked at Guan Yu and said, smiling sheepishly, "At the class reunion yesterday, you had a little too much to drink, so I didn't want her to come home alone, so I drove her to the door. But you said that she was a little scared because her aunt and uncle weren't home, so I stayed with her and didn't do anything else." "Oh? Really?" This kind of lie to a 3-year-old child's speech, so the always good-naturedly Sushio, his face also sank. "Then what about the fact that you were both naked? It was just so hot." In theory, with his experience as a person in 2 lifetimes, he shouldn't have said such an outrageous thing. But he was a cautious person, and he still wanted to use the words of his past life to prove the fact of his rebirth. As Changqing finished speaking, Guan Yuhai, who had just entered the room, could no longer hold back his anger and shouted, "You little brat! How dare you lie to me? You has always been obedient and well-behaved. You must have tricked her with your sweet talk. I'm going to kill you." Yesterday, Guan Yuhai went out of town for business, and Li Siso also went back to her parents' home because of family matters. It was only this one time that both of them were away, and Changqing the little bastard stole the family, so he couldn't help but be angry. He rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and turned around to threaten Changqing with it. Guan Yuhai's posture scared the 2 women in the house. Guan Yu quickly opened her arms and stood in front of Changqing. "Dad. What are you doing? If you dare to hurt him, I'll die for you." For the sake of a man, she threatened to kill herself, the daughter he had loved for more than a decade. This made Guan Yuhai shake, and his face turned ashen. You just wait." He glared at Changqing fiercely, then reached into his trouser pocket with trembling hands. Changqing thought to himself, "This is the time when Guan Yuhai called the police in my previous life." He immediately decided to take the initiative and shouted, "That's enough. You think my family is poor and that I'm not good enough for you, eh? If I had power and influence, even if you didn't agree, you wouldn't dare to humiliate me like this." The people in the room were shocked by Changqing's sudden attack. Guan Yuhai was the first to react, and his blood pressure rose in anger. "So what? You don't even have parents, and you have to rely on others to fund your studies. How can you possibly marry my daughter?" "Dad, what are you talking about?" Guan Yu was so angry that her eyes were red. "Changqing always gets first place in the school, and he will definitely be more successful than you." Ever since she started pursuing Changqing, she had always deliberately avoided his past experiences, for fear of hurting her boyfriend's self-esteem. At this moment, she was trembling with fear that Changqing would hate her for it. Chapter 3, Past Events. It was July, the sun was high in the sky, and even the air seemed distorted. Changqing, holding his belt in one hand, ignored the strange looks of passers-by and hailed a tricycle at the entrance of the residential area, setting off on his journey home. The small county where he lived had many mines, and naturally there were many factories. Changqing's parents were workers at the local steel factory. Although their wages were not high, they were still able to live a happy life. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. When he was 8 years old, a major accident occurred at the factory, and his parents were killed. The sudden change left the young Changqing at a loss. At this time, the relatives who should have lent a helping hand chose to stand by and watch. This also planted the seed of human warmth and coldness in the young Changqing's heart. Later, his grandmother couldn't bear to see him sent to an orphanage, so she moved from the countryside to take care of him. But misfortune always seems to find its way to the unlucky. When he was 17 years old, his grandmother also passed away due to illness. From then on, in Changqing's heart, he was an orphan. Squeak! The sudden breaking of the tricycle woke Changqing from his memories. The steel factory housing estate had arrived. The steel factory residential area was built at the same time as the factory, and it is very similar to the old residential areas of later generations. Most of the buildings are 5 stories high, and the buildings are very close together. There is not even a gate at the entrance, and anyone can come and go as they please. As soon as I entered the community, I ran into a few aunties going out, dressed up in their best, looking like they were going shopping. One of them saw Changqing carrying his belt and smiled lightly, covering her mouth. Oh, what happened to Xiao Chang? She even lost her belt. She was caught climbing through the window. Really? Then it seems like she's really grown up. Ha ha. The aunts laughed as if they were alone. Changqing has always had beautiful eyebrows and eyes since childhood, but he has been teased by these young girls and young wives. Every time he ran away with a blush on his face, but this time was different. Changqing calmly swept over them and smiled lightly. Auntie Lu, I heard that your husband hasn't been home for a long time. Why don't you leave the door open for me tonight? Hey, you little rascal. The woman called Auntie Lu instantly blushed and pretended to hit him. Changqing quickly ran away, laughing, and returned home. Changqing's home was about 30 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. Although it was small, it was complete with all the necessary facilities. It is on the top floor, and in the summer it is unbearably hot, like suddenly walking into a bathhouse. Changqing changed his clothes and took out all the money from the iron box under the bed. His parents had died in an accident at work, and the factory had given them a total of 80,000 yuan in compensation. After deducting the expenses over the years and the money spent on his grandmother's treatment, there was less than 5,000 yuan left, which was all that Changqing had. When the sun was a little lower, Changqing took a taxi to the largest shopping mall in the county, intending to buy a mobile phone first. After all, people like him, who were born in the future, really couldn't adapt without a mobile phone. He walked into the first floor and came to the counter selling mobile phones. He was looking at what kind of phone to buy when he heard a girl call out his name. Xiaoqing. What are you doing here? Changqing turned around and saw a man and a woman not far behind him walking towards him. The woman had a bun hairstyle, was wearing a pink short-sleeved long dress, and had a delicate baby face and a slim figure, giving her a pure and desirable look. Her name is Han Jingjing, 2 months older than Changqing, a classmate and neighbor, and a true childhood sweetheart. Changqing frowned subconsciously and asked, "What are you doing here?" Han Jingjing was obviously taken aback. She obviously didn't expect Changqing to say that, but soon she changed her expression to one of grievance and said, "What's wrong with you? I just rejected your advances. We were classmates after all, why are you so cold to me?" She even winked at Changqing in a subtle way, full of electricity. Seeing this, Changqing suddenly realized something. Before he could think about it, he heard the fat guy accompanying him sneer. "You? Don't you know what kind of person you are? Do you have $100 on you? Can you even date Lily? You're such a loser, it's a sin to even think about you with a goddess like her." The fat guy looked to be in his 20s, but he must have weighed nearly 300 pounds. He was casting a spell on Changqing. Changqing was not angry, but changed his line of thinking and smiled. "Yes, you are absolutely right. I have just figured this out, which is why I dare not approach Lily. Lily is the goddess of our school, and there are countless guys who want to date her, but she has not even looked at any of them. I never thought that you would actually get her, which shows that you are a very good person." Seeing that Changqing was not only not angry, but also praised himself in front of the goddess, the fat man felt that his whole body had become lighter, and his eyes were so happy that he could hardly see. "Kid, I didn't realize it. You have good taste. When I'm free, I'll treat you to dinner." Changqing suppressed the urge to vomit and nodded with a smile. Han Jingjing's eyes were full of disgust, and she kept at least 2 steps away from the fat man. However, she had no choice but to give Changqing a wink. "Qing, are you here to buy something?" Changqing understood and turned to look at the counter selling cell phones. "I lost my phone and I'm going to buy a new one." "Oh, what price range are you looking at?" "I'm a poor person, so I can't afford anything expensive." I just want to buy a phone that can make calls. I can't compare to your friends. People as good as your friends buy high-end products no matter what they buy. Changqing shook his head in self-deprecation. The fat man was even more pleased to hear this, and turned to Han Jingjing with a face full of flattery. Lily, I see that your phone is pretty old. Why don't I buy you the latest model? Oh, that would be too much trouble for you. I'd be embarrassed. Han Jingjing pretended to be shy, twisting her shoulders and mixing her hands together. This cute little look made the fat man shiver all over, and he felt his bones go limp. He never dreamed that such a heavenly goddess would actually be willing to meet with him. He didn't care if he had to sell his house and go bankrupt. He quickly said to the salesperson, "Which one is the most expensive here?" "This one, the latest model from Lola, with a touch screen." The salesman quickly took out the latest model and began to introduce its functions. Han Jingjing didn't care about the model or its functions, as long as it was expensive enough, so she just picked a black one. The fat man took out his wallet and paid with his credit card. Seeing Changqing's envious look, he felt even more pleased. As the two walked out of the mall, Changqing turned around inside. He had spent more than 1,000 yuan at the sales counter and bought a very ordinary Noah mobile phone. After getting the card, he called Guan Yu several times in a row, but the phone kept telling him to turn it off. He had no choice but to take a taxi back to the community, bought a pancake fruit at the door, and went home with it. There was no internet or computer at home, just an old TV, and he didn't even have the desire to turn it on. Lying on the bed, I was wondering what to do next when I suddenly heard a loud knock on the door. "Who is it?" Changqing walked to the door and looked through the peephole. He saw a pretty young girl pounding furiously on the door. "Are you crazy? It's not your door." Changqing opened the door angrily. Han Jingjing rushed in and pushed him to the ground. "Changqing, you son of a bitch. Why didn't you come to save me?" "What do you mean?" Changqing steadied himself and was completely dumbfounded. Seeing his expression, Han Jingjing's eyes welled up with tears. "How could you do that? Do you know that I almost didn't make it back today?" As Han Jingjing cried, Changqing's confused eyes gradually brightened. Damn! No wonder he was so skilled today. Chapter 4 Childhood Sweethearts. Han Jingjing comes from a reorganized family that values boys over girls. Even though she had always had excellent grades and had been accepted into the same university as Guan Yu, her family refused to pay for her tuition. Her stepmother also kept persuading her to work in a clothing factory, saying that it was useless for a woman to study and that she would marry someone sooner or later. It is estimated that she wants to make Han Jingjing help the family earn money for a few years, and then ask for a large sum of money in marriage money to find a daughter-in-law for her son. Han Jingjing naturally refused, and went to Changqing to discuss what to do. Changqing, however, was unreliable and gave her a bad idea. He told her to meet up with a netizen offline and then lure him to the mall to buy things. It was originally agreed that after the shopping was done, Changqing would help her get out of it and then return the goods. But Changqing had just been reborn and completely forgot about it. Coincidentally, Changqing happened to go to the mall in the afternoon. When he saw Han Jingjing, he seemed to realize something, but he forgot it as soon as he turned his head. Thinking about this, Changqing wanted to beat herself to death, and quickly took her into her arms and comforted her. "It's okay, Jingjing. Don't cry. It's all my fault. I really lost my head today and forgot about it." He said something reasonable at first, but then he said he forgot. Han Jingjing was annoyed at hearing this, and bit him on the shoulder. "Ah! You're a dog." Changqing winced in pain. "Serves you right. You broke your promise." Han Jingjing opened her mouth and looked at him with hatred. Changqing knew he was in the wrong, and said sheepishly, "What happened in the end? How did you get back? How can you say that?" Although the fat guy had always been very well behaved, and seemed more uncomfortable than she was, he was still a strange man. She was a young girl, so it was only natural that she would be nervous and scared. "You didn't come, so I took the opportunity to throw the things I bought at him and ran away. Fortunately, that fat guy had trouble walking and couldn't catch up with me at all." Han Jingjing became more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and she began to cry again. "Do you know how scared I was? We had a deal, why didn't you come? My safety is important to you, isn't it? I'm sorry. I'm sorry." It's all my fault. Since the accident had already happened, Changqing could only apologize sincerely. Fortunately, no accident had occurred, otherwise he would really feel guilty for the rest of his life. Standing at the door, he comforted her for a while before leading her into the living room. Han Jingjing was still wearing the pink dress from the afternoon, and she took off her rubber band and put it on her wrist, swinging her long hair back. She walked over to the sofa, kicked off her high heels, and sat cross-legged on the sofa in an unkempt manner, pouting and saying, "Tell me, how are you going to make it up to me?" If it were the old Chang Ching, he would have walked over and patted his leg and shoulder to please her. But now, although Changqing looks like an 18-year-old, his mentality and thinking are those of a middle-aged uncle. It's not good to fool around with her. He went to the kitchen, poured a bowl of cold water, and put it on the coffee table in front of her. "Have a sip of water first." "Oh." Han Jingjing felt that Changqing was acting strangely today. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she picked up the bowl, took a few sips, then folded her legs and rested her tear-stained face on her knees. Her beautiful eyes, lit by the light, were as beautiful as the stars, but the white patch on the back of her feet made Changqing quickly avert his eyes. "Which Jingjing? I shouldn't have given you such a bad idea. Don't do this again." He was young and didn't feel anything, but now that he had more experience, he realized that it was really wrong to ask a delicate young girl like Han Jingjing to do such a thing. It's really a lack of virtue. "It's nothing. I don't blame you." Seeing Changqing's guilty expression, Han Jingjing comforted him instead, blinking her beautiful eyes and whispering, "Actually, I didn't have any hope. It's just a pity about these high heels. I bought them for this occasion, and spent all the money I saved from working part-time. I'm usually too embarrassed to wear them." The high heels were silver white, with a vamp made of only a few thin threads. For a young girl, they were indeed too mature. Changqing looked at them a few times and wanted to tease her a little, but suddenly remembered Han Jingjing's fate in her previous life, and her heart suddenly contracted, causing her to feel a sharp pain. In his previous life, he gave Han Jingjing such a bad idea, but he was arrested by Guan Yu and locked up in the police station. Han Jingjing went to the appointment alone, and the ending was similar to today's. In the end, she had to go out to work, and in the third year, the stepmother took a large sum of money as a bride price and tricked Han Jingjing into coming back from the outside world. Without her knowledge, she was arranged to get married. Han Jingjing naturally refused, but the groom's entourage had already arrived downstairs, so she didn't even have a chance to hide. In the end, Han Jingjing put on a beautiful makeup and then, wearing a wedding dress, jumped from the 5th floor. The year after Han Jingjing committed suicide, Changqing returned to the county seat. After hearing the news, he still couldn't figure out why she did it. Now, Changqing sees everything clearly, and her heart feels like it has been pierced by a sharp blade, so much pain that she can hardly breathe. She just thought that she was already married to him. He had two such outstanding girls by his side, but because of his incompetence, he failed to seize either of them. It can be said that he was dealt a devastating blow at the start of the game. Now I think about it, it's really frustrating. Changqing raised her head, covering the tears that were about to fall, and said softly, "Don't worry about tuition fees. I'll pay for all your tuition and living expenses for the next 4 years." Han Jingjing obviously did not expect Changqing to say that, and she did not know what to think. Her face turned red, and she refused with a gritting of her teeth. "No way. I know exactly where your money comes from. You're going to be studying for 4 years yourself, so I can't use that money. Besides, what kind of person am I to you? Are you planning to support me?" Han Jingjing changed the subject with a joke, and Changqing also understood what she was thinking. What a kind girl. Looking at her, he was momentarily lost in thought. Both of them were children who lacked parental love and were almost always the target of bullying from elementary school to middle school. As a girl, Han Jingjing was even more bullied. Insects were put in her school bag and her hair was set on fire with a lit match. The evil of children is beyond people's imagination. At that time, Han Jingjing was always stubborn and would not shed a tear, but she would cry with her eyes red because Changqing had been injured in a fight. During the darkest days of Changqing's life, when he lost both his parents, it was Han Jingjing who was always by his side. Changqing had also vowed to protect her for the rest of his life. But the vows of young people are always so pale and powerless. In the first year of high school, Changqing met Guan Yu, and from then on, she was all he could think about. Han Jingjing always followed them silently. Now that I think about it, how sad she must have been. Changqing looked up and looked at her carefully. The yellow-haired girl in his memory had long since become a bright and beautiful young woman. And the dependence in her eyes had long since turned into attachment. Slowly, his eyes turned red, and she blushed. Chapter 5. Dear husband, why don't you take me away? Han Jingjing felt her body heating up as she was stared at by Changqing's burning gaze, and she unconsciously put her legs on the ground. As if she had suddenly become a lady, she said in a soft voice. What are you doing? Nothing. Changqing withdrew his gaze and smiled indifferently. The tuition fee is settled. He didn't want to get entangled in this matter, and directly concluded. Oh, and I'm going to the provincial capital tomorrow. I'm not doing anything anyway, so I might as well get a head start. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Upon hearing this, Han Jingjing was also very excited. Then I'll go with you tomorrow. If I go early, I can do some part-time work and make some money to help pay for living expenses. Changqing thought for a moment and nodded. That's fine. You can go home first. Pack your things and meet me before 10 a.m. tomorrow. After Han Jingjing left, Changqing called Guan Yu a few more times and again prompted him to turn off his phone. He was leaving soon, and he had to tell his girlfriend anyway. After thinking about it, he found a pen and paper and wrote a letter, then went out and took a taxi. On the Guan side, Guan Yu, who had always been obedient in front of her parents, had a rare tantrum. No matter how she argued, her parents would not relent, saying that this was a test. If Changqing really loves her, he will definitely consider their future together, and the result will naturally be a parting in discord. Later, Guan Yu locked herself in her room and played the piano all afternoon, venting her emotions. She didn't even come out when her mother called for dinner. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock that she quietly opened the door, looking around like a thief, and seeing that there was no one in the hallway. She opened her mother's door gently, stuck her head in, and saw that her mother was already asleep. She bent down and looked for a savings passbook in the bedside table. She smiled triumphantly in the dark, then slowly retreated back to her room. She quickly closed the door, leaned back against it and let out a long sigh. Phew! In just a short while, she was soaked in sweat. She patted her chest and went to the air conditioner to cool off. The cool breeze gradually calmed her down, but just then, bang! A sudden noise scared Guan Yu almost to her feet. She looked around the room in a daze, but when she was sure that nothing was wrong, she thought she had heard it wrong because she was too nervous. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, the strange noise came again. This time she saw clearly that a small stone had bounced off the glass window and then rolled on the balcony floor. Guan Yu hesitated and walked to the French windows, opened the glass door and looked out. She was immediately filled with surprise and said, "Old." Just as she was about to say it, she saw Changqing quickly make a shushing gesture with his fingers. Guan Yu quickly covered her mouth, turned around and went back inside, quickly fixing her hair at the dressing table before quietly going downstairs. In the moonlight, Changqing waited for a while in front of the iron gate, and then saw a graceful figure appear in his field of vision. Her long, naturally curly hair hung down to her shoulders, her thick, narrow eyebrows, her clear, peach-colored eyes, and her pale skin. Against the backdrop of the moonlight, she was breathtakingly beautiful. She was wearing a blue nightgown with suspenders, and her full curves were visible as she walked. As soon as she opened the gate, she rushed into his arms. "Honey, I missed you so much." "I miss you too." Changqing lifted her up and carried her to a shady spot, then kissed her passionately. This face has haunted him for 2 lifetimes, and no matter how many times he sees it, he is still amazed. At this time, the moon was bright and the stars were few, and the two figures hid in the shadows. She said, leaning against the tree trunk, "Dear husband, why don't you take me away with you?" Changqing felt a little guilty when he heard this. Guan Yu had always been a good and obedient daughter in her parents' eyes, but now she wanted to take her away. This shows how much psychological pressure the events of the day had caused her. "I'm sorry, Yuer. I've caused you so much suffering." "Don't say that." Guan Yu turned her head and looked at him with a dazed look in her eyes. "Honey, I'm already yours. No matter what happens in the future, we'll always be together, okay?" "Okay, whatever you say." Changqing caressed her pretty face affectionately. As the moon rotated, it was already close to midnight. Changqing sat on the lawn and held her in his arms, whispering, "Moon, don't think too much. Just be good at home and don't fight with your parents. I'm sure I can solve this problem. Yes, I believe you. Guan Yu always believed in him unconditionally, which moved Changcheng very much. But this is not the time to be sad, so Changcheng calmed down and got down to business. Moon, I came here today to tell you that I plan to go to the provincial capital tomorrow to look for some work. What are you going to do? Guan Yu nestled in his arms, raised her head, and her eyes were full of worry. Besides, it's still early to leave school. Where will you live when you go? Don't worry, it won't be expensive to rent a place. Changqing smiled wickedly and raised his eyebrows, and when you come, you can move in. You're disgusting. Who wants to live with you? Guan Yu rubbed his chin with his forehead, her tone was soft and sweet, very seductive. Changqing suppressed his inappropriate reaction and told her about Han Jingjing again. After all, Guan Yu was his official girlfriend, and he definitely had to clear the matter up. After listening to her, Guan Yu felt a wave of irritation. She knew all about her boyfriend and Han Jingjing, and the feelings between childhood sweethearts could not be broken so easily. If she didn't handle it well, it might affect her relationship with her boyfriend. So Guan Yu has always been very tolerant of Han Jingjing. But this time is different. In an unfamiliar environment, the two of them will definitely have to rely on each other, and they may even have to live together. What if? Seeing that Guan Yu was keeping her head down and not speaking, Changqing also understood her concerns and hugged her and whispered, "Baby, don't worry. I grew up with Jingjing. If anything really happened, we wouldn't have a chance to be together." Guan Yu thought it was true, but she had no choice but to say, "Okay then." Then she took out a bankbook from her side pocket and handed it to him. "Here. My mother's bankbook. The password is my birthday." Changqing took it blankly, looked at the numbers on it, and his eyes jumped wildly. His parents' lives only cost 80,000 yuan, and Guan Yu casually took out a passbook that actually had more than 7 million yuan. This is 2005. It could easily buy dozens of apartments. Alas! Changqing sighed in his heart, really, people are always comparing themselves to others. The scene of the first time he met Guan Yu also appeared in his mind. Chapter 6, Past Love. It was the time when the freshmen were reporting for the first time. Guan Yu was wearing a white dress and got off the Mercedes-Benz. Her face was cold and beautiful, her body was graceful and elegant, and her temperament was noble and elegant, like the main female character in a comic. As soon as she entered the school, she captivated the eyes of all the boys. Changqing only watched her from afar. When she looked at him, he quickly lowered his head and left quickly, because such a proud girl made him feel inferior. However, fate did not let him off the hook. When the classes were assigned, Guan Yu was in the same class as him and was even assigned to sit in front of him. The curls of her hair often fell on his books, and they smelled so good that they disturbed him. Fortunately, Guan Yu was very cold at the time and never talked to the opposite sex, so there was naturally no interaction between them. But then, for some reason, Guan began to use excuses unique to teenagers to get close to him. Changqing still remembers clearly that it was one morning not long after the start of the semester. Guan Yu was wearing a princess dress that was too beautiful to be true, standing next to his desk with a book in her arms, and said in a soft voice, "Changqing, I don't know how to do this problem. Can you teach me?" Changqing was sitting in his seat at the time, looking up at her sideways. This girl, who made boys afraid to look her in the eye, made him wonder why she had come to him. Plus, the boys were whistling and jeering, making Changqing's face flush. But Guan Yu stood her ground, and he could only stammer out the solution. She was very close to him, her hair falling over his shoulders, and the sweet smell of her hair was overwhelming. Changqing felt his whole body burning, as if his skin had been pricked by countless steel needles. He was so nervous that he didn't dare to look at her for the entire time, but only caught a glimpse of her skirt in the corner of his eye. The bright and beautiful clothes contrasted sharply with his old-school uniform, which was full of pilling. It was like the distance between heaven and earth, which could never be crossed. But Guan Yu didn't leave, and she even said with a look of admiration, "You're so amazing. Can you teach me more in the future?" "Well, yes." Changqing blushed and replied. Although he had always been the top student in his class, this was the first time he had heard such a straightforward compliment, and from such a dazzling girl. It also gave him a sense of accomplishment that he could not describe. Gradually, the two became more and more familiar with each other. Guan Yu was spoiled from a young age, and her parents were worried that she wouldn't be able to eat the food in the canteen, so they came every day at noon to bring her nutritious meals. Every time, she would pick out the meat for Changqing to eat, saying that she needed to lose weight. At that time, Changqing was chronically malnourished and very thin, while Guan Yu was carefully cared for by her parents, and her pale skin was even more reflective of her whiteness. Even a piece of chocolate that she handed to Changqing during evening study was enough to cover his living expenses for several days. Such a huge contrast made the already sensitive Changqing even more self-conscious. For a while after that, Changqing deliberately kept his distance from her, but Guan Yu's advances only became more intense. During the sports day, Guan Yu gave Changqing water in front of the whole school, and although he didn't say anything, his gesture was already considered to be a declaration. While garnering countless admiring glances, it also brought Changqing's inner turmoil to a peak. Changqing knew very well that a poor kid like him, who had no parents, could only have a chance to succeed in the future by studying hard, and he simply didn't have the time or the qualifications to fall in love. But girls like Guan Yu, who seem to have a natural aura of being the main character, make it impossible to say no. After suffering for a long time, their relationship finally took a turn for the better. It was an afternoon in the fall, and the school had a half-day off because of a senior mock exam. Changqing had just walked out of the school gate when he saw a group of classmates gathered around watching the commotion. They were shouting something, together. Together. Out of curiosity, Changqing also leaned forward to see. In the middle of the crowd, a boy was kneeling on one knee with a large bouquet of roses in his hands, and in front of him, a heart-shaped flower bed had been made with rose petals. In front of the heart-shaped flower bed stood a beautiful figure, Guan Yu. Guan Yu had been standing there looking around, and when she saw Changqing in the crowd, her eyes lit up, and she immediately turned to look at the boy kneeling on the ground. It was this glance that made Changqing's blood boil. He didn't know if it was possessiveness or something else, but at that moment, Changqing's eyes suddenly turned red. He pushed his way through the crowd and ran with Guan Yu, all the way to the gate of the steel factory. At that time, my grandmother had not yet passed away, and she sold wontons at the gate of the steel mill every day. Guan Yu came with Changqing, and when she saw her grandmother, she blushed with embarrassment, but still introduced herself with grace. She even learned to greet customers like her grandmother. That day, Grandma was very happy and said that this little girl was very nice. Changqing's eyes were always on her, watching her smile and watching her awkwardly lift the bowl, not caring that the oil stains would get on her white dress. From that moment on, Guan Yu completely entered his heart. Until the sun set in the west, the afterglow of the setting sun painted half the sky red. Changqing borrowed a bicycle from a neighbor, and Guan Yu sat on the front crossbar. Her hair was blown by the wind and hit his face, very fragrant and intoxicating. Changqing that day felt like he had endless energy, pedaling the bike with all his might. Became the most handsome boy on the road that day. That day, at the entrance to the Guan Yu community, Changqing hesitated for a long time, and finally mustered up the courage to whisper. "I like you." "What did you say?" Guan Yu had already walked a few steps away from him, and seemed to have not heard him. She turned around and looked at him with a searching gaze. The wind that day was really strong, blowing the boy's figure unsteady and blowing the girl's hair over her red lips. Her beautiful eyebrows and eyes looked at him steadily. Her hair was flying, her skirt fluttering, and she was so beautiful. Changqing stood there, looking somewhat lost in thought. Guan Yu seemed impatient, but also encouraging, and asked again. "What did you just say?" "I." Changqing blushed, but no longer avoided her gaze, and looked into her clear eyes and said. I like you. Can you be my girlfriend?" He quickly finished speaking, lowered his head, and waited for his fate to be decided. He had thought more than once before that Guan Yu might have just been acting on a whim. Or maybe it was just a game. After all, the bad taste of the rich second generation is not something ordinary people can understand. Just as he was thinking about it, a fragrant breeze blew, and Guan Yu hugged him, resting his chin on his shoulder. That day, they embraced in the wind for a long time. The boy was in a dream, and the girl was smiling with a mischievous look in her eyes. It was only many years later that Changqing realized that the person who confessed his love was the one she had paid off. Chapter 7, Departure to the Provincial Capital. The next morning, Changqing packed her luggage and found her household registration book. When she saw that the name of the household head was Changqing, she couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. Having lived 2 lives, his greatest regret was his family. Perhaps he could only make up for it by having more children in the future. When she reached the entrance of the community, Han Jingjing had already been waiting for a long time. She was wearing a loose black t-shirt and a pair of washed-out jeans. 2 urea bags were placed at her feet, bulging with stuff. It looked like she had even brought her bedding. She was also carrying a school bag from high school, which looked a bit funny. Changqing quickly walked up and said, "Didn't I tell you not to bring so much stuff? The school will provide bedding, and you can buy toiletries anytime. Just bring a few clothes. You talk too much." Han Jingjing gave him a sideways glance, as if she was waiting for him to vent his anger. Changqing was too lazy to argue with her, so he waved to a rickshaw and helped her load her luggage onto it. This kind of pedicab has 2 benches inside, with Han Jingjing's 2 large bags stacked on the left, and the 2 of them sitting on the right, their legs almost touching. Han Jingjing puffed up her lips and stared at Changqing with her bright eyes. It looked like she was still angry. Changqing poked her puffed-up face with his hand, and Han Jingjing instantly broke down. A few strands of saliva remained on her delicate red lips, making her look indescribably cute and lovely. "You're going to die." Han Jingjing raised her hand to wipe her mouth, feeling that her sister's authority had been violated. Chang also had a mischievous heart and deliberately said, "Please be careful with your words. When we get to the provincial capital, you won't know anyone there. If you annoy me, I'll sell you." "How dare you?" Han Jingjing's eyebrows were raised. She didn't believe that Chang would sell her. But she was still a little nervous about going to the big city. "Hey, Changqing, do you think we can find a job when we get there?" "Don't worry, I'm here." Changqing patted his chest, looking like he had everything under control, and Han Jingjing had no doubt about it. Although she is a few months older than Changqing, since childhood, Changqing has always made the decisions, and she has gotten used to obeying him. When they arrived at the bus station, Han Jingjing watched the luggage while Changqing bought 2 tickets to the provincial capital, costing more than 20 yuan each. They then found a noodle restaurant and had a bowl of noodles each. When they entered the waiting room, Changqing went to the small supermarket at the station and bought a bunch of snacks, which made Han Jingjing feel very distressed. "Why did you buy so much? You just know how to spend money. We've already eaten, so 2 bottles of water would have been enough." Chang smiled and didn't say anything. Han Jingjing is a really nice girl. She is lively and knows how to live well. She is just young and hasn't seen much of the world. After finding 2 empty seats, Han Jingjing drank some water, hugged Changqing's arm, and rested her head on his shoulder, saying leisurely, "When I was at home, I dreamed of leaving that house. Now that I'm really leaving, I feel empty inside." Chang didn't feel anything. He had been to very few places in the world, and he was used to being apart from others. As for Han Jingjing, this was only her first time traveling far away, and she was just instinctively afraid of the unknown. "Jingjing, what did you tell your family when you left?" "The old witch told me to go to the factory to work, so I said yes and told her I was taking the train to the south today. I even lied to her and took 500 yuan. Changing the subject, Han Jingjing's mood instantly improved, and she began to complain about her stepmother. "Shanin leads to Zhongyuan, Shanin leads to Zhongyuan, check your ticket at gate 1. Just as they were chatting, the voice of the announcement came over the loudspeaker, "Tickets are now being checked." Changqing got up, handed Han Jingjing a ticket, and then picked up her luggage and began to line up for ticket inspection. They boarded the old-fashioned minibus and officially set off for the provincial capital. In fact, Changqing was not completely calm. After all, this was a whole new life. Perhaps it was a kind of compensation for his dark life in his previous life. Or, perhaps he owed several women from his past life and was repaying them in this life. After driving for about 4 hours, the bus stopped at the provincial capital bus terminal. Changqing carried the luggage and walked in front, while Han Jingjing held onto his clothes tightly, afraid that she would get lost. She looked timid and curious at everything around her. Changqing sighed in his heart. Just looking at her, you could tell she was from out of town and would easily be targeted by people with ulterior motives. After all, places like the bus station are still very chaotic at this time. As soon as they left the station, a group of people surrounded them, offering to help them find accommodation, arrange taxis, and even introduce them to jobs. It was probably because they saw Han Jingjing's expression and the large bag she was carrying. Changqing ignored the people who surrounded him and was about to walk quickly forward when Han Jingjing screamed behind him. "What are you doing?" Changqing looked back and saw a thin, tall man holding Han Jingjing's backpack with a lecherous look on his face. Little sister, are you here to work in Zhongyuan? I have a good job here. Do you want to try it? The salary is very high. This kind of person is obviously trying to lure young girls who have just arrived in the city into prostitution by offering them high wages. Changqing was a little annoyed and glared at the tall, skinny man with cold eyes. Get lost. The thin, tall man was startled by this look, which made him feel like a beast about to eat people. His hands subconsciously loosened. Changqing's bloodthirsty gaze was really something that most people couldn't handle. He was too lazy to deal with this kind of scum, so he took Han Jingjing out of the station and walked about 100 meters, then waved down a taxi. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 50s, very talkative. It's not even the start of the semester yet, and you're here so early. Are you planning to work hard and study hard? Changqing felt a little different. These drivers' eyes were indeed sharp, but he didn't say anything. Han Jingjing was quick-witted and said with a smile, Yes. I just got accepted to Zhongyuan University and wanted to come early to find a temporary job. The driver casually took the steering wheel and praised. The little girl is quite motivated. There aren't many good kids like you these days. There are. Han Jingjing was a little embarrassed by the praise. Alas. Changqing sighed in his heart. Han Jingjing is actually quite smart, but she is still too young to know the dangers of society. She still uses the integrity taught in school, and in a few words, she has revealed her family's background. The driver smiled and said, You are still young and you are only working part-time, so there is no way you can get a job in a regular company. There are not many options. You can either work as a waiter in a restaurant or hotel, but it is tiring and the pay is low. The driver paused, glanced at Han Jingjing and continued. It's better to go to a karaoke bar or a bath center. You can make money quickly, it's not tiring, and there are no time restrictions. In fact, many nightclubs in many places are connected to these drivers. They will give a rebate for bringing in customers, and they will also naturally give a rebate for introducing employees. The driver's little plan is well known to Changqing, but she still pretends to be ignorant and says, We came here to visit relatives, so we have to listen to their arrangements about what we have to do. The driver stopped talking about it after hearing this. Chapter 8, The Girl's Feelings. The bus station was in the city center, and the university town was in Jincheng district. It took about half an hour to get to the destination. The two got off the bus with their luggage, and Han Jingjing muttered, Why did you lie? That was a great opportunity. That driver drives around the city all day long, so he must know where they need workers. Changqing glared at her, Aren't you afraid he'll sell you? Ah. Han Jingjing was so scared that she didn't dare to say anything. There are commercial pedestrian streets, night markets, and the like in the university town. And there is no shortage of hotels, after all, teenagers need to vent their overflowing hormones. It is said that on weekends, some hotels have to be booked in advance to get a room, and some indigenous people even rent out their houses by dividing them into small rooms. After walking for a while, the two found a hotel that looked relatively better. Changqing said to the receptionist, 2 standard rooms. After saying that, he turned around and gestured to Han Jingjing, who was a little embarrassed, to take out her ID card. Han Jingjing heard that they were going to open 2 rooms and quickly waved to the receptionist. No, just 1 room will do. After saying that, she glared at Changqing and complained about wasting money. The receptionist looked at Han Jingjing strangely and thought to herself, I've been working here for several years, but this is the first time I've seen such an active young girl. But she didn't say anything, and turned to look at Changqing, asking with her eyes. Then let's get a twin room. After all, he was new here, and he didn't feel comfortable with Han Jingjing living alone, but he couldn't say directly that he wanted to book a room. Han Jingjing's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. The room was on the 3rd floor, with 2 small beds side by side, a bathroom with frosted walls, a big TV, and 2 chairs. Changqing put down his luggage and turned to look at Han Jingjing, who was standing in the doorway and looking a little awkward. If you don't feel comfortable, just get another room. You're so nosy. Han Jingjing was indeed a little nervous. She used to sleep with Changqing when she was little, but now she was all grown up. Besides, this was a hotel room. But when she heard that it would cost money, she immediately became a housekeeper, kicked the door with her long legs, and the wooden door slammed shut. Then she went to the bathroom to wash her face. Looking at herself in the mirror, she saw that her face was still a little red. She clenched her fists and waved them, as if she were cheering herself on. After leaving the bathroom, Han Jingjing sat on the other bed and said softly, "I'm going to find a job at a restaurant that provides room and board tomorrow. What about you? What kind of job are you going to look for?" "I plan to start my own business." "Start a business?" Han Jingjing was stunned. "What is it?" "I have a little money in my hand, and I plan to buy a batch of goods and sell them at the night market." This is a question that Changqing has also thought about carefully. If you have too little capital to speculate in stocks or futures, the fastest way is to use his computer skills to hack a network company and then make a profit by fixing the firewall. But after all, he doesn't want to get his hands dirty with dirty money. Or he didn't want to be found out about his less than honorable past when his business got bigger. He thought he'd make some quick, clean money first, and then start a legitimate company. Han Jingjing had no idea about starting a business, but she subconsciously thought of the things sold at night markets. "So what are you going to sell? Clothes?" "No. I want to sell some leather goods, like wallets and belts." "This. Can you make money with this?" "You won't know unless you try." Changqing smiled lightly and the two of them chatted for a while. "Let's go, we'll go eat first." As they walked out of the hotel, it was already getting dark. The streets were much busier than before. There should still be some senior students staying in the dormitory, and they were just coming out for dinner at this time. Changqing put his hands in his pockets and Han Jingjing held his arm as they walked down the noisy street. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty. The dim street lights lengthened their shadows, and they attracted a lot of attention. There were many food stalls. When Han Jingjing saw a stall selling fish tofu, Changqing went over and bought a serving. When he returned, Han Jingjing looked at him strangely. "You really are different from before. Since yesterday, I feel like you've changed. You're very calm and considerate. I feel like I don't know you anymore, but I like it." He. Han Jingjing blinked and smiled sweetly. In the end, the two of them ate at a small stall, having fried rice and lamb skewers. Perhaps it was because they were in an unfamiliar city and no one knew them. On the way back to the hotel, Han Jingjing was particularly happy. She couldn't stop smiling, and she hugged him around the arm, then hugged him around the waist, bouncing around and completely letting go. Back in the hotel room, Changqing turned on the air conditioning. "You take a shower first, I'll go get some air." Although the two of them have been close since childhood, he still finds it inconvenient to use the bathroom in this kind of matte finish. He sat on the steps in front of the hotel, looking at the lights of the tall buildings, feeling a little sad. This kind of warmth from loved ones is something he will never have in his life. When he returned to the room, Han Jingjing was drying her hair in the bathroom, so Changqing naturally took over the task. After taking a shower, Han Jingjing changed into a loose-fitting t-shirt and cotton shorts. Their eyes met in the mirror, and Han Jingjing looked at Changqing, who was blowing her hair, with a sweet expression on her face. Changqing looked at Han Jingjing in the mirror, but he was embarrassed. The little girl had just taken a shower and was wearing only a t-shirt on her upper body. She leaned back a little to make it easier for him to blow her hair, and some of her contours were very obvious. He couldn't help but stare, so he lowered his head and concentrated on blowing her hair. Han Jingjing seemed to have noticed this, and not only did she not stop, she leaned back even more. The atmosphere became more and more ambiguous. Changqing felt that if things continued like this, something might happen. "That's about it. You can clean up yourself." Changqing handed the hairdryer to Han Jingjing and quickly went to find his own clothes to change into. Seeing Changqing's slightly panicked look, Han Jingjing's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and her thoughts in her heart became even stronger. "This time I can spend 2 months alone with Changqing. If I can seize the opportunity, maybe I don't have to wait for them to break up." In the evening, when they were in separate beds, Han Jingjing turned her head and said, "Changqing, are you really sure about this?" Changqing understood what she meant. "Don't worry. Trust me, I can do it." Han Jingjing was still very worried. After all, in her opinion, a street stall could only earn a few dollars. It's better to work hard at work. But since Changqing had made up his mind, she could only choose to support him. "Changqing." "Yes. How are things with you, Air?" "What do you mean?" "Just." Han Jingjing covered her face with a quilt, only her eyes showing, and said in a muffled voice, Did you sleep together? None of your business. Changqing said in a bad mood, but then thought about it and told her about what happened at Guan Yu's house that day. Sometimes, being too beautiful is a sin. If Guan Yu or Han Jingjing didn't have a strong personality, they would have been unable to keep either of them in the end. This has little to do with whether a woman is faithful or not. The main reason is that there are too many people who covet beautiful women. Even if she is willing to suffer with you, the trivialities of life can wear away love. And didn't he break up with Guan Yu in his previous life? Although in his previous life he didn't believe that Guan Yu would leave with someone else, they were never able to be together in their entire lives, so isn't that the result? Since he was given a second chance at life, he would never allow anyone to interfere with his destiny again. His story was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Han Jingjing, but the attitude of Guan Yu's parents made her feel ecstatic. 20 million. Most people can't earn that in a lifetime. What's the difference between agreeing and disagreeing? But she still added fuel to the fire. Their family is just playing with you. Maybe you knows about it too. I think you'd better be careful. As she spoke, she couldn't contain her excitement and got up, went to Changqing's bed, and snuggled into his arms. Pretending to comfort him, she tried to take advantage of him. Don't be so downhearted. You're so good, maybe you can really do it in the future. Changqing was too tired to expose her little scheme. After a long day of work and not being able to sleep on the bus, he was feeling a bit tired too. I've had a long day. Let's go to bed early. Seeing that Changqing was in no mood to talk, Han Jingjing took it as a sign that he was a bit discouraged. She pouted her red lips and closed her eyes contentedly. Chapter 9, Starting a Business. The first day. The next morning. Changqing had just returned from buying breakfast, and Han Jingjing had just woken up. She was obviously a little grumpy, sitting cross-legged on the bed and pouting for a while. Next, they had to prepare for starting their business. They didn't have any decent clothes. Changqing had a t-shirt, long pants, and sneakers. Han Jingjing was also dressed similarly, in a white t-shirt, denim shorts, and sneakers. They looked like students, and they were not convincing at all. But Changqing only had 3,000 yuan, so he couldn't afford to dress them up. He could only buy 2 cheap suits from a street stall. Changqing wore a shirt and pants, and a pair of leather shoes that cost 100 yuan. Han Jingjing was dressed similarly, in a shirt and skirt, looking like a saleswoman. Han Jingjing was obviously a little embarrassed by this mature outfit, but she was used to being obedient to Changqing, so she didn't say anything. After changing into the new clothes, they took a taxi to the small commodity wholesale city near the bus station. Changqing's goal was very clear, which was to buy 2 things, a wallet and a belt. The normal wholesale price for a belt was 3 to 5 yuan, depending on the quantity, and the price for a wallet was similar. Genuine leather was definitely out of the question, but the gimmicks sold were definitely genuine leather, and the two added up to 400 pieces. At this time, it was very popular to have exaggerated belt clips, which were made of iron and had dragon heads, tiger heads, wolf heads, skull heads, etc. The material was very poor cast iron, and some were even plastic spray painted. The prices ranged from a few cents to a few dollars. In hindsight, they are definitely tacky, but they were very popular at the time. Especially for young people who are pursuing individuality, who doesn't have an exaggerated belt clip around their waist. They are always showing off their belt buckles, as if they are afraid that others won't see them. It's like some people in later generations holding high-end mobile phones in their hands, they must show the back to others. Han Jingjing waited for the goods to be stocked, and Changqing went to buy a megaphone and recorded a commercial on the spot, which surprised the salesperson. The two of them had prepared the goods and arrived at the night market at around 3 p.m. However, some stalls already had vendors organizing their goods. Han Jingjing was dressed in a white shirt, a blue skirt, and high heels, looking like a city lady, completely out of place among the small vendors here. Chang Chan wanted this effect, took out the megaphone he had prepared long ago, and pressed the play button. Leather factory. Leather factory. It's closed. It's closed. The son of a bitch boss ran off with his sister-in-law. The original price of over 100 or 200 yuan for leather goods is now only 20 or 30 yuan. As soon as the announcement came out, Han Jingjing stumbled and her face turned red. She looked at Chang with eyes full of disbelief. What are you doing? It was her first time in the big city and her first time doing business, and she was already nervous. Chongqing had even gone so far as to make such a shameful advertisement. Han Jingjing really wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Changcheng had already anticipated this, and hugged her little shoulder, shouting out even more shameless promotions. The boss ran off with his sister-in-law, leaving us all in the lurch. The employees have children and elderly parents. Anyone who buys a belt will get a belt clip for free. Money clips are also buy one get one free. Don't miss out, first come first served. In this day and age, this kind of exaggerated advertising that brainwashes people hasn't become popular yet, and it does sound a bit ridiculous at first. As Chongqing had predicted, passers-by who heard the loudspeaker first stopped to take a look, and then slowly gathered around after confirming that it was Chongqing who was speaking. After all, it is human nature to join in the fun. In an era when online shopping was not yet widespread, this novel form of promotion was very attractive. In addition, the way Han Jingjing and Changqing were dressed made it easy for people to associate the content of the advertisement with them, giving people a basic sense of trust. Just like the live broadcast of goods in later generations, before selling goods, all kinds of rhetoric are used to exaggerate how expensive the goods are. After the audience has a basic level of trust, a big contrast is made to show how much the price has been reduced today, and those viewers at the top naturally place an order. Not to mention Chongqing's face-to-face interaction and the free, beautiful belt clip. And behind them there was a small truck pulling leather goods, which really gave the impression that they had just been pulled out of the factory. How much is this? As a big brother came over to choose, more and more came. I'll have one too. Let me see this. Han Jingjing was too shy to care when someone bought something, and she started to give change to the customer. Chongqing, on the other hand, was holding a megaphone and continued to talk about the dire situation after their factory closed down. He said that they had worked hard for the factory for a year. But in the end the boss ran off with his sister-in-law and didn't pay them a penny. Those with old parents and young children had no money to feed their families, so they asked the young people to sell the goods. When he got excited, his eyes filled with tears as if his family was also unable to make ends meet. Behind every successful marketing campaign, there must be a moving story. Chongqing told the story with great emotion, while Han Jingjing was busy collecting money. Before 7 p.m., the 400 leather goods that Chongqing had brought from the wholesale market were sold out. Customers who couldn't buy any were still asking if there were any more in the factory. Chongqing said that there were still some, but they would have to wait until tomorrow to pull them over. The quantity was limited, so if they wanted them, they should come back early tomorrow. After another round of hunger marketing, the two of them packed up and left. Chongqing had planned to eat dinner at the night market before going back, but Han Jingjing would not agree to this at all. She held on tightly to the leather bag with the money in it and insisted on going back to the hotel first. Changqing was very helpless and had to follow her back to the hotel. As soon as they entered the room, Han Jingjing threw herself onto the bed and began counting the money. We're rich. We're rich. After counting the money, Han Jingjing's face turned red with excitement, and she hugged Changqing and jumped up and down. Do you know how much money we made? How much? Changqing asked calmly. More than 3,000. More than 3,000. Han Jingjing was so excited that she pouted and gave Chongqing a kiss. You're so smart. You can make so much money just by setting up a stall. If we set up a stall every day, we'll be millionaires. Han Jingjing was immersed in the fantasy of becoming rich, but Chongqing was not so optimistic. The reason why it went so well today was mainly because the advertisement was novel enough. Many people came with a sense of curiosity, and the combination of Changqing and Han Jingjing, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, was already very eye-catching. It was the result of multiple factors. Even if the business gets better and better, he won't be able to keep it up for long. Chapter 10, The Second Startup. The next day, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. The two of them went to buy 1,000 leather goods in the scorching sun. Just after noon, they arrived near the night market, and the horn began to play again. Leather factory, leather factory. Han Jingjing was not as shy as she had been the day before, and she was adept at counting out change. She was wearing a shirt and a skirt, with her hair tied up in a bun, her delicate face flushed from the sun, a few strands of hair stuck to her neck, and her back wet. Changqing felt a little sorry for her. Jingjing. You've worked hard. What's hard about it? I can laugh myself awake every day when I make so much money. Han Jingjing didn't care at all, but was full of energy instead. If she worked in a restaurant according to her ideas, she would probably not earn as much as she did in a year. Changqing didn't say anything more, went to the milk tea shop across the street, bought 2 cold drinks, put straws in them for Han Jingjing, and took out a paper towel to wipe the girl's sweat off her forehead. "Thank you." Han Jingjing took the cold drink with a smile, and before she had even taken a sip, she felt the sweetness reach her heart. If it could always be like this. But before she could be moved for long, she saw Changqing turn around and chat with the proprietress of the milk tea shop, and she was so angry that she stamped her feet in place. The milk tea shop has a very square facade, with glass walls and glass doors on the front. There are 3 sets of long tables and chairs inside, and on the left is a half-height long counter where the milk tea is made. The proprietress was about 27 or 28 years old, with a charming young woman's charm and a very talkative smile. "You two are really good at business. You must be making a lot of money every day, right?" Changqing had noticed her because she had a stall in the night market across from her. After all, it was hard to ignore the slogan. "Since you think so highly of it, why don't we switch?" Changqing put his hand on the counter and gave a harmless smile. "No, thanks." The proprietress smiled and brushed the hair behind her ear. "I can't take this kind of hardship, but your wife is a good girl. She's willing to come out and work with you in this heat, and she's so pretty. Don't let her down. Women are like that. No matter what you talk about, you can always bring it back to love." The boss misunderstood their relationship, and Changqing didn't care, saying directly, "I just think it's too hard for her to follow me around. I also want to open a milk tea shop and let her be the boss, just like you. I advise you to give up this idea." The boss is a very open-minded person, and she wasn't angry. Instead, she gently advised him. "Milk tea is a few dollars a cup, and the business is mediocre, barely enough to make ends meet. It's not as good as what you guys make, at least you don't have to worry about labor, water, electricity, and so on." She was telling the truth. The store had 2 employees, including her, and after all the expenses were paid, they only made 6,000 to 7,000 yuan a month, which was better than working for someone else, but not a lot of money. Seeing that the other party was a straightforward person, Changqing did not hide anything and said directly to the point. "I want to talk to you about a partnership." "What kind of cooperation?" Although the young man in front of her didn't look very old, he had a calm and reserved temperament, and the boss didn't look down on him too much. Changqing didn't answer, but asked. "The investment in your shop should be less than 50,000 yuan, right?" "Yes." The boss didn't hide it. At this time, milk tea shops didn't have franchises or anything like that. They all rented their own storefronts and bought their own equipment to operate. The rent is also very cheap, 12,000 yuan a year, plus simple decoration and equipment. The total cost is less than 30,000 yuan. But Changqing currently has limited funds, and he can't afford to pay for all of this. He can only borrow money to start a business. "What I mean is, I'll buy your store for 100,000 yuan, give you 10,000 yuan now, and the rest in a month. If you can't pay it off in a month, you can keep the money in the store. What do you think?" This. The proprietress was very tempted. How could she not be? Her annual profit is not even 100,000 yuan. If Changqing fails to pay the rest of the money within a month, the store will still be hers and she can still make a small profit. If she pays the rest of the money within a month, she can take the money and go somewhere else to open a new store, and she can make tens of thousands of dollars in a flash. The proprietress supported herself on the counter with both hands and thought for a moment before hesitantly saying, "Young man, you have to think it through. My shop doesn't make 100,000 yuan a year, and there are risks in business. What if business is bad?" "It's okay." Changqing smiled. "I don't even know your name. My name is Lin Shan. You can call me Lin Jia from now on." Lin Shan smiled and extended her hand, looking very generous. Changqing also introduced himself and shook hands with her. "Then, Sister Lin, let's make a deal. I'll bring the contract tomorrow. Also, for the next month, can you be the store manager for me? I'll pay you 3,000 yuan a month, plus a bonus at the end of the month." "No, no." Lin Shan waved her hand. "Since you gave me a deposit, I'm definitely going to stay and teach your wife." Even if Changqing didn't say it, she wouldn't leave. After all, the store is still hers. What if Changqing and the others caused trouble? Changqing thought that she could stay to train the staff and teach them how to make milk tea, so that even if she left, it wouldn't affect business. The goods sold more slowly than before, and it wasn't until around 9 p.m. that they were all sold out. Although she had made a lot of money, Han Jingjing was a bit sullen and didn't say a word on the way back to the hotel. Changqing put his arm around her shoulders and said with a laugh, "What's wrong, little brother?" "Humph." Han Jingjing pouted, shook her shoulders and quickened her pace. Changqing had no choice but to follow her. Back in the hotel room, Han Jingjing took off her shirt and threw it on the bed, and then went into the bathroom wearing a short skirt and a small dress. Changqing felt a bit puzzled. He made a cup of tea, sat on a bamboo chair, and watched TV in boredom. After a while, Han Jingjing came out and started looking for clothes. She was probably going to take a shower. Changqing went over to her and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Changqing didn't say anything, but as soon as he did, the girl immediately went crazy, rushing up and scratching and pinching him. Changqing was so annoyed that he pressed her down on the bed and gagged her. Han Jingjing was stunned for a few seconds, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She closed her eyes and responded awkwardly. Seeing that she had calmed down, Changqing rolled over and lay flat on the bed. Han Jingjing also followed suit and snuggled into his arms, blushing and biting her lip, not saying a word. "Tell me, what did I do to offend you?" "Humph." Han Jingjing snorted in pride and said sourly, "You're so shameless to flirt with such an old woman. I'm going to call you heir right now." "Damn it." Changqing was speechless. This jealousy is too much, isn't it? In the past, when he played around with Han Jingjing in front of Guan Yu didn't get as jealous as she did. Changqing patted her on the shoulder and said with a smile, "What will you tell you when you call her? That we slept in each other's arms that night, or that we..." "I..." Han Jingjing buried her head and was speechless. She knew that she was being unfair to Guan Yu, but... Chapter 11, A Man's Natural Talent. There is a lot to do in a lifetime, not only to change the fate of himself and a few women, but also to save the person who has done him a favor. Time is running out, and he really doesn't have time to play house with Han Jingjing. Otherwise, with their current attitude, Changqing would not be able to keep his heart at ease. At this moment, he lay on the bed, and she leaned against him, close enough to breathe on each other. Changqing stroked her smooth back and said seriously, "I'm here to talk about business with Lin Shan." "Let go." Han Jingjing almost revealed her true colors, but quickly pretended to be a lady again and said, "Who would believe it? She runs a milk tea shop, and we run a stall. What could we possibly have in common?" She didn't believe a word of it. "It's just that the owner looks so charming. I've heard it said before that some guys like older women." Could it be that Changqing? Looking at her changing expression, Changqing couldn't help but laugh and cry. "I want to buy her store and make you the boss." "Ah!" Han Jingjing suddenly looked up, and her head hit his chin, causing him to cry out in pain. "Don't be rash. A cup of milk tea is only a few dollars. You have to pay rent and utilities. How much money can you make?" Afraid that Changqing might take a wrong turn, Han Jingjing anxiously advised, "Changqing, let's just focus on selling leather goods. One can earn 10 to 20. Han Jingjing didn't understand, and Changqing expected this. He patted her head and explained patiently. The stall was just a means to quickly accumulate capital. Now that we have more than 10,000 yuan, we naturally need to do something else. You know, we only have more than 10,000 yuan. Han Jingjing rolled her eyes, and she really couldn't accept the idea of giving up such a profitable business to open a milk tea shop. "Changqing, do you think it's too tiring to run a stall? If you're tired, then you just stock up the goods and I'll sell them." Changqing looked at her deeply, and a little tenderness welled up in his heart. The original intention of his choice to set up a stall was to exercise Han Jingjing. He didn't want to see Han Jingjing suddenly become rich and then, because her moral character was not up to par, create a hidden danger for the future. After all, there are too few trustworthy people around him. In the future, if he wants to succeed, Han Jingjing will definitely have to play an important role. He then told her the method he had told Lin Shan. "No, no, no." Han Jingjing sat up straight and shook her head like a rattle. "You're being too reckless. If we lose, all our hard work over the past few days will have been for nothing. Don't worry." Of course, Changqing wasn't just selling milk tea. He was playing with cash flow, using the chicken to lay eggs. But this kind of thinking is too advanced, and it's hard to explain it in a short time. I'll just ask you directly. Jingjing, do you trust me? Obviously, she didn't expect Changqing to ask this question so suddenly, but Han Jingjing still replied seriously. Of course I believe you. We've been together for so many years. If I say I believe in someone in this world, it's definitely you. Han Jingjing's tone was firm, her eyes gentle and full of affection. Even Chang Cheng, who was as tough as iron, was moved by her trust. He said softly, when we were selling things at the market, could you have imagined that we would make so much money? This. Han Jingjing didn't know what to say, but she still chose to believe Changqing. Okay, but even if you want to open a milk tea shop, we won't. Don't worry, I've already talked it over with Lin Shan. She'll teach you. We'll hire more staff then, there won't be a shortage of manpower. Han Jingjing knew nothing about running a business, so since Changqing had made the decision, she could only support it. After washing up, she quickly snuggled into Changqing's arms. This was the moment she looked forward to most every day. Every day, she is embraced by the person she loves. The happiness is indescribable. She pouts and kisses the handsome man's cheek, and says sweetly, "Good night." In the following days, Changqing made some minor changes to the milk tea shop. He cut out a few windows in the glass wall facing the outside, put in waist-high tables, and re-established the price list. The flavors of the cups were also reassigned and customized. One morning half a month later, Han Jingjing was wearing a flight attendant uniform and standing in the middle of a window, smiling and greeting customers. Hello, beautiful. What would you like to drink? Is it true that you offer 68 packs for 1 month? A young girl in the front row asked with some uncertainty. Of course it is. A girl behind her said enthusiastically. I've been buying here for a week now, and I can choose whatever flavor I want. Then I'll get a membership card, and my friend will get one too. The little girl was beaming with happiness and her eyes were shining. On the price list above Han Jingjing's head, the cheapest drinks cost 8 yuan each, and the most expensive ones cost 30 to 40 yuan. A monthly subscription of 68 yuan gets you a free cup of tea every day for a month, which is a great deal. You can get your money back in just 2 days with the most expensive drink. Who can resist that? Not only does it give people who buy a membership the freedom to drink milk tea, but it's also like opening a blind box. You have to take a look at it first to see what copy is on the cup. It's very interesting. Those who like to drink milk tea have a purchase rate of almost 90% or more, and the cups also have various love-related copy. For example, when people are happy, they are not bound by the past, and they only think of memories when they are lonely. When she returned to the hotel that night, Han Jingjing took off her clothes and threw herself onto the bed, muttering in a big voice. I'm so tired. My legs don't feel like my own. Changqing also helped out, but he was so strong and healthy that he didn't feel anything. He went over to help with the massage and relaxation. Han Jingjing is 169 centimeters tall. Although she has a delicate baby face that makes her look a little small, her slender and well-proportioned figure is still very attractive. She doesn't hide anything from Changqing, and they sleep together all the time. It's not realistic to say that she doesn't feel anything. And men like to explore on dangerous peaks, especially climbing mountains barehanded in their sleep, which is a natural skill. Every morning, Han Jingjing would bite her lips and blush, which made Changqing very worried. Every time he mentioned the idea of sleeping apart, she would pretend to be in tears, and he would feel too bad to bring it up again. Han Jingjing lay on the bed, enjoying Changqing's gentle service, and said lazily, Changqing, we sold more than 500 membership cards today. If this continues, we won't be able to stay in business for long, will we? Changqing pressed his thigh lightly. Hey, you're not pressing hard enough. Han Jingjing complained, but in fact, Changqing's touch was not very comfortable. However, she liked the feeling of being pampered, and endured the messy feeling and said, although our costs are not high, with the staff and various expenses, a cup is almost more than 3 yuan. 68 drinks a month is more than 100 yuan. Don't we lose half? It's not as bad as losing half of our profits. In theory, we would lose half of our money, but in order to delay the time of closing, Changqing introduced a special price of 3 yuan for a cup of lemon tea and sour plum juice. A cup costs less than $1, and in the heat of the day, those passing by would drink it as if it were a bottle of water, so sales were also very good. But even so, it was only a matter of time before the business closed down. Chapter 12, 20 Days for 3 Businesses. Changqing's main goal in opening the milk tea shop was to use this low-cost monthly subscription method to quickly gather a sum of money. And then use this money to start a company. After the company makes a profit, it will use the company's money to make up for the shortfall in the milk tea shop. It's a trick of borrowing a chicken to lay eggs and walking on a tightrope. If the company does not generate enough profit within a month, then the milk tea shop will not only close down, but he will also owe a debt of at least several 100,000 yuan. At this time in the hotel room, the air conditioner was set to 26 degrees. Han Jingjing was lying on the bed in a big character position, while Changqing was kneeling on the side, giving her a massage. To say that massage is really tiring, even for a beautiful woman. Changqing rubbed his sore hands and sat down, saying, "Jingjing. Han Jingjing was lying on the bed, almost asleep, and responded in a dreamlike state. "I'm going to start a company, and you can help me. As for the milk tea shop, I'll leave it to Lin Shan. Give her a raise, and she should say yes." "Open a company?" Han Jingjing suddenly woke up and turned around in surprise. "We're doing well with the milk tea shop, why would we need to open a company? Don't spend money recklessly." "I plan to start a software company." Changqing didn't beat around the bush and said what was on his mind. "If you want to make money quickly, you have to start with the internet. How much money is needed? Is our money enough?" Although she thought that the 100,000 yuan in her hands was a lot, when she heard about starting a company, she still felt that it was a bit far away. And then, it's only been 20 days since she came to the provincial capital, and she's already changing her third business. She feels a little out of place with the fast pace. It must be said that the influence of one's family of origin on one's perception is enormous. Girls like Han Jingjing, although they have good grades, don't have many opportunities to broaden their horizons. Han Jingjing's reaction was within Changqing's expectations, and he said calmly, "First, we need to find an office space. The best kind is one that is divided into small offices, and there are usually some basic office desks and chairs. If you pay 3 months in advance and 1 month in arrears, it should cost less than 10,000 yuan. Then there are computers, which should cost about 100,000 yuan. Changqing got up, took a sip of mineral water, and continued. As for the staff, 3 or 5 people with some technical knowledge will be enough for the early stages. At least 10 salespeople, preferably all girls, and 2 or 3 people who know about art and can draw will complete the basic structure of the early stages. Hearing that it would cost so much money, Han Jingjing subconsciously felt panicked, but she still asked seriously, "How much will you pay them?" The base salary for part-time employees is 1,500 yuan, and 2,000 yuan for full-time employees. The commission is calculated separately. In 2005, there were too many jobs that paid less than 1,000. The average new intern would only earn a few hundred to 1,000 before being promoted. With so many people, the monthly salary is tens of thousands of dollars. Why do you need so many women? Can't men do sales? This is what Han Jingjing is most concerned about. She has seen many scenes on TV where male bosses bully female subordinates. Most of our customers are men, so it's easier for female sales to communicate with them. As for money, it should be enough, after all, the salary is only paid a month later. Han Jingjing's thoughts were clear to Changqing, who reached out and touched her head, smiling and explaining. It was all new territory for her, and she felt dizzy. She leaned into Changqing's arms and fell asleep in no time. The next morning, Changqing settled the deal with Lin Shan about the milk tea shop and took Han Jingjing to a nearby clothing mall. Han Jingjing blinked her eyes wide and looked around. The two of them had been in the provincial capital for some time, but they had never been to these luxurious places. Holding Changqing's arm, she said with some embarrassment, "What are we doing here? Let's go rent a place first, otherwise we'll have to stay in a hotel at night, which is a waste of money. I've already planned what to do. Just follow me." Changqing didn't explain much, and led her into the mall. They found a store selling professional clothing. It was probably just opened, and a saleswoman was still tidying up the counter. She looked up at the two of them, probably thinking that they didn't look like they would be spending money, and then continued to do her own thing. Although Han Jingjing was a little embarrassed, the power of beautiful clothes on women is not age-specific. She looked at a few items with sparkling eyes, but after seeing the price tag, she looked a little unnatural. She whispered in his ear. "It's so expensive. Everything is 2 or 300 yuan. Should we go somewhere else?" Chang Qing thought it was very cheap. He thought to himself, what color would suit Han Jingjing? At Han Jingjing's age, black is too deep, and brighter colors are better. Chang Qing didn't care about the salesperson's rudeness. Now he wouldn't waste time on people like that. He called the salesperson over and pointed to several color combinations and said, "Find her a suitable size for these." He pointed at Han Jingjing. The salesperson looked at Chang Qing with a serious expression. "You go find them quickly. As long as she can wear them, I'll take all of them. Don't think about whether I can afford them or not. I don't have time to joke with you." Chang Qing's expression was cold, and his tone was unmistakable. Han Jingjing was about to speak, but Chang Qing stopped her with a raised hand as if he had anticipated what she was going to say. "Get her a few more shirts, but not black. Just match the colors." Okay. The salesperson knew that she had made a mistake, so she led Han Jingjing to the fitting room with a warm smile. Han Jingjing was used to obeying, so when Chang Qing told her to change, she immediately followed him into the fitting room. Taking advantage of the time, Chang Qing selected a few pairs of trousers and shirts in the men's section. In his previous life, all of his clothes were black, and he still has a soft spot for black. Han Jingjing was in the fitting room, and after a long time she came out with a slightly flushed face and looked at Chang Qing with anticipation. "What do you think? Do I look good?" Chang Qing turned around and couldn't help but be dazzled. Han Jingjing was wearing a light pink suit, a small blazer on top, and a white shirt with a floral round neck inside. The slim design accentuated her curves even more. The skirt, which covered her lower body to the middle of her thighs, was neither too short nor too long, and was considered to be just right. The flat shoes were a bit disappointing, and if they had been high heels, they would have been perfect. Han Jingjing has delicate facial features, bright almond-shaped eyes, small cherry lips, and fair skin that is so delicate it seems to drip. Now wearing a uniform, she looks less green and more charming. If she were to wear stockings... Seeing Chang Qing's eyes go straight, Han Jingjing lightly pursed her red lips with a little pride. She didn't expect it to look so good when she put it on, but it was not very convenient to move around, and she felt tight everywhere. There's no need to try anything else, as long as the size fits. Chang Qing was very satisfied with Han Jingjing's outfit and pointed to the men's section, saying, "Also pack up these men's clothes." "Yes, sir." The salesperson was overjoyed, his eyes almost laughing away. He had never expected to meet such a big customer so soon after opening, and thinking about the commission, his attitude was even better, calling him sir and miss over and over again. Chapter 13, Xin Wenjing makes her debut. After going out, Chang Qing bought her several sets of clothes and shoes to wear on a regular basis. Although it was a very ordinary small shopping mall, it cost a small 10,000 yuan to buy so many things. Han Jingjing was so excited that she was trembling all over. This was the first time she had ever bought such expensive clothes, and she had bought so many of them. She couldn't help but persuade him. "Chang Qing, I know you love me, but you're going to start a company. How can you spend money so recklessly?" Chang Qing was speechless when he saw the happy and sweet girl. Women's thinking is really strange. As long as you spend money on them, they can talk about their feelings. As the two walked out of the mall, Chang Qing asked her face to face, "Jingjing, what do you think is the most important thing when dealing with people?" "Well, it's sincerity." Han Jingjing said without thinking, "Isn't the most important thing in making friends being sincere? The world of business is a battlefield where people are constantly scheming and plotting." "Oh, sincerity?" Chang Qing's face showed a wry smile. "You're still too young. Learn from me slowly. You talk like you're so much older than me. You're 2 months younger than me on your birthday. From now on, please call me your elder sister." Han Jingjing rolled her eyes in a haughty manner. But the idea of a brother-sister relationship sounded exciting, and she blushed all the way up to her neck as she thought about it. Ugh! Chang Qing was covered in black lines. The issue of age made him a little embarrassed, and he forgot that he was younger than Han Jingjing. "Listen to me," Chang Qing said with a serious face. "In business, first impressions are the most important. Since we don't know each other, we can only judge the level of trust based on appearance, temperament, clothing, and other external factors such as watches, cars, and handbags. Although people are not to be judged by appearances, the first impression between people is actually the most important. Especially when you are at the bottom of society. You can't dress casually like those who have achieved success. They have been in power for a long time and have developed enough aura, so they don't need external objects to set off. It's like some people, who look very ordinary, but give off a strong sense of oppression. Changqing pressed her shoulders with both hands and said very seriously, "Jinjing. Remember, from now on, I'm not the same person I used to be, and you're not the same person you used to be. This moment is the beginning of our new life." Seeing Han Jingjing's confused expression, Changqing didn't expect her to grow up all of a sudden. After all, growth requires tempering. The two returned to the hotel, changed into new clothes, and went to the internet cafe to check rental information. This was his first time starting a company, so he wanted to rent a nice place. After all, the office location and the atmosphere of the surrounding companies can also be infectious. After browsing for a while, he came across an ad that caught his attention. It was for a law firm looking for a roommate. Changqing was about to start his own company, and the other party was a law firm, so it was a good idea to ask for advice. After writing down the contact information, he took out his mobile phone and dialed the number. "Hello, who is this?" A cold female voice came from the receiver. "Oh, hello. I saw on the internet that you are looking for a roommate, right? Well, are you interested?" "Yes. If it's convenient for you, I'd like to come over and take a look." "Sure, just come directly to the address." After hanging up, the two of them took a taxi to the law firm. This is a CBD business district, surrounded by high-rise buildings, full of the arrogance and oppression of a big city. Han Jingjing looked up at the dozens of floors of the office building in front of her, curious and a little uneasy, and said, "Changqing, this must be very expensive, right?" "Don't worry, we can afford it." Changqing patted her head affectionately and walked into the Rongwang building together. After registering at the door, they took the elevator to the 6th floor. A corridor with 3 people walking down the middle is in front of their eyes, and the names of the companies on this floor are marked on one side of the wall. Almost all of them are law firms, and there are nearly 10 of them. One of them is a law firm called Qingyi, which is the destination of this trip. The two of them walked up to the door of this law firm, and the 2 glass doors were wide open. Inside, the cubicles are irregularly arranged. A young woman in a business suit sees the 2 men coming in and quickly gets up from her desk to greet them. "Do you have a case to consult?" "No." Changqing looked around the interior while replying. "I called earlier and you said you had a shared apartment." "Share a room?" The young woman was stunned for a second, then said, "Oh, yes, just now Lawyer Qin said that you can come in and take a look. This is the office area, this is the reception area, and this is the pantry." The young woman led the 2 men around, introducing them as they went. The entire open space is about 100 square meters, with more than 10 workstations and a reception area with frosted glass partitions. Plus 2 offices, a conference room. These places are basically all the same. After a cursory look, Changqing asked, "How much? Is the price?" "I have to ask about that." After saying that, the little girl walked to the door of the innermost office and knocked on it. "Qin Lu, the person who is going to share the apartment is here." "Yes, let them in." With a cold voice, the girl opened the door and invited the 2 in sideways. The office was about 20 square meters, with a circular black leather sofa, floor-to-ceiling windows on one wall, and a simple, bright interior. Behind the dark red desk sat a woman in her 30s, with her hair tied back and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her high nose. She said lightly, "You can sit down first." Changqing didn't mind her rudeness, and pulled Han Jingjing onto the black leather sofa. From his current perspective, he was facing that perfect profile, with rosy lips and a dazzling smile. The eyes behind the glasses were fixed on the screen, and her slender fingers were tapping away on the keyboard. A purple short-sleeved shirt tightly wrapped her proud bust, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. Bright and elegant, mature and enchanting. This was Changqing's first impression. Seeing Changqing staring at her, Han Jingjing was jealous and pouted, twisting his waist and giving him a warning look. "What a jealous little thing." Changqing opened her hand with a wry smile and relaxed his body against the sofa. After a few minutes, The young girl came in with a few cups of coffee and placed them on the coffee table in front of the two of them. Then she left the office. At this point, the woman seemed to have finished her work, rubbed her temples tiredly, and then got up and walked over. The purple shirt was tucked into a gray skirt, her waist was thin and round, like an hourglass, and she had a pair of long, seductive legs. Whether in a previous life or in this life, Changqing had never seen a woman with such a body. Especially the powerful aura she exudes, just thinking about it makes you feel shivering all over, and you would probably peel off a layer of skin if you were stuck with her. Han Jingjing couldn't take her eyes off her either. Although she was beautiful, she was still too green compared to this mature and enchanting woman. Chapter 14, where this life stream begins. The woman sat on the sofa not far from the two of them, her porcelain white, long, slender legs crossed, her pointed, high heels dangling in the air, her red lips lightly parted, and she said in a faint voice, "Which law firm do you work for?" "We are not lawyers." Chang took a sip of coffee and calmed down, saying, "We plan to rent this place and open a software company." "Oh." The woman was obviously a little surprised, her voice lengthened a little, and she frowned slightly and thought for a moment. "I have 14 workstations, 2 offices, a conference room, a total of 160 square meters, and an annual rent of 180,000. Except for this office, everything else can be sublet. If you can't take it all at once, there's no point in talking." "That's no problem." Changqing also cut to the chase. "How will the rent be split?" "Based on the square footage, my office is 22 square meters, and the annual rent is 24,750. The other areas total 138 square meters, 155,250 yuan. That's too expensive." Han Jingjing blurted out in a panic. They only have 130,000 yuan in their hands, and they still need to buy computer equipment and other things, so they can't afford to rent here. This price is within Changqing's expectations. Although it is now 2005, this is the price in the business district. He patted her on the back to reassure her, then turned to the woman and said, "May I ask your name?" "Xin Wenjing." "Sister Jing, right?" Changqing called out in a familiar tone and then said, "Sister Jing, since we came in person, we naturally came with sincerity. Although it is reasonable in terms of square meters, you are using the best office, so I'm afraid it's not reasonable to calculate like this. As the tenant, I spent a lot of time choosing the location and signing the contract in the first place. It is only reasonable to give priority to this place." Obviously, this sister didn't work. Xin Wenjing's expression remained indifferent, and the look she gave him was even a bit aggressive. This kind of look is very uncomfortable. Changqing immediately stopped smiling and his tone became a little lower. "You want to share the apartment because you want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right?" "Oh? How do you mean?" As if touched by the words, Xin Wenjing raised the corners of her mouth and her body leaned forward a little. Looking at the button in front of her that she was struggling to hold on to, Changqing couldn't help but sigh, this woman is really a demon. It seems that a casual glance from her foaming eyes can make people's adrenaline soar uncontrollably, arousing their instinctual desires. Even Changqing was aroused by a desire to conquer, and then he said without mercy, "You run a law firm, and face saving is more important than anything else. But here, there are only 2 people, which means you're on the verge of bankruptcy. That's why you came up with the idea of sharing an office. It relieves the financial pressure, and it also makes people think that there are many people here, that it's busy, and that it seems like a good business, right?" After that, he looked at her with a piercing gaze. But he didn't see the expression he wanted. Xin Wenjing's expression remained indifferent, but she took a sip of her coffee with an elegant and composed gesture. She is indeed a strong woman. She was unmoved by such a straightforward exposure of her thoughts, and her face remained flawless. If it weren't for the high heels that had been dangling all along, she would have put them down on the ground. Changqing really thought he had guessed wrong and continued to add, "I run a software company, and most of my clients are online, so I don't have any clients coming to my door, and naturally I don't need a sign." This time, Xin Wenjing's eyes brightened a little, and she opened her red lips and said, "How much do you want to lower it?" Changqing was not in a hurry to talk about money, and added fuel to the fire. "The young lady just now should be your assistant. I can leave her a place at the door. As long as a customer comes in, she can receive them first. I can also guarantee that my employees won't say a word, and even tacitly they are all your employees." "Interesting." Qin Wenjing looked at him deeply, raised the corners of her lips, and her indifferent eyes softened a little. 120,000. 80,000. 100,000. Sold. Annual payment. Pay 3 and pledge 1. Qin Wenjing lowered her head and thought for a moment. Okay, it's a deal. After the deal was done, Chang Cheng brazenly said, Miss Jing, I see that all the office equipment on your desk is still there. Do you mind if I use it for a while? Okay. But you have to pay for everything else. It is only right that Changqing should pay for the water, electricity, and property management fees. After all, Qin Wenjing only has one computer in her office, so it really doesn't use much electricity. After signing the contract, it was almost noon. The assistant ordered a lunchbox, and after eating together, Changqing left the building with Han Jingjing. As soon as they left the building, the little girl lost her temper. You really have no taste. What's so interesting about an old lady? Han Jingjing pouted, obviously jealous. Qin Wenjing looked to be in her 30s, and Han Jingjing was only 18, so it wasn't too much of a stretch to call her auntie, but Changqing didn't like the title at all, and said, You don't know anything. Mature women are more attractive than little girls like you. Besides, my girlfriend doesn't keep me on a short leash like this. Humph. I'm your girlfriend now, aren't I? Han Jingjing was really unhappy now, and she reached out and started pinching the soft flesh on Changqing's waist. Thank goodness your girlfriend is temporary. If it were permanent, you would have bored me to death. As soon as Changqing spoke, he regretted it. Before the little girl could get mad, he quickly hugged her shoulders and walked out with a smile on his face. Han Jingjing said, You're really pretty. You have a lowly face and a huge body. You're thin and have a lot of stuff, but you look too young. You look like a high school student. I really can't bring myself to do it. In the afternoon, the two of them split up, with Han Jingjing going to rent a nearby apartment and Changqing going to the computer city to buy equipment. Wenjing has 14 sets of office equipment, which is quite high-end. Changqing only needs to add some assembly machines for the sales staff to use. I think today was a great day. Not only did I save tens of thousands of dollars in rent, but I also got a batch of equipment for free. He went to the computer city and found a store that sold computers. He bought 10 computers at a time, each costing about 2,000 yuan, and bought a laptop for Han Jingjing. He then bought some office desks and chairs on the first floor. After coordinating the delivery, he went to the business hall to set up a dedicated network. At around 5 o'clock, Han Jingjing called to say that she had found a place to live and asked if they should move. Changqing thought about it for a moment and decided not to. The things he had ordered were about to be delivered, and he was busy, so he asked Han Jingjing to tidy up the place briefly and then come back to the company. At around 6 o'clock, the tables, chairs and computer were delivered, and the accompanying workers set them up according to Changqing's requirements. When the power was being tested, Han Jingjing also returned. She was wearing a white sleeveless dress with a long skirt that only revealed a small section of her calf. Her refined and elegant temperament was instantly on display. It turns out that no matter how good-looking you are, you still need to dress up. Now you can't see the shadow of when she just came from the county seat. The few young men who came to deliver the computer were all 17 or 18 years old. They had never seen such a pretty girl before, and they were too shy to look at her. Changqing also had some size. He was once such a simple teenager, but unfortunately everything could not be returned. After everyone had left, Han Jingjing quietly went to the office and looked around. She then turned and asked softly, Isn't Jing there? Sure enough, there is hostility between beautiful women. Changqing shook his head and smiled lightly. They are elites, working from 9 to 5. As soon as she heard that he was not there, Han Jingjing immediately turned into a butterfly in the flower garden, looking here and there, touching this and that, her little face flushed with excitement. This place will be ours from now on. Yes. Changqing looked at the place where his life's dream began, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. Chapter 15, Upset. Han Jingjing looked around inside and out. Except for Qin Wenjing's office, which she couldn't enter, the rest was their territory. Suddenly, she regretted renting the apartment and ran over to grab his hand. Changqing, this place is so big, and there's an office. I feel like we don't need to rent a house anymore, we can just live in the office. Looking at the innocent little girl in front of him, Changqing suddenly felt a little tired. Could such a simple mind really be cultivated? The main reason he chose this place was because it was in a business district, where you could see the social elite everywhere. He thought that by exposing Han Jingjing to the environment and the people around her, she would become his right-hand woman in the future. Now it seems that on the computer desk at the far end, there were two briefcases. Changqing picked up one of them and took out a white notebook from it and handed it to her. "This is for you." Han Jingjing naturally knew what it was. Some of her former high school classmates had them, as did Guan Yu. She wanted to say that it was too expensive, but then she thought about the tens of thousands of dollars Changqing had spent on her clothes in the past 2 days, and her eyes filled with tears. Han Jingjing took the notebook and held it in her arms. Instantly, misty tears welled up in her eyes. She stood on tiptoe and lightly kissed his lips. "Thank you. Why are you crying?" Changqing reached out to wipe away the tears from her eyes, but Han Jingjing looked at him with red eyes. "What am I to you?" She had wanted to ask this question for many years, and now she had finally summoned up the courage to ask it, almost using up all her strength. The expectation and longing in her eyes struck Changqing's heart like a sword. But he couldn't answer. What can you say about Changqing? In his previous life, before the age of 18, he was a simple and somewhat sensitive person. But in the years that followed, he worked in a secret organization, and all he heard and saw was the darkest and most despicable side of the world. His mind was already free of shackles, and his personality could be described as cold. He could use people, not to mention money and love, as tools, and he was not bound by morality. To put it more simply, he is not worthy of the pure and passionate love of Guan Yu and Han Jingjing. Changqing may still love, but he is restrained and introverted, and can even be rational to the point of cruelty. Don't think too much. I'm just talking. Seeing Changqing not speaking, Han Jingjing forced herself to smile brightly. She already knew the answer, but she was just unwilling to accept it. She then forced a smile and said, "There are so many computers, we have to watch over them here. What if there are thieves at night? There are security guards here 24 hours a day." Changqing rolled his eyes, but since the site selection was over, the next priority was to hire staff. "Jingjing, you go home and sleep by yourself tonight. I have to do some preparations here." "I don't want to. I'm scared to be alone." Han Jingjing was unhappy to hear this, and rubbed her little head against his chin, acting cute and adorable. In fact, Changqing was also a little worried about letting Han Jingjing live alone. "Let's go eat first." The two of them returned to the pedestrian street and ate something casual. They checked out of the hotel together, picked up their luggage, and then took a taxi to the place where they would be renting a room. The two-bedroom apartment had a small balcony and the furniture was new. Han Jingjing went to the small bedroom first to put her luggage down, so Changqing had to go to the large bedroom. After they finished packing and taking a shower, Changqing took her to the nearby night market to buy some bedding and a small bag for her. The metal chain slung diagonally across her shoulder separated her cleavage and looked quite fashionable. Finally, he bought her underwear and safety pants. This kind of operation is very common for an old man like Changqing who is used to seeing women. But for a young girl like Han Jingjing, it was a sweet experience that melted her heart. In fact, most girls are like this. They don't like to make choices, and they like men who can spoil them and make choices for them, as long as the man's choices are exactly what she wants. When they got home, they made their beds and each took a thin quilt with them back to the company. They turned on their computers at their workstations. It wasn't hard to get online in the small county town, but it was impossible to get high and play. The two of them usually made a little money, but it was gone in a few hours. Guan Yu had money, and often wanted to give it to Changqing. Could a grown man like Changqing accept money from a woman? Even when he was leaving, Guan Yu insisted on giving Changqing his mother's 7 million yuan, but Changqing firmly refused. A strong man must rely on his own hard work to achieve a sense of accomplishment. Han Jingjing posted a job ad online, while he was working on the planning report. After all, with 18 years of knowledge and technology, it is not an overstatement to say that this period is a blow to the next dimension. Not only did he make a plan for the immediate future, but he also outlined the general direction of future investment. Han Jingjing finished quickly, downloaded a penguin, and went on to look through her friends list. Changqing glanced at her and asked, "Is Yuer online?" "No." Han Jingjing pouted in annoyance. Changqing also downloaded one for himself. His friends list was very clean, with only 3 people, Guan Yu, Han Jingjing, and himself. Guan Yu was not online, so Chongqing opened a window to leave a message for Guan Yu. Han Jingjing watched from the side, and Chongqing did not avoid it. He wrote a bunch of mushy things like "I miss you and love you," which made Han Jingjing roll her eyes. Shameless. Han Jingjing left a comment and then went back to playing her own game. The next day, it was a bit cloudy. Chongqing took Han Jingjing to the relevant department to register the company, and Han Jingjing became the legal person with a 3% shareholding. Han Jingjing didn't understand, but she saw that Chongqing wanted to give her shares and wanted to decline, but under Chongqing's stern gaze, she obediently signed the contract. At this time, Han Jingjing did not know that this 3% would become a huge fortune in the future. At first, there were so many things to do that the two of them had to split up. Han Jingjing went to the house to get the internet cable and buy household goods. Chongqing went to contact a server rental company, and when he returned to the company, Qin Wenjing's assistant had already set up a separate desk by the door, like a receptionist. When she saw Chongqing coming in, she greeted him. "Chongqing, I'm going to order lunch. Do you want some?" "Well, you can order lunch together from now on. I'll pay for it." This assistant is called Yang Lu, and she is very easy to get along with. "No, it's just a favor." Yang Lu politely declined. It was just the cost of the meal, and Chongqing didn't care about that. He was mainly thinking that Yang Lu was also a lawyer, and she must be familiar with legal affairs. In the future, if the company has any legal issues, we can also consult her. It is necessary to build a good relationship. Sister Lulu will be colleagues in the future, so it's too formal to say that. Okay then. Perhaps she liked the way I called her sister, because she smiled and began to make a phone call to order food. Chapter 16, Joey Man makes an appearance. After lunch, Chongqing opened his mailbox and found dozens of job applications. With such a high salary, it's no problem to find someone. The conditions are also very flexible, and they can work full-time or part-time. I expect there will be more applicants in the next 2 days, so I can choose the right one. Around 1 o'clock, Han Jingjing came back. She was wearing a white, large-collared shirt and small-legged Western-style pants, looking very capable and a bit like a city lady. The only thing that was a bit off was her delicate baby face, which made her look a bit too young. Fortunately, Yang Lu was very enthusiastic and helped as an interviewer, and the three of them looked very official. 9 people came for an interview that afternoon. Chongqing liked one of the technical candidates, Zhang Kai, who was very introverted and didn't ask or speak much. He only became a bit more confident when talking about technology. He is a senior at the same school as Chongqing. He is a senior this year and failed to get an internship because of his personality. The interviewer was afraid that he might have depression. The other two, a man and a woman, were applying for sales positions. The man was called Lu Yuhua and the woman was called Li Lingling. Both were very eloquent. With Chongqing, there were 5 people in the company. In the evening, the two of them were lying on the sofa in the reception area. Chongqing asked, "Jingjing, they'll be starting work tomorrow, so let's clarify our division of labor. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it." Han Jingjing looked at him sideways, her tone casual. "Since we've registered the company, we have to formalize everything. In the future, you'll be in charge of administration and I'll be in charge of technology." "What does that mean? Am I to be the deputy manager?" "No, you'll be the general manager, and I'll be the technical director." Han Jingjing sat up straight on the sofa and said in surprise, "How can this be? The company is yours, how can you make me the general manager? I don't know how to manage." "Don't worry. Listen to me slowly." Chongqing encouraged her, "The real reason I started this company is to pave the way for the future. You won't understand it now, but you just need to know that from tomorrow on, you will be the boss of this company, and all the employees will listen to you." Putting Han Jingjing in charge is just a formality, so that Chongqing can operate behind the scenes. It doesn't matter whether she has the ability or not for the time being. "Well, then I'll give it a try." Han Jingjing was still very nervous, but also a little excited. She was going to be the general manager? When you have time, take a look at the management plan I wrote and sent to your email. Also, I plan to train Zhang Kai today. I'll let him be the head of the technical department first, and you can choose one of the 2 salesmen to be the head of the sales department. The most important thing in business is to train helpers. If you rely on yourself, you will be exhausted. Han Jingjing felt the pressure. Why do you have to choose for me? I just said that you would be in charge of management and I would be in charge of technology. Everything except the technology department would be under your control. Well, that's fine. Han Jingjing sounded a bit unsure. There is also the problem of eating. Our small company has low cohesion. Let's order lunch together at noon. It won't cost much more, and we can eat together and have a better atmosphere. As Chongqing continued to talk, Han Jingjing felt that it wasn't so difficult after all. The next day, the 3 people who applied for the job yesterday officially started work. Chongqing called Zhang Kai to the conference room and talked to him for more than an hour about the software he needed to make. Mr. Chang, what you're saying is too simple. Zhang Kai was confident, I can make it in 2 months. Chongqing didn't doubt this. What he had to do was to design a billing system for internet cafes. The existing internet cafes use almost all pirated software, which is not only not smooth enough, but also has many loopholes. Chongqing's task was to improve the existing system according to the billing system of the internet cafes of the future. According to the current market, there are more than 100 million computers in internet cafes across the country. If more than half of them use his system, it will be very promising. Chang Cheng took out a cigarette and offered one to Zhang Kai. He lit one up himself and continued. The existing billing system has many loopholes. I can come up with dozens of ways to hack it myself, and the management interface is also very problematic. It often crashes, especially with promotions like fill up and get a free gift, which makes it easy to cheat. Many people who have worked as cashiers know that as long as they know the back-end password and change the ratio of recharge to cash back, they can pocket the set amount. Chongqing is going to fix these loopholes and optimize the version based on this foundation, making the screen more beautiful, more stable, and more fluid to use. More importantly, the interface of each computer managed by the background can be changed by the internet cafe owner. If there is some kind of activity, it can be displayed directly on the customer's computer. You can also tell the front desk what you need, such as a bottle of Coke for the second machine. Hearing this, Zhang Kai had a rough idea of what was involved. It wasn't difficult, but it would take a little time. Mr. Chang. If you give me 3 people, I can definitely get it done in a month. Zhang Kai was very confident. Chang Qing knew this very well. This was not a technical job at all. It was just a matter of applying some business logic. If he added his own words, the progress would be much faster. In the morning, Han Jingjing replied to many job seekers, and in the afternoon, more than 20 people came in succession. Although there were many applicants for sales, there were not many applicants for technical positions. However, in the technical field, it is feared that the goods are compared with each other. Zhang Kai's skills are just beginner's level in Chongqing's eyes, but the feeling of applying for the job is not even beginner's level. In the end, Chongqing thought about it. It wasn't a big job, so he would find a few people to help out first, and then finish the preliminary work. Once he had figured this out, the pace of recruitment quickened considerably. The recruitment was taking place in the conference room. Towards the end, a girl came in, sat down in a chair and kept her head down, looking timid. At first, Chongqing didn't pay much attention to her, thinking that she was like Zhang Kai, an introverted person who didn't like to talk. Looking at her resume, she was only 18 years old, just like Chongqing, and her name was Jiao Yiman. She had just been accepted into the Academy of Fine Arts to study painting. It wasn't until Chongqing asked her if she had any part-time work experience that she looked up. In an instant, Chongqing felt a flash of light. Her face was perfectly oval, with distinct facial features, a thin upper lip and a thick lower lip, and her warm white skin was very bright and beautiful. But her temperament was very gentle, pure, quiet, and even kind. Her eyes were clear and seemed to reflect the heart. 2 pigtails, a white t-shirt, and overalls. The strong contrast between her looks and temperament made Chongqing, an old man, feel a slight stirring in his heart. Facing Chongqing's gaze, Joyman was so nervous that she stuttered. No. Nothing. Han Jingjing, who was standing next to her, was already a little upset when she saw Chongqing staring at her with his eyes wide open. She was about to take the opportunity to tell her to go back and wait for news, but Chongqing spoke first. Xiao Yiman, right? Don't be nervous. I see that you studied painting. We are in need of people like you. go back and get ready. You can start work tomorrow. Han Jingjing was so angry that her mouth was about to twist. What kind of talent is she? She's only the same age as me. It was obvious that he was just trying to flirt with his subordinate because he thought she was pretty. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that way. She lifted her high heels and stepped on Changqing's feet several times. Feeling the pain in her feet, Changqing remained calm and composed, still wearing a smile. Chapter 17, Seeing Myself Get Angry. It's not that Changqing is tempted by the sight of a pretty woman, but the temperament and appearance of Joyman made him have other plans in mind. After Joyman left, Han Jingjing asked angrily, "Are you interested in her?" "You're drooling." "No." Chang Cheng explained with a straight face. "We were planning to hire 3 people who knew how to draw, but now only one has come, which means it might not be easy to find someone. Now is the time to use her, and if she doesn't work out, we can always fire her later." "Really?" "Of course it's true. It's all about work." Seeing Changqing's serious and solemn look, Han Jingjing believed him a little and didn't pursue the matter any further. "There are 7 people in the technical department, 9 in the sales department, and 2 of us, making a total of 18 people. Are you still hiring?" "We will definitely recruit more people, but we will raise the requirements a bit." "So what's the next step?" With so many people hired, Han Jingjing also felt the urge to do something big. The basic framework of the company was complete, and Changqing also needed to prepare a simple training for the employees, so that the sales staff could have a basic understanding of the products they would be selling, so that they wouldn't be at a loss when customers asked them questions. In the following days, Changqing led the technical department to work day and night. Han Jingjing was directing the sales department to collect information. Only Joyman was a bit special. She was a painter, and Changqing recruited her to use her aesthetic perspective to improve the overall aesthetics of the software interface. After all, the operation is diverse, and the interface is naturally not a single one. Changqing, who came from the future, knew best how important the appearance of a product was. But now it's just the beginning, and she has nothing to do, so she is pulled over by Han Jingjing to work part-time as an assistant. One morning, Changqing was hard at work coding when Yang Lu ran over to him and said that Qin Wenjing's computer had frozen up and asked if he could fix it. This kind of trivial matter is naturally not difficult for him, and he immediately followed him into the office. This was the second time Changqing had entered this office since they had started living together. Qin Wenjing was wearing a brown shirt, with her long wavy hair tied back, sitting in an office chair with her eyes closed. Hearing the noise, she said politely, "Thank you for your trouble." "Hey! After all, we are partners, and helping each other out is the right thing to do." Changqing smiled warmly and walked around her, his eyes lingering on her for a moment before quickly moving away. "With such a voluptuous figure, I guess she's even angry at herself." Changqing steadied his mind and focused on the computer screen. It was a common occurrence for pirated systems to have bugs. He got a patch to fix it, and the rest of the time was spent waiting for the recovery. At this time, Qinwen was sitting in her office chair, her body slightly leaning back, while Changqing was standing next to her, leaning on the armrest of the chair with one hand, and looking down at the computer. The side of her face clearly shows her breathing, with a warm aroma. Changqing lowered his head slightly, feeling uncomfortable, and then his eyes were drawn to the beautiful legs under the black skirt, which were so smooth and overlapping that he could even see the fine lines on them. Fortunately, his skills were excellent, and the problem was quickly solved, and the computer screen returned to its original appearance. It was an electronic document. Changqing subconsciously glanced at it and realized it was a document for filing for divorce. Straightening up, he said in surprise. "Jing, you're still in a divorce lawsuit?" Although the two had little contact, he had heard some things from Yang Lu these days. Qin Wenjing specializes in economic cases, which is completely different from divorce cases. It was a friend who introduced them, so it was more like a favor. Qin Wenjing took off her glasses, rubbed her forehead, and looked very tired. In theory, the two of them have little in common, let alone friendship, but when they first shared an apartment, Changqing got a big advantage, so she decided to help her out. "I think you're going to start with domestic violence, right?" "Well, the man cheated on his wife and also committed domestic violence. I had the client do a medical evaluation of the injuries, and the chances of winning are still very high." "Have you ever thought that this is too easy for him?" "What do you mean?" Qin Wenjing leaned back in her office chair and looked up at him. In her indifferent eyes, a hint of interest seemed to emerge. You see, the appraisal your client did was nothing more than bruises and the like. Even if it is proven that the man did it, it is difficult to use it as a basis for more property. You know this? Not really. Chang Chung moved the chair across the desk and sat down next to her. First, the man cheated on his wife during the marriage, then he committed domestic violence against your client, forcing her to leave the house with nothing. Your client could not stand it and asked someone to hire you to fight the case, right? Xin Wenjing nodded. This was a referral from a good friend. If she wasn't really short of money, she wouldn't have taken the case. So think about it, even if you win and get half of the property, if you can get ironclad evidence of the man's infidelity and find evidence that he has transferred his assets, you can make him give you everything he has, and you can get more money. Her client is a housewife, and the company has always been managed by the man. While forcing her to leave the house with nothing, he must be trying to transfer the property. Although Changqing doesn't know the law as well as Qin Wenjing, he knows human nature better than anyone else. I know all this. But Qin Wenjing had said something, but Changqing understood why. Otherwise, she wouldn't have shared an apartment with him. Changqing didn't know what had happened to this woman, but he was sure that she was a capable person and that the current predicament was only temporary. At the moment, he didn't have the capital to handle a woman like her, but if he could help her out when she was at her lowest point, then. Sister Jing, do you know why the small store in a small county town is just a small store for a lifetime? What do you mean? Qin Wenjing obviously did not expect that Changqing's brain circuits would jump so much, and she frowned at him. Because of limitations, his income will always be just a little more than his costs. It's like you want to quickly finish this lawsuit, but you just want to use the money to make ends meet. But then what? It's still a vicious cycle. She knew this, of course, but she was waiting for him to continue. What I mean is, why don't you take a chance? If you can make the other party leave with nothing, you will not only get more money, but also gain popularity in the industry. You will definitely not lack similar clients in the future. After Changqing finished speaking, Qin Wenjing's face remained unchanged, and she only said lightly, "Yes, I understand." It was clear that she had no interest in continuing the conversation. Changqing suddenly felt that talking to this kind of person, using his 18-turn mind, was not effective. Because she is too smart, she has already thought of everything you can think of. Chapter 18. So what do you want from me? Seeing that Qin Wenjing was not interested in continuing the conversation, Changqing changed her line of thought and said, Sister Jing, how about we make a bet? A bet? It seems that Changqing has brought her too many surprises. Qin Wenjing leans her head to the side and looks at him with a little surprise in her eyes behind her glasses. It's simple. Changqing calmly looked at her. If you win this time with all your might, then everyone will be happy. If you lose, how about I pay you 500,000? Oh? What do you want from me? As she spoke, her elbow on the table slid, and her body leaned closer to Changqing. Her eyes were full of mockery as she looked at him. Changqing knew that she had misunderstood and thought that he was up to no good, so he immediately smiled innocently and said, You are very beautiful. Qin Wenjing raised her eyebrows, as if she had seen through you long ago, but the next words from Changqing made her body exude a dangerous aura. In terms of looks, the little girl I'm with is not half as bad as you, and the new employee I just hired is the same. And I can get them whenever I want. So that's it. Changqing suppressed his smile, leaned forward, looked at his reflection in the mirror, and said leisurely, Your looks are not attractive to me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the air around him suddenly grew a little colder. Although Qin Wenjing still had an expressionless face, her eyelids were beating faintly, clearly expressing her anger. This is blatant teasing. It's as if she's being self-centered. Before she could get angry, Changqing stood up with a faint smile. When she reached the door, she turned around and said, I think you and I are the same kind of person. After a few days of brief contact, Changqing saw many qualities in Qin Wenjing, including strength, dominance, confidence, indifference, and extreme calmness in her eyes. Such a person is more competitive than anyone else. Changqing was sure that she would definitely give it her all. A week later, the basic version of the billing system was released, and Changqing gathered everyone together to meet in the conference room. Standing in front of the backdrop, Changqing began to talk about the next plan. First, our customers are internet cafes across the country, and our software is a billing system for internet cafe management. Salespeople need to explain our strengths. But no matter who runs an internet cafe, the owner can't be in the cafe all the time. Changqing's main selling point is security, so he first tells them about the existing boot vulnerabilities. For example, at this time, when the internet cafe is booting up, the login interface is red, and you can click on the lower left corner to bring up the running interface. It is easy to break into the interface by entering commands and deleting the cache. As for the recharge vulnerability, the client can use virus software to directly recharge their membership cards. The management interface of the bar can also be used to modify the cashback ratio, swallow the extra money, and then delete the records. As long as you don't know much about it, it's hard to find. The software optimized by Changqing not only perfectly solves these problems, but also added additional client service functions. For example, when a customer is online, he can send a message to the bar directly on the screen. The internet cafe owner can also add promotional slogans in the background, such as the interface display when the computer is turned on, promotional activities, etc. After Changqing's introduction, sales team leader Li Lingling asked, "Mr. Chang, how much is the pricing for our billing software?" "The initial price is 1 yuan per computer per month, and it will be free later." When this was announced, the meeting room was in an uproar. What does that mean? How can it be only $1? Yes. How can we make any money? It's even free in the later stage? Several salespeople raised questions, and Han Jingjing also wanted to ask, but in the end she held back. She believed that Changqing would definitely have more to say. Free is the most expensive, and few people understand this at this time. However, Changqing did not explain too much, but simply stated the current point of interest. When you hear $1, don't you feel it's a bargain? Then we're halfway there. $1 for one computer. If there are 100 computers in an internet cafe, that's $100. Have you ever counted how many internet cafes there are in the country, or how many computers there are? At first, Changqing not only wanted to be cheap, but also to launch a trial version, which would be more acceptable to customers. After they had tried it for 3 days, they could pay for it themselves in the background and become a member. Once the trial version is installed, it is basically done. Once the member information is stored, can it be changed at will? We will build our own website for downloading software. For example, if someone in another city wants to be our agent, they can register an agent account on our website, use their account to install our software every time, and pay for it, then they will get a 30% commission. What our sales staff need to do is to post promotional tasks on various city forums and websites. Whether they are social workers or students, anyone who is willing can become an agent. For example, if there are 100 computers in an internet cafe, the annual payment is 12,000 yuan, then the agent and the field staff can get a commission of more than 300 yuan per order, and the income per day can be more than 1,000 yuan. Hearing that they can earn so much money, the employees are all envious and wish they could be agents too. Changqing understood their thoughts and said with a smile, "You don't need to be envious. Although the commission for agents is high, they only get a regional commission, but you can get a national commission. Every time the sales company gives out 5%, it will be your bonus." Crack! In the midst of the employees' enthusiastic applause, Changqing shouted again, "Brothers and sisters, as long as we are willing to work hard, earning tens of thousands of dollars a month is not a dream." Changqing spoke passionately on stage, and the employees below were also excited. Even Joyman's face turned red with excitement. At their age, they had basically never earned any money, so when they heard a figure like tens of thousands, how could they remain calm? In late August, the full version of the software was finally released. Changqing found a nice restaurant nearby and invited everyone to a big meal. Although the boss, Han Jingjing, was also there, it was all young people, and the atmosphere became lively after a few drinks. "Thank you for your cultivation, Mr. Han. I'll drink first." Li Lingling was the first to raise her glass and toast. She is a sweet talker and a smooth operator. She is now the head of the sales department. Many management positions in the company are vacant, and she will definitely have a place in the future. Following Li Lingling's lead, the other employees also toasted. Only Chow Yuman kept her head down, looking very uncomfortable. This kind of person simply can't survive in the workplace. However, Changqing really likes this cowardly personality. In the future, She can be a good window dressing vase for the company. After all, she is really pretty and easy to control. Chapter 19, Love That Sustains Each Other. Since the sales department would be facing a tough battle the next day, the party ended at around 9 p.m. The software development was over, and Changqing didn't need to stay at the company, so he went back to the rental house with Han Jingjing. Since renting this apartment, Changqing has never lived here before. After washing up, he took out his notebook and checked his email. Guan Yu hadn't replied to the message. It seemed that not only had his cell phone been confiscated, but also his laptop. What can you say about Guan Yu? In his previous life, Changqing was obsessed with her, and even after breaking up, he could not forget her. Perhaps this is the case with all white moons. It's not just about love or not love, it's more about regret. After not getting a good night's rest for more than half a month, Changqing decided to get a good night's sleep. Lying on the soft bed, a sweet smell of a young girl wafted into his nostrils. He guessed that Han Jingjing had slept in his bed when he was not there, and did not think much about turning off the lights and going to sleep. He didn't know how long it had been since he had last slept, but he was so drowsy that he didn't even notice when a soft body snuggled into his arms. After all, it wasn't the first time he had slept with Han Jingjing. But after a while, he felt something was wrong. It felt like she wasn't wearing any clothes. Han Jingjing was so embarrassed that she couldn't move. She lay motionless in Changqing's arms. After a while, seeing that Changqing was still quiet, she couldn't hold back any longer. She pecked him on the cheek and quickly retreated. Seeing that Changqing still had no reaction, Han Jingjing was a little annoyed and plucked up the courage to poke around on his face and neck, and her little hand also groped around. Now Changqing couldn't pretend to be asleep anymore, so he quickly grabbed her mischievous little hand and tilted his head away. The room was dark, but Changqing could see Han Jingjing's blushing face and determined eyes in the dim moonlight. In fact, Han Jingjing was very nervous, feeling stiff all over, and her breathing was a little shaky. But she knew that if she didn't act braver, when Guan Yu came, she might never get another chance. Jingjing, it's getting late, go to bed early. Changqing put his arm around the girl's shoulders, trying to calm her down. But Han Jingjing didn't listen to him at all and continued to do as she pleased. Changqing was really annoyed and forced her to hold her shoulders and said, Jingjing, I only treat you as a sister, and I haven't broken up with you yet. I don't care. It seems that this sentence sister stimulated her, and Han Jingjing's emotions collapsed in an instant, almost shouting, Why are you doing this to me? I was the one who grew up with you, and you said you would protect me for the rest of my life. Why? Han Jingjing cried her heart out, pounding his chest while venting her grievances over the years. Since she was a child, she had imagined countless times the scene of them getting married and having children. But Qingmei was no match for the heavens, and her silent protection was defeated by the rich girl Guan Yu. Han Jingjing thought to herself that she was not much worse than Guan Yu in terms of looks and figure, and she had the blessing of being childhood sweethearts. But the noble temperament of Guan Yu was like the holy snow lotus on an iceberg, too dazzling. Plus, she was the one who pursued Changqing, even bringing him water in front of the entire school. From that moment on, Han Jingjing knew she had lost. She just watched helplessly as the man she loved was taken away from her. The helplessness and despair made her cry her eyes out countless nights. Okay, Jingjing. Don't cry. Changqing patted her back and coaxed her gently. In his current state of mind, he knew very well that in this real world, without money, you are not even qualified to talk about love. Or, without money, how can you protect love? Seeing that Changqing was still unmoved, Han Jingjing looked up at him. The moonlight outside the window shone on her delicate face, highlighting her fair and moist skin. Her bright eyes sparkled with a subtle light, and she said in a very serious tone, Changqing, if one day I am lying in the arms of another man like this, what would you think? Changqing felt a tingle in his scalp, and his heart felt as if someone had squeezed it hard. His body couldn't help but tremble. Han Jingjing saw Changqing's reaction and slowly buried her head in his arms, whispering, Do you think you can let go? Changqing was speechless. Could he bear to let her go? How could he? They had never been just friends, but had relied on each other since childhood. Han Jingjing didn't say anything about this, and Changqing didn't feel anything. Now that the words have been said, it feels like something is pressing down on his heart, making him feel indescribably uncomfortable. Do you know? When you and Guan Yu were together, I felt like my world was collapsing. Do you know how sad I was during that time? Han Jingjing leaned into his arms, as if confessing, as if whispering, as if declaring. I wanted to try to leave you, but I couldn't stand it for more than a few days. Although I was sad to see you two so sweet and happy every day, the pain of losing you was even more unbearable. As she spoke, Han Jingjing was already crying like a tearful person. Chang Cheng hugged her body, which had become hot from the excitement, and felt that it was futile to say anything at this time. He looked up and gently kissed away the tears on her face. When their lips met, Han Jingjing's body visibly trembled, and then slowly became softer than before, and her skin became as hot as if she had a fever. After a while, Chang Cheng hugged her and whispered. It's getting late, go to bed early, you still have to work tomorrow. Han Jingjing's flushed cheeks showed a look of confusion. What, just go to sleep? It's already like this, shouldn't we do that next? Han Jingjing was a little annoyed, pounded his chest, and said coquettishly. Are you a man or not? Chang Cheng pretended to be confused. Nonsense, of course I'm a man. Then, when a man and a woman sleep together, shouldn't they be intimate? Han Jingjing arched her head to his chin, her face blushing. Right. Didn't we just have a good time? Chang Cheng replied seriously. Damn it. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Han Jingjing couldn't hold back any longer and got up and tore at him. The pretense of this period of time was now revealed. At this point, Chang Cheng grabbed her wrist and said helplessly. Jingjing, calm down. You'll regret this in the future. No. I will never regret it. Han Jingjing shook her head frantically, and tears welled up in her eyes again. You don't know how much I love you. Since I was a child, every step I took was to get closer to you, to spend my life with you. I know this road is difficult, but fortunately, life is long, and I have enough patience to wait for you to love me too. She is not a very assertive person. With Chang Cheng, she basically does whatever he says. She has never been so resolute as she is now. At this moment, Han Jingjing's pretty face was flushed, her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and her eyes were misty, making her extremely beautiful and charming. This young man and woman, who had been neighbors, classmates, friends, and brothers, became each other's support and developed a kind of brother-sisterly affection. When Han Jingjing scratched his back and let out a muffled groan of pain, she completely transformed into love. Chapter 20, the software officially begins to be promoted. It was midnight. The moon was bright and the stars were few, and a light rain fell. The cool breeze blew into the house, cooling the heat considerably. Chang Cheng looked at the pretty face that was close at hand, and his expression was extremely complicated. Han Jingjing had a very delicate baby face, and it was slightly better when she had her hair in a bun. But now that her hair is long and loose, her face looks even smaller, and she looks like a high school student, which makes him feel guilty. And when it comes to love, Chang Cheng definitely loves Guan Yu the most, but the relationship with Han Jingjing is too complicated. There is affection, love, and mutual support through thick and thin. After all, this is a woman who can fight with him, suffer together, and do anything together without regrets. However, Han Jingjing did not have time to pay attention to his complicated expression at this time, but only frowned with her cheeks flushed. It was clear that the initial experience of the game was not as good as she had imagined. Warm tears slipped down her cheeks, but the sense of satisfaction in her heart surpassed all else. At this moment, she finally became an evergreen woman. This moment had been long awaited for her, so long that even she herself was not sure when it had begun. It will definitely be longer than the moon, Han Jingjing thought stubbornly in her heart. The sky outside was overcast, and the incessant drizzle pounded against the windowsill, creating a beautiful melody with the scenery inside the house. After a short rest, Han Jingjing regained some strength and said coquettishly, How come you're so skilled? Did Guan Yu teach you? Well, maybe. This question was beyond Evergreen's ability to answer, so he just casually mumbled a reply. I really didn't see it. Guan Yu usually looks like a proud goddess, but she's so open in private. Anyway, I don't care. You tried it with Guan Yu, and I want to try it too. Han Jingjing got what she wanted, and the stubbornness in her heart could not be hidden any longer. She wanted Chang Cheng to treat her the same way. I'm afraid you'll cry. You're the one who's crying. Han Jingjing wiped the remaining tears from her eyes and said stubbornly. Joyman didn't want to go to the dinner party today, but it was hard to say no to the boss's invitation. He wanted to find an excuse to leave early, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. When the party was over, Joyman hurried to the bus stop, and fortunately, he caught the last bus. When she got home, her mother was already asleep, so she quickly freshened up and went to her room. In the room, her sister was still awake and sitting on her own bed reading a novel. Kyaoyaman had always shared a room with her sister, with two small beds side by side. When she saw her sister come home, she asked, "Why are you so late today? Mom has been worried about you, and she must still be awake in her room. Today, the boss invited us to dinner, so I didn't want to be rude and not go." Joyman tidied up the bed and casually responded, "Isn't your boss a woman? How come she invites you to dinner? Could she be a lesbian?" said the sister with a smile. Joyman gave her sister a cold look. She hated people who spoke rudely, but since she was her sister, she explained in a lukewarm tone. "The company's software has made progress, and all the employees are celebrating today." Then she asked, as if she had just remembered, "Is that Li Mingfeng still bothering you?" "Well, what can you do?" My sister sighed and said irritably, "That damned bitch, talking about my father, he can ask his father for help." "I think he's lying to you." Joyman took out a nightgown from the closet and gently persuaded her sister. If his father were an official, it might be possible, but their family is in business. Although they have a little money, it's actually just average. And I heard that Li Mingfeng had harmed several female classmates in high school. You must not believe him. At this time, Joyman was not at all as introverted and shy as she was outside, but rather more like a sensible older sister teaching her younger sister. "Oh, you're so annoying. I know what I'm doing. I won't agree to it unless Dad comes out." Feeling a little bit impatient at being lectured by her younger sister, she put down her novel and looked at Xiao Yiman and asked, "How is your work? Do people bully you?" "No. I'm the only girl in the technical department, and they all take good care of me." "All boys? Are there any handsome ones?" the elder sister asked with a smile. Hearing her sister ask, a figure flashed in Joyman's mind, and her face flushed. Seeing that Joyman was not answering and was still blushing, her sister's curiosity was piqued. "Oh, man. You don't have a boyfriend, do you?" Joyman's face turned even redder, and she hurriedly explained. "How could that be? I've only been gone for a short time. How could I possibly have a boyfriend? Besides, with our family situation, how could I possibly think about such things?" Hearing her sister say this, her expression darkened, and she muttered, "Yes, who has the heart to think about it?" The next morning, Changqing woke up slowly. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Han Jingjing staring at him. When he turned to look at her, she quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Seeing Han Jingjing's cute and lovely appearance, Changqing also felt a softness in his heart. He held her little face and said affectionately, "You sleep for a while, I'll go buy you breakfast." "No need, dear. We have milk, bread, and eggs at home. I'll make you breakfast in a bit." Then she quickly buried her head in his arms. Although she had called him husband last night, it was still the night, and now that it was morning, she was still a little shy to call him that face to face. A young girl who has just experienced her first sexual encounter is full of sweet thoughts, so Changqing had no choice but to follow her heart. Han Jingjing didn't bring any clothes with her last night, so Changqing got up early to bring her pajamas. Changqing took her to the bathroom to wash her face, let her stand on her feet, and squeezed the toothpaste for her. The two of them brushed their teeth together. Looking at the girl in the mirror with rosy cheeks, Changqing felt a surge of emotion. The two of them had come a long way since childhood, and they had finally taken this step. Han Jingjing leaned against his chest and looked at Changqing in the mirror with foam all over his mouth. She also thought about the little things they had done together in the past. Maybe this was meant to be. Especially when Changqing used his right hand to brush his teeth and held her waist with his left hand, as if he was afraid that she would not be able to stand on the balls of her feet. This made Han Jingjing feel at ease and happy, and she really wanted to be like this for the rest of her life. The two of them finished packing and hurried to the company together. Today, the software will be officially put on sale, and Changqing called everyone together for a meeting. For example, in order to speed up the promotion, the company directly promised customers that not only would they be able to try it for 3 days, but that after paying the membership fee for the first year, they would be free for life. Although the employees didn't quite understand the purpose of Changqing's actions, since the company's boss, Han Jingjing, had spoken in support of it, everyone just had to follow suit. Afterwards, Changqing asked Han Jingjing to recruit a few professional financial personnel and let her take on the human resources department part-time until the company had recovered its funds, after which she would be able to divide the company into sub-departments. For example, operations, marketing, sales, technology, finance, legal affairs, general logistics. Chapter 21: How to Fall in Love in a Movie Theater. If you prepare well in advance, it will be very smooth to promote. In the previous life, the entire billing system was scaled up around 2007. Now he is 2 years ahead of schedule, and with the finished product of the future as a reference, success is inevitable. This is also the reason why Changqing dared to embezzle money from the milk tea shop to start a company. After work, the two walked home together. Han Jingjing was silent the whole time, and Changqing, seeing her troubled expression, asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, nothing." Han Jingjing replied absent-mindedly. "We only sold a few dozen software packages today, and it didn't feel like as much as we expected." Changqing felt something was wrong, but didn't think much of it. He comforted her. "It's already a lot, right? The more agents we have, the faster we'll sell. The commission is set so high because we want to have agents in all cities as soon as possible. In a few months, we'll have at least 70% of the market." "Okay. Let's go, we'll go eat first." Changqing saw that she was still in a bad mood, and thought that she was worried about the company. He thought about taking her to a nicer restaurant for dinner, but she insisted on going to the night market to eat snacks. She didn't even look for a place to sit, but just held Changqing's hand and walked around while eating. After eating for a while, Han Jingjing looked up at Changqing and whispered, "Honey, let's go see a movie. We've never seen a movie together." There was a hint of tears in her bright eyes, a mixture of hope, helplessness, loneliness, and finally, reluctance. Seeing this look, Changqing only felt his heart being hit by a bullet, and the pain made him almost forget to breathe. At this moment, Changqing finally understood why Han Jingjing was like this. School will start soon, and Guan Yu will naturally come, and then. Changqing hugged her in his arms with compassion and said in a serious tone, "Although I can't promise you much right now, I can guarantee one thing: I will never abandon you. Remember, I said forever. Give me some time, okay?" Han Jingjing nodded vigorously while crying. "I have always believed in you, I just don't want to make things difficult for you. As long as you don't abandon me and let me stay by your side, I will be very happy." Okay. Changqing patted her on the back. "Don't cry, you're not pretty when you cry." "Well, let's go to the movies, honey." Han Jingjing wiped her tears with the back of her hand and forced a smile on her face. The two then held hands and went to a nearby cinema, where Han Jingjing chose a romantic film. If the two of them had not yet had a physical relationship, perhaps Han Jingjing would have chosen a horror film or something like that, but now that the two of them have an intimate relationship, all they lack is the experience of being in love. Han Jingjing knows a lot about what love is like. After all, she was a witness to Changqing and Guan Yu's relationship. She has seen it many times, but never experienced it, so today she dragged Changqing out to experience the taste of love that she had never experienced before. She had fantasized countless times about walking down a street full of fireworks with her boyfriend's hand in hers. While eating snacks, she felt the envious glances of the single dogs, just like when she first saw Changqing and Guan Yu. She had already experienced that, and now it was time to watch a movie. The two bought tickets, popcorn and drinks, found a seat, and sat down to watch the movie. The movie is about a simple girl from the mountains who meets a college student who came to the countryside to sketch. The college student is not only handsome and bright, but also very knowledgeable and polite. The simple little girl was quickly attracted to the college student, and the college student also fell in love with the simple and kind girl. Later, the man's family did not agree, and there was a love story of life and death. Where can you watch this kind of movie? After the movie started, Changqing's gaze shifted from the screen to Han Jingjing's face. The fluorescent light made her face look pale, and her eyes sparkled. Perhaps she had just cried, and her eyes were still slightly red. From childhood to adulthood, Changqing had never seen Han Jingjing so tender and delicate. While feeling pity for her, he also felt a surge of heat. He slowly placed his hand on her leg. At first, Han Jingjing thought he was going to come over and shake her hand. She slid her hand over his hand, signaling Changqing to turn his hand around. Feeling that he didn't react, Han Jingjing didn't care and focused on watching the movie. After a while, she felt something was wrong, so she quickly pressed down on the hand that was causing trouble. She glared at him with some embarrassment and whispered, "What are you doing?" Han Jingjing didn't expect him to be so bold, and he dared to touch her leg in a crowded movie theater. Although the two of them already had an intimate relationship, she was still a little embarrassed in public. In fact, Han Jingjing has a personality like a girl from the Hutongs. She looks lively and cheerful, but in fact she is very conservative. She is tough on the outside, but once it comes to the real thing, she will be a little timid. However, in private, she can still let go in order to please her boyfriend. Chang Qing whispered in her ear, "Don't you want to feel what it's like to be in love? What I just did is what couples do when they come to the cinema." "You're lying to me. Of course you come to the cinema to watch a movie." Han Jingjing didn't believe him at all, thinking that Chang Qing was just trying to trick her. "You really are. After the movie, you can bully me all you want when we get home." Chang Qing was speechless for a moment, and pointed to the back seat, signaling Han Jingjing to look over. Han Jingjing looked in the direction that Chang Qing was pointing and almost screamed, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. In the back row, there was a couple sitting against the wall. The girl was sitting sideways on the guy's lap, and the two of them were hugging and kissing passionately. Han Jingjing didn't dare to look at them, and when she looked away, she saw another couple, even more passionate. The boy seemed to be putting his hands. Han Jingjing quickly sat back down, covering her blushing, hot face with her hands and muttering, "Shameless." Chang Qing reached out and put his arm around her waist, teasing her. "Now you know how couples talk about love in the cinema." Han Jingjing didn't answer, but just nodded as she buried her head in his arms. It seemed that she suddenly thought of something, and she looked up at him and asked, "Honey, when you came to the cinema with Guan Yu, did you watch movies like this?" Chang Qing nodded without lying. "Really?" Thinking about Guan Yu and Chang Qing in the cinema like this, Han Jingjing suddenly felt a little excited, as if she had discovered a big secret. "I never would have thought that Guan Yu, who usually looks like a proud goddess, could be so open-minded. What century is this?" Chang Qing shrugged helplessly, thinking that Han Jingjing was making a big deal out of nothing. Of course, in private, there is no problem, but how embarrassing it is in public. Perhaps she felt neglected by Chang Qing. After the two had just returned home from the movie, Han Jingjing enthusiastically grabbed his neck. Like a goddess emerging from the scorching sun, she seemed to want to melt him into her body, again and again, as if she wanted to finish everything she had to do in a single day. Chapter 22, Dear Husband, I'm thinking of dropping out of school. In the following days, the sales department was extremely busy. There were so many people who wanted to become agents that just answering their questions took up a lot of the sales staff's time. Chang Qing had to work overtime with the technical department to present the basics in detail on the website so that customers could register themselves on the website. If the agent really doesn't understand, they can go through the customer service on the website and transfer to the sales department, which will reduce most of the work of the sales staff. That afternoon, Chang Qing was working with Kai and the others to optimize the website when Joey Man walked up to him and whispered, "Director Chang, Mr. Han wants to see you in his office." He kept his head down while he spoke, and he looked quite cute. Chang Qing wanted to tease her, but then thought that Han Jingjing was calling him to the office because of an emergency. He dismissed the idea and followed Joyman to the office. Today, Joyman was wearing a white shirt with a collar, a long dress with suspenders, and a tall figure of over 1.7 meters. She was young, beautiful, and charming. But her temperament gives one a feeling of being soft and weak, quiet and peaceful. It was as if she was aloof from the world and unconcerned with worldly affairs. This is in stark contrast to her bright and beautiful face, which always makes Chang Qing feel unreal. "What's wrong, Jingjing? What's the matter?" Chang Qing walked into the office and sat down in the chair opposite Han Jingjing's desk. "Honey, the part-time employees came to see me today to settle their wages. After all, school is about to start, and I should have thought of it earlier. I've been so busy these days that I forgot such an important thing," Han Jingjing said with some fatigue. Yes, sales have been booming these days, and even Chang Qing has been so busy that he has forgotten about the part-time job. Since he promised to take on a part-time job, he can't go back on his word. Besides, the work is not complicated, so he can just ask the old employees to show him the ropes. Changqing thought for a moment and said, "The salary of the departing employees will be settled, a confidentiality agreement will be signed, and new employees will be recruited to the company to complete the handover before the bonus is fully paid." "That's fine. Tomorrow I'll have the finance department handle the paperwork for them." Han Jingjing looked at him with concern after she finished speaking. "Honey, you haven't been home for a few days, you've been staying up late, your body can't take it, come home today and take a good rest, okay?" Listening to Han Jingjing's words of concern, Changqing's heart warmed slightly, and he sighed softly. The early days of starting a business are the hardest. There are so many things to do. It will be fine once things stabilize after a while. The part-time job is actually not a big deal. The most important thing is that they are both going back to school. Now is the beginning of the business, the busiest and most difficult time. If they are both not here, what will happen to the company? Han Jingjing obviously understood his worries, walked around the desk and hugged him from behind, whispering, "Honey, why don't I quit school? After all, the purpose of studying is to make money. Now that we have our own company, it doesn't matter whether we study or not." "No." Changqing refused firmly. The business empire he wanted to build in the future would be so huge that it was hard to imagine, and Han Jingjing would definitely be an important part of it. It was absolutely impossible to do without studying more. He patted her hand and whispered, "Jingjing, you have to listen to me. Not only do you have to study hard, but you should also get a driver's license and an accounting certificate when you have time. As for the company, I have my own plans. If you think of everything for me, then I'll just be a pretty vase. I'll figure out these things myself." To Han Jingjing, Changqing's words sounded like affection and care. While she felt happy and sweet, she also secretly told herself that she must work harder. This is how it is with men and women in love. No matter which party is outstanding, it will make the other party feel lucky and at the same time, have a strong sense of crisis. After chatting with Han Jingjing about other trivial matters, Changqing walked out of the office and met Joyman standing at the door. The little girl hurriedly lowered her head and stepped aside. But Changqing's eyes were so sharp that he almost instantly caught the emotions in her eyes, which seemed surprised and disappointed. But he didn't have time to think about it. "Assistant Xiao, come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you." Although confused, Joyman did not dare to say much and followed Changqing to the reception area. After Changqing sat down, he pointed to the sofa across from him and said, "You sit down too." Joyman sat across from him, a little awkwardly. Changqing spoke softly. "You have been in Mr. Han's office all along, so you must know that school is about to start and part-time employees will be leaving." "Yes, I know. So what do you think?" Joyman was a little nervous and stammered. "Everyone is very nice to me, and I don't want to leave the company, but... She was blushing with anxiety. "But you're afraid it will affect your studies, right?" "Yes." This time, Joyman answered more decisively. "You study painting, which is more flexible than other majors. If I convince Mr. Han to let you continue to work part-time without affecting your studies, would you be willing?" To be honest, it's not that Changqing has any special feelings for her, but he just feels that this little girl is too simple and pretty, and it would be good to use her as a showpiece when he gets involved in other industries in the future. Yes. Joyman was a little excited. She really needed this job. All the other part-time employees had gone to see Mr. Han, but she had never said a word, because she was reluctant to give up this job. There was also a figure that appeared in her dreams. Thinking of this, Joyman quickly lowered her head, afraid that Changqing would see her red, hot cheeks. The two were facing each other, and Changqing could see the change in Joyman's expression, but she was a little confused. "I didn't say anything too outrageous, did I? Why did she suddenly blush?" With his experience, he knew that Joyman was a girl with outstanding temperament, dressed like a lady of the upper class, and her family must be at least middle class. How could she value a part-time job so much? Something is fishy here, but this is someone else's personal business, and it's not appropriate for Changqing to pry. "What is your specialty, Iman?" "I'm good at both people and landscapes." When she mentioned this, Joyman's eyes lit up. People are like this. No matter what their personality is, as long as it involves their area of expertise, they will always exude an inexplicable confidence. Changqing nodded. "Our company doesn't have its own logo yet. You can help design one. The company will pay you extra for the design." No, this is what I should do. Joyman quickly waved his hand to refuse, and then seemed to think that he had overreacted, quickly lowering his head and saying, "This is what I should do, and you have all been very kind to me." Looking at the girl, who looked like a little white lotus, Changqing couldn't help but soften a bit. Men are like this. When they see a weak girl, they easily feel protective. Chapter 23, Shen Shangyun makes her entrance. The next morning, after Chang Cheng and Han Jingjing had washed up, they didn't go to the company because today was the day for school registration. In the blink of an eye, it had been 2 months since the two of them had come to the provincial capital. Changqing packed his things and asked, "Have you got all your documents?" "Oh, yes, we've brought everything. We've been asked this many times." Han Jingjing pouted in dissatisfaction. "Are you very proud of yourself?" "What do you mean?" "You're going to meet Guan Yu today, and you must be overjoyed." "You're thinking too much. Her parents will definitely be there, so there's no chance of meeting. Guan Yu has always been driven to and from school by cars since she was a child. Now that she is studying at a university far away, it is only natural that her parents would come to see her off." "Will you come here again in the future?" Han Jingjing asked in a low voice. "Of course I will." Chang Qinghuan hugged her waist and said in a loving tone, "You'll see me around the office a lot. Besides, I won't be living in the dorm for long. I'll just be here for a while, and then I'll be back to my life." "Really?" Han Jingjing was happy again, and she gave him a kiss on the tip of her toes. On this bright morning, they enjoyed the sweetness of love to the fullest. At around 10 a.m., Chang Qing sent Han Jingjing to the entrance of the original university, while he headed towards the University of Science and Technology. Han Jingjing didn't have any luggage, so there was no need to send her to the dormitory. Moreover, Han Jingjing was such a beautiful girl that as soon as she arrived at the school gate, she was surrounded by senior volunteers who were there to welcome new students. It was September, the beginning of the school year for college students, and for the university town, today was destined to be a memorable day. Parents were everywhere, bringing their precious treasures into the University of Dreams and Hopes, where they would complete their transformation into young adults. Changqing, among the crowd, was somewhat out of place. He was wearing a black long-sleeved shirt with the sleeves rolled up, black trousers, black leather shoes, and the most outrageous thing was that he was wearing a black mask. The scorching sun in the sky, with its rolling heat wave, gives one the feeling that the air is slightly distorted. Changqing's anti-human clothing attracted puzzled looks. When he arrived at the school gate, a group of student volunteers were warmly welcoming the new students. New students were being received one after another, but no one came to receive Changqing. It was probably because he was dressed strangely, not like a student, and he had no luggage. After listening to a few students for a while, he heard that a freshman from the same department as him was being led by a beautiful young woman to register. The registration was at the entrance to the gymnasium, which was now overcrowded and noisy. There were rows of small tables with the names of the departments on them. Changqing found the Information Engineering department and signed up. The dormitory was assigned according to the order of registration. It was a 5-story building that looked like it was from a bygone era. There was also a willow forest in front of it. This is what it looks like from the front of the dormitory building. The details can only be explored later. Changqing walked into the dormitory building with his backpack, handed over the key deposit, and completed the formalities. He went up to the 3rd floor and found his dormitory. The door was open and there was a slightly chubby boy inside, who was making his bed. He was surprised to see Changqing come in and asked, "Who are you?" Perhaps he didn't think Changqing looked like a student, and his eyes were a little inquisitive. "Hello, my name is Changqing. I'm a new student." Changqing took off her mask and extended her hand to say hello. Oh, hello, my name is Yang Zhonghua." Yang Zhonghua quickly reached out and shook his hand. The dormitory environment is not bad, only 4 people live here. Next, it was the usual small talk, where you are from, what do you do in your spare time, etc. Like Changqing, Yang Zhonghua is from a county in the Central Plains province. Judging by his clothes, he comes from a well-off family. He likes to play that game, Dream Journey, and kept asking Changqing if he had played it. When Changqing said he had never played it, he started talking about it at length, saying how fun and exciting it was. Everyone has a key to unlock the conversation, and Yang Zhonghua's key is games. It looked like he could talk to you for 3 days and nights. Changqing didn't want to interrupt him, as they had just met. Fortunately, another person came along soon after. A beautiful woman in her 20s. She was about the same height as Han Jingjing, wearing a loose-fitting plaid shirt over a pair of loose black pants. It was hard to tell her exact figure, but she didn't seem to be too bad. She had a soft, oval face with curved eyebrows and eyes, giving her a gentle, slightly older sister-like appearance. At this time, she was dragging a large suitcase and struggling to carry it into the house. Changqing was quick to respond and quickly went over to help the woman carry her luggage inside. The woman smiled and said, "Thank you, classmate. It's okay." As Changqing finished speaking, a burly young man carrying a backpack and a black travel bag in his right hand walked in. After they had settled in, the woman introduced their relationship. The woman's name was Chen Shangyun, a graduate student at the university who also worked as a teaching assistant. The young man is her younger brother, Chen Shang. "You will be roommates from now on, so you should help each other out," Chen Shangyun said with a smile. Of course, of course." The two of them quickly straightened up and nodded repeatedly, waiting for Chen Shangyun to leave. Yang Zhonghua approached and asked curiously, "Hey, Brother Chang, is that really your sister?" "Of course it is," Chen Chang replied unhappily while making up the bed. Yang Zhonghua was still a little suspicious. "Brother Chang, don't be angry. I just think that your sister is too beautiful, like a fairy. She doesn't look like you at all. Isn't that saying he's ugly?" Chen Chang turned around and glared at him. Chapter 24, Guan Yu arrives. As for the division of dormitories into large and small, this childish trick is something that Changqing doesn't care about at all, and he doesn't bother to pay attention to it. Chen Chang, on the other hand, was all smiles and fawning. Of course. Of course. This Li Mingfeng looks like he has money and power, and it will definitely be beneficial to follow him in the future. Although Yang Zhonghua didn't say anything, it was clear from his expression that he was also somewhat resistant to Li Mingfeng's approach. "Okay, your name is Chen Chang, right? From now on, you're the second in command." Li Mingfeng was very satisfied with Chen Chang's attitude. He looked down on these people from the bottom of his heart. Chen Chang and Yang Zhonghua were obviously not as wealthy as he was. But this Changqing, dressed in a shirt and trousers, was a bit hard to read. But he didn't think he was rich either. After all, the cell phone he was holding was very ordinary. His eyes then became even more contemptuous. "As for you two, whoever is the third or fourth child, you can figure it out for yourselves." Changqing had long been impatient with this boring topic. "Then I'll be the fourth." Yang Zhonghua looked up at him and said nothing. Changqing understood that Yang Zhonghua, apart from games, seemed to have little interest in anything else. After deciding on the order, Li Mingfeng said with a generous air, "Since I am the boss, I will treat everyone to lunch today." "That's not good, it's a waste of money for you, Brother Feng." Chen Chang said he was sorry on the side, but his face didn't show any sign of being sorry. Changqing originally wanted to refuse, but then thought that it was the first time the dormitory had eaten together, so he nodded and agreed. Yang Zhonghua is a conformist, so when he saw that no one objected, he agreed. At the beginning of the semester, the most beautiful scenery in the school is naturally the beautiful young female students. Girls in short skirts and shorts with long legs were everywhere. Li Mingfeng is a veteran of the flower world. He looks around quickly, commenting as he goes. "This one has a nice waist and good elasticity, this one has nice legs, but her face is no good, this one has a nice but her legs are too short." Changqing shook his head, but Chen Chang was listening with great interest. It was the first time in 18 years that he had seen so many beautiful women. They all seemed to be very good looking. Originally, Li Mingfeng had planned to invite Changqing and a few others to go out to a restaurant for dinner. Changqing's idea was that since they had just arrived, they should all go to the canteen to get acquainted with the environment. In the end, they decided to go to the canteen this time and find an opportunity to go out to eat next time. There were already many people in line when they arrived at the canteen. Chen Chang looked around and saw a lot of long legs, and he was a little bit stunned. "Damn, Brother Feng, look." Chen Chang pointed at a schoolmate wearing a short skirt with a low back and said, "This is too revealing, her butt is almost falling out of her skirt." The schoolgirl was wearing a kind of miniskirt that showed half of her back, and the back strap of her underwear was directly exposed. For freshmen who had just entered the school, it was indeed a bit too hot. Li Mingfeng saw that he looked like he had never seen the world before, and he looked down on him. Damn it! Can't you keep your voice down? You're embarrassing me. Although he was also staring, in front of his younger brother, he still had to put on a show. Chen Chang realized that he had spoken a little too loudly, and the schoolgirl he had pointed at was glaring at him angrily. Chen Chang blushed and scratched his head embarrassedly. There were many freshmen in the cafeteria, and the progress was slow as they looked left and right. Before he could even order, Changqing's phone rang. He picked it up and saw the caller's name. He recognized the number immediately and picked it up. Hello, Yuer? Are you here? Yes. The voice he had longed for came from the other end of the line, but it was clearly restrained, probably because someone was nearby. Changqing, my parents sent me to register, and they want to invite you to dinner to meet. Guan Yu's voice sounded a little nervous, but also full of longing. Changqing was feeling the same way. After all, it had been 2 months since they had last seen each other, so it was unrealistic to say that he didn't miss her. After asking for her address, he quickly hung up. Sorry, guys. Changqing said with a guilty look. I have an urgent matter and have to leave first. What do you mean? Fourth brother. Li Mingfeng was a little displeased. Are you not giving me face? Yes, fourth brother. Chen Chang agreed. Brother Feng is treating us, can't you go a little later? Chen Chang didn't care about their unfriendly tone and calmly said. My girlfriend's parents are here and we're having dinner. I can't cancel. I'm going. What do you mean? You have a girlfriend and you've already met her parents? Chen Chang was jealous and his back teeth were aching. Li Mingfeng and Yang Zhonghua were also surprised and looked at Chang Chang. We met in high school. Okay, I won't say more. I'll treat you next time. Chang Ching said and walked out of the school. Time rewinds to the early morning. Guan Yu is still meeting Chang Ching in his dreams when his mother pulls him out of bed. Guan Yu got up and washed in a daze, while Guan Yu Hai was busy packing up and moving everything into the car, as if they were moving house. The more you hope for something, the stronger the longing becomes. This is what Guan Yu is feeling right now. She will see him soon, but the feeling of impatience is even stronger. She chose a favorite outfit of Changqing's, carefully dressed up, and set off on the journey with the joy of seeing her lover and the anticipation of college life. In the car were Guan Yu and her mother. Guan Yu Hai didn't dare to drive too fast, and it took more than 3 hours to get to the university town. When she got off the car at the entrance to the university, the senior boys who were there to welcome the new students were stunned. Her long, naturally curly hair was tied up in a ponytail, and she was wearing a light blue princess dress with a cute bow at the waist. The hem of the skirt reached her calves, and a pair of transparent low-heeled sandals revealed her white, delicate little feet. She was tall and had a cold, beautiful face, just like a little fairy. These senior male students had been in the university town for several years and had seen many beautiful female students. But this was the first time they had seen such a beautiful girl. The quick-witted boys were already licking their faces to show their attentiveness. Hey, little sister, which department are you in? My name is. Guan Yu Hai was unhappy to see so many boys surrounding her daughter, but there was nothing she could do about it. Li Sisho was in a good mood. Her daughter was so popular, and it was all because of her good genes. She thought to herself and stroked her own face with her hand. She had a lot of luggage, and Guan Yu Hai couldn't carry it all by himself. Now, there was more than enough luggage to go around. Several boys were carrying the luggage and walking in front of her, and as they walked, they were all vying to introduce the school to Guan Yu. I've been at this school for 3 years, and I know everything there is to know. What do you know? Hey, little sister, I'm in the student council. Guan Yu didn't say anything, just listening with a cold expression. The boys didn't care, they were just happy to be able to talk to their goddess so closely. Chapter 25, Reunion with a Best Friend. After registering, the boys were so enthusiastic that they helped carry the luggage to the entrance of the girls' dormitory before reluctantly leaving. Li Sisho took her daughter to the first floor to complete the registration procedures, while Guan Yu Hai followed behind with the luggage. He is a bit of a daughter man, as they say in the future. When they reached the second floor and found the dormitory, there were already 2 female classmates sitting at the table chatting. The 2 girls saw that there was a newcomer and quickly got up to say hello. Are you a new student? My name is Su Yuqing. My name is Fangya. The girls were about the same age and exchanged pleasantries. Fangya is plump and chubby, which is very festive. Su Yuqing is very stunning, with long hair down to her waist, plump cheeks, and a kind of classical beauty. She is about the same height as Guan Yu, but her figure is much plumper than his, which is very eye-catching. She also has a very special temperament, and even Li Siso couldn't help but take a few more looks, secretly telling her daughter to get close to her. After making the bed, Guan Yuhai suggested that they invite the dormitory residents to dinner. Su Yuqing said with embarrassment, "Uncle, Aunt, I'm really sorry, I have something to do at noon. I'll treat you to dinner next time I have the chance." Su Yuqing declined, and Fangya also felt awkward to go with her, so she declined politely. Guan Yuhai did not insist, and when the mother and daughter finished packing, they walked out of the dormitory together and ran into Han Jingjing, who had just come out of the next dormitory. Guan Yu was stunned at first, then said with joy, "Jingjing, why are you here?" He immediately went up to hug her. Han Jingjing had just finished packing and was about to go look for Changqing when she was suddenly startled by a hug. When she realized it was Guan Yu, she was also very surprised. "Moon, you're here too." The two women hugged each other and jumped up and down. Before Guan Yu came, Han Jingjing was thinking that it would be nice if Guan Yu didn't come, so that she could be with Changqing every day. Seeing Guan Yu suddenly made her happy from the bottom of her heart. After all, the two of them were not the kind of plastic sisters, and their friendship was real. Li Siso couldn't bear to watch any longer, and it was not appropriate to do so in public. "Come on, young lady, you should know better than to act like this in public." She scolded her and then asked, "Jingjing, why are you here?" Han Jingjing then saw Guan Yuhai and Li Sijo behind Guan Yu, and smiled awkwardly. "Hello, auntie and uncle. I live in this dormitory. I just moved in today." She pointed to the dormitory door behind her. "Oh, Jingjing, you live in 203. I live in 204. We'll be neighbors from now on." Yes, it's a pity that we're not in the same dormitory. Hearing Han Jingjing say this, Guan Yu also felt it was a pity. Seeing the two girls chatting again, Li Siso said, "Let's not chat here. People are coming and going. Let's go eat first and chat while we eat." The two girls realized that there were people in several dormitories peeking out and watching them. They felt embarrassed and quickly walked hand in hand downstairs. One was wearing a light blue princess dress, elegant and cold. The other one, wearing a white chiffon blouse and a light gray wrap skirt, perfectly showed off her curvy figure. Walking together on campus, they attracted a lot of attention. After all, the two of them were really too beautiful. They found a nice restaurant next to the school. Guan Yuhai asked for a private room. After everyone was seated, Li Siso asked, "Jingjing, what have you been doing since you arrived 2 months ago?" Han Jingjing didn't know whether she should talk about the company. After all, the company was evergreen, and she was made manager, so she definitely didn't want others to know. Han Jingjing thought about it and said perfunctorily, "I'm selling software in a software company." "Oh, you're in sales. That's not bad. It's a good way to get experience." Li Siso continued to ask, "What about Changqing?" Guan Yu also leaned over to listen, as she was also curious about her boyfriend's current situation. "Changqing also works at the same company as me." Although he said that, he was secretly thinking, if you knew that Changqing had already made millions of dollars by starting his own company, would you still look down on him? Thinking about this, Han Jingjing didn't want to talk about the company. Guan Yuhai looked disdainful when he heard this, but Li Sisho's expression didn't change at all. She said, "Young people, it's good to exercise." Guan Yu didn't think much about it, but kept asking Han Jingjing if Changqing was tired from work, if he ate well, and so on. Guan Yuhai called the waiter to order, and Li Siso said as if she had remembered something, You call Changqing and ask him to come over for dinner." Hearing her mother say this, Guan Yu was very happy and quickly took out her phone and called Changqing. Guan Yuhai said unhappily, "What's the point of calling that kid? After all, he is a classmate of your daughter. As her elders, we should give him a few words of advice." Guan Yuhai nodded and thought to himself, "It's good to give that kid a good beating." He then handed the menu to the two girls and let them order. Guan Yu had no interest in what she was eating. Ever since she had made the phone call, she had been restless and her eyes had been fixed on the door to the private room. She didn't know how long she had been waiting, but the door opened and the figure she had been thinking about all day and night finally appeared before her. Guan Yu couldn't hold back any longer, and she threw herself into Changqing's arms like a bird flying into the forest. She missed Changqing so much. This is probably the case for all young girls in love, especially since she had given her body to Changqing. She always wondered what would happen if Changqing didn't want her anymore. Sometimes sweet, sometimes sad, these 2 months have really been hard. The two of them were holding each other like nobody was around, but Guan Yu couldn't bear to watch any longer and coughed a few times. Cough, cough. Hearing the coughing, Guan Yu quickly got out of Changqing's arms, and her face turned a little red. After all, in front of her parents, she was still a little shy, and she pulled Changqing to sit next to her. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Jingjing, you're here too. After Changqing sat down, he greeted her. He felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Han Jingjing's gloomy expression, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. Guan Yu sat there with a dark face and didn't say a word. Li Siso, on the other hand, spoke in a gentle tone. I heard Jingjing say that you two work in a software company, selling software? Changqing looked at Han Jingjing and replied. Yes, Auntie. Oh, is your work tiring? It's okay. It was a bit busy in the early days, but it's stabilized now. I just go to the office occasionally. Li Siso was stunned to hear this. You've already started school, so how come you're still working? Yes, I'm a technician. My boss appreciates me and lets me work part-time. And a lot of the work can be done on the computer, so I don't have to be in the office all the time. Hearing this, Guan Yu looked at Changqing, her eyes full of stars. Her boyfriend is amazing, and he is valued everywhere he goes. Chapter 26, A Knock from the Mother-in-Law. When he heard the word reuse, Guan Yu's face showed disdain, and he muttered. Still reuse? You're just a kid, what's worth reusing? The voice was not small, and everyone in the room could hear it clearly. Guan Yu immediately quit, frowning. Dad, you're going too far. You were still farming when you were 18, far worse than my boyfriend. You. Guan Yu was so angry that he gasped for air, and his gaze at Changqing became even more gloomy. Before, their daughter was so obedient in front of them, but ever since she met Changqing, she has become a completely different person. Whenever she says something bad about Changqing, she will start a fight. Seeing that the father and daughter were about to start arguing again, Changqing quickly took her hand, signaled that it was okay, and then replied with a smile. Uncle is right, I am indeed too young and need to gain experience. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Guan Yu glared at him angrily and didn't say anything else. Li Siso has always been gentle, but Guan Yu is her favorite, so she has higher expectations for Changqing. When she heard the word rely on, she frowned and said. Changqing, the boss values you so much, you must be making 2,000 or 3,000 a month? This remark was very critical. After all, at this time, the average salary was only 1,000, not to mention that he was still a student. However, Changqing didn't care, and still replied with a smile. My monthly salary is 30,000 now, and there should still be room for an increase in the future. How much? Hearing that he was earning 30,000 yuan a month, Li Sushio's hand trembled and she almost dropped her chopsticks. She thought she had heard it wrong. You mean your boss pays you 30,000 yuan a month? Not only did Li Sihu feel surprised, even Guan Yu was a little surprised, feeling that Changqing was bragging. Yes, Auntie, I know a little about computer technology, so the company owner hired me as the technical director. You can ask Jingjing about this. Everyone looked at Han Jingjing again, and she nodded calmly. Yes, Changqing was noticed by our boss as soon as he arrived at the company. Not only does he get a high salary, but he also gets bonuses. In the past 2 weeks alone, he has received tens of thousands of dollars in bonuses. This is not a lie. After all, the company is Changqing's, and the salary is set according to personal wishes. Li Siso was already somewhat inclined to agree, but now that she heard that Changqing was so talented, she was satisfied. If it's true what Han Jingjing said, then he's making 40,000 to 50,000 yuan a month? That would be 500,000 yuan a year. Although it is less than what Guan Yu earns, Changqing is still young. Now Li Siso was a bit like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. Guan Yu took Changqing's hand and looked at him with a sweet expression. She had originally thought of saving up her allowance to help him start a business, but now it seemed that it would not be necessary at all. Guan Yu was also a little surprised. He was in the county seat, where he had to socialize and cultivate relationships with people every day, and he only made a few million a year. How can a young kid like Changqing earn hundreds of thousands of yuan a year? But his thoughts were not shaken at all. He just couldn't stand the thought of Changqing, nobody with no connections or backing, but he forgot that he himself had been a nobody too. Guan Yu said with a blank expression. Okay, let's eat first. The food is getting cold. He had originally called Changqing here to give him a good scolding, but now not only had he failed to do so, he had also made Changqing look good. He was already a little upset. His daughter was still looking at him with starry eyes, and Guan Yu was even more irritated. In front of her parents, Guan Yu was also not good, and she kept showing off her affection for Chang. She turned to Han Jingjing and chatted about girly topics. In the middle of the conversation, Changqing went to the bathroom to settle the bill in advance. After they finished eating, Guan Yu went to the bar to pay the bill. He was a little surprised to be told that the bill had already been paid, and then turned to Changqing and said, "Now that you have a job and are a director, you should be a responsible person, so the bet. I will definitely fulfill it." Changqing replied calmly. "Well, I hope you can do it too. When the time comes and you two are together, I won't stand in your way. If you can't do it, I hope you can be a man and not keep pestering me. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook." Guan Yu did not hide this from others, and Guan Yu naturally heard it as well. He was a bit anxious, but he didn't know what to say. "Uncle Guan, don't worry. If I don't earn 20 million within the specified time, I won't be able to face Yuer." Changqing then said. "And don't worry, I won't bother Yuer when she's studying. But our schools are so close, it shouldn't be a problem to bump into each other occasionally. After all, we've been classmates for many years. And then there's the fact that Yuer is a girl, and she's new here. If she runs into any trouble, I'll have to help her. I think you can understand that this kind of meeting isn't for the purpose of dating, right?" Changqing spoke eloquently, giving a noble excuse. Especially when he said that Guan Yu was new to the area, it immediately struck a chord with Guan Yu's parents. Li Siso even grabbed Changqing's hand with a worried look on her face. "Changqing, I know you are a good boy. When I am not here, you must take good care of Yuer." Guan Yu stood by the side with his mouth open, but he couldn't say a word. This made Guan Yu very happy. Her boyfriend was so smart. She never would have thought of that. Han Jingjing pouted and turned to Guan Yu. "Yuer, did you bring your bedding?" "Yes, why?" "Oh, it's that bastard Changqing. He tricked me into thinking that the school would provide bedding, so I didn't need to bring anything." He. Guan Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "It's not the first time he's done this to you. I'll go with you to buy some later." "Okay." The two girls decided to leave, holding hands. It was only then that Guan Yu seemed to remember her parents. "Dad, Mom, you go back first." He waved his little hand. Even the usually gentle Li Siso was angered by this little white-eyed wolf's initiative, and scolded him lightly. "You child. Your father has been driving for so long, it's not safe to go back now. You're really a waste of my worry." Guan Yu blushed and stuck out her tongue. In fact, Li Siso was mainly reluctant to let her daughter go. After all, she had never left her sight since she was a child. Now that she is in college, Li Sihue always feels a sense of emptiness in her heart. She turned to Guan Yu and said, "Old Guan, why don't you find a place to rest? I'll take the kids for a walk and see if Yuer needs anything." "That's fine." Guan Yu nodded and took the lead, looking at Changqing before walking away. Changqing understood and said to the three women, "You go ahead and have fun. I have some business to attend to, so I won't be able to accompany you." Before leaving, he said to Guan Yu seriously, "Moon, if you need any help in the future, feel free to call me. I promise to be there whenever you need me." Guan Yu knew exactly what Changqing meant. She knew that there were plenty of excuses for needing help. For example, she couldn't open the bottle cap, she wasn't feeling well, she was afraid of meeting bad people when she went shopping, and she laughed to herself when she thought about it. Chapter 27, It's All Your Boyfriend's Doing. After saying goodbye to Guan Yu and the others, Changqing went to the company to take a look around. Although the company was very busy, The general direction had already been set, and everyone could just follow the steps. After a round, I didn't see Joey man. I guess he went to register, too. After thinking about it, I went back to school. When he returned to the dormitory, his roommates were all there. Yang Zhonghua was playing a game, Li Mingfeng was lying on the bed playing with his phone, and Chen Chang was passing water to Li Mingfeng. This little brother is doing a good job. Maybe he'll really be successful in the future. Li Mingfeng was lying on the bed, playing with his phone and teasingly asking, "Hey, fourth brother is back. How did you meet your mother-in-law?" "It's okay," Changqing said casually and walked over to his own bed and sat down. Chen Chang came over and asked with a curious look on his face, "Hey, fourth brother. How does your girlfriend look like?" "It's okay." Chen Chang took this as a sign that Changqing's girlfriend was too ugly to be mentioned, and immediately said excitedly, "If we're talking about women, it has to be my sister-in-law. She's got long legs, fair skin, a sweet voice, and a great personality. She's absolutely beautiful, and she's the most beautiful woman in the world." Chen Chang spoke with excitement, as if he had such a girlfriend himself. Seeing that Changqing didn't say anything, Chen Chang didn't care and continued, "Hey, fourth brother, don't you know who I'm talking about?" Li Mingfeng, who was lying on the bed playing with his phone, said with a hint of pride, "Second brother, you need to be low-key." Does this tone have any meaning of being low-key? Chen Chang understood and continued, "I called her sister-in-law, so she must be Brother Feng's girlfriend. She's absolutely the most beautiful girl in our university town, with her looks and her temperament." He even gave a thumbs up. "Oh? More beautiful than your sister?" Hearing Chen Chang say this, Changqing also became interested. "She's much prettier than my sister." Chen Chang said this without hesitation. Li Mingfeng, who was lying on the bed, didn't care much about it. He thought that Chen Chang was a country bumpkin, so his sister couldn't be that pretty. This fourth brother, who looked very well dressed, was also a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, so he looked down on him even more. Changqing didn't think so. After all, in the relationship between a brother and a sister, even if the sister is as beautiful as a fairy, the brother will still think she is average. But if she really is more beautiful than Chen Shangyun, then she must be close to the level of Guan Yu. After all, he had seen Chen Shangyun, and although he didn't know her exact measurements, he knew that her face was over 95 points. However, Changqing thought it was impossible, and got up to go to the balcony to smoke. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang a few times. It was a message from Guan Yu. "Honey, where have you been?" "I'm back in the dorm." "Honey, I miss you so much. My parents aren't leaving until tomorrow, but I want to see you today. What should I do?" Changqing thought for a moment and replied, "Your parents will definitely have dinner with you tonight, and it will probably end at around 8 or 9 o'clock. There's still some time before the dormitory closes, so we'll meet at your school. Yes, I love you, my husband. I'll send you a message when I get back to school tonight." After the meeting, Changqing thought of Han Jingjing and guessed that she must be in a bad mood. How should I comfort her? Changqing thought to herself, picked up her phone and composed a text message. "Tomorrow night, let's go home together." There is nothing more direct and effective than a storm to comfort a girl who is hurt by love. At this moment, Han Jingjing was in the fitting room with Guan Yu, trying on her new underwear to see if it looked good. Guan Yu had just finished texting with her boyfriend and was in a good mood. Seeing Han Jingjing trying on underwear, she teased, "Jingjing, I feel like you've grown again, and you're almost as tall as me." Han Jingjing heard this and gave her a dirty look, thinking to herself, "It's all your boyfriend's fault." Just as she was thinking, her phone suddenly beeped with a text message. Han Jingjing picked up her phone and looked at it, and her face flushed. She looked at Guan Yu with a guilty conscience. When Guan Yu saw her best friend looking at her phone, her expression became strange, and her face turned red. She looked puzzled and said, "What's wrong, Jingjing? Are you not feeling well?" "Oh, no, nothing, just a sales promotion text message, it's so annoying." She quickly deleted the message, and Guan Yu didn't think much of it. She tried on some clothes and continued shopping. As the sky began to grow dark, a few people from the Evergreen dormitory walked on the playground, watching people come and go. The difference between freshmen and seniors is clear at a glance. The freshmen are full of energy, their feet are light, their eyes are full of curiosity, and they look around. The older students were more relaxed and laid back, but the older girls were wearing more revealing clothes than the younger girls, which gave them an extra point. A few people went to the cafeteria to grab a bite to eat and then headed to their classes. Today is the class meeting, which is actually a chance to meet and get to know each other. The four of them were not in the same class. Changqing and Chen Shang were in class 1, and Li Mingfeng and Yang Zhenghua were in class 2. The two walked into the classroom one after the other. There were already many people inside. Chen Shang was not very tall and his skin was a little dark, so he didn't attract much attention. Changqing, who was following him, was different. He was handsome and tall. He was wearing a black shirt, black trousers, and black leather shoes, and looked young, but he had a mature and stable temperament. The female classmates couldn't help but start whispering. "Wow, he's so handsome. Yes, he is so handsome. Don't even think about it. He's definitely going to be my boyfriend." Several female classmates in the class began to gush over him. Having just entered university from high school, the boys looked relatively inexperienced, and most of them had not yet begun to pay attention to their appearance. The girls were different. Girls mature earlier than boys, and in college, they pay more attention to their appearance. The girls looked at Changqing, and Changqing naturally took a few casual glances. And in terms of Changqing's experience, he has seen countless battles, and his aesthetic sense is completely different from that of these teenagers. In Changqing's aesthetic concept, regardless of gender, there are 4 steps to look at. The first is body shape, the second is appearance, the third is temperament, and the fourth is the charm that emanates from within. For example, a girl with a pretty face but an average body will get boring after a while. If a girl has a plain face but a hot body, like a year-old leg, for example. A girl with an average face and average body, but with a charming allure that emanates from within, makes your heart skip a beat when you look at her. Then there is temperament, cold and elegant, noble, dignified, sexy, charming, enchanting, charming. And the blessing of status can double the happiness, which is not something that can be appreciated by simply looking good. Chapter 28, The Beautiful Monitor. Changqing sat down with Chen Shang in the back row, and the girls kept looking at him. But after all, it was the first day of school, and the girls were too shy to go over and talk to him. After a while, most of the students had arrived. A woman walked into the classroom, wearing a loose-fitting plaid shirt and black women's pants, with the bottom of the shirt tucked into the waistband. She was wearing a pair of women's sandals with double row bars on the instep and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Changqing was stunned when the woman entered the classroom. He turned to Chen Shang and said, "Isn't that your sister? What's she doing here?" "You forgot, my sister is a teaching assistant." "Oh." Changqing remembered this and became even more curious about Chen Shangyun. After all, she is a graduate student and a teaching assistant. This outfit is a bit too plain, isn't it? Especially the big black-rimmed glasses, combined with the bangs, sealed her beauty. Chen Shangyun walked onto the stage, tapped the blackboard eraser, and signaled for silence. "I am your teaching assistant, my name is Chen Shangyun. Your counselor has family matters and will not be here until after the military training is over, so during the military training period, I will temporarily be responsible for your daily arrangements." Freshmen are new to the university town and may be curious about the surroundings. It is only natural that they want to explore the area, but they must be careful and not go too far. Also, military training is about to begin, so students should prepare for it. Before that, we need to select temporary class leaders to help me manage the class. If anyone is willing, they can volunteer. As soon as Chen Shangyun finished speaking, Chen Shang poked Changqing in the arm. "Fourth brother, you be the class leader." "I'm not interested." "You do it. Your sister will definitely choose you." Chen Chang looked sullen. "You don't understand. My sister definitely won't choose me." At this point, a boy stood up. "Teacher, let me be the class president. I was the class president in high school and have experience." This is a male student who is over 1.7 meters tall, good-looking, and looks very clean. "What's your name?" "Teacher Chen, my name is Yin Shuhong." Yin Shuhong was neither subservient nor arrogant, and he really did have the air of a class leader. "Oh, good, is there anyone else who would like to be the class monitor?" Chen Shangyun asked again. Although it is temporary, according to the usual practice, after the military training is over, it can be made permanent. Teacher, I also want to be the monitor. At this time, a girl stood up, with a bun hairstyle, a pink t-shirt, and blue denim shorts with thin fringes. Her thighs were white and very beautiful. In Evergreen's opinion, she was about 80 points in terms of appearance, and Chen Chang's eyes were a little bit straight. Chen Shangyun asked the girl's name again. The girl was called Min Ro, and according to her own words, she could dance. There are more men than women in this university, and there are only about 10 women in Changqing's class of 40. Min Ro's looks are already perfect for the class flower, and she might even be the department flower. As for people with her looks, there are probably only a handful of them in the computer science department over the course of several decades. Chen Shangyun saw that both of them wanted to be class president, so she was going to vote. Before she could even open her mouth, Yin Shuhuang spoke up. Teacher, why don't we let Min Ro be the monitor? He wanted to make a good impression on Min Ro, and maybe get a chance to pursue her. When Min Ro heard Yin Shuhuang say this, she smiled sweetly at him, making Yin Shuhuang feel as if his bones had become lighter. He also felt that his choice was correct. Chen Shangyun had no objections, and after asking the other students, no one objected either. He announced that Min Ro would be the temporary monitor, but he was worried that a girl might have difficulty getting things done. He also announced that Yin Shuhuang would be the vice monitor, assisting Min Ro in her work. Yin Shuhuang was pleasantly surprised. He really didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. This way, the two of them would have a legitimate reason to interact. Over time, feelings may develop, and that is also very possible. Chen Shangyun looked at him with gratitude. Then came the self-introduction session. When it was Chang Qing's turn, he just said his name and left the stage. After the meeting, Chen Shangyun left first, and the other students also left one after another. Before they had even left the classroom, someone tapped them on the shoulder, and then a girl's voice came from behind them. Hey, Changcheng. Changqing turned around and saw the monitor, Min Ro. Let's get acquainted. I'm Min Ro, she said, extending her hand. Although Changqing was not interested in her, she was after all a classmate, and it was not good to refuse her when she took the initiative to talk to him. He reached out and shook her hand. Have you eaten yet? If not, let's eat together. We're classmates, so let's get to know each other. Min Ro invited enthusiastically. Chen Chang, who was standing next to her, was also a little jealous. This was the beautiful class monitor, and she had actually come over to talk to him. Sorry, I've already eaten. Maybe next time. I'll treat you next time. Min Ro also noticed that Changqing was being evasive, so she simply asked. Do you have a girlfriend? Min Rong had noticed Changqing from the moment he entered the classroom. She had never seen a boy as good-looking as him before. Thinking that it was the beginning of the semester, Changqing must not have a girlfriend yet, and as long as he acted quickly, he would definitely be able to win her over. Changqing didn't expect Minru to be so direct, and he didn't hide it. I already have one. But Minrong didn't believe it at all, thinking that Changqing was just trying to be polite. She was about to say something. Chen Chang, who was standing next to her, quickly explained. It's true, the fourth brother really has a girlfriend. He even met her parents this morning. Minro's face darkened when she heard Chen Chang say this, but she still looked at Changqing, hoping that he would give a different answer. It's true. My girlfriend and I were classmates in high school and have been dating for many years. Changqing was too lazy to deal with the trouble later, so he simply said it clearly. Although Min-ro was disappointed, she didn't pursue the matter. Okay, then. I'll bring your girlfriend along sometime. She thought that if Changqing's girlfriend was not very pretty, then she still had a chance. Okay. Changqing agreed and walked out of the classroom first. He planned to go straight to Yuande to find Guan Yu, but was stopped by Qin Shang, who was following him. Fourth, where are you going? The dormitory is this way. I have things to do, you go back first. No. I have something to tell you. Chen Shang wouldn't let go of him, and Shang Chang had to stop and look at him, waiting for the next part of the story. Chen Shang looked around and whispered to him. Hey, fourth brother, do you really not like the monitor? I thought he was going to say something. Changqing frowned and stepped back, distancing himself from him. Don't you know I have a girlfriend? No. Chen Shang smiled slyly. I mean, if you don't like me, you can go ahead and do it. Minro's looks and figure are simply in his heart, and it can be said that it was love at first sight. Then I wish you success. Chang Ching was too lazy to argue with him, so he waved his hand and left quickly. Chapter 29, Love in the Moonlight. As soon as Chang Ching walked out of the school gate, he received a text message from Guan Yu. Honey. Have you eaten yet? Chang Ching, I have. Have you? Guan Yu, I was going to eat with my parents this afternoon, but I forgot that there was a class meeting. I didn't even finish eating before I came back with Jingjing. Chang Ching, has the meeting finished? Guan Yu, it's over. Jingjing and I are going to have a cup of milk tea each and skip dinner to lose weight. Chang Ching was speechless. Milk tea is the easiest way to gain weight, but he didn't bother to say that girls love it. He typed while walking. I'm already on my way to your school. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Guan Yu, really? Honey, I won't go get milk tea, let Jingjing go by herself. Chang Ching, no, there's plenty of time. I'm still a little way from your school. Even if I get there, your school is so big, it'll take a while to get there. Guan Yu, okay, where should we meet up later? Chang Ching, I don't know your school well, so let's find a place that everyone knows, like the library. Guan Yu, that's perfect. The library is not far from the store, so I'll wait for you in front of the library. Chang Ching replied with an okay. Guan Yu's school is very large, with more than a dozen departments. It would take hours to explore it all. Chang Ching chose information engineering because it was close to the department where Guan Yu was studying. Even so, it still took half an hour. When she arrived at the library, it was almost 9 o'clock, and Guan Yu was still wearing the princess dress she had worn during the day. She was waiting at the door. When she saw Chang Ching approaching, the little girl rushed into his arms like a gust of wind. She hugged him tightly around the neck, as if she was afraid that Chang Ching would fly away, and she used all her strength. Chang Ching's chin rested on her shoulder, and she happened to meet Han Jingjing's eyes behind her. Han Jingjing was standing in front of the library, facing the light, making her dim eyes even more pitiful. Faced with this situation, Chang Ching was helpless and could only use his hand to make a gesture of love. Han Jingjing's face brightened, and she blew him a kiss before turning and walking towards the dormitory. It had been 2 months since they had been together, and the intense longing was simply too much to express in words. Chang Ching looked around and took Guan Yu and walked behind the library. Guan Yu didn't resist. As long as she was with Chang Ching, she didn't care where they went. There was a narrow passage behind the library. Chang Ching pulled her in and held her in his arms, blocking her red lips. For Chang Ching, this was a lost and regained after 18 years. The joy was indescribable. For Guan Yu, her first love, which was still young and immature, had already come to a perfect end when she and her boyfriend became one in her own home. Now for her, it should be a more passionate love that belongs to adults, the kind that can burn the soul. Not far away, the laughter of students coming and going could still be heard. But all the outside world was of no concern to them, because at that moment, all they could think about was each other. It was only when she felt as if she was suffocating that she gently pushed him away. You're so annoying, picking on people right after we met. Guan Yu leaned into his arms and pouted, her lips more beautiful than any lipstick in the world. Chang Ching couldn't help but think of the first time they touched. With his current experience, he knew that he had always been led by Guan Yu. It was a rainy afternoon. Chang Ching took off his clothes and put them on Guan Yu's head to help her stay dry. The two of them ran under an eave, and the rain was falling heavily, with no one around. Guan Yu's long skirt was a little wet, and she hugged her arms and said she was a little cold. Chang Ching was a little overwhelmed and reached out to hug her. The soft body of the girl, when touched for the first time, seemed to touch a cloud, warm and soft, incredibly soft. Chang Ching didn't dare to look at Guan Yu, whose long skirt was soaked, and just stared rigidly at the street under the rain curtain. After standing there for an unknown length of time, Guan Yu suddenly said that she thought she had a bubble in her mouth and asked Chang Ching to take a look. Chang Ching didn't suspect anything, so he gently pinched Guan Yu's lip to check, but he didn't find any bubbles. It was just that her beautiful red lips were becoming more and more seductive. He was a big guy, so how could he stand it? As a result, he took the initiative to peck her. Guan Yu pretended to be shy and said that Chang Ching was being naughty. Now that I think about it, I'm really stupid and cute. At this time, the moon was high in the sky, and the soft moonlight shone on the faces of the two, revealing a hazy beauty. Changqing gently pushed open the door and tucked the hair that had been blown about by the wind behind her ears. It's getting a little cold. You should go back to the dormitory quickly, don't catch a cold. No, my dear husband. I want to stay with you a little longer. She then threw herself into his arms and pounced around, acting coquettishly. Changqing was also a little moved by this. Guan Yu had a naturally cold and elegant goddess face, always giving people a feeling of cold and noble. In fact, her inner character was very simple and very clingy. She is especially good at coquetry. Her voice is soft and gentle, and she would arch her back in your arms and coo. Changqing couldn't stand it before. But now, Changqing is no longer a nobody. Holding Guan Yu, he patted the little girl on the back and whispered in her ear in a low voice. Good girl, listen to me. If you catch a cold, I'll be heartbroken. After the military training is over, I'll take you shopping and to the movies, and I'll hold you while you sleep. Listening to her boyfriend's soft voice, the warm breath from his mouth tickled her ears. She was very fond of that feeling, and felt that her boyfriend was getting better at flirting. It was not in vain that she had cultivated it for so many years. She obediently said, Okay, then you can walk me back. The two of them walked hand in hand towards the girls' dormitory building. There were very few people on the road, after all, it was past 10 o'clock. But it was different when they got close to the girls' dormitory. Under the shade of the surrounding trees, couples could be seen everywhere. They were either holding hands or reluctant to part, all of which showed the throbbing of youth. When they reached the dormitory entrance, Guan Yu looked up at him with her eyes sparkling and a look of anticipation on her face. Changqing sighed in his heart, knowing that this little girl, who was deeply addicted to idol dramas, had many fantasies about this kind of scene. He could only lower his head and touch her forehead, saying softly, Go on up, my dear. I'll miss you. Guan Yu then waved his hand in satisfaction. Then remember to send me a message when you get back. Okay. Changqing looked at her as she walked upstairs with a look of adoration. In fact, with Guan Yu's personality, she would not be too intimate with Changqing in front of so many people. The reason she did it today was actually similar to the mentality of boys, which was to declare sovereignty. One is to keep the flies from bothering her, and the other is to let everyone know that Changqing has a girlfriend, so those little devils who want to reach out, please behave yourself. If nothing unexpected happens, Guan Yu will come to Changqing's school again and act intimately with her. In fact, many times, girls' possessiveness is even stronger than that of boys. Chapter 30, Twin Sisters. Han Jingjing was a bit unhappy, but when she thought about going home with Changqing tomorrow, her heart started to beat faster. When she returned to the dormitory and opened the door, she was stunned because she saw Joyman. Why are you here? Han Jingjing asked Joyman. The girl was also a little surprised to see Han Jingjing, and immediately got up and extended her hand with a smile, saying, Hello, my name is Joyna. Are you also in this dormitory? Han Jingjing's shock did not subside, and she muttered to herself. Joyna, Joyman, are they twins? They look exactly the same, so it must be. It seems that she doesn't know me. If she knew that her sister or younger sister worked at my company, it would be awkward to be roommates in the future. Thinking this way, she forced a smile on her face and said, I'm sorry, I was surprised to see how beautiful you are. My name is Han Jingjing. We'll be roommates from now on. No, you are much prettier than me. Jayawana replied modestly. That's how women are. When two people are engaged in a business-like exchange, they are both very modest. What a nice skin you have, what a nice dress you are wearing, you have good taste, and so on. But if someone says that you are not as good-looking as someone else, the woman will immediately turn her face. In short, women can say they are not good-looking, but others cannot. The two of them held hands and exchanged pleasantries. Han Jingjing asked, I didn't see you at the morning registration. Well, I was helping my sister with her luggage, and then there was something at home, so I came over in the evening. So Joey Man is her sister. Han Jingjing thought to herself and then said, So you're from here, why are you living in a dormitory? Although my family is local, it takes almost an hour to get there by car. It's too tiring to do this every day. It's better to stay in a dormitory. Besides, my mother nags me all day long at home, and it's so much more comfortable to live in a dormitory. It was clear that this Joyna was very outgoing, in stark contrast to her introverted sister. Joyman is not only introverted, but also very conservative in her clothing. She either wears long skirts that reach her knees or long pants. Joyna is different. At this time, she is wearing high-waisted denim shorts, with long, dazzling legs. Compared to her sister, she is more aggressive in her beauty. The two had just met, and Han Jingjing was more reserved in her speech, but Xiao Yana was a natural conversationalist, and she took her hand and couldn't help but be enthusiastic. "Hey, do you have a boyfriend?" "No, not yet." Han Jingjing looked a little uncomfortable. After all, her relationship with Changqing was not on the surface. "You're so lame." "I'm dating," Xiao Yana said, and began to count her fingers, as if she couldn't count them all at once, leaving Han Jingjing stunned. They were having a great time chatting. Guan Yu also returned to the dormitory, thinking about her mother's words of advice. As soon as she entered the door, she greeted them politely. "Hello, my name is Guan Yu." "Oh, hello." The response came from a roommate she hadn't seen before. "My name is Luo Peijian, I'm from northern Jiangsu." She has short hair and is very cute and petite. Guan Yu greeted Fangya again, the plump girl from lunch. She was folding her clothes at the moment and looked up and nodded to Guan Yu with a smile. Fangya felt a lot of pressure in the dormitory. There were two beautiful, bubbly beauties, and the other was also petite and cute. Looking at her own fat body, Fangya secretly made up her mind to lose weight. The bed on the left was occupied by Su Yuqing, who was wearing a black silk nightgown and sitting on the bed, reading a book with her elbows on the table. The nightgown is designed to fit the body closely, and this position perfectly shows the waist-to-hip ratio. This plump figure is really something men like and women envy. Guan Yu subconsciously straightened her shoulders, as if she wanted to compare something, and walked over to her and asked, "Yuqing, what are you looking at?" "Nothing, just some light reading." Su Yuqing looked up and replied with a light smile. In fact, she had seen Guan Yu when he first came in, but he was greeting his roommates, so she didn't say anything. She had a very deep impression of Guan Yu. In her 18 years of life, apart from her aunt, no one could make her feel that she was better than her in terms of appearance. But today, she couldn't help but admit that this Guan Yu was too beautiful. If she could be compared to her, it would probably be the watermelon she was so proud of. Looking at the cover, it was a philosophy book, which Guan Yu was not interested in. Just as she was about to go back to her own bed, her hand was grabbed, and Guan Yu was stunned. She looked back at Su Yuqing in surprise, and saw that Su Yuqing had been looking at her face. Guan Yu was a little panicked. Could it be that Su Yuqing liked that kind of thing? She had heard Changqing say that there were men with men, women with women, and so on. Guan Yu was panicking, wondering whether to pull back his hand. Then she saw Su Yuqing's face, which was full of ambiguity, and said, "Guan Yu, you came back so late. What did you do?" "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Guan Yu replied blankly. "If you didn't do anything, then why are your lips so red and swollen?" Su Yuqing asked with excitement and anticipation. This gossipy look is in stark contrast to her image as a demure lady during the day. "Oh." Guan Yu blushed and quickly covered her mouth with her hand, mumbling, "You're so annoying. I ate some spicy chili." Guan Yu tried to argue, but ran back to her bed and started looking for clothes to get ready for a bath. Su Yuqing didn't believe a word of it. Just looking at Guan Yu's blushing face said it all. The other two girls were also curious about this gossip. It was only the beginning of the semester, and a girl like Guan Yu, who was so young, already had a boyfriend. Fangya couldn't help but ask, "Guan Yu, do you really have a boyfriend? It's only the beginning of the semester, and you're moving too fast." She was jealous of Guan Yu's looks, but she also had that kind of fan mentality. It's the kind of mentality that only the best in the world is worthy of you, as if you were putting yourself into it. Like those fans who always think that only so-and-so is worthy of you, and that no one else is. She thought it was too hasty for Guan Yu to have a boyfriend just after the semester started. "Yes, Guan Yu, you are so good-looking, don't get cheated." Luo Peijian also expressed her concern. Seeing that her roommates were so concerned about her, Guan Yu didn't hide anything. She told her roommates that she and Changqing were from the same hometown and had been in love since high school. She briefly told her roommates. "Wow, no way. That's so sweet." I want a sweet love too. Fangya hugged her face with both hands, her fandom was bursting, and her eyes were full of stars. Yes, I'm so jealous. Luo Peijian was also infected. This kind of high school to college love is simply too romantic for girls. She sat down next to Guan Yu, planning to get a closer look at the melon. Chapter 31, I'll take 99 steps toward you, and the last step is yours to take. Love is an eternal topic for girls. Even the usually demure Su Yuqing is no exception. Although she was pretending to read at the moment, her ears were already pricked up. At this time, Fangya asked again. Yeah, how did your boyfriend catch up with you? He must be very handsome, right? Well, how should I put it? Guan Yu thought about the wording. His eyes are very special, he has a kind of perseverance that far surpasses his peers, and he doesn't talk much, but he is super handsome. Guan Yu really fell in love with Changqing at first sight. When she got off the bus, she saw Changqing in the crowd almost immediately. He was handsome, clean, and a bit melancholy, and he almost instantly captured her heart. Later, she was in the same class as him, and she was so happy that she didn't sleep for a whole night. But soon she discovered that Changqing was always accompanied by a very pretty girl. At that time, Guan Yu thought they were a couple and was sad for a few days. Later, when she found out that they were not, she decided to act quickly to avoid any complications. Because they were both women, she saw a different kind of affection in Han Jingjing's eyes. You mean you were the one who pursued him? Fangya was full of disbelief. Guan Yu is so beautiful, does she need to chase after him? Not really. I just often asked him for help, like asking him to do my hair or screw on the cap of a bottle. Anyway, I asked him for help with some small things, and after a lot of contact, he naturally understood what I meant. Ah, isn't that too uninhibited? You don't understand. A good boy has many admirers. Although it's embarrassing, it's even more regrettable to miss out. Hearing this, Su Yuqing also nodded, agreeing with Guan Yu's statement. Sometimes you just have to be brave, so that you don't regret it in life. Yeah, you're amazing. Have you had many boyfriends? Fangya patted her own plump face, her fan attributes were bursting. No, I learned it all from TV. There are so many idol dramas, haven't you seen any? Just follow their example. Since being with Changqing, Guan Yu has been with him, and they have done all the romantic scenes in the idol drama. It's no wonder Changqing is so good at caring for people. She's the one who trained him. Ah, is this okay? Fangya was in disbelief. Of course it works. It's so romantic to meet by chance. So, did you finally confess your love? No. Guan Yu shook his head. I just studied with him every day, and asked him to help me out without meaning to. In return, I would bring him water when he was playing basketball, and occasionally give him little things. Anyway, I let him know that I liked him, but I never said it out loud. What does that mean? Fangya looked confused. Oh, love is a two-way street. If you like someone, you should never tell them until you know for sure that they like you back. If you fail, you might not even be able to be friends. So, you have to take 99 steps toward him, and let him take the last step. Su Yuqing's eyes lit up and she said. Yeah, you're so smart. If he likes you too, he'll naturally come to you. If he doesn't, you won't be embarrassed if you don't say anything. Guan Yu smiled and nodded at her, as if they understood each other. But isn't this too lowly? Fangya still couldn't quite understand. Su Yuqing shook her head and said. This has nothing to do with being humble. When you meet someone you like, whether it's a man or a woman, one of you has to make the first move. If being the first to make the move is being humble, then wouldn't you be missing out? While they were chatting, the phone rang. Guan Yu picked it up and saw it was a text message from Changqing. Changqing, baby, I'm in the dormitory. What are you doing? I miss you. Several roommates were listening to it with relish, and when they saw Guan Yu reading the text message, they were all smiling sweetly. Even Su Yuqing was a little envious, and she didn't know when she would meet that person. She is very sentimental and believes in fate. She is sure that she will fall in love at first sight with him. Guan Yu, judging from your expression, you must have a boyfriend. Fangya asked with envy. Guan Yu typed away while answering. Honey, I miss you too. Some of my roommates are asking me how to fall in love. He. Guan Yu clicked send. Well, you're an expert in love, so teach them how to eat pudding. Changqing typed with a mischievous smile. You're killing me. I'm going to take a bath and go to bed. Guan Yu was so angry that her face turned red. Seeing Guan Yu, who had just been so sweet, now angrily taking her clothes to the bathroom, her roommates were all a bit confused. Love didn't seem to be as sweet as they had imagined. The two of them were just playing around, they wouldn't really get angry. Changqing returned to the dormitory. Li Mingfeng was not there. Yang Zhonghua was sitting at the computer, and Chen Chang was standing behind him watching. His eyes were glued to the screen. Changqing leaned in to take a closer look and realized that it was a movie that could be finished by 2 or 3 people. Chen Chang even leaned over to make room for him. Yang Zhonghua also saw Changqing and raised his eyebrows. Fourth, what kind of movies do you like? I have them all. He opened a folder and said, I have all kinds of movies here. I'm not bragging, but I have more than a gigabyte of seed. Changqing was speechless. He had watched a lot of porn when he was a teenager. But now he prefers actual combat. He sent a text message to Guan Yu for a while, and then remembered that he had forgotten to bring his bedding when he wanted to go to bed. Standing in front of the window, he lit a cigarette and looked out at the dark forest in front of him and the small windows on the side, some bright and some dark. Behind each small window, there are a few students who have left home and come to a new environment. They are making new friends and telling stories about their hometowns. They are looking forward to a wonderful college life, friendship, love, and studies. No matter what, good or bad, it is all part of youth. Such youth is already incompatible with Evergreen, and everything he thinks about. It seems that everything except women has nothing to do with youth. What kind of person does he want to be in this life? Changqing asked himself, curled up on the mattress, and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 32, Han Jingjing's Dream. The next morning. Changqing got up early. After all, it was autumn, and it was still a bit chilly at night. He had not slept well the night before and wanted to go out to buy bedding, but it was still early and the shops were probably not open yet. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the company first. In the company, 2 young women from the finance department were on duty, because the customer base was all night owls. There were also people on duty in the technical department, but they were all wearing headphones, as if they were studying the progress of humanity, so Changqing didn't bother them. He pushed open the office door and was about to help Han Jingjing with the company's daily paperwork. As soon as she entered the office, she was surprised to see Han Jingjing looking down at her desk, reading a document. When she heard someone push open the door, she looked up and was also surprised. Why are you here? How did you get here? The two almost said the same thing at the same time. Changqing closed the door, walked around the desk, and stood in front of Han Jingjing. I got up early and there was nothing to do, so I came to the office to take a look. How come you're here so early? Han Jingjing smiled and leaned over, putting her arms around his waist and resting her head on his stomach. I didn't come yesterday, so I thought I'd come early in the morning to see if there were any documents that needed my signature. Don't think too much. There's nothing urgent right now. Don't tire yourself out. Changqing said, petting her head affectionately. In fact, Han Jingjing was working so hard because she was worried that Changqing would distance himself from her after Guan Yu came. She wanted to help Changqing so that he wouldn't think less of her in the future. In addition, the company's income is increasing day by day. If things continue like this, it won't be long before they can meet Guan Yu's parents' expectations. Han Jingjing felt a little sad. Now she no longer had to worry about tuition fees. But the more money she has, the more worried she is, feeling that Changqing will be further and further away from her. In Changqing's eyes, Han Jingjing is now a blank sheet of paper, with all her emotions almost written on her face. The sadness in her eyes was so obvious that it made his heart ache. He sighed and turned to lock the door. As it neared noon, Changqing sat in his office chair and gently held her in his arms, whispering. At the current rate of promotion, the company will complete the basic layout in 3 or 4 months at most. Do you have anything you want to do? Like any dreams or career aspirations? Dreams? Han Jingjing thought for a moment. I used to think that I would marry you, have a few children, and live a stable life in a small county town. But I never thought that I would later have Guan Yu. At this point, Han Jingjing frowned. At that time, I just hoped that you would break up with Guan Yu and be with me, but it doesn't make sense to talk about this now. Speaking of this, Changqing was also a little sad. It was the hardest to bear the lack of affection from others. Whether it was Guan Yu or Han Jingjing, he could not let them down. Afraid that she would fall into a state of sadness, Changqing smiled and said, "People always have to have some aspirations. You're now the CEO, so you should have some higher ideals. I haven't thought about anything else. I'll finish my studies first, then help you manage the company. If I get pregnant, I'll have the baby, spoil her, and watch her grow up. I'll be satisfied with that for the rest of my life." Han Jingjing said sweetly, with a look of happiness on her face. The more Han Jingjing said this, the more pressure Changqing felt, and he even wished she were a materialistic woman. The two were just getting bored when Guan Yu called. "Honey, are you up yet?" The voice of Guan Yu came from the other end of the line. "You're up, honey?" "I just woke up, I feel so tired, I don't want to get up at all." Guan Yu was being coquettish. Han Jingjing was curled up in Changqing's arms, listening clearly, and she rolled her eyes. She thought to herself, no wonder, her husband is captivated by Guan Yu. Not only is she beautiful, she is also so coquettish. How can that man resist? As if she was deliberately being bad, she tilted her head back and kissed him on the cheek. "Honey, where are you? I thought I heard something." Guan Yu asked with some confusion. "Oh, nothing, I'm at the office. I think it's my colleague typing." Changqing replied calmly, lowered her head and kissed him back, signaling him to behave. "Oh, honey. I'm so hungry." Perhaps it was because she had been away from home, but she seemed to be more spoiled and clingier than before. Changqing looked down at her phone and saw that it was already past 11 o'clock. "Baby, you get up and wash up first. I'll pick you up for dinner later." "Okay, I'll wait for you in the dormitory." After hanging up, the two tidied up their clothes. Changqing was about to ask if Han Jingjing wanted to go to dinner together. Han Jingjing's phone rang. It was Guan Yu calling. Han Jingjing glanced at Changqing and answered the phone. "Hello, Yuer. Jingjing, where have you been?" From what Guan Yu said, she had gone to the dormitory to look for her. Han Jingjing was a little panicked and said sheepishly, "No, I didn't do anything. I just wandered around." "Why?" "Oh, nothing, I went to your dormitory to look for you, but you weren't there." "Changqing will be here soon. Let's go out to eat." "Okay, then wait for me in the dormitory. I'll be back in a while." As the two of them were just leaving the office, Changqing saw Xiao Yuman sitting in the technical department. Joyman heard the door open and looked up, their eyes meeting. Joyman blushed and looked away. "Hello, Mr. Han, hello, Mr. Chang." Several other employees from the technical department heard the commotion and greeted them. Chang nodded to them and said to Joyman, "Why are you here? Did you register smoothly?" "Well, it went pretty well. There wasn't much work at the school today, so I came to work." Joyman's behavior also confirmed Changqing's guess, even though he was as tough as iron. He was a little embarrassed to be overheard by a little girl, and felt that his alertness had dropped a lot. "In the future, I must pay attention to. You guys go ahead. I have to go with President Han." Han Jingjing didn't say anything, but she looked at Xiao Yiman a few more times. Even now, she still has some feelings. It's fine that the two sisters look the same. They are both so beautiful, how can they let people live? She looked at Changqing walking beside her. She thought to herself, this big pig's foot, usually soft-spoken to Xiao Yiman, must have thoughts about the little girl, so she must be careful in the future. The two took a taxi to the entrance of the former university. It was still early in the semester, and there was a lot of activity at the gate, with people going in and out. Most of them were freshmen, either out to buy some things for military training or to take a look around and get familiar with the environment. Chapter 33, The First Confrontation Between Han Jingjing and Su Yuqing. It was the season of the autumn tiger, and although the temperature was not high, the sun was very strong. Before long, Changqing felt his shirt was soaked with sweat. Han Jingjing on the side was also almost the same. Training in this weather is like roasting sweet potatoes. Han Jingjing was better off. She had suffered hardship since childhood, and her words were really worrying. It was almost 12 o'clock when they arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Han Jingjing went upstairs to change her clothes. She happened to come down with Guan Yu, so Changqing didn't call and just waited in front of the dormitory. There were many girls coming in and out of the dormitory building, and they all had bright eyes when they saw the handsome guy standing at the door. Many of the girls secretly took a look, and they walked a little slower, but none of them came up to talk to him. After about 10 minutes, a group of girls walked out of the dormitory. "You're here." Guan Yu ran over quickly, her pink princess dress fluttering as she ran, looking very beautiful. Changqing held her in his arms, his forehead touching hers. "Yes, come feed our baby. Then I'll eat more." Guan Yu rubbed her forehead against his and pouted. "Okay, let my baby grow up fat and healthy." "No, if you get fat, you'll start to dislike me." The two were flirting when a chubby girl came over and said with a smile, Yeah. You haven't introduced us." Guan Yu realized that there was a large group of people, and quickly got out of her embrace to introduce them. "This is my roommate Fanya, this is Su Yuqing, and this is Luo Peijian." Guan Yu introduced them one by one, and Changcheng nodded with a smile, as if to say hello. But when he looked at Su Yuqing, his gaze lingered for a moment. It wasn't that Changqing had any thoughts. It's mainly because this kind of woman with a lantern is something that anyone would want to take a second look at. After Guan Yu finished introducing them, Han Jingjing ran over and stood with Changcheng. She had just played poker with Changcheng in the office that morning and was in a good mood. She raised her left arm and placed it on Changcheng's shoulder, then pointed at him with her right hand and said with a smile, "This is my best friend, Changqing." Just now, Guan Yu was a little embarrassed to hug Chang Qing in front of so many people, and she forgot to introduce Changcheng when she was introducing him. Han Jingjing quickly came over to smooth things over, then pointed at Guan Yu and said to her roommate, "This is my high school classmate and best friend." But she didn't mention that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Now it's very clear. Then she pointed to her roommates and said, "This is Joyna, this is Lu Chunyan, and this is Pang Jiaojiao." When introducing Joyna, she even winked at Changqing. When Changqing heard the name, he realized what was going on and marveled at the creator's ingenuity. One is so beautiful, but two are the same. This Joyna, with her long, straight, black hair flowing down her shoulders, was wearing a blue tank top that revealed her 2-finger-width waist, with a faint glimpse of her six-pack abs. She was wearing white high-waisted shorts and slender, fair-skinned legs in a pair of white sneakers. She is tall and slender, fashionable and bold, with a completely different style from that of Joyman. Today, Joyna is in a very agitated mood. In high school, she was the undisputed school beauty. If there was someone who could compete with her, it would be her own younger sister. She thought that when she got to college, she would probably be the same, but she never expected to meet a roommate who was just as good as her on the first day. That's fine, but today, not only did she meet a rival in Su Yuqing, but she also met Guan Yu, who was even more stunning than she was. Joyna's self-confidence was somewhat shaken. "Guan Yu, your boyfriend is so handsome." Fanya covered her plump face with her hands and turned on the fan mode. Guan Yu turned around and hugged Changqing's arm, looking a little smug. Girls are like this. When someone praises their boyfriend, it makes them happier than if they praise themselves. Su Yuqing saw Han Jingjing and Changqing so close together, and Guan Yu was not even angry. It felt a little abnormal. Could it be that she didn't notice? She asked casually. Yeah, your place is amazing. You're good looking, your boyfriend is handsome, and even your best friend is so beautiful. She pointed at Han Jingjing with her finger. Guan Yu usually looks very cold, but that is determined by her natural appearance, and she is actually very kind and easy to get along with. When she saw Su Yuqing point at Han Jingjing, she understood what he meant, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. When she first met Changqing, the two of them were always walking arm in arm, and she thought they were a couple. Later, after getting to know them for a while, she realized their true relationship, and that's when Guan Yu started to guide Changqing to pursue her. Later, she also became friends with Han Jingjing, and the three of them played together, so she was used to it. But now that Su Yuqing has pointed it out to her in front of her, she has to explain it. But who is Han Jingjing? She is a drama queen, and she understands these little tricks in seconds. She can be cute and adorable to Changqing, but she doesn't put up with others. She said directly. Guan Yu didn't say anything. Who do you think you are? You're talking nonsense. If Changqing wasn't there, she would have scolded him. She looked at Su Yuqing with some ill will, and her face turned cold. In fact, Su Yuqing regretted it as soon as she said it. She was not the kind of person who would stir up trouble. She didn't know what was going on today. Seeing Han Jingjing and Chang Qing so close, she felt a little uncomfortable, and only said something inappropriate on impulse. Su Yuqing quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything." Chang Qing also spoke up to smooth things over. "What are you talking about? We're all classmates, just chatting." Seeing Chang Qing speak up, Han Jingjing pouted and didn't say anything else. The atmosphere eased a little, and Guan Yu also spoke up in time. "Jingjing is my best friend. She grew up with my boyfriend. If they were going to get together, I wouldn't have anything to do with it." This made it clear that the two of them were not possible, and in fact, it also ruled out the possibility. Su Yuqing also felt that she had said something inappropriate and laughed, saying, "We're going to be together for 4 years, so we should help each other. How about I treat everyone to a big lunch today?" Su Yuqing is clearly a lady of the upper class, and she is not short of money, so she speaks with confidence. "Great, I want to eat hot pot." "What's the point of hot pot? Let's eat local specialties." The girls all started to argue. "How can that be?" Guan Yu looked at Su Yuqing. "Let my boyfriend pay. He's the only guy here, how can you let him pay?" "Yes." Chang Qing also nodded in agreement, "You can choose any restaurant you want." As they were talking, a gray sedan stopped a few meters away from the group. Chang Qing didn't recognize the car, but it looked like a model that cost about 200,000 yuan. Chapter 34, Li Mingfeng's Performance. When they saw a car approaching, they naturally moved to the side of the road. The door opened and a boy in designer casual wear holding a bouquet of roses got out. Chang Qing was stunned. "Isn't this Li Mingfeng?" Li Mingfeng also saw Chang Qing at a glance. After all, he was surrounded by a group of girls and was very conspicuous. This Li Mingfeng is also a talent. He just came yesterday and hooked up with a senior student. The two were a perfect match, and they went straight to a hotel room. Chang Qing returned to the dormitory yesterday, and he was naturally not there. The roses in his hands were also given to the older sister yesterday. When the two of them went to the hotel, the flowers were left on the car. When he left in the morning, the senior hadn't even woken up yet. Li Mingfeng originally wanted to find a place to throw the flowers away, but then thought it was a bit of a pity. He decided to give the flowers to Xiao Yana. He was proud of his resourcefulness on the way. But as soon as he got off the bus, he saw Chang Qing surrounded by a group of girls, which surprised him a little. His eyes wandered and he saw Joyna in the crowd, but he also saw Han Jingjing, who had her arm on Chang Qing's shoulder. He couldn't help but be dazzled, and thought to himself, "Damn! This girl is too beautiful. She's a goddess." After calming down, he smiled charmingly and walked up to Xiao Yana, saying affectionately, "Nana, this is for you." Since seeing Li Mingfeng appear, Xiao Yana's face had been very cold. At this point, she was already visibly angry. After all, Li Mingfeng had given her flowers in front of so many people, which was definitely a deliberate attempt to pressure her. The girls who were watching didn't know what was going on in Joyna's mind, and thought it was a surprise. They all looked envious. After all, Li Mingfeng is good-looking, wears designer clothes, and has a car. It's still rare for students to have a car these days. Lu Chunyan, a roommate of Xiao Yana, was envious. "Xiao Yana, is this your boyfriend? So romantic." "Yes, Nana, don't just stand there, take it." Pang Jiajiu was a little worried for Xiao Yana. If someone did that to her, she would definitely say yes. Li Mingfeng had originally planned to make Xiao Yana feel trapped. Whether or not she wanted to, as long as she accepted the flowers, his goal would be achieved. He also wanted to discourage any boys who had feelings for her. Seeing that Xiaona was about to lose her temper but couldn't, he was even more pleased. His eyes couldn't help but glance at Han Jingjing, but he hadn't seen Han Jingjing yet. He saw Su Yuqing in the crowd first, and his eyes widened, and he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. A woman with a plump figure like Su Yuqing's is indeed more attractive. Damn! She's a real beauty. Li Mingfeng's family has a little money and he is also a womanizer. Since junior high school, he has not spared the young girls. He also has some experience in what type of woman is the most delicious, and he has other thoughts in his heart. The reason why he has been chasing after Joyna is that she is beautiful. But there is another reason, and that is that Joyna comes from a good family, but now her father has been arrested for corruption. Her mother is looking for connections everywhere, and the family has become very poor. Although Li Mingfeng still liked Xiao Yana very much, he was no longer as timid as before. In the past, Li Mingfeng would not dare to do this, but after seeing Su Yuqing just now, he suddenly changed his mind. Su Yuqing is not only beautiful, but also dresses very well. The dignified and elegant temperament she exudes is the product of a family that is either rich or noble. If he were to marry her, he would not only get a beautiful wife, but also have a bright future. Suddenly, he felt that, apart from being good-looking, there was nothing else about Xiao Yana. The worst that could happen was that he would find an opportunity to make her his mistress in the future. The more Li Mingfeng thought about it, the more pleased he became. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Li Mingfeng said with a smile. Hey, Nana, we grew up together since we were kids. I was just joking with you, you took it seriously. He took the flowers back. Joina was stunned. What's going on? Joina was really confused. This persistent guy, has he changed his personality? Li Mingfeng turned to look at Chang Chang, and his tone was much more casual. Fourth, why are you here? I'm here to pick up my girlfriend for dinner. Girlfriend? Who? Li Mingfeng looked at Han Jingjing, who was walking with Chang Chang. Oh, no. You can find such a good-looking girlfriend? Although he thought so, Li Mingfeng still asked with a doubtful look. Who is your girlfriend? Could it be this beauty? He said, gesturing with his eyes at Han Jingjing. Hello? I'm Changqing's girlfriend. Before Changqing could say anything, Guan Yu came out from behind Changqing and gave a faint smile. She thought that the person in front of her was a good friend of Changqing's, and as his girlfriend, she naturally wanted to make a good impression on him. Seeing Guan Yu coming out from behind Changqing, with her beautiful face, Li Mingfeng felt that he didn't have enough power today. He just stared at her, as if the computer had crashed. Guan Yu doesn't usually smile, but she reluctantly smiled for her boyfriend. She didn't expect this person to stare at her so blankly. Guan Yu felt uncomfortable. She quickly hid behind Changqing again, put her arms around his waist, and only showed her eyes on Changqing's shoulder, her eyes also showing a little annoyance. Changqing was also a little upset. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have made him suffer. Let's go eat first. Changqing took Guan Yu in one arm and Han Jingjing in the other, and walked straight out of the school without paying any attention to the other people present. Seeing that Changqing's face was not good, the group of girls did not feel comfortable approaching him. Su Yuqing had originally planned to treat them to a meal to make up for the relationship with Han Jingjing. After all, Han Jingjing's relationship with Changqing and Guan Yu was very good. For whatever reason, she wanted to be friends with all of them. Now that Li Mingfeng has messed things up, she is naturally in a bad mood and went straight back to the dormitory. Xiao Yana was in a good mood. Seeing Li Mingfeng make a fool of himself, she felt very relieved. Let's go, sisters, to the cafeteria to eat. She called a few girls to go to the cafeteria to eat together. Although she used to have a good standard of living. But now that there has been a change in the family, her allowance is still given by her younger sister, and she doesn't want to waste it. The girls thought they were going out to eat a big meal today, and their excitement was now gone. But they didn't say anything, and they all walked to the cafeteria together, leaving Li Mingfeng alone. He looked at Changqing and the other two with a gloomy expression. The distant back of their figures revealed resentment and jealousy. Chapter 35, Who is the bad guy? Chang Chang hugged one with one hand and held one with the other, walking through the campus like nobody was there, attracting the envious glances of the boys. If you could have one of these beautiful girls as your girlfriend, you would be smiling in your sleep. This guy has two of them, so how can he let anyone else live? The girls thought it was a bit of a shame that such a handsome guy already had a girlfriend. But what is the relationship between the three of them? The girls' gossip fire was ignited again. Guan Yu didn't notice any of this, and said with righteous indignation. Honey, you should stay away from that creepy guy in the future, so he doesn't corrupt you. Han Jingjing rolled her eyes and thought to herself, who knows who was bad? She also remembered the situation in the office this morning, lying on the table, and her face turned a little red. Okay. I got it. Changqing pinched her delicate face with some affection. He didn't neglect Han Jingjing either, and he used his finger to stroke her waist. Han Jingjing was thinking about what happened this morning, and her body was a little hot. she was touched by Changqing's finger. She felt a tingling sensation in her lower back, and her body went limp, almost making her lose her balance. Fortunately, Chang held her hand, so she didn't embarrass herself. Guan Yu saw that Han Jingjing was abnormal and asked with concern. Jingjing, what's wrong with you? Oh, nothing, I just got a little bit of a pebble in my side. Han Jingjing turned her head away in embarrassment, afraid that Guan Yu would notice something unusual. But Guan Yu thought she was angry with Su Yuqing and gently advised her. Jingjing, Su Yuqing is not a bad person, don't think too much. Seeing that Guan Yu was comforting herself, Han Jingjing felt a little guilty and let go of Changqing's hand. She walked over and put her arm around Guan Yu's shoulder, whispering affectionately. Oh, am I that petty? The two then chatted about girly topics. In fact, at first, Guan Yu was a little worried about Han Jingjing. But after she started dating Changqing, he was always close to her and never avoided Han Jingjing. If Changqing really had any feelings for Han Jingjing, he would never have been so intimate with her in front of her. The three of them walked off campus and found a relatively clean-looking restaurant. After dinner, the two girls planned to go shopping and buy some things for military training. Changqing had no interest in shopping at all, and told the two girls to buy some cotton underwear to make them more comfortable during military training. He also told them to buy some thick sanitary pads to put in their shoes so that they wouldn't rub their feet when they exercised. The two girls were blushing, but they were sweet in their hearts. After saying goodbye to the two girls, Changqing went to the company. Joyman was in the office, helping Han Jingjing organize her files. When she saw Changqing, she quickly got up to greet him. Mr. Chang. But her face was a little red, and Changqing knew that she was probably thinking about what happened this morning. Clearing his throat, he said, Yiman, go and ask Zhang Kai from the technical department to come to the meeting room. Oh, yes, and the person in charge of sales and the person in charge of finance should also be called. Changqing added. After Joyman left the office, Changqing organized his thoughts a little and headed for the conference room. Changqing walked into the meeting room and sat on the left side of the head of the meeting table. After all, he was only the director. The main seat is Han Jingjing's position. As people came in one after another, Xiao Yiman, who was also an assistant, had to be present. Technical Department, Zhang Kai. Sales Department, Li Lingling. Finance Department, Yuan Xiuqin, originally worked in a state-owned enterprise, but was laid off and only recently came to work at Evergreen. In her 40s, it was actually difficult to find a job. This company is full of young people, and at first she was a bit uncomfortable. But after getting to know them, she really likes it here. It's all young people, not so complicated, and it's easy to get along with. After the four of them were seated, Changqing said. Today, Ms. Han is busy, so I will be holding this meeting on her behalf. First, all departments should consolidate the current development situation and problems encountered. Second, at this stage, our project is already on the right track, so I think it's time for Han and I to start laying the groundwork for the next project. Well, Team Leader Li, why don't you tell us about the sales situation? Changqing gestured to Li Lingling from the sales department. Li Lingling has been with the company since the beginning and knows the most about sales. Taking a deep breath, she said. At present, we have agents in most major cities across the country, and the number of registered agent accounts is increasing day by day. However, the installation speed of the software is very slow. It takes at least a few hours for an agent to register and authorize, then go to the customer to promote, and finally install it. In other words, a person can install 3 or 4 clients a day at most. At present, the basic installations are in cities, counties, and townships. There are basically none in counties, but townships will definitely be a problem in the future. Li Lingling is still somewhat talented and her analysis is also acceptable. After Li Lingling finished speaking, Changqing said. Team Leader Li's analysis is good. I'll add a few words. First, densely populated cities are our main customers. As long as we eat the fat meat in cities and counties, the other meat scraps can be digested slowly later. As for the issue of promotion, at the beginning of the website's establishment, our technical department set up the function of being able to open secondary agents, so that an agent can develop their own secondary agents. We can give them regional protection in the background. For example, a city stipulates how many general agents, and then let them recruit secondary agents, which not only reduces the pressure on our sales and technical departments, but also accelerates promotion. For example, some computer store owners who sell computers already have connections with many internet cafes. After they become agents, they can have their employees or apprentices install the products. While they make money, they also accelerate our promotion. This point is definitely different from the data of your sales department and the data of the finance department. After Changqing finished speaking, he looked at Yuan Xiuqin from the finance department. Yes, our finance department has already received more than 7 million yuan in payments. Judging from the current situation, it is in the early stages of an outbreak. After a while, when the city promotion is basically complete, it will gradually decline, but the amount does not include the commission paid to the agent. Yuan Xiuqin said seriously. This is certain. After all the internet cafes are covered, the amount will drop sharply in the later stages, but the financial staff are more rigorous in their speech. However, when the few people other than Changqing heard the large amount of money returned, they couldn't help but be happy. After all, the company's commission was very high. They couldn't help but be happy to think that they would soon be receiving a large commission. Even Joyman, who was taking notes, looked up and gave Changqing a sly glance. What a pity! He and President Han were actually in the office. Chapter 36, the company's new project is launched. Joyman was daydreaming when she suddenly saw Changqing looking at her, and quickly lowered her head. Assistant Xiao? Ha? Joyman quickly looked up again, confused. Well, in the name of the company, you need to buy 2 cars. Ah. Joyman was shocked and pointed at himself with his finger. After the meeting, you and Yuan Jia will go out and buy 2 cars in the company's name. Just something ordinary, like an Audi or BMW, 2 for about $1 million. Changqing said in a matter-of-fact tone. Audi, BMW, 1 million? And that's normal? Joyman felt her 3 views were shattered, and she was unable to complain, but she dared not say it out loud. Shouldn't we inform President Han? Joyman asked weakly. No, just go back and get the paperwork ready for her to sign. Oh, good. Afterwards, Joyman lowered her head and recorded Changqing's request. Well, Zhang Kai, tell us about the situation in the technical department. Changqing called out the names. Although Zhang Kai is usually quiet, he is good at talking about technology. There's not much to say about the software. We just need to optimize the background. It's just that our website is having a lot of problems. At first, we only planned to provide a software download service, but now we have added the function of registering agents. The amount of data interaction is increasing, and the server is no longer enough. If the number of people continues to increase, we will have to consider adding servers. Then there is the issue of proxy access. All kinds of problems are being answered by the technical department, which means extra work. And there simply aren't enough people. In fact, Evergreen had already considered these problems, but the time was too tight and there was no money in the early stages. Then just rent 10 servers. Changqing waved his hand and hundreds of thousands of dollars went out again. Isn't that too much? I think 2 more would be enough. Zhang Kai said tactfully. It feels like this boss is a bit extravagant with his money. Changqing pressed his hand to indicate that Zhang Kai should not be impatient. Next, I want to talk about the company's next step in development. Our technical department will redevelop a web page that integrates all the current game recharge channels into our web page. In fact, this is not technically difficult. It is just a matter of converting the recharge methods of various game companies to their own web pages, and then embedding the new web pages into the management interface as a recharge portal using the charging system as the carrier. As long as the internet cafe has a recharge demand, the management can directly click into their web page to recharge through the management interface of the charging system. In this case, the discount we offer will definitely be greater than the discount offered by individual internet cafes. At the same time as we promote our charging software, we will also promote the recharge web page. In the early stages, we don't charge any fees. After the recharge traffic picks up, we use the data to negotiate discounts with the game companies. I believe the game companies will be very happy. At that time, even if we don't say much, a 1 to 3% revenue will be very impressive. What Evergreen didn't say was that there was also a huge cash flow every day. After the users have stabilized, if you save 1 to 3 days, the numbers will already be very impressive. At that time, whether it is used for collateral investment or for loans. Ah, no, Changqing would never do such a thing. Before Changqing finished speaking, the people in the room were all excited. It seemed that everyone saw a mountain of gold in Changqing's description, and their eyes were a little red. Zhang Kai couldn't help but sigh, how did this Chang grow up to be so smart? Even Yuan Xiuqin, who was in her 40s, felt as if she had suddenly become 10 years younger and was full of energy. Joyman was also full of stars in her eyes. Although she was introverted, she was also a very smart little girl. She also felt the vastness of the company's future in Changqing's story. This man is good-looking and capable. I felt it the first time I saw him. But then I thought about Changqing and President Han in the office. She felt a wave of disappointment. President Han is good-looking and rich, but she is just an ordinary girl. What Joyman didn't know was that Han Jingjing's background was far worse than hers. Thinking about her father made her even more depressed, but then an idea popped into her head. She was shocked by her own thought. If Mr. Chang, who was so powerful, would help her. Maybe there is a chance for her father to clear his name, but why would Mr. Chang help her? Does she have to do what her sister promised Li Mingfeng? No. How can a playboy like Li Mingfeng compare to General Chang? But General Chang already has General Han. Does that mean that I have to? Wouldn't that be too shameless? But I really like him, so I shouldn't be ashamed, right? Joyman was in a deep dilemma. When everyone calmed down a bit, Changqing began to assign responsibilities. Zhang Kai, recruit 5 more people for the technical department. You will be in charge of the interviews. Once everyone is on board, let them familiarize themselves with the current software maintenance work, and then you will lead the old employees to start the development of the new website. Okay, Mr. Chang. The sales department is recruiting 5 people to share the workload of answering technical questions. Once the new website is up and running, we will refine the work of several departments. I will be looking for a new office location soon, and when that happens, I will give you senior employees more responsibilities. Even if your job title doesn't change, your salary will increase. Everyone was happy. The company was expanding, and these employees would have a good chance of promotion. We will ensure that the task is completed. Li Lingling was the first to promise, and everyone else agreed. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. Everyone should get back to work. Several people got up and walked out. Assistant Xiao, you stay behind. Joyman, who had just stood up to leave, sat back down when he heard Changqing call his name. Mr. Chang, is there anything else? Asked Joyman softly. There's nothing. Changqing smiled and said, it's time for military training. After you buy the car, hurry back to school. I think they'll be handing out uniforms this afternoon. Oh. Okay. Hearing Changqing think of him in this way, his heart warmed and his expression softened. The pure and lovely Qiao Yimeng showed this gentle and shy look. Changqing couldn't help but think. Sweet and delicious. Ah, poo. She's so cute. And that. Changqing repeated what he had told Guan Yu and Han Jingjing at lunch about cotton-padded shoes. Changqing felt. It's caring for subordinates. After all, it is the boss's responsibility to ensure that his subordinates are healthy and happy, so that they can work better for the company. After saying that, Changqing felt a little embarrassed, as if he were a bad uncle luring a little girl away. Chapter 37, Women are naturally competitive. Changqing also felt a little strange. As soon as he saw Joyman, he couldn't help but want to tease her a little. Joyman had never experienced anything like this before. Although Changqing's tone was gentle and he was only saying things that concerned her. Although she was a little happy, it was too embarrassing, and she crossed her fingers. Her heart was pounding, and her head was so low that it was almost touching her thighs. Seeing Joyman so embarrassed, Changqing knew that he had gone too far today. Iman, you go ahead and finish up. Hurry back to school and be careful on the way. Okay. Joyman was like a reprieve, quickly running out of the meeting room with a blush on her face, flustered but incredibly cute. As Joyman ran out of the meeting room, Changqing put away his gentle smile. His eyes became deep, and he began to think about the path he would take in the future. This is just the beginning. I have been reborn, and I have 18 years of knowledge and technology ahead of me. If he doesn't create a unicorn that dominates the world, he might as well find a piece of tofu and run it over. But he was already used to it. Who would be suitable to push to the forefront while hiding in the dark? Guan Yu is definitely not suitable. She is cold-natured and dislikes dealing with strangers the most. If she were to be pushed to the front, she would be unable to manage the people and affairs, and most importantly, she is still too young. Han Jingjing is also not suitable. Although she usually appears to be obedient and well-behaved in front of me, I am mainly afraid that I will alienate her. In fact, she is still very wild at heart, and has little patience. It's fine now that the company is small. When the plates get bigger, she won't be able to handle it. Joyman? She's even worse. Even though she's very smart, she's too introverted to be a manager. She'd be good as a deputy. At the moment, there are only a few people I can trust. Who is the right person for the job? Changqing's eyes involuntarily turned to the closed office door across the way. The person sitting inside is extremely suitable. With his current capital, he simply cannot control a strong woman like Qin Wenjing. Even if she were to be subdued in another way, there would still be a lack of soul. After all, women are naturally strong-willed. As he was deep in thought, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. A beautiful image of a woman appeared in his mind. She is suitable, although I haven't seen her a few times, but from my own experience. She should be a reliable person, but I don't know her specific situation. Changqing made up his mind and walked out of the meeting room to see Li Lingling, who was busy. He remembered the car incident and said, "Director Li, you are recruiting 2 drivers online. The salary will be increased by 30% of the market rate. You are responsible for the interview. The most important thing is that the person is reliable and preferably a local." After giving her instructions, she left the company. When he returned to the dormitory, it was already 5 p.m. The squad leader had already distributed the military uniforms. Li Mingfeng had been busy with his senior classmates the night before and was catching up on sleep, while Chen Chang was watching Yang Zhenghua play video games. When he saw Changqing come back, Chen Chang greeted him. Yang Zhenghua didn't look up. It seemed that the game was intense, and the keyboard was not his own, crackling. Changqing waved to Chen Chang. "Chen Chang, come out for a moment. I need to talk to you about something." "What is it? Can't you tell me here?" Chen Chang sounded a little reluctant, but he still followed Changqing out of the dormitory. When they reached the corridor, Changqing took out a cigarette and offered one to Chen Chang. "I have something to do, I may not be able to participate in military training. Call your sister and ask her to introduce me to the school leaders." "What's the matter? You're not even going to go to military training?" Chen Chang was a little surprised. "It's a personal matter. Please help me." He handed Chen Chang the rest of the cigarettes and even the cigarette box. "Hey, fourth brother, why are you being so polite?" He said he was being polite, but he put the cigarettes in his pocket. Changqing naturally didn't care. Chen Chang took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and after a few rings, the call was connected. "Hello, sister, my roommate wants to take a leave of absence, so I'm asking you to help." After a few words, Chen Chang handed the phone to Changqing, indicating that Changqing should answer the phone. "Hello, Mr. Chen, this is Chen Chang's roommate, I'm Changqing." "Chen Changyun, yes, I remember you. Why do you want to take a leave of absence?" "There is nothing important about military training, but you are not allowed to take a leave of absence." A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's like this, Miss Chen, I can't explain it clearly over the phone. I don't know if it's convenient for you, but can we meet and talk?" Chen Shangyun, "Oh, I see. That's fine. I'm in the office building, in the Communist Youth League. Office on the 3rd floor. Okay, Miss Chen, I'll be right there." After saying hello to Chen Chang, I left the dormitory building. The dormitory building is not far from the office building, and I found out by asking a senior student on the way. When I arrived at the Youth League office, the door was open and Chen Shangyun was sitting at her desk, writing something with a pen. The sound of the pen scratching the paper could be heard. Changqing knocked on the open door a few times. Bang bang. Hearing the knocking, Chen Shangyun looked up and saw Changqing standing at the door, with a gentle smile on her face. She got up and said, "You're here. Sit down." She pointed to the chair across from her desk, but she didn't have the authority of a teacher. I guess she is new to the job and hasn't yet gotten into the swing of things. She walked over to the water dispenser and poured a cup of water into a paper cup for Changqing. Just now, Chang Qing didn't look closely at the door, but now his eyes followed Chen Shangyun's movements. She still wore black-rimmed glasses, but there were no lenses when she looked closely. I guess she was just trying to look mature. She was wearing a gray and white plaid shirt. If she were in the future, she might be called retro, but now she looked a bit old-fashioned. She was wearing black flared pants and a pair of low-heeled sandals. Her good figure was not obvious, but when she lowered her head to receive the water, her moon-shaped bust was very round. After Chen Shangyun finished getting the water, Changqing looked away. She placed the water on the table in front of Changqing, then returned to her desk and sat down. She smiled and said, "You said on the phone that you wanted to take a leave of absence. What's going on?" Changqing sat upright and said in a low voice, "It's like this. A company has opened in the Rongwang building, and it's doing well. It plans to expand in the near future, so I want to take some time off to handle the company's affairs first." "You've started a company. What does it do?" Chen Shangyun was a little surprised. She had a very strong impression of the boy in front of her. From the first time she saw him accompanying her younger brother to the dormitory, she felt that this boy was very different. Although his face still had a hint of youth, he had a very calm temperament and deep eyes, as if he had a very rich life experience, which made people curious. But I didn't expect him to be the same age as his brother and already have his own company. "It's a small software company," Changqing said modestly. "You're only a freshman, and you've already started a company. That's amazing," Chen Shangyun said sincerely. She really thinks that Changqing is admirable for starting a business at such a young age. Her intuition was right. This guy is really different. I'm afraid it won't work just because of this. It's fine in normal times, but if you don't go to military training because of this, it's going to be difficult. Chen Shangyun felt that the reason was not very convincing. Chapter 38, The Disgusting Director Zhao. Changqing knew that this reason was not sufficient, but he had a backup plan. As I said earlier, the company is planning to expand, and I plan to recruit a group of employees from our school. With this as a condition, I believe that this small matter of taking leave should not be a problem. How many people do you plan to recruit? Chen Shangyun thought that if you recruit a few people, it should be enough. 100 to 200 people. What? Chen Shangyun was really shocked, but she managed to keep her expression under control. But her heart was in turmoil. Are you sure you want to hire so many people? Chen Shangyun once again confirmed that she thought she might have heard it wrong. 100 or 2 people? That's a huge company. Yes, I just came to the school and I know only one teacher, so I would like to ask you to introduce me to someone who can make decisions at the school. This. Chen Shangyun's expression was slightly embarrassed. Although I have been at this school for several years, I have met most of the school leaders, but I have never dealt with them. I feel that this matter is quite important. I think I need to find the director or vice principal. After a moment's thought, Chen Shangyun continued. I'll try to contact the vice principal's office using my internal number to see if I can get through. If I can't, I'll ask the director. Thank you, Miss Chen. It's fine. Wait a moment. Chen Shangyun took out the phone book, found a number, and dialed it from a landline. After ringing for a while, the phone was finally connected. Hello, I would like to speak to Principal Tan. The person on the other end of the line seemed to be the person she was looking for. Chen Shangyun introduced the situation and then hung up after a few words. She then stood up and said to Changqing, the new students have already reported for duty. Vice Principal Tan is at the school right now. Let's go straight to him. Changqing agreed, and the two of them walked towards the principal's office. There were 2 men in the principal's office, sitting side by side on the sofa in the reception area. One was about 50 years old, very scholarly, thin and tall, with thick hair that was meticulously combed. The other one had sparse hair and was a bit fat. Probably in his 40s. Principal Tan, Director Zhao. Through Chen Shangyun's formal greeting, Changqing knew that the older man was Vice Principal Tan. The fat one is the Director of Education, and at first Changqing thought he was a businessman. These two were very different from Chen Shangyun, both of them were very authoritative. Sit down. Vice Principal Tan pointed to the sofa next to him and said in a flat tone. The vice principal's office was very small, probably because it was a showpiece. It is so small that there is only a desk and a chair at the back of the office. The other half is the guest area, with only a double sofa, a single sofa, and a tea table. The two of them were talking about something and were sitting on the double sofa. At this time, Chen Xiangyun was sitting on the single sofa, but not even sitting down properly, and she looked really nervous. Changqing saw that there was no place for him to sit, so he turned around and moved the chair behind the desk to sit across from Vice Principal Tan and Chen Xiangyun, looking calm and composed. "You little brat." Director Zhao was a little upset and was about to scold him. It's fine." Vice Principal Tan interrupted with a raised hand. "Are you a new student this year?" "Yes. I heard from Chen that you plan to recruit at our school." "Is that true?" Although Vice Principal Tan's tone was flat, his eyes were very sharp, as if he wanted to see through the evergreen in front of him. "It's true. We can sign a contract. The new company will be set up, and I will set up a legal department to not only protect the rights and interests of employees, but also provide a salary that is 20% higher than the market average for the same position." Before coming here, Changqing had done his homework. Not only will the salary be high, but in terms of living conditions, an internal canteen will be set up to ensure that employees have healthy and balanced meals. As for accommodation, the company will buy a few minibuses to transport employees who are not comfortable living in the dormitory. Changqing always had a calm expression, neither humble nor arrogant, and was also very organized. Chen Xiangyun, who was originally a little nervous, saw Changqing talk eloquently and with extraordinary poise, and a strange look appeared in her eyes. She slowly relaxed. Vice Principal Tan listened carefully to Changqing's speech and observed him closely. He saw that Changqing had a clear mind and a calm demeanor, and he nodded in approval. Just this calm demeanor alone made him think highly of him. Director Zhao was a little unhappy. This kid is too good at blowing his own horn, isn't he? He didn't believe it for a second. Who can't make big promises? What about building a company, a canteen, and dormitory minibuses? Do you know how much money it will cost to invest in all of these things you just said? Hearing Director Zhao's sarcasm, Changqing calmly replied without the slightest ripple. 1 million is enough for renting an office building, and 2 million for office equipment and supplies. The canteen doesn't need a large one-time payment, after all, there are only 200 people. I can't say the exact number for the dormitory at the moment. The current market price for a minibus is about 200,000 yuan, and it's even better if it's in the company's name. It's only 1 million to buy 5. This way, an initial investment of 5 million yuan is enough. Although Vice President Tan did not say anything, he was even more satisfied with Changqing's unassuming performance. "Ha!" Director Zhao was amused. "You talk so lightly, but can you really come up with 5 million? He really looked down on Changqing, a freshman who talked about millions of dollars so easily. "I've worked hard for so many years and I'm still not a millionaire. Since I have already come to Principal Tan to talk about this matter, the money is naturally ready. After the company is up and running, we will set up our own data center, which is expected to cost around 40 million yuan. At that time, when we are looking for Principal Tan, it will be a recruitment of thousands of people." Changqing kept looking at Vice Principal Tan when he spoke, and never even glanced at Director Zhao. Director Zhao was so ignored by Changqing that he was so angry that he was speechless. Vice Principal Tan had been observing Changqing, and had not spoken up until now, when he saw that the atmosphere was not right and had to speak up. "What does your company do? How is it doing? How many employees does it have?" Vice President Tan hit the nail on the head. "The billing management software for internet cafes is doing well, and there are currently about 30 employees." On hearing this, Director Zhao found another opportunity to mock Changqing, pointing at him and saying, "You can't make it up anymore, can you? Even if you really have 30 employees, even if there are dozens of workers in a factory, you can't make millions, let alone 5 million. You're not going to tell me that you started a company when you were 12 or 13. It was as if he had seen through Changqing's disguise, and he was very pleased. Even Vice President Tan, after listening, had some hesitation. At this time, people's understanding of the internet was not yet very deep, especially in terms of making money. Even many computer science professors only understood technology and did not understand the power of combining technology and finance. Chapter 39, The Lovely Chen Xiangyun. Changqing originally wanted to talk about his own business model to dispel Vice Principal Tan's concerns. But after thinking about it, he gave up. After all, there was no point in continuing the conversation. He stood up and said, "Principal Tan, I think we should leave it at that for today. We can talk about the details when the new company is established in a few days. Teacher Chen, let's go first." Without waiting for Vice Principal Tan to make a decision, he said something to Chen Shangyun and walked out. "Principal, Director, I'll be going first." Chen Shangyun quickly got up, bowed to the principal, and then walked out with Changqing. Vice Principal Tan's face showed no change, and Director Zhao's face was gloomy. He thought to himself, "If you can't make it up, just run. It's not that easy. I'll see how I can fix you later." Director Zhao bit his teeth in anger. People are really strange. Sometimes, there is some hatred, and maybe even they don't know why. Chen Shangyun looked at Chang Cheng, who was walking ahead of her with a tall, straight back, and felt a little guilty. This was the first time Chang Cheng had come to her for help, but she had been unable to help him in any way, and she felt useless. In front of the principal, she didn't dare to speak up for Chang Cheng, and in fact, she couldn't say anything. After all, she didn't understand what they were talking about. "Well, Changqing, don't be discouraged. Why don't we think of another way?" Although Chen Shangyun was also very frustrated, she was afraid that Changqing would be discouraged, so she pretended to be really encouraging, hoping that he would cheer up. Changqing didn't take it to heart, but seeing Chen Shangyun's gentle and graceful appearance, he pretended to be depressed and said, "Teacher Chen, why don't I take you out to dinner and see if we can think of a solution?" Seeing him like this, Chen Shangyun was even more uneasy. "No, no, no. I'll treat you. You're still a student. How can you treat me?" Seeing Chen Shangyun's anxious face, Chang Cheng no longer teased her and revealed a gentle smile. "Miss Chen, you forgot that I am a small boss after all, and it is only right that I treat you to a meal. After all, I will need your care for many years to come." Chang Cheng smiled, and Chen Shangyun also let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, "What can I possibly take care of you?" But she didn't refuse. "Okay, then, let's just grab a bite to eat at the school gate." Chang Cheng originally wanted to take Chen Shangyun to a nicer restaurant, but Chen Shangyun firmly disagreed. In the end, they found a small restaurant and ordered a few home-style dishes. Chen Shangyun is such a gentle and caring woman, and she is really nice. In a small family-run restaurant like this, you can forget about service. Chang Cheng picked up a large iron pot and poured a large bowl of tea for Chen Shangyun. Before he had a chance to pour his own, his phone rang. The call was from Guan Yu, who had just finished shopping with Han Jingjing and was about to call Changqing to have dinner together. When Changqing said he was with his teacher, Guan Yu didn't say much and hung up. Students always have a natural sense of fear of their teachers. "What? Is that your girlfriend?" "Yes, she's a little girl, a bit clingy." Changqing sipped his tea and replied with some emotion. "She's a little girl. It's normal for her to be clingy. It means she cares about you. If you have something to do, you can go first. I'll eat by myself." Chen Shangyun used a tone of a person who had been there before, but Changqing saw it as a condescending tone, and deliberately teased him. "Miss Chen, how many boyfriends have you had?" Chen Shangyun's face flushed, obviously not expecting Changqing to be so bold as to ask her such a question, and she was a bit speechless for a moment. "Well, I haven't had many either, hee hee." Chen Shangyun couldn't make up any more lies, so she quickly changed the subject. "The recruitment didn't work out. What are you going to do?" This awkward look was somewhat amusing to Changqing, who had seen many people, but he didn't continue to tease her, but said seriously, "Miss Chen, do you know why I want to recruit at our school?" Chen Shangyun shook her head. Because with the school as a medium, the employees recruited are all classmates, so they know each other well, and it is easier to form cohesion in the early stages. The company atmosphere will also be relatively better, and for the school, if the company grows in the future, it will also have an additional way to help students find employment. In the future, the number of students applying to our school will naturally increase, as will the number of outstanding students. This will increase the probability of our recruiting talented people, and it is actually a win-win situation. As she was talking, the proprietress came over with a tray, 2 dishes of stir-fried food and 2 bowls of rice. Changqing helped to put them on the table and then helped Chen Shangyun break open a pair of disposable chopsticks and pass them over, waving them in front of Chen Shangyun. Chen Shangyun finally came to her senses and quickly took the chopsticks, using her little finger to pull her hair back behind her ears to hide her embarrassment. Changqing's words shocked her, and she thought to herself, if that were really the case, it would be a great thing for the school. It's all that Zhao's fault. He really has no eyes. Even I myself have the urge to scold him. Usually, I see him with a lecherous look on his face, and it makes me feel sick just thinking about it. And then there's Changqing, who started his own company at such a young age, and is so smart and capable, and he's also very handsome. Oh, I'm his teacher, how can I think about these things? Thinking about this, Chen Shangyun felt her face getting hot, so she quickly lowered her head and started eating. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chen Shangyun glanced at Changqing again. She saw Changqing smiling at her. Although his smile was gentle and handsome, she always felt that he was laughing at her, and she felt a little panicked. But then she thought, I'm a teacher. It's too embarrassing to behave like this in front of the students. How can I teach them in the future? Chen Shangyun sat up straight, revealing a posture that she thought was gentle and dignified. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and eat, it'll get cold. There was also a hint of accusation in her words. This is a false accusation. Changqing always smiles gently when he is with women. How could he possibly laugh at her? Puff, hee hee. But her fierce appearance really made Changqing laugh. If he hadn't turned his head quickly, he probably wouldn't have been able to eat the food on the table. What are you laughing at? Chen Shangyun was a little angry. She was really angry this time, and felt that her authority as a teacher had completely disappeared in front of Changqing. No, nothing. I just think you're cute. Chang really thought Chen Shangyun was cute. Maybe it was a matter of mentality. After all, Changqing is almost 40, and seeing Chen Shangyun, a young girl in her 20s, pretending to be fierce in front of him is really cute. Ha! Cute? Chen Shangyun was really a little confused, and her face turned even redder. You? Chen Shangyun pointed at him with her finger, stammered for a long time without saying a word, and simply lowered her head to eat without saying a word. Chapter 40, The Most Dazzling Woman in the World. Seeing that the atmosphere had turned cold, Changqing also felt that he had recently developed some bad habits. He calmed down and his expression became serious. Teacher Chen, how much do you make a month? Chen Shangyun was actually not angry, but she was embarrassed to be called cute by a boy who was so much younger than her. When Changqing asked her about her salary, she didn't think much about it and blurted out. I'm just an assistant teacher, making 1,050 yuan a month. If you include all the various allowances, it's more like 1,200. If I become a teacher in the future, I'll be able to make 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Teacher salaries were indeed very low at the time, and even professors only earned a few thousand a month. Is it enough to cover your expenses? Chen Shangyun's face darkened when she heard Changqing ask this question. Enough to spend? How could it be enough? The family was poor and patriarchal, and when Chen Shangyun was admitted to university, the family refused to pay the tuition. She had to go to the mountains every day to dig for mountain produce. She can't even remember how many cuts she got on her body before she could scrape together enough money for tuition. She also promised her family that she would not ask for a penny from them for her university studies, and they reluctantly agreed to let her go. When she got to school, Chen Shangyun spent her time between studying and working part-time or tutoring. When she encountered unscrupulous bosses who deliberately deducted money, who could she tell about her helplessness? Her parents? They might give her a few words of comfort and then persuade her to go and work. Every time she meets her classmates, she walks leisurely around the campus, enjoying the beauty of youth. Doesn't she want to do the same? She also envies those classmates who are walking arm in arm with their boyfriends, going shopping, and watching movies. Which girl doesn't have a crush? Every time she encounters such a situation, Chen Shangyun will quickly walk away. Although Chen Shangyun dresses very plainly, she is still very attractive, and there are many men who chase after her. But Chen Shangyun is thinking about how to survive every day, so she doesn't have time to think about love. Even if she had time, she didn't have money. Going on a date with a man would definitely cost money, and she couldn't let the man pay every time. Sometimes, Chen Shangyun's mother would call and ask her to send some money back. She would never refuse if she had it. She doesn't hate her parents either. She believes that her parents must love her, but they are just too poor to do anything about it. Although life was hard, She believed that as long as she survived these few years and got a job, everything would be fine. Finally, she graduated and was accepted into the graduate program. The director said that she could be offered a teaching assistant position, and if she performed well, she would have the opportunity to stay on at the university. At that time, she was really very happy, thinking that she would no longer have to work as a tutor, and that she could concentrate on her work as a teaching assistant and strive to stay on as a teacher in the future. Now, looking back, that smile must have been the brightest smile she had ever had since she became sensible. But then her mother called to say that her younger brother had also been accepted into university. She was really happy for him. But then her mother said that her brother had applied to the same university as her, and that she could help pay for his living expenses. After the phone call, Chen Shangyun canceled her ticket home and sent the clothes she had bought for her parents and younger brother back home. She continued to work as a tutor, but who knew that she had not been home for 4 years? Seeing Chen Shangyun's face was pale and her eyes were red. Chang Qing also sighed, alas. This kind of family with a poor background and a patriarchal attitude is really hard to describe. The suffering that girls endure from a young age is many times that of boys. He took out a few paper towels from the table and handed them to Chen Shangyun. Why don't you join me? Ha? Chen Shangyun was stunned. Come work with me, and I'll make you the most dazzling woman in the world. Chang Qing is mature enough, handsome, and his gaze at women is not only unflinching, but even aggressive, easily making women nervous and flustered. You, me. Ha? Chen Shangyun felt that her brain was not enough to use. What did Chang Chang mean? What does it mean to follow him? What is the most dazzling woman in the world? Could it be that he was declaring his love for her? She felt her heart was in a whirl, and her heart was about to jump out of her chest. I'm a few years older than you. This is appropriate. Chen Shangyun whispered like a mosquito. Seeing her say this with a shy look on her face, Chang Qing's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. There's nothing inappropriate about it. It'll be a while before the new company is ready. Just let me know when you're ready to respond. So you mean to say that I should go to your company and work? Chen Shangyun asked with some uncertainty. Yes, what else do you think? Chang Qing smiled. You. Yes, I also want to work. Seeing Chang Qing's expression, she knew she had been tricked. Her eyes were wide and round, and her plaid shirt was heaving. This time she was really angry, and her voice was a little loud, attracting the attention of the people around her. Chang Qing saw that she had gone too far, so she quickly waved to the boss's wife. Boss, the bill. The boss was in her 50s, very tall and burly, and she came over in a few steps. The total was about 20 yuan, and I have to say that prices at this time were still very affordable. When they left the restaurant, Chen Shangyun walked in front of her without saying a word. She was probably still angry. Chen Shangyun was indeed angry. After all, Chang Qing was her student, and he dared to provoke her like that. But she was still a little disappointed. It would have been nice if he were the same age as her. Even if he were 10 years older, she would be willing, but unfortunately. As they walked in silence towards the school, Chang Qing felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he took the initiative to break the silence. Hey, Miss Chen. Let's exchange phone numbers. It'll be convenient to contact each other in the future. Oh, yes. Chen Shangyun was thinking about something, and when Chang Qing called out to her, she was a little slow to respond. She quickly took out her own pager and exchanged numbers with Chang Qing. Chen Shangyun was using an old pager, the edges of which were worn white. Chang Qing then remembered that Chen Shang was using a mobile phone that was better than his. Chen Shangyun had earned her own money, but she was using the cheapest pager, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. After seeing Chen Shangyun off at the office building, he was about to go look for Guan Yu, but he saw that Chen Shangyun was not going upstairs, but pushing a bicycle out of the building. Teacher Chen, what are you doing? Oh, a student needs to have a makeup lesson. It starts at 8 o'clock and ends at 9:30. I have to hurry, or I won't make it. Without waiting for Chang Qing to reply, she got on her bicycle and left. Think about my proposal. Chang Qing shouted after her receding back. Chen Shangyun did not turn around, but waved her hand to indicate that she understood. At this moment, Chang Qing had the urge to force her onto the boat, but in the end, he restrained himself. Oh, forget it. Let her choose her own life. Money doesn't necessarily guarantee happiness, Changqing sighed, thinking to herself. Chapter 41, Love That Goes Both Ways. Walking on the green path on campus, stepping on the yellow leaves on the ground, Evergreen looked a little despondent. In his previous life, he had no relatives or friends and lived a lonely life. In this life, he originally wanted to have a large family with many people, so that he would not be lonely anymore. Changqing thought about it with some uncertainty, but today he was really shaken. He originally wanted to directly recruit Chen Shangyun into the company, then push her to the forefront, and manipulate her behind the scenes. With Changqing's control of human nature, it would be easy to do this. After all, he has enough life experience, coupled with high looks and high emotional intelligence. Plus, he is rich, which is like a cheat code. Chen Shangyun, a woman with an emotional void, could not resist this. She was already a little overwhelmed before he even said a few words. But Changqing gave up. He felt the pain in Chen Shangyun's heart, and that pain made his heart ache. Changqing decided not to force it anymore, and it was better to let nature take its course. He would not use this method again in the future. He called Guan Yu and made an appointment to meet at the usual place, then walked quickly towards the original library. Before he even reached the library, he saw Guan Yu standing at the library entrance, looking around. Changqing quickened his pace a little. At that moment, a boy walked up to Guan Yu and said something. Guan Yu stepped back a few steps and said something. It was still a little far away and he couldn't hear it clearly, so Changqing simply ran up to him. Guan Yu was annoyed because she had a boyfriend, but the boy still refused to leave. Seeing Changqing running towards him, he was overjoyed and quickly ran towards Changqing. Guan Yu had just finished taking a shower, her hair was a little messy, and she was wearing a blue fishtail skirt, the loose version of the kind you can wear as pajamas. As she ran, her long hair fluttered, her posture was graceful, and her skirt swayed, like a mermaid fallen to earth, beautiful and moving. The two-way rush seemed to be the biggest obstacle in the world, and it would be easily broken. Changqing lifted Guan Yu's feet off the ground and spun her in front of the library. At this moment, the smile on Guan Yu's face was not sweet, but full of happiness. Time seemed to have stopped, and Guan Yu forgot about the dizziness and could not see anyone else, only the face in front of her, the face she loved so much. Guan Yu kissed her favorite lips, and she really liked the feeling of kissing Changqing. But she is a girl, so she has to be reserved. So every time she finds a reason to reward Changqing, she would let Changqing take the initiative to kiss her. The little girl in love was really talented in this regard. If Changqing were still the same Changqing, he probably wouldn't understand that hunters often appear in the form of prey. Han Jingjing and Guan Yu went shopping until late today and bought a lot of things. But because of this, she did something wrong, showing off too much in front of her best friend and revealing her true colors. Guan Yu asked her how she suddenly became so rich. Han Jingjing realized that she had made a big mistake. Her personality was really analyzed by Changqing, who said that she was not meticulous enough and not patient enough. Guan Yu asked her this question, and she didn't know how to answer. She didn't believe that she could earn tens of thousands of yuan a month like Changqing, who relied on her talent. If she didn't explain it clearly, she didn't know what Guan Yu would think of her. She decided to tell Guan Yu the truth, that she and Changqing had started the company together. The salary that Changqing had mentioned was the salary of a boss, but she didn't say that it was millions, just tens of thousands a month. Guan Yu didn't say anything, and she still chatted with her while shopping, but the hint of unhappiness in Guan Yu's eyes was still captured by Han Jingjing. Han Jingjing returned to the dormitory with her purchases, and her roommates were all there, so she casually greeted them. Xiao Yana is very lively and ran over to see what Han Jingjing had bought. Wow! Jingjing, I didn't realize that you were a little rich lady. I know this brand, it must be over 2,000 yuan. Xiao Yana held up a dress and compared it to herself. This perfume is a weapon for killing men. Jingjing, you don't have a boyfriend, do you? Said Joina with a smile. No, don't say that. Han Jingjing didn't dare let her say that. What if Changqing heard it and got angry? No? Then why did you buy a manslaying weapon? Are you in love? Joina spoke with a smile, not caring about what she said. Although Han Jingjing is also very cheerful, the topic of men and women is a lot lower than that of Xiao Yana. Plus, she did buy the perfume to spray on Changqing, so she felt a little guilty when she heard this. She picked up the perfume bottle and sprayed it all over Joina. Little. Woof, I'll give you a little more, go out and flirt with men. Ha ha ha. The other roommates were amused. The two beautiful girls were playing in the dormitory. If a boy saw this, he would probably not be able to blink. While playing, Lu Chanyen, who was surfing the internet, shouted, "Look, isn't that who?" Lu Chanyen was so excited that she couldn't speak clearly. Who? What's the fuss? The two of them stopped playing and came over together, and Pang Xiaojiao, who was standing nearby, also came over. Look, isn't this what you were talking about? Lu Chanyen pointed to a picture on the computer. In the picture, it was Chongqing in front of the library, holding Guan Yu and spinning around. The campus network cannot send videos, and the picture is not very clear, but in front of the library, there is plenty of light. You can still clearly see the facial features. In the picture, Guan Yu's happy smile is really infectious. Han Jingjing felt a bit sad when she saw Chongqing and Guan Yu so happy together, but Xia Yana exclaimed, "Holy shit! That's your buddy, Chongqing. And that girl is Guan Yu from next door. She looks so cold. I didn't expect her to be so open." Although Joyna said this, she was actually very envious. If she had a handsome guy holding her in his arms in front of so many people, it would definitely be very exciting. Her boyfriend is so handsome and has such good stamina. Lu Chunyan held Han Jingjing's arm and said coquettishly, "Hey, Jingjing, you and Changqing are good friends. Does he have any handsome little brothers like him around? Introduce me to them." Lu Chunyan is a spicy girl from Sichuan in Chongqing, and she doesn't blush when she says things like this. Han Jingjing rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm a cabbage? There are plenty of them. If there were, I wouldn't be single. Lu Chunyan was disappointed and sat back down to continue reading the comments. Isn't this the new school beauty? How come she has a boyfriend so soon? Yes. Who is this guy? Does anyone know which class he is in? What? You want to challenge him? He doesn't look like a student at our school. I think he's from another school. What? From another school? The comments section is completely blown up. Chapter 42, You Get to Eat Pudding. A student from another school dares to come and poach? Next time I see him, I'll beat him up. A group of boys were spouting nonsense in the comments section, and the girls couldn't stand it anymore and came out to support them. What are you guys complaining about? They're a perfect match. Yes. That boy is really handsome. Did you see that? He seems to have abs. In the comments section, the male and female sides began to argue. Han Jingjing looked at these comments and was speechless, but she was also a little surprised. Guan Yu was getting more and more daring. And, knowing about the company, shouldn't she be angry? Why does she look so happy and sweet? Han Jingjing couldn't figure it out. Just as she was thinking, her phone rang. She was overjoyed to see that it was a message from Chongqing. She opened the message and read, "I've sent you back. Are you still coming out?" Yes, wait for me at the gate. Of course she would go. She had been waiting for him since dawn, and the flowers were about to wither. She dried her hair after a shower and tied it up in a bun to look more mature. She looked in the mirror, put on the lipstick she had bought that day, and put on the new little dress and skirt she had bought and carried into the bathroom to change into. She was embarrassed to change in front of her roommates, after all, the set was lace. The sales lady said that this style is the most popular with men. When Joyna saw Han Jingjing coming out of the bathroom, she was a little surprised to see her so well dressed. Jingjing, you're not going out, are you? I'm telling you, there are a lot of bad guys out there. Xiao Yana was really a little worried about Han Jingjing. She was very close to Han Jingjing and treated her like a friend. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't care. Don't worry, Nana. I'm going to my relative's house. Wait for me at the gate. Han Jingjing knew that Xiao Yana was really worried about her, but she couldn't say it was Chongqing, so she had to lie to her good friend. Okay, then. Be careful and call me if anything happens. Joanna waved her cell phone as she said that. Han Jingjing waved goodbye to her good friend and walked out of the dormitory. Earlier, Chongqing and Guan Yu had hugged for a while at the entrance to the library, and then they had taken a walk together on the playground. After all, it would be inappropriate to make out behind the library with so many people watching. After walking for a while, Guan Yu said with a serious expression, "Honey, are you hiding anything from me?" He turned his head to the side and looked at him with his peachy eyes, as if daring him to lie and saying that he would be dead if he did. Changqing's brows jumped, thinking to himself that I have hidden many things from you. I don't know which one you are talking about. But he said calmly. No, what could I possibly be hiding from you? At this point, Changqing was no longer the Wu Xia Aman of the past. How could he be fooled by Guan Yu? Seeing Changqing's calm expression, as if nothing had happened, Guan Yu thought to herself, he is worthy of being trained by me, he has a good heart. No, how could I think that? If you don't tell me the truth, I'm really going to be angry. Guan Yu put on a stern face, pinched her waist, raised her eyebrows, pursed her lips, and tried to look intimidating. She even tried to imitate the voice of a female lead in a TV drama, with a bit of majesty and authority. This voice is really beautiful. She can also imitate female voices. If she says something like that when playing poker, brother Jade Emperor, just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Hum. Changqing cleared his throat, took Guan Yu into his arms, and whispered softly in her ear in a deep voice. If you have something to say, just say it. We don't need to beat around the bush. Feeling the boyfriend's hot breath blowing on her ear, it was hot and numb. Guan Yu was so weak that she pounded her boyfriend with her little fist and said coquettishly. Who said we were a couple? You're being a bad boy. Baby. What's going on? Just tell me. This gentle attack made Guan Yu lose her temper and her heart was pounding. You started a company, why didn't you tell me? Guan Yu was still a little angry. What did it mean that she was told but not me? He simply ignored the fact that Han Jingjing was making a lot of money. Whether it was a few thousand or a few 100,000, Guan Yu didn't care at all. After all, she knew about Han Jingjing's and Changqing's upbringing. Is that all? Changqing pretended to be surprised, but in his heart he was relieved. He thought he was going to be in trouble. Guan Yu was dumbfounded. What do you mean by so little? It's a big deal. What do you mean? It's very simple. Changqing said seriously. Your father wants 20 million. I've only made a little money so far, and if I tell him, he might raise the price or change his mind. If I wait until I've made enough money and then suddenly throw it in front of him, he won't have any room to change his mind, and we'll be free. Guan Yu thought about it for a while. Her boyfriend seemed to have a point. After all, Comrade Guan was indeed very cunning. Humph. I'll let you off this time. She hugged her boyfriend to hide her embarrassment. After hugging for a while, Guan Yu rolled her eyes and looked up at Changqing with a sweet smile. Honey. You said you worked so hard to make money, so shouldn't I give you a reward? Seeing Guan Yu's expression of a little fox, Changqing remembered his former self. Every time he saw Guan Yu like this, he thought his girlfriend was going to give him a sweet treat. So happy. Sure enough, everyone looks back at their past selves and shakes their heads in regret. Forget it, baby. I should be making money. Changqing tried to refuse. No. Guan Yu coaxes, I'll reward you with pudding. I don't want it. No. You have to. The young man and woman chased each other around the schoolyard. In the end, Changqing escorted Guan Yu to the entrance of the dormitory building. Guan Yu didn't let Changqing kiss her, because she had done so before to assert her dominance and the sense of security that all girls want. Now that she had both, she naturally wouldn't perform in front of others. After all, she didn't have those bad habits. After watching Guan Yu go upstairs, Changqing took out her cell phone and sent a message to Han Jingjing. After receiving a reply, she walked off campus. As he walked along the road, the campus became quiet, and suddenly Changqing felt a sense of loneliness. The good mood she had felt earlier was gone, and the familiar feeling of loneliness came back, lingering. He walked to the school gate, sat on the cement bench in the shade, lit a cigarette and smoked it. In the night, the red dot appeared and disappeared, and the handsome face was blurred, with a lonely look that was pitiable. After a while, a graceful figure appeared in the dim light at the school gate. The figure was wearing a white, slim-fitting dress with a waist-cinching design, which made her curves more exquisite. Her pace was quick, causing the skirt to flutter like a butterfly, graceful and charming. The figure walked out of the gate and looked around, looking a little anxious. Changqing quickly came out of the shadows and waved to Han Jingjing. As soon as she saw Changqing, Han Jingjing's eyes lit up and she ran over to him with surprise, throwing herself into his arms. Chapter 43, Chen Shangyun in Danger. She stood on tiptoe, put her arms around his neck, and leaned against him. Raising her head, her moist lips, painted with a little lipstick, were even more beautiful in the moonlight. Her eyes were full of love. Changqing hugged her waist and lowered his head to smell the refreshing fragrance. She was really becoming more and more feminine. "Why didn't you wait for me in the light? I didn't see you when I came out, and I thought you had left." Han Jingjing pouted and complained. "Okay, it's not convenient here. Let's go home first." The two embraced, and Chang Cheng looked at Han Jingjing, who had nothing in her hands. "Why didn't you bring your bag? Do you have your keys?" "I don't have them." "Oops, I did. Let's go." The two of them didn't rush home, but found a small stall and ate some roasted bread with lamb skewers. Changqing really likes this food. It's really delicious. After they had eaten, they took a taxi back to their apartment. When they returned home, Changqing had just put on his slippers and hadn't even had a chance to get his bearings when his view was blocked by a delicate face. Seeing that picture today, Han Jingjing's previously calm mood began to waver again. Guan Yu's smile was so happy and so infectious that even she felt that Guan Yu and Changqing seemed to be the most compatible. This thought made her very anxious, so she couldn't wait to see Changqing. Perhaps only by feeling that warm embrace could she feel at ease. She was held up by the feet and walked to the bathroom. During this time, her little feet were flailing about, kicking off her high heels and exposing her red toes. She was barefoot on the cold tiles, letting the water from the shower hit her back, as if she were a small boat, swaying. After Chen Shangyun and Chang Qing parted, she was not very calm. She went to the student's house to give extra lessons, but she was a little distracted, and it didn't end until 10 o'clock. Then she rode a women's bicycle with a frame back to her rented place. This is an old shantytown, with rows of self-built houses, and most of the tenants are migrant workers or some idle people. When I first came to university, I worked part-time jobs everywhere, and often worked late into the night. It was inconvenient to get in and out of the school, so I rented a bungalow here. It started at 80 yuan a month, but now it has gone up to 150 yuan. The door is an old wooden door with glass windows divided into several sections, and the green paint has peeled off in patches. I took out the key and opened the door, and then I brought my bicycle in. On the left wall is a temporary wardrobe with a zipper, and against the wall inside is a wooden single bed. On the right wall, there is a set of study tables and chairs that I used in junior high school. The remaining space is just enough for an adult to take 2 steps. I put on my slippers, picked up a plastic bucket, and walked to the water tank not far from the bungalow to fill it with water. After returning to the room, he pulled the curtain tightly, put some of the water he had just carried into a thermos, and plugged the electric kettle into the thermos. The bungalow was so stuffy that even Chen Shangyun, who had lived there for several years, felt like she was in a bathhouse in the summer. She simply took off her clothes and put the materials for her tutoring class in the basket on the table. At this time, the sound of the water boiling came from the kettle. A smaller kettle like this would be ready to use in a few minutes with a hot water bottle. She poured the boiled water into the basin, added some cold water, and began the most relaxing moment of her day. Bang, bang, bang. Just as she was enjoying the pleasant feeling of the water running over her body, there was a knock on the door. Chen Shangyun was startled and hurriedly dressed, asking, "Who is it?" She was in such a hurry that she didn't have time to wipe the water off her body, and the clothes were sticking to her skin, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. "Sister, open the door, I need to talk to you." A heavy male voice came from outside the door, sounding a little tipsy. "If you have something to say, just say it." Chen Shangyun didn't know the person at the door at all, and even if she did, she wasn't that familiar with him to let him into her room at this late hour. "No, no. Sister. I'm your neighbor. I really need to talk to you. Open the door." The man's voice outside the door was a bit hurried, and he knocked on the door a few more times. Seeing this, Chen Shangyun was also a little scared. Although she had been living outside for several years, she was still a young woman. It's no wonder she was scared. But Chen Shangyun also knew that it was useless to be afraid, so she quickly calmed herself down. She moved the bicycle away and moved the table behind the door to hold it up. She still felt uneasy. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking continued, and Chen Shangyun did not answer. She pulled the bed over and pushed it against the table. She felt more at ease and said in a crisp voice, "Big brother. My boyfriend will be back soon. It's not good for him to see you here. You'd better leave now. We can talk about this tomorrow." "No, don't be silly, little sister. I've seen you several times, and you're always alone. Where could you possibly have a boyfriend? Don't be afraid, little sister. I just want to be friends with you." The sound outside the door had calmed down a lot, but Chen Shangyun's heart skipped a beat. She was being watched. She was really scared now. What should she do? She was panicking, but she still pretended to be calm and said, "Brother, you'd better leave quickly. If you don't leave, I'll call the police." Chen Shangyun was at her wit's end. As a woman, the most effective threat she could make was to call the police. But the person outside the door, on hearing the threat of calling the police, not only did not leave, but seemed to be even more provoked. Frame! Frame! He kicked the door open. The wooden door was already a bit worn, and it shook violently when he kicked it open. With a crack sound, the lattice glass above the wooden door shattered, and the glass fragments fell onto the table and the floor behind the door. "You bitch, you actually dared to call the police, I'll kill you." A hand reached in through the broken glass lattice window, swaying back and forth, trying to find the latch on the wooden door. Fortunately, Chen Shangyun had placed the table behind the door, and the height of the tabletop was a little higher than the latch, so the latch was blocked by the tabletop. The hand that reached in could only grope around on the table, and it couldn't reach the latch at all. Chen Shangyun was stunned by the sudden glass shattering, and it was only when the hand had already reached in that she came to her senses. She splashed the remaining half bottle of boiling water on the hand that had reached in. "Ah!" The person outside let out a scream and retracted his hand, but the kicking became more frantic, accompanied by all kinds of curses. At this point, Chen Shangyun was already scared out of her wits. She never expected to encounter such a thing. She pressed her back against the bed and said shakily that she wanted to get her phone. She realized that she had just taken a shower and her phone was still in the clothes she had taken off. Although it was not far from her, the door was being kicked frantically outside and the glass was almost all broken. She really didn't dare to get up and get it. Chapter 44, Don't Try to Guess a Woman's Mind. Just as Chen Shangyun was feeling anxious, the sound of a police siren suddenly came from outside the door. Then came a series of quick footsteps and the wailing of a man. After confirming that it was a security guard, Chen Shangyun completely relaxed her tense nerves, and then a sense of exhaustion hit her, but she still went to the police station with him. After listening to the whole story, Chen Shangyun was even more scared. It turned out that the man was a wanted criminal who had been living in the shantytown for a while, in a bungalow not far from hers. He lived in a shack not far from her, and lived by stealing. Chen Shangyun often worked as a tutor and did odd jobs, and every time she returned to her rented room, it was after 10 o'clock. It was also the time when the man went out, so he had seen Chen Shangyun many times. He thought she was pretty and always alone, so he had evil intentions. But he never acted on it. This time, the man felt that the wind was blowing hard and wanted to move his base again. Before leaving, he wanted to have a taste, which led to today's incident. Fortunately, the commotion woke up the neighbors. Although no one dared to help, there were still kind people who helped report the case to the police. Chen Shangyun was saved. After giving her statement, it was already past 2 a.m. when she left the police station. Chen Shangyun walked alone under the streetlight, her eyes red and her expression dazed, as if she were a walking corpse with her soul sucked out. The autumn wind blew her hair and took away the tears in her eyes. She had been in the city for more than 4 years, and had naively believed that if she worked hard, she would be able to live the life she wanted. But now? What has she got? How much hardship and effort did she have to endure to get out of the mountains? For the past 4 years, she has either been studying or working. What did she get in the end? Why did they treat her like this? Chen Shangyun kept asking herself. She thought that once she got a job, her life would improve, but then her younger brother came along. With the little money she had each month, she had to send half of it back home and support 2 people. The enormous pressure of life had already made her feel a bit suffocated. Now this has happened. It was almost the last straw that broke the camel's back. She is a woman, too, and she longs to be loved and cared for, to have someone to lean on. But if she waits until she finishes supporting her brother, she will be 27 or 28, and the best 10 years of a woman's life will be over, with nothing but suffering to show for it? Then why did she come out of the mountains? At this moment, Chen Shangyun had deep doubts about the past. In fact, everyone has emotions, but some people will vent them, while others will keep them buried deep down. Chen Shangyun is like this. She is gentle and sensible, swallowing everything in her heart. Today's incident became the fuse for her pent-up emotions. The more she thought about it, the more emotional she became, and tears welled up in her eyes, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances she had suppressed for so many years. She even wanted to scream at the sky, reminding this cold and heartless city to take a look at her. At this moment, Chen Shangyun's emotions completely collapsed, and the beliefs she had always held on to also collapsed. An image appeared in her mind that was out of place, and a gentle smile said to her, "Follow me, and I will make you the most dazzling woman in the world." It was like a demonic voice from the heavens, hovering and wandering, full of magnetism and incredibly seductive, dissolving her reason inch by inch. The next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Changqing was awakened by a ringing alarm. "Wake up, lazybones!" After looking at the sleeping girl, Changqing pinched her rosy cheeks affectionately. "Today is the day of military training. If you are late, you will be punished." This obviously had an effect, and Han Jingjing reluctantly opened her eyes, pouting and rubbing her eyes. Her little face was rosy and cute. "Honey, we're all going to school. What about the company?" "Don't worry, Zhang Kai and Li Lingling are here," Changqing said reassuringly. "Everything is on track now, so it's not a big deal if we don't go for a while. But it's still worrying not to have a truly reliable person in charge." "Oh." Han Jingjing sat up with a sullen expression, and when she saw Changqing still looking at her, she quickly covered his face. "Don't look." "Okay." Changqing turned his head away helplessly. It's really hard to understand women's thinking. They're not shy when taking off their clothes, but they're coy when putting them on. It's said that some couples, even after living together for many years, still act this way. After washing up, Changqing sent her to the front gate and said, "Be careful during military training, don't try to be brave." "Don't worry, I'm not a sickly little girl like Guan Yu." "What are you talking about?" Changqing frowned and twisted her small, perky buttocks. Although Guan Yu has been spoiled since she was a child, being sickly is a bit too much, but she still said, "When you are in training camp, you should keep an eye on you. Get out." The originally happy and sweet little girl instantly changed her expression, and she stormed into the school gate with her hands flailing. Changqing was helpless and had to hurry back to his school. There were already quite a few people in the playground. They had just changed into their military training uniforms and were in a state of novelty and excitement, chatting in small groups. As Changqing approached the crowd, Chen Shang came over and made a wry face. "Fourth, what did you do last night?" "Nothing." Changqing was not used to being too close to a person of the same sex, so he suddenly moved away and looked at the crowd. "Hey, isn't that your goddess?" Changqing raised his eyebrows and gestured, and not far away, Min Ro was standing with Li Mingfeng, chatting away. Chen Shang naturally saw this as well, and his expression was dark and unclear. As an old fox, Changqing could see through his thoughts at a glance. It was nothing more than a choice between the goddess and the patron. After thinking about Chen Shangyun, he decided to help him. "If you like her, go for it. What kind of man are you if you're too scared to act? What if she doesn't want to?" Chen Shang thought this way was normal. Li Mingfeng was good at picking up girls, not only because of his high-level skills, but also because he came from a wealthy family. After all, the thickness of your wallet determines your level of confidence. Don't declare your love yet. Just send her breakfast every day and see how she responds. If she likes you, she'll show it. If not, stop while you still can. In fact, there are many more high-end ways, such as constantly crossing the boundaries of friendship and testing, and accidental physical contact. If she avoids you, then stop in time. If she doesn't explicitly reject you, then the atmosphere of ambiguity will naturally grow until there is intimate contact, and it will happen naturally. However, this method is still too far away for Chen Chang now. Assemble. With the instructor's entrance, the men and women were divided into two groups and began to receive the baptism of military training. Chapter 45, Chen Shangyun's Transformation. After returning to the rental house, looking at the glass fragments on the floor, Chen Shangyun looked haggard and didn't cry anymore. Her tears had already dried up. She used a broom to sweep the glass fragments off the floor and restore the bed and table. Without taking off her shoes, she lay on her side on the bed with her hands folded in her lap, her thoughts flying. She still remembered the feeling of uncertainty and excitement when she first arrived in the city. How happy she was then, finally leaving the mountains and finally ushering in a new life. But then what happened? It seemed like every day was the same. Until he appeared. I will make you the most dazzling woman in the world. These words from Chongqing lingered in her mind and would not go away. It was just after 8 a.m. Chen Shangyun, who had not slept all night, looked at herself in the mirror, a little haggard, and her eyes grew more determined. After a simple wash, she took her bank card and walked out of the door, carrying with her the few thousand yuan she had saved over the years. Instead of riding a bicycle, Chen Shangyun walked to the main road and hailed a taxi. This was the first time she had been to the city in years. When she arrived at the downtown shopping mall, it was still early and the mall had not yet opened. Chen Shangyun found a nearby breakfast shop and waited while eating. Her goal was simple: to buy clothes. She had been to this mall before. The clothes inside were very beautiful, and she liked them very much. After all, which girl doesn't love beauty? She remembers that at the time, she liked a skirt that cost 1,000 yuan, and she looked at it from a distance for a long time. But she couldn't afford it, and even if she had enough money, she wouldn't have wanted to buy it. When the mall opened, Chen Shangyun went straight to the store in her memory, but unfortunately the skirt was no longer there. But there were more beautiful dresses in the store, just like life. Every year, there are 18-year-olds, and everyone has been 18 before, but it will eventually become a thing of the past. As if trying to fulfill a dream from her girlhood, Chen Shangyun chose a white dress. Chen Shangyun had never worn a skirt since she left the mountains. She knew how to protect herself. She usually wore long clothes and trousers. Although she had a good appearance and a gentle personality, she always lacked a certain feminine charm. Chen Shangyun, in a long, white dress, was tall and had a gentle figure. She exuded a strong aura of a woman of the world, and was very attractive. She had only been awake all night and her complexion was a little off. After leaving the mall, Chen Shangyun not only bought a skirt, but also a pair of beautiful sandals with medium heels. She had originally planned to buy high heels, but unfortunately she had never worn them before and couldn't walk in them, so she had to settle for the next best thing. She went to a hair salon and had her hair permed, giving it a slightly lazy, natural wave. In the past, she always wore her hair up in a bun, but now that she has curly hair, it naturally falls down, giving her a more mature and feminine look. When she returned to school and walked past the playground, the students and instructors who were training there were all staring at her. Chen Shangyun is 169 centimeters tall, and with the new shoes she bought, she is even taller. With her tall figure, delicate and beautiful face, and seductive charm, Chen Shangyun today is breathtakingly beautiful, as if she has a built-in filter. Walking along the edge of the playground, her hair undulating, her skirt swaying like a musical movement, every step she took seemed to be stepping on the hearts of the boys. This mature and graceful young lady is like a strong dose of poison to these boys in adolescence, whose hormones are raging, causing them to boil with excitement. Chen Shangyun's stunning temperament is so impressive that not only the boys are transfixed, but even the girls are impressed. This is a real woman. At this time, they are still too green in comparison. No one knows who spoke first. Who is this? Who is this girl? I don't know. I've never seen her before. She doesn't look like a student. Could she be a teacher? There are no teachers as good-looking as her at our school. Yes. She's too pretty. For a moment, there was a lot of noise on the playground. Chongqing looked at the crowd for a long time before confirming that it was Chen Shangyun. However, today, with her new look, her appearance, her temperament, her figure, and the charm that radiated from within, she was truly the best. It was as if she had changed into a completely different person, and it made him think even more. Hey, doesn't she look like our class assistant teacher, Miss Chen? Wang Xinyu from Class 1 said with some uncertainty. You're right, she looks like our teacher, Miss Chen. Min Ro didn't know how to describe it. She was very confident in her appearance, but seeing this woman, whether it was her appearance, figure, or temperament, she was completely crushed, making her feel a sense of powerlessness. Li Mingfeng had also been staring at her for a long time. He liked this mature and elegant woman the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hooked up with a senior on the first day of school and gone to her room. Seeing such a mature and charming older sister at this moment made him itch, so he turned to Chen Shang and said, "Hey, second brother, you better pretend to faint. I'll carry you to the infirmary." He thought to himself, later, when he was carrying Chen Shang, he would go over and brush up on his favorability. Chen Chang's throat tightened. He could see Li Mingfang's little plan. After all, his saliva was almost dripping on his hand, but the other party was his sister, so he was still a little hesitant. At this moment, the instructor also came back to his senses and felt a bit embarrassed. He shouted, "Attention!" Chen Shangyun on the other side naturally felt the gaze of everyone, and her cheeks were a little flushed. But she is not an indecisive person. Once she has made a decision, she will not back down. Otherwise, she would not have been able to leave the mountains. When she arrived at the office, she found a piece of paper in the drawer, wrote a resignation letter, and then stood in front of the desk, gently stroking her hand on the desk. Looking at the familiar surroundings, she felt a little lost. This is the place where she wants to stay for the rest of her life. She took a deep breath, walked out of the office, and knocked on the door of the guidance office. Director Zhao had been invited to a banquet by a parent at noon and had drunk a lot of wine. He was lying on the sofa resting. Hearing someone knock on the door, he was a little impatient. "Who is it?" "Chen Shangyun." Hearing Chen Shangyun's voice, Director Zhao's eyes lit up and he sobered up a little. "Come in." Director Zhao sat up straight from the sofa and shook his head. "Director Zhao, this is my resignation letter." Chen Shangyun pushed open the door and placed the letter of resignation directly on the coffee table in front of the sofa. "Huh? What? A resignation letter?" Director Zhao had drunk too much and was a little dizzy. Chen Shangyun had just come in, and he had just sat up straight. He didn't hear clearly and was startled when he reacted. He looked up at Chen Shangyun. But when he saw Chen Shangyun standing across from him, his eyes went straight, and he looked up and down, his eyes growing more and more fiery. Chapter 46, Bet on the Fate of a Lifetime. Today, Chen Shangyun is so beautiful that it feels a bit unreal. Before, Director Zhao had already thought that Chen Shangyun was very beautiful, and it was also his idea to make Chen Shangyun an assistant teacher. He just wanted to keep her by his side, and he thought that he would have a chance to eat her up. But he never imagined that Chen Shangyun would be so beautiful, and his thoughts in his heart became even stronger. Facing this gaze, Chen Shangyun felt ants crawling all over her body, making her feel very uncomfortable and sick to her stomach. "Director Zhao, I want to resign. Please approve it." Chen Shangyun's face was cold and her tone was a bit stiff. "Damn it, I haven't even gotten to the good part yet. There's no way I'm letting you quit." Director Zhao thought to himself, he knew that Chen Shangyun was in financial difficulty, and as long as he didn't agree, she wouldn't get paid, and then she would be at his mercy. A smile appeared on his fat face. "Chen, why do you want to quit suddenly? If you have any problems, just tell me. I will definitely help you solve them." He patted his chest and made a promise. "No. I just want to quit. Can you please approve it?" Chen Shangyun still looked cold. "No. Even if you want to resign, you have to give me half a month's notice, otherwise you will be docked half a month's salary." Seeing Chen Shangyun's firm attitude, Director Zhao's face also turned cold, and he wanted to scare her by deducting her salary. "Okay." Chen Shangyun replied very decisively. "What?" "I said yes, you only need to give me half a month's salary." Chen Shangyun usually lives so frugally, but why is she suddenly so confident today? Although Director Zhao was puzzled, he still put on a smile that he thought was very friendly and said, "Chen, don't be impulsive. You're only in your second year of graduate school. Do well at school, and I guarantee you can stay on as a teacher after graduation. This is a lifetime iron rice bowl, and it's also respectable to say it out loud. As for today's incident, I'll pretend it never happened. You go back and think about it carefully." Director Zhao's face was full of sincerity. "I've already thought it through very clearly. I've given you my resignation letter. Whether you sign it or not is your business. I'll come back in a few days to complete the formalities." Chen Shangyun turned and left, not wanting to stay a moment longer, staring at Zhao's lecherous gaze. "No, no. Shangyun." Director Zhao was really desperate, I'm doing this for your own good. If you suddenly quit, it might affect your degree. He had a vague feeling that if he let Chen Xiangyun go this time, he might never get another chance. He reached out to grab her. Chen Xiangyun was quick to react, turning her head to glare at him, then quickly walking away. Director Zhao was also stunned by this glance. What was wrong with Chen Xiangyun today? How did she suddenly change? Before he knew it, Chen Xiangyun's back had already disappeared. After leaving the school building, Chen Xiangyun looked around the playground for a while, and when she had found the person she was looking for, she walked gracefully towards the boys. Formation. When they saw her from a distance, they could still think about her in secret. But now that Chen Xiangyun is walking this way, many of the boys' eyes are avoiding her instead, shyly like little girls, with some of them looking down and blushing, which is quite funny. As she walked lightly, the crowd automatically dispersed. Chen Xiangyun walked up to Changqing and stopped, whispering, "Do you still mean what you said?" It was a bright sunny day, and the crowd was so thick that it was hard to move. The atmosphere that should have been noisy became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop because of her arrival. The envy and jealousy were even more undisguised, and Shen Chang was also looking back and forth between the two of them. At first, he thought his sister was looking for him, but he never imagined she was looking for Chang Qing. When did these two become so familiar? Li Mingfeng was even more envious. He had only met Chang Qing's girlfriend yesterday, and her beauty had already made him jealous to death. Now he had just met a super-class older sister, and it turned out that she was also looking for Chang Qing. Damn it, what does he, a poor kid, have to do with it? Is it because he is tall, handsome, and big? Chang Qing did not rush to answer, but looked at her calmly. This soft and feminine sister-in-law is gentle, charming and attractive, and is definitely the first choice for a wife. But what he wanted was a puppet who could stand on his own. Whether or not loyalty was the most important thing, he said, it's a matter of opinion. Which sentence are you talking about? You know. Chen Xiangyun held back her surging emotions and looked at him with a piercing gaze. If this man had lied to her, she would not pursue the matter, but would just regard it as retribution for not being able to discern people. But in the days to come, she would not have any illusions about the fleeting feelings. She waited quietly until her legs grew weak, until her joints turned white from the pressure of her hands, until her heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and then she finally heard the words. It's a deal. Changqing's tone was firm and direct. Okay, I'll wait for you at the school gate. Chen Xiangyun turned and left, her eyes filled with a gentle flame. She was an academic master's student with a very clear major. In theory, she could not find a formal job outside the school, and if the school used this as an excuse, there would be no reason to expel her. But at this moment, Chen Xiangyun was like a gambler possessed, almost gambling everything, betting on a promise from Changqing that was not sure whether it was true or not. Her weak body exploded with an unimaginable decisiveness. But in the end, she won the bet, didn't she? Damn it, Lao Si, what do you mean? As soon as Chen Xiangyun left, Li Mingfeng rushed over and grabbed Changqing by the collar, as if he had just stolen his wife. Yeah, what did you mean by what you said to my sister? Chen Chang also came over. He was probably more curious than anyone else about what had happened between the two of them. Changqing took the opportunity to pull away from Li Mingfeng's hand, impatiently saying, "We'll talk about it later." Chen Xiangyun left first, giving him time to take leave. He didn't have time to deal with these people. After greeting the instructor, she went to the dormitory to change clothes. Chen Xiangyun walked out of the campus alone, looking back at the place where she had spent more than 4 years, her eyes showing a little reluctance. From today on, she may have to say goodbye to this place forever. Back then, she resolutely left the village. It can be said that it was the first turning point in her life. This time, it may change the direction of her destiny. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a tall figure appeared in sight. He was wearing a black shirt and trousers, and looked mature and restrained. He had a gentle smile on his handsome face. This smile is both charming and reassuring, and it makes Chen Xiangyun's heart flutter. If it weren't for this charming face, if he hadn't been so calm and composed in front of the principal, and if he hadn't been so cool and composed, how could she have bet her life on a promise? Chapter 47. The world of adults is all in the silence. As Changqing slowly approached, Chen Xiangyun did not feel embarrassed, and smiled softly. You're here. Well, let's wait here for a while. The company will send a car to pick us up later. Good. Chen Shangyun stood next to him, her expression gentle, but in her heart she was thinking. What does he think of me? An employee? A girlfriend? Or? After a short wait, a brand new Audi pulled up in front of the two of them. Chen Shangyun instinctively stepped back. But then she felt a hand on her back, and she looked up to see Chang Qing smiling warmly. He's here to pick us up. Then he opened the back door and made a gesture of invitation. Get in. Yes. Chen Shangyun didn't act coy, and she lowered her head and got into the car. When she lowered her head, Chang Qing used his hand to shield the roof of the car from her, preventing her from hitting her head and making her feel very warm. She was beautiful, rich, and caring. I don't think there's a woman who wouldn't like him. Chen Shangyun thought to herself with emotion. Master Yao. Jinxing Science and Technology Park. After Chang Qing got in the car, he relaxed his body and leaned back in the seat, thinking about what he was going to do next. The original company was rented with Qin Wenjing in Rongguan Building. Although it has 33 floors, there is very little free space, and the higher the floor, the more expensive the rent. For example, they are on the 6th floor, and the annual rent for 160 square meters is 180,000 yuan. If it is the top floor, it is estimated to start at 1 million yuan. It seems that Chinese entrepreneurs all like to stand on high ground, looking down on everything as if they could step on everything, in order to show off their status. Seeing that Chang Qing had not spoken since getting in the car, Chen Shangyun shifted her body and sat closer to him. She held out her hand, which was trembling with nervousness, and hugged his arm, resting her head on his shoulder. This was the first time in her life that Chen Shangyun had been so close to a man. She was nervous, scared, shy, and also a woman who wanted to understand the impulse of a man. Chen Shangyun leaned over, and Chang Qing was not surprised, because from the moment she came to find him, everything had already been decided. In the world of adults, many times there is no need to say it out loud, everything is implied. When they arrived at the Science and Technology Park, the guard at the gate was very handsome, so Lao Yao asked him how to get to the management committee. Every place may be different. The Science and Technology Park here is a government-established management committee responsible for managing investment promotion and the like. The woman who received Chang Qing and her husband was a young woman in her 30s or 40s, looking very capable. Excuse me. What can I do for you? The young woman smiled warmly and didn't look down on the two young men because they looked young. We want to rent an office building in the park and come to see this specific situation. Chang Qing smiled and shook hands with the young woman. Oh. What kind of business are you in? How many square meters do you need? The young woman led the two men to the reception area and poured 2 glasses of water in front of them. We are in the computer software business. We'll probably rent a few thousand square meters. On hearing this, the young woman exclaimed, "What a big business," and her smile became even more friendly. Can you be more specific? The young woman sat across from the two men and asked them in detail. For the area, it should be at least 2,000 square meters or more. For the layout, it would be best if it was an entire building, not shared with other companies, and not a factory building, just an office building. Buildings at this time were generally not very tall, especially in the Science and Technology Park. The buildings are usually 5 to 7 stories high, and are generally electronic factories, assembly factories, and parts factories. Most of them are a single office building, combined with a few factory buildings. There are relatively few single-story office buildings. But Chang Qing had other plans. It wasn't just about the rent, but also about future expansion. In the future, the planned land would be more convenient than the bustling downtown area. Okay, wait a moment, I'll check to see if there is anything that meets your requirements. According to Chang Qing, the young woman was even happier if the building did not have a factory. Office buildings are more expensive than factories, and the hardest to rent are single office buildings. Isn't the area too large? Didn't you say you only needed 200 people? Why do you need more than 2,000 square meters? Chen Shangyun was standing nearby and felt that the area was a bit too large. Chang Qing smiled lightly. We are looking for a new place because the company is growing fast and the previous office space is no longer enough. Now we are renting a larger space at once, so we don't have to keep moving around when we expand later. Chen Shangyun thought about it and didn't say anything. After a while, the young woman took a folder and placed it on the coffee table in front of the two of them. There are only 9 office buildings left that have not been rented out yet. The specific information is on it. See if there is anything suitable. If this were a private sales center, the salesperson would definitely be more enthusiastic. After all, this is a government department, so it is more reserved and doesn't push things like that. Changqing took the pamphlet and looked at it. It was basically a collection of low-rise buildings, with the tallest being 7 stories and the lowest being 3. Changqing pointed to one of them. Let's go and take a look at this one. I think it's not bad. The young woman didn't say much, and drove a small sightseeing vehicle that could seat a few people, taking the 2 of them to see the building on the ground. The Science and Technology Park covers a large area, and although the progress of attracting investment has not yet reached the halfway mark, the flow of people is already very large. It was still working hours, and factory girls could be seen everywhere on the road. At almost every intersection, you could see several motorbike taxis waiting for passengers, chatting together. At this time, motorbikes are still the main means of transportation. It is convenient and affordable to take a motorbike to some places that are not too far away. Migrant workers can take a motorbike ride in their spare time and go shopping outside the Science and Technology Park. And the Science and Technology Park is all light industry, so there are many girls who come to work. If it is after work, the roads will be crowded with factory girls, which is expected to be very spectacular. After driving for more than 10 minutes, the car arrived in front of the building that Changqing liked. The building is 7 stories high, the tallest in the area, with a plain gray exterior. The interior is simply furnished, and there is still a gap compared to the high-end office buildings in the city. However, in the early stages of starting a business, you can't be too demanding. As long as the space is enough, you can work on the rest later. After a tour, it was just so. There were many shortcomings, such as the lack of an elevator on the 7th floor, which Changqing couldn't accept. Can an elevator be installed? It would be a lot of work to climb 6 or 7 floors every day. The young woman smiled and replied. As long as the load-bearing walls are not demolished, everything else is fine. Changqing meant that the management committee would not install it, and the young woman meant that you would have to solve it yourself. It can be used for many years, and the floor is not high. It is estimated that 1 or 200,000 yuan is enough. Changqing thought about it and didn't say much. After returning to the management committee, he signed the contract. The 7th floor was 500 square meters per floor, and the rent was 40 cents per square meter per day, or 42,000 yuan per month, or about 500,000 yuan per year. The contract is signed for annual payment, and a deposit can be paid first, with the rest paid off within 3 months. Chapter 48, Completely Open Your Heart. Changqing called the company and asked them to send 2 accountants to handle the remaining procedures. He then asked Lao Yao to drive back to the city. Instead of going back to the company, he went directly to the shopping mall in the city, where Chen Shangyun had been earlier that morning. Seeing Changqing bring her here again, she was a little surprised. What are we doing here? To buy things, of course. Oh. Seeing this, Chen Shangyun didn't ask any more and just said oh. As Lao Yao found a place to park, Changqing took Chen Shangyun into the mall. It was after 4 p.m. and the mall was very quiet. Changqing took Chen Shangyun into a famous watch store. It wasn't a top brand, but it was a very famous luxury brand. She chose a light blue dial, diamond-encrusted ladies' watch, which was moderately luxurious and had a very soft design, and felt that it was very suitable for Chen Shangyun's temperament. It cost more than 130,000 yuan, and the female salesperson was serving a couple, explaining the design concept of the watch. Let me take a look at this one. Changqing pointed at the watch he liked and said to the saleswoman, "Excuse me, sir, could you wait a moment?" "Excuse me, sir, please wait a moment." The saleswoman gave Changqing a professional smile and then turned back to serve the couple. Changqing was not affected by this situation. In any case, it is normal for others not to choose you. If Changqing was covered in luxury goods, the saleswoman would definitely have a different attitude. The first impression of a person is always determined by external factors. The saleswoman didn't come over to serve him because in her eyes, the person in front of her was more likely to make a sale than Changqing. Changqing said with no expression on his face. "If you take it out now and let my friend try it on, I will pay immediately if it fits." The female salesperson, who was still trying to sell, didn't quite hear the last part, but she did hear the part about payment, and she turned to look at Changqing. "Sir, what did you say about payment?" "This watch, if you give it to my friend to try on now, I will pay if it fits." Changqing's tone was a little colder. The saleswoman looked at Changqing's cold face, and after a moment of surprise, quickly came over and took out the watch that Changqing liked, smiling slightly. "Sir, this is the latest model you like." "No need." Changqing interrupted the saleswoman's introduction with a raised hand and turned to Chen Shangyun. "Try it on." "Me?" Chen Shangyun was stunned and pointed at herself. "Well, try it on to see if it fits." Chen Shangyun was still a little dazed and felt dizzy. When Changqing was talking, she saw the watch that Changqing was pointing at. It was beautiful, and she liked it very much, but when she saw the price, she was speechless. A watch costs over 100,000 yuan. With her previous salary, she would have to work for 10 years without eating or drinking to afford it. Just thinking about it makes her feel a little extravagant. In a small city, she could buy a whole apartment with that money. Seeing that Chen Shangyun was in a daze, Changqing took the watch and put it on her directly, holding her slender arm and looking at it. It really felt good. The watch was exquisite, the diamonds were bright, and the skin on Chen Shangyun's arm was even more silky. She also looked more luxurious. It had to be said that there was some truth to the saying that luxury goods were expensive. This is too expensive. Chen Shangyun had never received a gift from anyone, let alone such an expensive one, and although she liked it very much, the price made her a little overwhelmed. "Use a credit card." Changqing didn't say anything, and paid directly. The saleswoman had never seen such a generous customer. She quickly nodded and bent over to swipe the card, and even added a few more gifts to the box, handing it to Changqing. Seeing the gift box being handed over, Changqing did not take it, and the saleswoman was slightly taken aback. She then turned to Chen Shangyun and said, "Dear madam, this is a gift for you. Please take it." The saleswoman was envious. She had seen many rich men, but most of them were old men who came with young women. Like the one today who was so handsome and rich, and the key is that he bought such an expensive gift for his girlfriend without even blinking an eye. It was the first time she had seen it. "If only my boyfriend were like that." Chen Shangyun was a little embarrassed, took the gift bag, and walked a few steps to catch up with Changqing, who had already walked out of the store. "Hey, Changqing, this is really too expensive. Our company is just starting up and we need money right now. Let's return it first. If the company is stable later, you can buy it for me, okay?" Chen Shangyun ran up behind Changqing and grabbed his arm, pulling him back. Hearing this, Changqing felt that it sounded familiar. This is what Han Jingjing said to him before. It's really rare for a woman to think of you like this when faced with material things that are within reach. Changqing couldn't help but soften his heart. He reached out to help her brush the stray hairs from her ear and smiled gently. "Do you know what is most important in a first impression?" "What?" Changqing repeated what he had said to Han Jingjing to Chen Shangyun. What is judged by external material? In the case of people who are not familiar with each other, a person's appearance and external material are basically the only criteria for judgment. Well, then. Chen Shangyun also felt that Changqing's words made sense, and she took his arm, looking obedient and cute. Changqing's analysis of human nature made Chen Shangyun feel that her own thoughts were somewhat naive, and she also had some adoration for Changqing. Looking at his handsome profile, Chen Shangyun thought to herself, he knows so much. And he is really handsome. There is no such thing as love at first sight. It is all about the color of the eyes. People with good looks always get more favorable impressions. Changqing took Chen Shangyun to buy several sets of professional clothing. Han Jingjing looked fresh, pretty, and charming when she wore them. But when Chen Shangyun wore them, she looked mature and dignified, with a soft and charming demeanor. The same style, but completely different temperament. Before, Han Jingjing was embarrassed to wear stockings, thinking they were too revealing, but Chen Shangyun thought they looked better, and she even picked out several colors to match. Changqing also felt the same way. When Chen Shangyun put on the stockings, her white legs were hidden, but it added a sense of hazy, making Changqing feel that his heartbeat was a few beats faster than usual. Stockings are a great invention, just like high heels. As soon as a woman puts them on, she immediately becomes more charming. The only pity is that Chen Shangyun is not yet used to high heels and can only wear medium heels. But she was very adaptable, and since she agreed with Changqing's idea, she opened her heart completely. Since she had decided to make a change, she decided to go all the way. In addition to the professional clothes she wore to work, She also bought some clothes for everyday wear, as well as some lingerie, pajamas, etc. Chapter 49, The Taste of Love. There was so much to buy that she couldn't carry it all, so Changqing had to take it back to the car twice before the shopping trip was over. She spent more than 200,000 yuan in total, and Chen Shangyun was almost lost in the praise of the salespeople. Even the innerwear she bought today, the price of which she had never dared to think of before, was beyond her wildest dreams. In the 20-odd years of her life, she had never experienced anything like this. The salespeople in those high-end stores used to look down on her. Now they all surround her, fawning and praising her. Although Chen Shangyun also knows that they are all flattering and feels disgusted by their faces. But she couldn't help but sigh, it feels so good to have money. It wasn't until she was sitting in the car that Chen Shangyun's pounding heart calmed down a little. When a man and a woman are nice to each other, it's easy to get emotional. Changqing's main purpose in dressing up Chen Shangyun was to push her to the front of the stage to host the company's daily affairs. Chen Shangyun thought to herself that Changqing was so willing to spend money on her. She felt sweet and loved, as if she was in love, and her gaze on Changqing became softer. "Mr. Chang, where are we going now?" Seeing that the two had bought so much, Lao Yao also sighed to himself, rich people are so extravagant. Chang looked at Chen Shangyun and asked, "Where did you live before?" "Me? I used to live in a dormitory, but now that I'm working, it's probably not appropriate to go there anymore." Chen Shangyun didn't want Changqing to know about the rental house, so she just said that she had always lived in a dormitory. It wasn't that she was deliberately lying to Changqing, but she felt that it was the most embarrassing time for her, and she didn't want Changqing to know about it. In fact, men and women are the same. They all want to show their best side to the other party. Yes, that's true. Changqing also felt the same way. "Lao Yao, go directly to a better hotel near the company." "Okay." Lao Yao started the car. Changqing had originally wanted Chen Shangyun to go to the house he rented with Han Jingjing for a few days, but now Han Jingjing was at military training and wouldn't be back for a while. But then he thought it over and decided that it wasn't a good idea. If that jealous woman found out, she might make a scene. It would be better to stay in a hotel for now and rent an apartment for her later. Why didn't he take me home? Does he really have a girlfriend? I thought he was joking when he said that the other day. Right, how could a man like him, who is good-looking, rich and capable, not have a woman? In fact, I had already thought of this long ago, but I was just indulging in a little fantasy. Forget it, what's the point of thinking about it now? As long as he treats me well in the future, that's enough. Chen Shangyun thought to herself. After finding a suitable hotel and checking in, she asked Lao Yao to help her carry her things into the room and then let him go home. After Lao Yao left, there were only two people left in the room, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. In fact, Chen Shangyun is not the type of person who is vain, otherwise she would not have come this far alone. There were many people who pursued her at school, and many of them came from good families, but she never gave it a second thought. She simply envied their lifestyle. It was not until Changqing's appearance that Chen Shangyun's heart, which had been devastated by life, began to flutter. Changqing's maturity and stability, the depth of his eyes, and his handsome face all deeply attracted her. After a few encounters, she felt that Changqing was a man worth relying on, because of his calm and composed manner of speaking and his ability to get along with people. She already had a crush on Changqing, and with his ability and the words he said to her, "I will make you the most dazzling woman in the world," made Changqing completely enter her heart. Perhaps due to her upbringing, Chen Shangyun was still very self-conscious. Even though she had a good impression of Changqing, she would not take the initiative to show it. But the thrilling event that happened last night completely exploded the emotions that Chen Shangyun had been accumulating over the years. Especially for someone like her, who lacked the love of her parents and never experienced the nourishment of love as a child. The more you lack love, the more it will surge when love comes. At a time when she was extremely lonely and longing for someone to rely on, Changqing appeared in her life. It directly broke through Chen Shangyun's psychological defense, allowing her to make the decision she has today. Chen Shangyun sat down on the edge of the bed, her hands on her knees, and broke the silence with a slight embarrassment. "You spent so much money on me, aren't you afraid that I'll run away? Would you?" Changqing sat on the chair by the bed and looked deeply into Chen Shangyun's eyes. "This is an ordinary hotel, the room is not large, a regular queen-size bedroom. The bathroom is made of glass, so you can see clearly inside it at all times. For Qin Shangyun now, the implication is too strong, her heart is pounding, and she keeps thinking of images that she never dared to think of before. She felt as if she were suffocating, and she mustered up the courage to ask him, "Why do you believe in me so much? Then why do you believe in me?" The two looked at each other for a long time, then both laughed. This feeling of soulmate connection is really wonderful. It was at that moment that they understood each other and trusted each other, giving them an irresistible urge to go forward, just like the saying that a man would die for a true friend. At that moment, Changqing stood up and said, "It's getting late, let's go eat first and talk later." "Good." As they walked down the street, Qin Shangyun was still wearing the white dress she had bought that morning, but with a thin layer of sheer stockings. Her calves looked smoother and more seductive. Feeling the stares of the passers-by, she felt a little uncomfortable, holding Changqing's arm and lowering her head without speaking. Chang Cheng patted her hand and comforted her. "Be confident. You'll get used to it." The two had a casual meal nearby and returned to the hotel at around 7 p.m. This time, Qin Shangyun felt more nervous than before when she entered the door. "Will he?" She sat on the edge of the bed, her fingers intertwined, a little like a lamb about to be slaughtered. She had thought it through, but when it came to the moment, she was still nervous. Her milky white neck was already covered in red, and she sat on the edge of the bed with her head bowed, letting her hair hide her face. Changqing could guess why she was nervous. He boiled some water in a kettle, made a cup of disposable tea, and asked, "Do you want some?" No. No. Chen Shangyun's hands were flailing about, like a frightened little rabbit. Who would have thought? The day before, Chen Shangyun was still a teacher standing on the podium, while Changqing was a student sitting in the audience. In just 2 days, he has firmly taken the initiative. Chapter 50, Planning for the New Company. It was already evening, and the neon lights of the skyscrapers outside the window were already flashing. Although the air conditioning was on, the temperature was rising quietly. Feeling the increasingly enchanting atmosphere, Changqing straightened his mind, sat down in a chair, and took out the diary and ballpoint pen he had bought in a small shop before returning to the hotel. Let's talk about the details. What will your responsibilities be when you join the company? Oh, great. Hearing that they were going to talk about work, Chen Shangyun was more energetic. This was what she had always cared about the most. She had made such a big decision to come out, and it was because she wanted to make a career for herself. The office building has 7 floors. My initial plan is to divide the first floor into several sections, such as the front desk area and the guest reception room. Changqing described the plan for the new company. Won't it be too crowded? Chen Shangyun felt that if it was like that, it would be a bit cramped on the first floor. In addition to the front desk, the security and logistics departments will need to have a minister or vice minister, and if you add the office, won't there be not enough space? Well, let's leave the first floor aside for now. I'll continue with the rest. Changqing is only planning ahead, and in the end, some changes will still have to be made based on the actual situation. Well, Changqing was willing to listen to her opinions, which made Chen Shangyun feel much more at ease. On the second floor, I plan to have the marketing department and sales department, 2 departments for offices, and a conference room that is used on a rotating basis. The pantry and bathroom take up a small amount of space, and the rest is all workstations and the like, so there is plenty of space. Yes, I think that's fine. I plan to use the 3rd floor as a restaurant, with several private rooms for receptions. Isn't that a waste? Chen Shangyun felt that Changqing was a bit too detached from reality when it came to work. We only have 100 or 2 people, and it's too extravagant to use 500 square meters for a restaurant. When I was working part-time, I also came into contact with people in office buildings, and they all solved their own problems at noon. Chen Shangyun's concerns were also expected by Changqing. After all, his business philosophy was a bit too advanced. He said seriously, "Don't forget, we are going to continue to expand in the future, and we are in the technology business, so it is common for us to work overtime. It is important to provide good services in terms of food and accommodation, so that employees have no worries and their work efficiency will naturally improve." Well, then. Chen Shangyun also felt that Changqing was right. I plan to turn the 4th floor into an entertainment center, with everything from fitness and yoga to billiards and boxing. What? Chen Shangyun was really unable to remain calm. What are you thinking? It's fine to use the third floor as a restaurant, but the fourth floor is an entertainment center. What kind of company is this? Is it all about eating and playing? Chen Shangyun was a little agitated, and her speech unconsciously turned into the tone of a teacher to a student. I'm telling you, Changqing. You're being too hasty. I may not have done business before, but I know what the essence of business is: making money. You're doing both eating and playing, so how can you concentrate on work? In other companies, employees basically take care of their own meals, and if they can't, they get a meal allowance. As for entertainment, after work, employees can do whatever they want, so why should the company worry about it? Changqing didn't mind Chen Shangyun's tone, but thought it was more natural and comfortable. He smiled and said soothingly, "Just listen to me first. There are many technical staff in the company, and most of them sit in front of the computer all day long, lacking exercise. After a long time, it is easy to have problems. We have our own entertainment center. It is very beneficial to be able to move around from time to time. Besides, there are many female employees. Usually, everyone is very busy at work and there is no opportunity for communication. In the entertainment center, everyone is relaxed and chatting, which also increases cohesion. Especially the core technical staff, they are the foundation of the company. Our industry is very different from other industries, so their health is very important to the company, so diet and entertainment are a must." Well, that's fine. Chen Shangyun didn't know much about this and didn't know how to convince Changqing, so she could only agree. The next floor is the fifth floor, with preliminary plans for the general manager's office, assistant secretariat, finance department, personnel department, and legal department. In this arrangement, the general manager is the management center of the entire company, with the secretariat organizing the data, the assistant helping with the review, and the general manager making the final decision. Changqing wrote in his diary while talking, and Chen Shangyun looked down at him with her head bowed. From behind, it looked as if she was burying her head in his chest. What Changqing saw when he looked down was half a diary and half her smooth-side face. He could clearly smell the fragrance of her hair, and as she leaned forward, her white dress with the round neckline opened slightly. Ahem. Changqing cleared his throat, suppressed his somewhat agitated emotions, and continued. The sixth floor is the technical department, the core of the company's core, and the seventh floor is where the data center is planned to be built. Between the fifth and sixth floors, a partition will be built, and no one except the employees of the technical department will be allowed to enter. As for office equipment, you should directly find a company with a larger scale and get it done at once. At that time, you should ask them to send technicians over to do the planning in advance by burying the wires. Not only does this not require any fees, but you can even pay only 20 to 30% of the equipment, and then settle the balance in several months. In fact, only about 500,000 yuan is needed for this part, and the rest is more or less the same. This is how business is done. Many times, just hearing how much money is needed to invest seems very intimidating. In actual practice, the amount of capital invested is not that much. The hardest part is actually how to get the opportunity to enter the market. In actual operation, the risks are basically shared by multiple parties. Some projects don't even have 10% of the capital, and it's outrageous to use project mortgages later. Chen Shangyun was very moved to hear Changqing talk about these inside stories so lightly. She had never imagined that there was so much water in it, and she felt even more impressed by Changqing. In fact, for a man, a woman in front of you, with sparkling eyes, showing admiration, is the easiest way to gain a sense of accomplishment, especially when that person is your nominal teacher. The two of them were chatting together, and a refreshing fragrance surrounded them. Changqing wrinkled his nose and asked, "Did you put on perfume?" "No. No. It must be the soap. The soap I use for my bath is quite fragrant." Chen Shangyun's face turned red and her eyes darted away. Some women have a natural body odor. You might be one of them. Changqing thought the fragrance was very nice, and lowered his head to take a deep breath of her neck, where his nose touched the tender skin. Chen Shangyun clutched her clothes in both hands, unable to speak due to nervousness. Chapter 51, The Original Big Boss, Kiowina. When a gentle and graceful older sister shows a flustered and shy look in front of you, the sense of accomplishment is truly unparalleled. Changqing suppressed his restless heart and got up to leave. "I'll leave first. We can talk about the rest tomorrow." You." Chen Shangyun was stunned, her mouth slightly open, watching Changqing walk towards the door. Does he not like me at all? Chen Shangyun felt a little disappointed. Where are you going? I still have some business to attend to. Will you be back tonight? Changqing asked with a smile. Do you want me to come back? If you want to come back, I'll wait for you. Chen Shangyun replied in a somewhat reserved manner, feeling a tightness in her chest and her heart almost bursting. Okay. Chen Shangyun let out a sigh of relief as she watched Changqing walk away, but she was still a little sad. After leaving the hotel, Changqing went to a supermarket, bought some perfume and snacks, and then went to a milk tea shop. There was a long line at the door, which was quite spectacular. The more so, the more it means that the loss is greater. According to the data calculated by Lin Shan, it is estimated that the loss is about 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per month. At the beginning, Changqing wanted to use the milk tea shop to get some cash to start a company. Now that the goal has been achieved, the milk tea shop could be closed. But after thinking it over, Changqing decided to keep it open, and not only that, he also decided to expand the chain. Once it reached a certain scale, he would start raising capital, planning to go public and cash out. After chatting with Lin Shan for a while, I asked the salesperson to make some fresh fruit juice and then headed straight to Yuanda. The military training ended before 8 o'clock, and it's now 8:30. Guan Yu and Han Jingjing haven't sent any messages. They must be exhausted or washing up. Changqing walked to the girls' dormitory with 2 large bags, and was about to put them on the ground and take out his phone to make a call when he was tapped on the shoulder. Hey, handsome. Changqing turned around and saw it was Xiao Yana. She was wearing a camouflage uniform, tall and handsome, and was smiling at him. Changqing knew from Han Jingjing that Xiao Yana was a free spirit, so he joked. Hey, isn't this the original big boss, Xiao Yana? What are you talking about? She's a good girl, isn't she? Xiao Yana patted him on the shoulder, a little coquettish. See? You're already getting the hang of it. Changqing covered his shoulder and said in an exaggerated voice. If I wasn't in good shape, you would have sent me to the hospital with that punch. You're quite funny. Joina laughed and said, Hey, what are you doing here? Yes, is it okay to be here? Changqing pretended to be a pure young man, with a shy look on his face. Ha! Joina was stunned for a few seconds, but quickly recovered, her face turning red. Oh, you dirty rascal. I didn't realize you were like that. She lifted her long legs and kicked him. Girls like this are generally playful, straightforward, and easy to get along with. Changqing didn't want to tease her either. I bought some juice for you two to drink in the dormitory. You can take it up and distribute it. Really? I didn't think you were so considerate. I'm tired after a long day and I want something sweet to drink. She didn't hesitate to find a cup of her favorite flavor and put a straw in it. Hey, wait a minute. Changqing quickly stopped her. I'm sorry, this mango one is for Han Jingjing, this one is for Guan Yu, and you can pick the rest. The point of giving milk tea is to give it to Guan Yu and Han Jingjing. If they don't have what they like, then it's a waste of time. Damn. Is this how it is? You're more concerned about your girlfriend than your friends. Joina pouted and complained. But it didn't bother her. She found a cup of kiwi-flavored milk tea and put a straw in it. It tastes really good. Joina took a few big sips and said with a satisfied smile, revealing her big sisterly nature. Keep it up, handsome. I'll keep an eye on your girlfriend. No one will dare to bully her. And Jingjing, I'll sleep with her at night. Then I should thank you? Changqing couldn't help but smile. She felt that Joina was a bit simple and not very smart. Don't worry. I'll go up and help you find her. Joina patted her not-so-impressive breasts, picked up the 2 bags, and walked into the dormitory building with her long legs. There were many people walking back and forth in the corridor of the dormitory, and it was very noisy. Joina first returned to her dormitory. Pang Jiaojiu was taking a shower in the bathroom, and Han Jingjing and Lu Chunyan were waiting in line. Although they were all girls, they weren't close enough to share a bathroom. Xiao Yana is cheerful and outspoken. As soon as she entered the dormitory, she shouted, Girls, let's have a cold drink. Nana! When did you become so considerate? Han Jingjing took the bag with a smile. That's my thoughtfulness. It's from your childhood sweetheart. Xiao Yana was acting weird. What? Han Jingjing didn't quite react to the words childhood sweetheart at first. After all, no one had ever said that about her in Changqing before. When she realized what he had said, she got up and tried to run out of the room. Hey, what's your hurry? Joina pulled her back. There's still a bag of it. This is for Guan Yu and the others in their dormitory. There are a few bottles of floral water in this bag. Do we get some too? I think so. Just take one out. Hearing Guan Yu, Han Jingjing calmed down and sat back down on the stool. Since Changqing bought some perfume, she must have some, and there is no doubt about it. Hey, Jingjing. Tell me the truth. Are you two having an affair? Joanna was implying something. What are you talking about? We're good friends. When he came, I thought something was up. Han Jingjing also felt that she had overreacted and explained sheepishly. Joanna was a little skeptical. Is it really nothing? Oh, it's really nothing. Hurry up and take it to Guan Yu. It's going to get cold if you don't. It's already cold. Hey, why is there a hot one? Oh. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yana also understood, thinking to herself that this Changqing is really considerate. Guan Yu was already feeling a bit weak on her period, and after a day of training, she was so exhausted that she immediately went to bed and didn't move. Su Yuqing was much better. She usually ran and did yoga, so this amount of training was nothing for her. It was just the sun that was too strong. Seeing Guan Yu so tired, Su Yuqing simply took her into the bathroom and helped her shower. Guan Yu couldn't really move, but she was just too tired to move, and she couldn't really let Su Yuqing help her wash. Once you feel very tired, you feel like you can't get up in bed, but if someone pulls you up, you'll get up. Chapter 52, Jealous Tiger. Joanna walked into Guan Yu's dormitory with a juice box in her hand. Seeing only Guan Yu's two roommates there, she asked, "Where is Guan Yu?" Fanya, who was changing clothes, signaled with her eyes, taking a shower. "Nana! Are you looking for me?" A door in the bathroom opened a crack, and two wet heads poked out. "You have cold drinks and floral water that your mother bought for you." Joina held up the bag she was carrying and said, "I put it on the table for you." "Oh, yes, everyone has a share. Except for one hot one, you can choose whatever you like." Joina is a very nice person, she made things clear in advance. Lopei, who was lying on the table, came over and took a glass. "I was just about to have a cold drink. Guan Yu's boyfriend is so nice." "Nana! Where is Changqing?" Seeing that Joina was about to leave after putting it down, Guan Yu quickly asked. "He's downstairs. Can you please tell him that I'm really tired today and ask him to go home first, and I'll call him later?" Her boyfriend must want to see her. She still wants to be held and comforted by her boyfriend. But today she is really tired. She feels like her legs are not her own. Never liked exercise, and now she's suffering the consequences. "Okay." Joanna made a cool gesture. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Changqing was getting a little anxious and was about to make a phone call when he saw Joina walking towards him and asked, "Why are you coming down again?" "It's your precious baby. She's exhausted from military training and is being bathed. I sent her to you to send you home and tell you to wait until she has time to see you." "Who?" Changqing was stunned. "What?" "Just taking a bath." Changqing asked directly, "If it's a lesbian, won't I be cheated on?" Su Yuqing. "She's tough. Today we had military training together, and I was exhausted, but she was fine. She's so big, but she's not tired at all. It's not scientific." As soon as Xiao Yana thought of Su Yuqing's figure, she was jealous and wanted to complain, exaggerating the size of her breasts. Changqing raised an eyebrow. "Are you envious?" "I don't envy you at all. I have the most perfect body." She tried to get her hands on him again, but Changqing dodged her. "Why are you dressed so formally? You look like an old man." Xiao Yana was very curious about Changqing, and felt that she was completely different from the other students. "Don't you like it?" "It's nice, but it's too mature for a student." Joanna thought that although Changqing looked very handsome in this way, he always gave people a sense of distance, and she didn't like that feeling. Ding dong. As they were chatting, Changqing's phone rang. He gave Joina an apologetic smile and answered the phone. Hello, Jingjing. What are you talking nonsense with Joanna about? Han Jingjing on the other end of the phone sounded angry. Just chatting. Changqing looked up and saw Han Jingjing looking at him from the upstairs window. He knew very well the expectation in the girl's eyes, but it wasn't convenient to talk about it right now. Let's just leave it at that. I'll send you a message later. Changqing hung up the phone and didn't chat with Kiawana anymore. Well, I'm going to go now. Okay, bye. Joanna was a little disappointed, but she didn't say anything more. She waved her hand and left. Changqing walked out of the school while texting. Changqing, what's up, baby? Are you jealous? Han Jingjing, humph. Changqing, I didn't think the tiger who beat Wusong would be jealous. Han Jingjing, Xiao Changzi. Are you itching for a massage? Han Jingjing couldn't hide her true self any longer when her true nature was revealed. Changqing, honey, are you tired today? Did you get the lotion? Don't let the mosquitoes bite you. Did you buy sunscreen? If not, Guan Yu has some. Use it for now, and I'll buy some for you to bring over later. Changqing switched to a gentle mode again. He immediately put Han Jingjing in her place, and only replied after a while. I know. I love you, honey. I bought it in advance with Yuer. I think it's okay. Yuer is so clumsy and tired. Han Jingjing has been helping her family since she was a child, so her constitution is definitely better than Guan Yu's. Han Jingjing, honey. How are you? Are you tired? She is back to her cute and obedient self. Changqing, I took a day off to take care of some company business. Guan Yu, honey, I'm sorry. I'm really tired today. You won't be mad at me, will you? Changqing and Han Jingjing are chatting, and a message from Guan Yu arrives. This little girl who is in love basically treats her boyfriend with words like cute and lovely. Changqing thinks that it's a bit too sweet. In fact, Changqing's statement is not accurate. In many relationships, the two partners are in an unfair situation. It is probably the case that whoever loves more is the one who is trying to please the other. Of course, this does not apply to mutual love. Han Jingjing, oh, I see. I'm sorry, honey. I haven't been able to help you at all. Changqing to Guan Yu, how could that be? Baby, I can't even begin to tell you how much I care about you. How could I blame you? Changqing to Han Jingjing, what are you talking about? As long as you are happy and studying at school, I will take care of everything else. I have hired some new people, so you don't have to worry about the company. If there is anything you need to sign, I will have them send it to you. Guan Yu, I need a hug from my husband, otherwise I can't sleep. Changqing to Guan Yu, okay, good. I'll hug you from a distance first, and after the military training is over, I'll take you out on a date. I've thought of the whole day plan. I'll wake you up at 8 o'clock, pick you up at 9 o'clock, go shopping and have lunch, go to the aquarium in the afternoon, go to the movies after dinner, and drop you off at your dormitory by 9 o'clock, and then kiss you until 10 o'clock. It's normal to look at the front, but the last sentence made Guan Yu's legs go weak. After a while, she replied, it depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I might give you a chance to show yourself. This arrogant and proud attitude is back, and Changqing is helpless. Changqing to Guan Yu, baby. You've had a long day, so get some rest early. If you don't feel well tomorrow, just take a day off. Guan Yu, yes. You must be tired too, husband. You came to see me, I'm really touched. When the military training is over, I will reward you. Changqing to Guan Yu, it's okay. I've taken a leave of absence. The company is very busy. I can only rest assured if you take care of yourself. Get some rest early. Good night, baby. Guan Yu, good night, honey. Seeing that Han Jingjing had not replied to his message, Changqing put his phone in his pocket and quickened his pace. It was almost 10 o'clock, and on the main road of the pedestrian street, the tall street lamps were like broken flowers, hanging low and emitting a faint light, with moths flying around and chasing after them. It was as if Changqing's heart was restless at the moment. Should I go home or to the hotel? Changqing thought to himself as he walked into the hotel. Chapter 53. This is a world of power. In the future, the business will become more and more eye-catching. If there is no strong background, it will be sooner or later swallowed up by the capital. So Changqing decided to use the name of women, especially beautiful women, to push them to the forefront. This would make it easy to be mistaken for the spokesperson of certain forces, which would be a good way to throw them off guard. By the time the capital realizes what is going on, the market will have been almost completely occupied, and by then, it will not be too embarrassing to cooperate with the big guys. As a reborn person, Changqing knows very well that if he thinks badly, he will definitely end up badly. If he is too showy, he will definitely die a miserable death. After all, this is a world of power. As soon as I entered the hotel lobby, I heard the sound of a text message. Han Jingjing, I just got to shower. I'll do what you say about the company. Changqing, then you should pay more attention to her. When she is training, you should pay more attention to her. She is too lazy and gets tired easily. Han Jingjing, humph. All you care about is your little wife. She has no rights, right? Changqing, what are you talking about? In my heart, they are all the same. I let you take care of her because I think you know better than she does. Han Jingjing, you're a smart guy, honey. Come pick me up in a few days. Changqing, okay? Get some rest early, and I'll find a chance to pick you up in a few days. Han Jingjing's meaning of going home is very clear to Changqing. Han Jingjing, Love you, husband. Good night. Changqing put his phone in his pocket and walked upstairs with a wry smile. Bang bang bang. Changqing knocked on the door. Inside, there was a flurry of footsteps, which then stopped. Who is it? Chen Shangyun stood behind the door, a little nervous. Since Changqing left, Chen Shangyun has been restless, wondering if Changqing will come. What if he doesn't come back? And what if he did? Will I feel that I'm too uninhibited? It was as if a door to desire had opened, and the chaotic thoughts that lingered on made her both ashamed and looking forward to it, tangled up in confusion. She was already in her 20s, so how could she not have fantasized about these things? It's me. Hearing Changqing's voice, Chen Shangyun's heart, which had been anxious and nervous, overflowed with joy. She opened the door and saw a man with deep eyes and a gentle smile. Chen Shangyun's feelings, which had been suppressed deep in her heart, also overwhelmed her like a flood that had broken through its banks. She had never thought that she would give herself away so recklessly. But she has no regrets. When the white dress that represented her dreams as a young girl left her, she welcomed her transformation with nervousness, calmness, and no regrets. In the 302 dormitory of the University of Science and Technology, Li Mingfeng lay on the bed, feeling weak. Chen Chang came over with a cup of water. Come on, brother Feng. Have some water. Yes. Li Mingfeng took the drink and drank a few sips, then asked. How did your sister meet the fourth? I don't know either. Yesterday, when Lao Si said he wanted to take a leave of absence, I called my sister. I don't know anything else. Chen Chang was telling the truth, and he was more curious than anyone else about how Changqing could be so familiar with his sister. After listening to this, Li Mingfeng felt a wave of irritation. Although the goddess-level beauties of the original day had made him dream of them, Chen Shangyun, the soft and charming older sister, was even more his favorite. He quickly sat up. You should call your sister and ask her what her relationship with Lao Si is. Well, Chen Chang stammered. My sister has been pretty since she was a child, and there are too many people in town who have thoughts about her. There were not many recreational activities for children in their area, and they could only fish for shrimp and go into the mountains to pick wild fruits. As a result, Chen Chang's fishing rods and hooks were never used up, and he could sell them to his friends. He even got 2 yuan for every time someone called him brother-in-law. In the end, Chen Chang could walk around the town with his head held high because he was surrounded by brothers-in-law. Now look at Li Mingfeng in front of you. He doesn't give you any benefits, and he just wants you to help him? What the hell is he thinking? Li Mingfeng is also a smart guy. Seeing that his younger brother is starting to take advantage of him, he immediately changes his face. Xianzi, I've always treated you like a brother. If I become your sister's husband, then we'll be family, and you'll definitely get your share of the benefits. He took out a cigarette and even handed Chen Chang his cigarette case. Thanks, brother Feng. Chen Chang took it and his face immediately brightened. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed. When no one answered at first, he kept calling, not knowing how many times he had called before getting through. What? The other person's breathing was unsteady and he was clearly still angry. Sister, I just want to ask, where did you and the fourth go? How come he's back all day? This. In the hotel room, Chen Shangyun's hair was stuck to her cheeks and neck, revealing a beauty after a breakup. Her embarrassed and flustered appearance at this moment was even more pitiful. She steadied her breath and said, I plan to do some part-time work when I don't have classes. Chongqing has a fellow villager who works at the labor market, so I asked him to help me find a job. Oh, then why hasn't the fourth child come back? How would I know? He left early. He's fine. Then there was a series of beeps. Chen Chang looked at the screen of his phone in a daze. In the past, his sister was always very gentle with him, but today, why did he feel so strange? Li Mingfeng didn't care what Chen Chang thought. He had heard the conversation and his face visibly lit up. Xiangzi, give me your number. Chen Chang still didn't want to give it to him. They hadn't even discussed the terms yet. Brother Feng, your laptop. In the dormitory, Yang Zhonghua has a desktop computer, Li Mingfeng has a laptop, and he and Changqing have nothing. If he takes the opportunity to ask for it, Changqing will be the only one in the dormitory who is embarrassed. Li Mingfeng's eyes revealed a hint of anger. Chen Chang had actually taken him for a fool, but thinking about Chen Shangyun, he endured it. After the deal was made, Chen Chang happily handed over the number, then picked up his notebook and rubbed his face with a look of wonder. If Chen Shangyun knew that she was worth a laptop in her brother's eyes, I wonder how she would feel. After getting the number, Li Mingfeng didn't care about being cheated and began to think about how to make an opening statement. This time was different from the past. He really wanted to have a serious relationship. Thinking of Chen Shangyun's peerless beauty, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. That face, that body, that pair of. What a pair! Chen Chang sat in front of him, looking up with a face full of curiosity. Chapter 54, The Typical Good Wife and Mother. At midnight, Chongqing gently pulled out the arm that Chen Shangyun was resting on. She sat on the chair by the bed and looked at the beautiful face of Chen Shangyun, who was still lying in bed with a hint of redness on her cheeks. A few strands of mischievous hair stuck to her forehead, revealing a beauty that was both charming and pitiful. In the silent room, Chen Shangyun's breathing was even and clear. Chongqing had originally planned to push Chen Shangyun to the front of the stage and make her a marionette, but as the two of them came into contact, Chongqing's heart wavered a little. After all, people are not made of wood or grass, so who can be heartless? In his previous life, he had a pure heart as a young boy, and he was extremely protective and careful with his feelings for Guan Yu. But the cruelty of reality slowly turned the young man's heart cold. After breaking up with Guan Yu, Changqing's personality changed drastically. In the early days of joining the secret organization, he quickly rose to prominence through ruthless and merciless means, and later became the top special agent in the organization. Until the moment of his death, he was surrounded by flames, and scenes from the past kept flashing through his mind. His heart was already torn apart by the ravages of time. He could no longer tell whether his feelings for Guan Yu were love or regret. In his next life, he only knew that as long as Guan Yu didn't mention breaking up, he would continue to protect her as he had in the past. As for Han Jingjing, perhaps it was a responsibility. After all, in a previous life she had jumped to her death for him. But in Changqing's heart, there was another person, a woman who was more important than his life, waiting for him in the future to save her fate. He took a deep breath, exhaling a wisp of smoke. The loneliness in his deep eyes seemed to come from his soul. In the art academy on the other side, Joyman tosses and turns on her bed. She doesn't like to exercise either, and her free time is basically spent reading and painting. Today's military training is also a big test for her. When the part-time employee left, she received a bonus of more than 4,000 yuan. She bought the things that Changqing had mentioned, and also bought some sunscreen for herself. She doesn't usually use it, but what if she gets a tan and he doesn't like it? She gave her mother 3,000 yuan and her sister 1,000 yuan. Her sister has always loved to dress up and has many expenses. She doesn't need much money for herself, except for food, and now that she's getting such a high salary, she doesn't need to worry about money. Joyman felt that she didn't deserve the salary and was a little uneasy. In addition, the events at home made her feel as if a huge stone was weighing on her chest, leaving her physically and mentally exhausted. What should I do about my father? He has been arrested for more than 2 months. According to the lawyer, the final verdict will be reached in about 6 months, which means that there is still at most 2 or 3 months left. Mom has been trying to find a way out, but there is still no change. Some of her friends who used to be close to Dad have promised to help, but they don't. Some of them simply avoid her. They are so cold-hearted. Alas! Joyman sighed in her heart, should I ask Chang for help after all? For some reason, she always felt that Changqing was capable of helping her. Joyman was full of worries and tossing and turning until the early hours of the morning before she gradually fell asleep. The next morning. The usually bright sky was a bit gloomy today, and it looked like the sun was taking a vacation. In the hotel room, Chang looked at her sideways and said, "You're awake." Chen Shangyun didn't say anything, but she did open her eyes and her eyebrows twitched. When Changqing woke up, she knew by her breathing that she had already been awake for a while, so she asked a question. "Ah. It hurts." Chen Shangyun couldn't hold it in any longer and opened her eyes. She had already woken up, but she didn't know how to face Changqing, so she simply pretended to be asleep and acted like an ostrich. "What, are you embarrassed?" "Yes, a little." Feeling Changqing's tenderness, Chen Shangyun also felt a little more relaxed. "You are so outstanding, and I am just an ordinary woman, 4 or 5 years older than you. If others knew about it, they would definitely gossip about me." Yesterday, a lot of things happened, and she was a little irrational. After waking up today, she felt that the decision she had made was a bit hasty. Changqing teased her. "What? Afraid that people will say you're a cougar?" A woman like Chen Shangyun, who is beautiful and has a lot of charm, plus some attribute bonuses, is not generally attractive. But that's the truth. "I'm so much older than you." Chen Shangyun suddenly felt that she was really taking advantage of him. Thinking that he was the same age as her younger brother, she couldn't help but feel guilty. She blushed and hugged him, but then thought about how she had been bullied last night, and her expression darkened, and she felt a little lost. Changqing's senses were naturally keen, and he almost instantly sensed her change in mood. He asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Chen Shangyun held him tightly with both hands, and only looked up after a while, her eyes red and helpless. "Can you not just treat me as?" She was really afraid that Changqing would just raise her up and treat her like a canary. "What do you mean by that?" Changqing was a little confused by the question. "Everything was fine just a moment ago. If you really like me, why would you treat me like that?" Chen Shangyun's voice was so low at the end of her sentence that it was almost inaudible. Hearing this, Changqing finally reacted, and he really wanted to slap himself. "You're thinking too much. I can't wait to love you." Chen Shangyun was gentle and sensible by nature, and Changqing coaxed her with such a gentle voice that she soon embraced him. This kind of woman is the typical good wife and mother. Old Changqing. Chen Shangyun wanted to call her husband, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. "Huh? What's wrong? What kind of work should I do? Should I be your secretary? Or should I arrange something else?" Chen Shangyun thought that if she worked as Changqing's secretary, she would not only be able to help him with his work, but also be able to spend more time with him. Changqing teased her, "You want a secretary to do things for you, and when there's nothing to do. You're so annoying." Chen Shangyun blushed and immediately thought of being in the office. Chapter 55, The Little Wife of a Wealthy Family. It was already past 7 a.m. and the military training must have started long ago. But Changqing had no intention of getting up. Chen Shangyun took the risk of not getting her degree and stayed with him. How could Changqing, a grown man, be so slow about such a trivial matter? He looked serious and said, "Yesterday we rented an office building that is a branch office. You will be the general manager and do administrative management, and I will be the technical director, specializing in technology." Changqing had already thought about this in advance. No matter how far things developed, he would control them from behind the scenes. As for technology, for the time being, he will have to take the lead. "Huh?" Chen Shangyun was shocked to hear this. "Aren't you the manager? How can I be the manager? I can't do it." "It's okay, I'm here for you." Changqing patted her hand and whispered to comfort her. "I can help you with anything. Besides, in a company like ours, there are actually very few things to do, and there is no need for any external entertainment. Each department is managed by someone, and you are just there to make decisions. You can hire a few assistant secretaries to help you, and it will be very easy. But Chen Xiangyun was still afraid that she couldn't do it. Don't worry. The head office will send a few senior employees to help you recruit and set up the basic framework. As for the positions above department head, we can slowly find the right people. It's not like we need to recruit hundreds of people at once. There won't be many people in the early stages, which will give you a chance to get used to it. Well, I'll give it a try. Chen Xiangyun still had some doubts. She could say that she had not really entered society, and suddenly became the general manager, managing a company. The pressure was still great. She was also a little excited. Changqing's willingness to entrust her with the management of such a large company is already a sufficient indication of the importance he attaches to her. Why don't you rest at the hotel today? Changqing looked at her face and said with concern, I will pick you up for dinner after I finish contacting the equipment. No, I'm fine. Chen Xiangyun was full of enthusiasm and would not stay in the hotel. She quickly sat up. The thin quilt slipped down her body, making her feel cold, so she quickly pulled it back up, blushing slightly. This was not the first time Changqing had experienced this situation. He got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. Chen Xiangyun looked at his back, her expression gentle. This man is really very considerate. After Changqing came out, Chen Xiangyun walked into the bathroom and saw herself in the mirror on the sink. She hadn't slept for a whole day and night, and her face was a little haggard, with a worried look. But now, her eyes were sparkling, her face was rosy, and her pink complexion was radiant and charming, adding a touch of feminine charm. Touching her own charming cheeks, Chen Xiangyun felt more confident. The difference between a girl and a woman is really great. Why are you sitting so far away? Changqing sat in the chair by the window, and Chen Xiangyun sat on the outside of the bed after she had washed up. The two of them were almost separated by the entire bed. What? Come here. Changqing waved at her. When Chen Xiangyun walked up to Changqing, he pulled her into his arms. What? Still not used to it? Well, you're so skilled at such a young age, haven't you caused a lot of trouble? For young girls? Chen Xiangyun tried to regain some initiative. She was a few years older than Changqing, and she was really a bit uncomfortable sitting on his lap. But Changqing took the initiative to hug her, which made her feel quite happy. Which woman doesn't want to be loved? Don't say that. I'm a decent, good family man. Puff. He. Chen Xiangyun was amused and smiled brightly, feeling like she had become the one seducing the good family. Not serious. She slapped him lightly on the back. Let's talk about work. The two of them made a joke. Chen Xiangyun felt that they got along naturally. She still wanted to talk about the company's business in detail. She felt that if something was not made clear, she would always feel uneasy. First of all, as the general manager of the company, you are the highest leader in any public setting, including me. If our opinions are not the same, we can communicate in private, but on the surface, your decision-making is paramount. At this point, Changqing thought for a moment and said, Since you are the general manager, your salary is naturally the highest in the company. The current annual salary is tentatively set at 800,000 yuan, and it will be adjusted slowly after the company stabilizes. No, that's too much. Chen Xiangyun waved her hand in a panic. She couldn't even think about so much money. If we calculated based on the previous salary, we would have to work for 80 years without eating or drinking. Changqing had known this would happen and said with a smile. Then think about it, if you are the general manager earning 800,000, then the vice president earning less than you would not be able to earn more than 600,000, right? What about the director? He would have to earn at least 400,000. And the department manager? He can't earn more than the director, right? This is the way the world works. Salary and earning power are the defining characteristics of social class. Only when there is a gap between people can there be motivation to rise. If you go down the hierarchy, a small company can have more than a dozen levels of pay. Well then. Chen Xiangyun's heart was pounding. This was an astronomical sum for her. She was really a little dazed by the money. Then we'll split up. You go to the Science and Technology Park and find the management committee from yesterday. According to our plan, you can find the engineering team to make some simple adjustments, and I'll talk about office equipment. Chang Qing thought about it and felt that it was not appropriate. After all, Chen Shangyun was just starting out, and it was too much to ask her to talk directly about these things. She definitely had the ability, but she also needed to grow up. How about this? Shangyun, you pack up, we'll go to dinner first, and later I'll take you to the head office to meet the staff and get to know them, so that it will be easier for you to do your job. Okay. When she was about to leave the room, Chen Shangyun looked hesitant. Wait until I wash the sheets before I leave. It's fine. Just ask the waiter to change it. But won't that cost money? It doesn't matter, just pay for it. Changqing didn't care much about this, but Chen Shangyun was a little uneasy, feeling a little embarrassed and not wanting others to see. Changqing was also helpless about this, and could only sit in the chair, smoking a cigarette while watching Chen Shangyun wash the sheets. When the two of them walked out of the hotel, it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. At this time, Chen Shangyun, holding Changqing's arm, was wearing a chiffon dress, with her hair slightly curled and hanging down, looking bright and pretty. Not only was her complexion much better than before, but her temperament was also very different from before. With a luxury watch on her wrist, if she were to add a big diamond ring, it would really be a bit like a little wife of a wealthy family. Chapter 56, New Company Arrangements. Because of the time, we had a late breakfast and an early lunch. Chang Qing was wondering what to eat, and noticed that Chen Shangyun had been eyeing a cake shop down the street. It's so late now, why not have a piece of cake to fill your stomach? Women's minds are actually quite easy to read, especially when they're as obvious as Chen Shangyun's. Sweet food is really lethal to women, and it seems that Chen Shangyun loves sweet food. Good. Chen Shangyun's eyes lit up and she thought to herself. He must have noticed that I was looking over there, and that's why he said we should eat cake. Otherwise, a man like him wouldn't like to eat cake. He's really a considerate man. Thinking about this, she felt a little sweetness in her heart even before she had eaten the cake. She ordered 2 pieces of cake and 2 glasses of yogurt. Chen Shangyun finished her own and Chang Qing didn't touch his. Chen Shangyun was also sure of her own thoughts. It really is for me. In fact, the most important thing in a relationship between a man and a woman is the details. Many small details in life are easily done by men with a little thought. But for women, it makes them feel that you are attentive and considerate, and thus feel secure. Changqing took Chen Shangyun into the company, and the layout had changed a little from the beginning. At the beginning, the workstations were spaced out, but now they are all close together. Later, the finance department was added, and although there were only a few people, it was still separated from the sales department, making the workstations even more crowded. Chen Shangyun saw that there were many employees inside, all of them busy, answering the phone non-stop, and they were all young, which made Chen Shangyun feel more confident. When Changqing came over, the old employees got up to greet him, but there were a few new employees who didn't know him. Mr. Chang. Is this your girlfriend? She's so pretty. Seeing that Changqing had brought a pretty girl, Sister Yuan, the finance manager, couldn't help but say something. Changqing smiled and didn't respond. Sister Yuan and Team Leader Li, in 10 minutes, we will have a meeting in the conference room. He led Chen Shangyun to the inner meeting room. Mr. Chang. When Changqing came over, Zhang Kai came over to greet him. He saw a woman standing next to him who was almost as beautiful as Han Zong, but he didn't know her and didn't ask any questions. In fact, Zhang Kai is usually very introverted in front of strangers and hardly ever speaks, but after getting to know him, he is actually quite nice. He doesn't say much, but he communicates very smoothly and is very smart. How have you been recently? Everything is going well. We added a server, and the access is very smooth. And these few? Zhang Kai pointed to the 3 young men sitting next to him and said. They are all my classmates. I thought the company was hiring, so I asked them to come and have a look. If you think they are suitable, keep them. If not, forget it. Changqing nodded and glanced at the group. I came to see you about hiring. The meeting will be in the conference room in 10 minutes. Get ready. 10 minutes later, in the conference room, Changqing sat at the left end of the long conference table, and Chen Shangyun sat at the right end. The two of them sat in pairs. Next to Changqing was Zhang Kai. To the right of Chen Shangyun was Li Lingling, followed by Yuan Xiuqin. After everyone was seated, Changqing said. Today's meeting is about the establishment of a branch office. Yesterday, someone from the finance department went there, and I believe you have also heard the news. Yes. I heard that it's a whole building. Li Lingling was a little excited. She was a career-oriented person, and the bigger the company got, the more opportunities she would have. In that case, you'll need to hire a lot of employees, right? Asked Sister Yuan. Well, that's what we're here to talk about today. Changqing continued. First, the branch office is independently operated, and each department is being re-established. We have a total of 7 floors of office buildings, with many employees, and the departments will be more refined. Next is personnel transfer. Li Lingling was transferred to the branch sales department as deputy director, and the existing position was taken by Lu Yuhua, the deputy team leader. So she's a deputy manager now? Li Lingling was very excited, and the other people's faces also showed envy. Zhang Kai became the deputy director of the branch's technical department, and the existing position was taken over by deputy team leader Chen Xunyang. Zhang Kai's face didn't change much, but he was still very happy. Yuan Xiuqin became the deputy director of the finance department, and Shuiyu took over her previous position. Yuan Xiuqin was beaming. A few months ago she was still a laid-off worker, and now she's a vice minister? After announcing the appointments, Changqing continued. The branch office is more than 40 minutes away by car. If you don't want to live in the dormitory, there will be a shuttle bus every day. For meals, the company has its own canteen. The company will take care of every detail. Everyone was very appreciative of this. The company not only pays high wages, but also has generous bonuses. With these benefits, it is not inferior to some large groups. Zhang Kai. Your classmates must have known that our company has good benefits before they came here, otherwise they wouldn't have come to a small company like ours. Yes, Mr. Chang. I bought the latest model of mobile phone with the bonus I received. They were naturally jealous. I only received a bonus of half a year's salary, while they only received a little over 1,000 yuan for a month of internship. Many of my classmates called me, but I only agreed to meet a few of them. Zhang Kai was a bit smug. He used to look down on himself, but now he was begging for help. People are like that, they all have a little vanity. Seeing Zhang Kai so active, Changqing also smiled. You should take a few of your senior employees to the branch office and interview the technical staff who apply for the job. Use yourself as the standard. If the candidate is too far behind, just forget it. First, set a target of 100 people. A little more is fine. One word, the technical skills must be excellent. Okay. Zhang Kai thought to himself, is that really a word? But he didn't dare to say it. Li Lingling, the sales department should aim for 20 people at first, 25 at most, and then slowly increase the number later. At that time, a marketing department will be set up to do research and planning. For example, in your sales department, as long as you are capable and flexible, your education level can be relaxed appropriately, but not in the marketing department. It is best to have people with experience in student government organizations in school. This department should have no more than 10 people. The evergreen wind is light and the clouds are light, and the way he points out the mountains and rivers makes Chen Shangyun's eyes shine, as if there were stars twinkling. The serious look on his face was really charming. Chen Shangyun thought so at the moment. Okay, Mr. Chang. Li Lingling readily agreed. This was a good opportunity, so many people's interview rights were in her hands, and her future position in the company was conceivable. Yuan, we don't need too many people in the finance department, but it would be best if they had experience. I wonder if you have any sisters who are familiar with the job and can be introduced to us. Yes, I'll call and ask later. There are quite a few people who were laid off with Yuan Xiuqin. The state-owned enterprise was acquired, and almost half of the people were laid off. Chapter 57, Girlfriend in Military Training. After arranging the company's affairs, Changqing made a gesture of introduction to Chen Shangyun. This is Chen Shangyun, the general manager of our branch. After saying that, Changqing took the lead in applauding to welcome her. When they first came to the meeting room, they were curious to see Chen Shangyun sitting there, but they didn't know her identity and didn't dare to ask. Now that they heard that she was the general manager of the branch, they were shocked and quickly got up to applaud, their hands numb from the clapping. At first, Chen Shangyun was still a little nervous, nodding to everyone and smiling shyly. However, in the atmosphere of enthusiastic applause, she gradually found a sense of being the president's daughter. Hello everyone. My name is Chen Xiangyun. From now on, we will be colleagues. Please take good care of me. Chen Xiangyun was humble and courteous, and after she finished speaking, she bowed to everyone. Seeing her so easygoing, everyone was relieved. But this company is too much. The previous President Han was already amazing, and now there's a new President Chen who is also so good-looking? Chen Xiangyun had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the situation, so Changqing naturally had to make some arrangements. Mr. Yuan, you take 2 people with you to the Science and Technology Park with General Manager Chen to find the management committee and have them find interior decorators to work according to our plans. Don't worry. Mr. Chang, I will definitely do a good job. Yuan Xiuqin had long since lost herself in the sound of minister, as if she had suddenly become a teenager again, full of energy. Then, Mr. Chen, you go ahead. Chang Qing said to Chen Xiangyun. Okay, then I'll go with Sister Yuan first. Chen Xiangyun also found a little feeling, and with high morale, she went to the Science and Technology Park with Yuan Xiuqin. Zhang Kai, you take a few of your classmates with you. The job postings will be sent out as per the previous requirements. The 6th floor is the technical department. You should go there first to get familiar with it and see what needs to be adjusted. You will be busy when someone comes for an interview. Okay, Mr. Chang. As for the recruitment information for Li Lingling, let your sales department write it up in detail online, and then you take a few people to the branch office to tidy up the office first, so that you can welcome the subsequent recruitment. After the meeting, Chang Cheng decided to go to the school anyway. After all, it was not a good idea to make such a big impact without saying anything. As he was leaving, he saw Yang Lu slumped over her desk, looking listless. Lulu, didn't you sleep well last night? Well. Yang Lu straightened up, rubbed her face, and said with a forced smile. There haven't been any cases at the firm lately, so I thought I'd look for old classmates, but I ended up drinking too much. Oh. Was the divorce case not going well? Well, Jean and I both specialize in economic cases, so it's a bit difficult to handle divorce cases. This is also true. It's not easy to cross over. I don't know if it was that unreliable client who insisted on having Qin Wenjing handle the case. These things are not something that Changqing should ask about, so he joked. Lulu, since you can't make it here, why not come to my company? You can see how good our momentum is right now. If you're willing to come, I can set up a legal department for you. Really? Yang Lu's eyes lit up. She was only an assistant lawyer, but if she could go to Changqing, wouldn't she be able to become a minister? But then her eyes dimmed again. Forget it, I haven't even graduated yet and I've been working with Qin for so long. If I leave, I'd be a real heartless person. Can we just keep things separate? Changqing is in need of legal staff, so he naturally made a strong offer, and even offered a generous salary. But Yang Lu refused to budge, and looked as if she was determined to stay with Qin Wenjing. This made him even more curious about Qin Wenjing, and he asked, "Why do you have to follow her? You don't understand. This is a matter of faith." Faith? Yes. Yang Lu's eyes lit up at this point. Qin Lu is my senior and the brightest star at our university. She started translating transnational cases in her freshman year and already had her lawyer's license when she was a graduate student. She has handled many high-profile cases. It seems that she was her idol. So how did she end up in such a sorry state? This. Yang Lu lowered her head and hesitated to speak. Changqing didn't want to pry too much, so he left. He had originally planned to go to school, but it was already close to noon, so after some thought, he went to the cake shop and bought some cakes and desserts, plus 7 cups of fruit tea. He also asked the salesperson to make a cup of brown sugar water, which he packed in a fruit tea cup. It was more expensive than the fruit tea, and was called a custom order. With 2 bags in hand, she arrived at the original campus, where military training had not yet ended. There were many people on the playground, all wearing military uniforms. Such clothing can indeed enhance one's temperament to a certain extent. The teams were divided into male and female, and Changqing didn't want to get too close to the female team, so he just watched from afar. He didn't see Guan Yu's figure. However, in the front row of one of the squads, I saw Xiao Yana, sweating profusely as she marched. At this time, Xiao Yana also saw Changqing, smiled brightly, winked at Changqing, and turned to say something to the people behind him. Then, a delicate face appeared on the shoulder of the person 2 positions in front. After seeing that it was Han Jingjing, Changqing smiled and waved at her. Han Jingjing was also full of surprise and hit her head. As the instructor's voice of dismissal came out, it was time for lunch. The squad hadn't dispersed yet, but a slender figure rushed out of the crowd. Guan Yu ran towards him with a flushed face and sweat dripping down her forehead. Changqing put his 2 pockets on the ground, bent down, opened his arms, and caught the rushing Guan Yu in midair. Guan Yu held his head tightly in her arms, her face full of happiness and sweetness, her hair flying as she spun around. Changqing felt a little stuffy, with a soft cottony texture and a hint of dampness, but still very fragrant. "Oh, I'm fainting. Put me down." She hasn't even spun a few times yet, and she's already kicking her legs to get down. The military training had just ended, and the playground was crowded with people. Seeing Changqing holding Guan Yu in his arms and spinning around, they couldn't help but point and talk about it. "This is the boyfriend of the goddess Guan." "Yeah, haven't you seen him on the forum?" "Who cares?" They only look at Guan Yu. While the boys were envious and jealous, the girls were in a different mood. Either they would talk about how handsome Changqing was, or they would be relieved, because after all, as long as Guan Yu was there, the boys would focus their attention on her. Even top beauties like Su Yuqing, Xiao Yana, and Han Jingjing pale in comparison to Guan Yu, let alone the rest of them. Now that Guan Yu has a boyfriend, other boys should give up. Won't they have more opportunities? After all, there are only so many good resources. Changqing let Guan Yu go, but still held her waist with both hands. "How are you today? Are you tired?" "I'm still tired, but it's much better than yesterday." Guan Yu hugged him back, smiling sweetly and speaking in a soft voice. Chapter 58, School Trouble. This is how Guan Yu is. She is the type of person who thinks that once she has a boyfriend, she has everything. No matter how ladylike and aloof she usually is, once she is with Changqing, she is a clingy little girl. The smile she showed at this moment was also something that others had never seen before. Her eyebrows and eyes were curved, and her dimples were shallow. The watery light in her eyes clearly reflected the image of her lover. "Oh, it's so sour." "Hey, Jingjing, are you sour?" Joyna stood next to Han Jingjing, leaning on her shoulder, looking strange and displeased at the 2 of them force-feeding the dog. Han Jingjing can't help but be jealous. She so wished that she could be as sweet as Changqing in front of everyone. Unfortunately. At this moment, the other roommates also came up. "You drink this one, Jingjing drink this one, and the rest you 2 share." Changqing took the brown sugar water from the 2 bags on the ground and handed it to Guan Yu, and then handed a cup to Han Jingjing. Han Jingjing was happy when she got the flavor she liked. "Wow! There's even cake. No need to eat at noon." "Yes. This is my favorite flavor." The girls chattered excitedly when they saw the fruit tea cake. The chubby Fangya was the happiest of all. For her, sweet food was almost as important as life itself. Guan Yu drank the warm brown sugar water in her hand, and her heart was as sweet as her mouth. Joanna said with a smear of cream on her lips. "Hey, handsome. Can you come every day?" She loved the combination of cake and fruit tea. Changqing rolled his eyes and made a rolling motion with his mouth. "Damn." Joanna gave him the finger, which was a serious contradiction to her sexy yet masculine face. In fact, Changqing was just joking. He would definitely give him a present, and not only that, he would also give him the usual things that girls use, like shampoo and skin care products. In this situation, even if you have a bad temper, you can't afford to be at odds with Guan Yu. The girls from the 2 dormitories, plus Changqing, gathered together and chatted. Su Yuqing asked with a sip of fruit tea. "Why didn't you go to military training?" This was the first time she had spoken to Changqing, and she was a little embarrassed at first, but seeing that Joyna and Changqing got along quite well, even if their language was not very civilized. Changqing smiled at Su Yuqing. "I work for a company, and recently it's been very busy, so I had to take some time off from school." He was very impressed by this girl. She was plump and dignified and very attractive. "Oh, that's not bad. I might as well take a leave of absence too. Military training is so tiring." Me and Yuera both got tanned. When Changqing said this, Su Yuqing's eyes lit up. if only she could take a leave of absence too. Alas! I want to take a leave of absence too. But it's not possible without a major reason. Guan Yu echoed her complaint, holding Changqing's hand and looking very feminine. Han Jingjing, standing next to them, saw Guan Yu's expression and twitched her mouth. She had tried her best to act cute and adorable in front of Changqing, but compared to Guan Yu, she was crushed in terms of both expression and naturalness. She's pretty, but she's also so coquettish. She's a demon. Han Jingjing thought to herself, and she lost the will to fight. Looking at the group of pretty girls, Changqing invited them. Why don't I invite you all to dinner? That's right. Last time we said we were going to have dinner together, but it was ruined. Today, let my boyfriend treat you to whatever you want to eat. Guan Yu also felt that everyone was very considerate of her and should be treated to a meal. Fang Ye said, then we won't be rude. What should we eat? How about hot pot? Lu Chunyan made a suggestion. We're still in military training, everyone is covered in dust, so let's eat at school. After the military training is over, we can go out for dinner together. Su Yuqing is still more thoughtful. Everyone agreed that it made sense. Military training is very tiring, and eating only cake is not enough. We still need to eat some staple foods. On her home turf, Guan Yu was very active, leading Changqing along. His gaze at her was always tender and indulgent. And her gaze at him was always sweet and attached. And the people behind them, looking at them, were all envious and yearning. The crowd on the playground gradually dispersed. For boys leaned together, watching the backs of the people of Changqing as they walked away, with evil eyes. One of them was very tall, about 1.9 meters, but a bit skinny and malnourished. He said, "Damn it. It's fine for a guy from another school to come to our class and try to steal girls, but why does he get the prettiest girls in the whole school to hang around him?" The other day, he sent flowers to Han Jingjing, but he didn't even get to confess his love. Han Jingjing turned her head and walked away, leaving him with a bad reputation. Now he saw her getting close to Changqing, and the anger in his heart was about to explode. One of the guys, a tall, muscular boy, said, "Why don't we think of a way to fix him? Do you have any good ideas?" "This way." The boy with the strong physique whispered a few words in the ear of the boy with the thin body. "Okay, you go first." The lanky boy's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had no idea that this kid was so smart. The strong man's idea was simple: he would rush over and knock Changqing down, so that he would fall and get dirty. If he dares to be a bully, the other guys will have an excuse to beat him up. If he doesn't, he'll lose face in front of the girls. He was so pleased with himself that he ran in the direction of Changqing. As he ran, he watched, and the jealousy in his heart rose as he saw Guan Yu hugging Changqing's arm. Guan Yu. That's his goddess, he must show her how powerful he is. Seeing that he was about to hit Changqing, the strong man suddenly exerted his strength, and crashed sideways into Changqing's back. His eyes narrowed with excitement, as if he had already seen Changqing's embarrassed appearance in front of the goddess. Ah! A piercing scream rang out a few meters in front of Changqing, like a ghostly wail. Guan Yu was so scared that he hid in Changqing's arms. The girls behind him were also scared. Time moved forward, and Changqing and Guan Yu walked in front, occasionally glancing at Han Jingjing. A boy was running towards them. He had seen him earlier, but didn't pay much attention to him. When he got closer and closer, Changqing sensed something was wrong and was already on guard. The strong man exerted his strength under his feet, his body naturally leaned forward, and when he hit Changqing, Changqing relaxed. Seeing that this person was not professionally trained, he was too slow. Changqing naturally turned around and avoided it, and even made a fake hug gesture to Guan Yu. This is a subconscious behavior. For example, when crossing the street with a girlfriend, if a car passes by, the boyfriend will naturally protect his girlfriend with his hands. The strong man ran very fast, and after the collision, he instinctively used his hands to support himself. Unable to withstand the inertia of his body's forward momentum, he instantly broke his arm and then fell face first. Ah! This cry of heart-rending pain, his face turning pale, and cold sweat running down his face. Chapter 59, The Chivalrous Girl, Joina. The girls who were following him walked forward, their faces blank, not knowing what had happened. The strong man's screams were loud, and other students who had not yet left the playground also gathered around. Several students were discussing. What's going on? Yes. Hey, let's take him to the infirmary. It looks like a broken bone. If it's broken, what's the point of taking him to the infirmary? Take him straight to the hospital. The guys who were with the strong guy also came over. They had a good view from behind, and at the last moment, Changqing just happened to turn around and hug his girlfriend, and he happened to escape. But seeing his friends injured and the job not yet done, he was a little unhappy. He rolled his eyes and pointed angrily at Changqing. Classmate. What school do you go to? Why did you trip Xiao Jian? I don't know him, why would I trip him? Besides, what evidence do you have that I tripped him? Changqing looked at the man with indifference. It turned out that the strong man was called Xiao Jian, but Changqing didn't know him. From the moment he was about to hit himself to the appearance of the pole, Changqing vaguely guessed something, but his expression remained calm. Hoof. I saw you trip Xiao Jian with my own eyes. I'm a witness, and so are my brothers. He pointed to the two accomplices behind him. Han Jingjing couldn't stand the slander of Changqing and pointed angrily at the man with the straw pole. Nonsense. How come I didn't see it? I was right behind him, and I saw it clearly. That person fell down by himself. Yes, my boyfriend was with me the whole time, and I didn't see him trip anyone. Seeing others accuse her boyfriend, Guan Yu was also angry. The reason why she spoke more slowly than Han Jingjing was. It was because she was calmer than Han Jingjing and wanted to understand the whole story. After hearing this, she also knew that the other party was deliberately picking on her. Usually, she is relatively cool temperament, now even colder. The atmosphere was tense for a moment, and Su Yuqing also stepped forward and said, I can also testify that he didn't trip your friend. She had been watching Changqing and Guan Yu from behind. She saw clearly that the person had rushed over by himself. Yes, I saw it too. He didn't trip her. You guys aren't trying to touch porcelain, are you? Bunch of cheap guys. Joanna is a righteous person. When she saw her good friend being wronged, she immediately became ill with chivalry. You. It's fine for a few beautiful schoolgirls to speak up for Changqing, but they actually insulted him? The male beauty was ashamed and angry. He couldn't bring himself to lay a hand on the beautiful girl, so he vented his anger on Changqing. He reached out to grab Changqing's neck, but before his hand even touched her, she grabbed his wrist and snapped it. The man was in pain and fell to his knees, howling like a wolf. Ah! It hurts, let go. The two boys behind the man with the stick wanted to go forward, but when Changqing glared at them, they were scared and hesitated to act. One instructor pushed his way through the crowd. Hey, make way. What's going on? Oh, sir. Help. The skinny boy desperately called for help. The instructor shouted with a stern face, What are you doing? Untie him. Changqing didn't want to make trouble at school, so he let go. The boy was released and quickly ran to the instructor. Sir, my friend was on his way to lunch when this kid tripped him and broke his arm. The man with the straw pole was the first to complain, but his eyes were a bit evasive. He had just felt his arm being broken. Guan Yu quickly stepped forward and said anxiously, No, sir, my boyfriend and I were walking down the road when he tripped and fell. Instructor. Naturally, the boyfriend and girlfriend are covering for each other. I saw it with my own eyes. This kid tripped my friend. My friends saw it too. And this kid isn't even from our school. He must have come here to cause trouble. The lanky boy continued to sling mud. He's talking nonsense. Yes, sir, I was behind them and didn't see Changqing trip Xiao Jian. Yes, I saw it too. The girls on Changqing's side naturally sided with Changqing. Even if they didn't see it clearly, they still had to support Changqing. After all, they had just finished eating someone else's cake and the fruit tea was still in their hands. The instructor was caught in a dilemma. Seeing that more and more people were coming, Changqing was afraid that the girls would be affected in the future, so he didn't have the patience to argue. You said you saw me trip him. Then tell me, how did I trip him? Changqing pointed at Xiao Jian, who was still moaning. Didn't I just say it? My friend was walking towards the cafeteria and you tripped him. Since I tripped him, he must have been behind me, right? Yes. The man with the stick was very determined. So was he walking to my left or right? Well, The man with the walking stick hesitated a bit and looked in the direction of the cafeteria again and said, "To the left." In other words, you saw me trip your classmate with my left foot, right? That's right. The man with the hemp pole answered very clearly, as if he had really seen it with his own eyes. Changqing stood facing the cafeteria and said to the students around him, "This student said that I tripped Xiao Jian on the ground. It's very simple to prove whether it was me. You can look at the shoes I'm wearing, and then look at Xiao Jian's pants or shoes to tell the difference." Changqing was wearing leather shoes, and the sandstorms in Zhongyuan province were so severe that it was normal for there to be a layer of fine dust on the upper part of the shoe. If I tripped him, then the dust on my shoes would naturally have been wiped off, but now there are no traces on my shoes, so that doesn't prove anything? The instructor also thought that Changqing was right and nodded. Yes. If you trip someone with leather shoes, there will definitely be marks. The people around began to discuss it. The man with the thin legs just didn't like Changqing and wanted to fix him. He didn't think about any traces or shoes. When Changqing said this, he thought it made sense, and for a moment he was at a loss for words. Seeing this, the instructor also understood a little, and did not want things to continue. He gathered a few male classmates and first carried Xiao Jian to the infirmary. Seeing that there was nothing more to see, the crowd began to disperse. Changqing felt that it would be bad for him to stay, so he said to the girls, "I'm sorry to have spoiled everyone's fun again. How about this, I'll come pick you up tonight, and you can choose any restaurant in the capital city. I'll treat you all." Changqing was so enthusiastic mainly because she was worried about Guan Yu and hoped that these people would take care of her. She pinched her face, which was covered in sweat, and told her not to go anywhere alone, but to stay with her friends at all times. He also touched Han Jingjing's head. This kind of action didn't need to be avoided at all. He waved to everyone and left in a dashing manner. Chapter 60, I am the most beautiful in the world. Guan Yu naturally didn't want to let her go, but she knew that if she stayed, it would be a problem. She was not from the school, and it would be a hassle if things got out of hand. She patted her on the face to comfort her. "Then you be careful on the road, and I'll wait for your call tonight." "Okay, bye." As Changqing left, Xiao Yana hugged Han Jingjing's shoulders and exclaimed, "Hey! Changqing was pretty cool just now. That trash was on its knees." Well, Han Jingjing was in a bad mood and was just going along with it. When she saw Guan Yu pouting and unhappy, she went over and took her hand, saying soothingly, "It's okay, don't be angry." When will Changqing learn how to grapple? What is that? Just now. The move that made that scum kneel down. I don't know. Guan Yu shook her head. She really didn't know, and she had never seen Changqing act like that before. Joanna was heartless, who cares? He's just so handsome. Nana. You're not thinking about my buddy, are you? Han Jingjing turned to look at her best friend with a bad look. What are you talking about? Joanna blushed and hurriedly explained. I just think he's interesting. Let's be friends. Besides, you and Changqing are good friends too. Although she really didn't have any thoughts, it was still embarrassing for Han Jingjing to say this in front of Guan Yu, otherwise she wouldn't have explained so much. This Han Jingjing, when she gets back to the dormitory, must let her warm the bed to apologize. Su Yuqing had been quiet, observing the expressions of the others. When Han Jingjing said that Xiao Yana might like Changqing, even she felt a little thump in her heart. But Guan Yu's expression didn't change at all, which made her a little confused. Is she pretending? If it's not, then she's too calculating. It doesn't look like it. If I had such a good boyfriend, I would definitely not let anyone get close to him. Just now, Changqing actually touched Han Jingjing's head? Su Yuqing was full of doubts. If she knew the truth about Guan Yu's thoughts, she would probably be furious. When Guan Yu and Changqing first met, because Changqing and Han Jingjing were childhood sweethearts, Guan Yu thought that Han Jingjing was still half capable. Yes, it's half battle. In her heart, besides Han Jingjing, who has half battle power, no one else is even qualified to be her opponent. This confidence is not blind confidence that comes out of nowhere. Guan Yu's confidence is in her bones. First of all, her family is well off and has superior material conditions. Although she is not as wealthy as a true tycoon, her grandfather's family is a true scholarly family. The ancestors were even the pinnacle of the academic world, but because of historical problems, they had to move to Shaanxi County, which gave Guan Yu the opportunity. Guan Yu is an only child, and not only do her parents love her, but her grandparents also treat her like the apple of their eye. In terms of appearance, in Guan Yu's own words, "I am the most beautiful in the world, so I am called a fairy." It sounds like a little girl's narcissism, but in fact, in this world, there may be people with a similar level of beauty to Guan Yu, but there is definitely no one who is more beautiful than her. Even when she came to university, the two dormitories could play together, and Guan Yu was the link. She was simply a natural protagonist. It's hard not to be confident when you're surrounded by people who love you and you're the center of attention. On the other side, Changqing had a casual meal near the original university and rushed to his school to find Vice President Tan. However, this time, unlike last time, he could not enter directly, but had to report to the secretary before entering the office. It was lunchtime, and Vice President Tan had obviously just woken up. The bed in the office was still made up with bedding. What can you say about Vice Principal Tan? He has a thin face and a simple style, at least that's how it seems. He has the bearing of a scholar, proud but not aggressive. His attitude towards students like Changqing is one of concern, even though it is also authoritative. It seems to be the result of a downward compatibility after reaching a certain level of cognition. Changqing was very familiar with this feeling, and he felt the same way about his peers. Difficult to approach, but not alienated. Sit down. Vice Principal Tan pointed to the sofa, and he took some herbal tea and rinsed his mouth. Principal Tan, I'm here to bring up the same old issue again. After rinsing his mouth, Vice Principal Tan sat down across from him. Instead of rushing into business, he leisurely brewed a cup of tea. As for cultivating one's spirit, Changqing is naturally not lacking in this area. He calmly watched him busy himself. It was only when the tea was ready that he said, "Chen's 10-year-old pu'er tea is a good thing." "Oh? You know about this?" Vice President Tan looked surprised, but his eyes were calm. "I don't know much about it." Changqing lifted the teacup, inhaled the pleasant aroma, and took a sip. Full-bodied, rich flavor, but unfortunately. What's the pity? It's a pity it's not suitable for drinking now. Oh? He. Vice Principal Tan chuckled, but this time it was straight to his eyes. As a 1,000-year-old fox, Changqing naturally knew why he was doing this. It was just a hint that, as a student, Changqing was not in a position to come to him directly. But he couldn't refuse directly because of the respect for his teacher. He wanted to use tea as a substitute for his true feelings. If Changqing didn't understand, then he would just say a few words to make it seem like he was being polite. If Changqing did understand, then he would be qualified to talk. The rest went smoothly, but before the end, Vice Principal Tan made a condition. If you can do everything you said within a month, then not only will you not need to take time off for military training, even if you don't have time to come during the week, I can still cover for you. But if you can't? He didn't need to say the rest, and Changqing nodded and left the office. He didn't have to recruit someone from the school, but Vice Principal Tan had great plans for him in the future, and he was just looking for an excuse to get closer to him. He then went to a computer company to discuss the purchase of office equipment. The total amount was 1.7 million, and it was agreed that 30% would be paid up front, and the remaining 70% would be paid in the following 3 months, which was the same as paying in installments. This actually costs a little more, but it's a lot easier if you buy it separately or in small quantities. You can go directly to the basement of the computer mall and tell the seller to transfer the goods, which means to resell. The other party will think you are a technician who runs business alone, and the price they offer will be the lowest. It was still early in the day, and I had originally planned to help Qin Shangyun, but after thinking about it, I decided that it would be better for her to handle it herself. Only by being able to stand on one's own feet can one grow faster. Even if something goes wrong, he's there to take the heat. So I went back to Rongwang Building. Chapter 61, If you don't want to, it's fine. Changqing returned to the company and just walked to the door of Han Jingjing's office when he heard a piercing scream from the office across the way. Ah! He heard a man's voice faintly, so he quickly pushed open the door. The first thing that caught his eye was an obese middle-aged man, with his hands covering his crotch, half kneeling on the ground with cold sweat running down his face. Qin Wenjing stood not far away, her arms crossed and her face expressionless. She looked down on the man on the ground, like a queen looking down on her subjects. Changqing subconsciously glanced at her high heels and felt a chill down his spine. He said sheepishly, "Sister Jing, this is. Please help me deliver this to Mr. Zhang." "Oh, yes." Changqing was taken aback and replied, but just as he was about to go over and help, Mr. Zhang waved him off, stood up with a grudge, and glared at Qin Wenjing fiercely. "Qin Wenjing, you wait for me. Sooner or later." "Ha?" Qin Wenjing frowned, her eyes flashing with a fierce light. Mr. Zhang was so scared that he shivered and didn't dare to say anything else. He stumbled out of the office. Seeing that he was no longer needed, Changqing turned to leave, but Qin Wenjing said, "Do you need a car?" "What?" Changqing turned back in surprise. "Do you want a car?" Qin Wenjing took off her glasses, frowned, and looked very tired. "What car?" This time, Qin Wenjing didn't say anything, and walked out with a blank expression. Changqing followed her behind inexplicably. The two of them arrived at the underground parking lot. A black Land Rover appeared in front of Changqing, calm and majestic, like a sleeping giant, full of power. "Is this your car?" Beep. The sound of the door lock opening answered his question. Qin Wenjing took the driver's seat first, and Changqing also opened the passenger seat and got in. The interior was simple and elegant, and if it weren't for the pleasant fragrance, you wouldn't be able to tell whether the owner was male or female. Click. Qin Wenjing rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and as the smoke drifted out, a cold voice came out. "The 200,000 yuan car is yours for 2 months. During that time, the right to use the car is the interest. Of course, you are responsible for any damage." Damn, is this the attitude of a person asking for favors? Changqing thought to himself, but he didn't take off the other person's disguise. He looked at the wound and asked seriously, "Can I know the purpose of the money?" "No." Qin Wenjing refused firmly, holding her slender fingers to her lips, taking a deep breath and then turning her head to exhale. A thick cloud of smoke hit Changqing's face, blurring his vision, but he still managed to catch the embarrassment that flashed in Qin Wenjing's eyes. Although strong women are admirable, who can understand the sadness and loneliness behind them? Changqing not only did not avoid it, but instead looked up and down at her recklessly. Her hair was tied back, her eyebrows were like a willow, her eyes were like a phoenix, her nose was high and straight, and she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. With her flaming red lips, she had a kind of bright and intellectual, yet elegant beauty. She was wearing a beige shirt that tightly wrapped her overflowing, towering rice bag. Her waist is slender, and she is wearing a black short skirt that reveals her long, slender legs. She is leaning on the steering wheel with one hand, and looking at him sideways. Whether it is her figure or appearance, she is the best of the best. If she had even the slightest hint of a fall, she would not have put herself in such a situation. For this reason alone, she is a trustworthy person. Perhaps it was because Su Changqing's gaze was too aggressive, but Qin Wenjing's ears flushed with a faint blush. She turned her head and said, "If you don't want to, that's fine. The money is no problem, but I must know what it is for. After all, if you do something illegal, I may also be held responsible." Upon hearing this, Qin Wenjing frowned slightly, sat up straight and thought for a moment, and then said leisurely after a cigarette had burned out, "There is a crucial piece of evidence, and the other party is asking for 200,000. Changqing nodded. Although he didn't know much about the legal profession, he knew that some means were definitely needed to investigate and collect evidence. And the fact that Qin Wenjing had to mortgage her car also meant that she was desperate. "Forget about the car, I don't even have a driver's license, but I can give you the money. The exact date of return depends on your convenience. Why are you helping me?" How could someone like Qin Wenjing believe that a pie would fall from the sky? The look in his eyes was aggressive, and he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. But Changqing didn't seem to notice, and asked in return, "What do you think? Do you like me?" Qin Wenjing suddenly moved closer to him, with only an arm's length between them. Their eyes met and their breaths mingled. Changqing knew that she was teasing him on purpose, but he couldn't help but lean forward. "Ooh. You're asking for it." Qin Wenjing's pupils instantly dilated, and she immediately threw her head back, slapping him in the face. Changqing quickly ducked his head to avoid it. Qin Wenjing was not someone to be trifled with. When she saw that she couldn't hit Changqing, she raised her leg and tried to kick him from the driver's seat. Chang Qing almost immediately thought of what happened to General Manager Zhang in the office, and immediately reached out to hold her leg, saying anxiously, "Sister Jing, don't be impulsive, I didn't mean it." The stiletto heels were at least 5 or 6 centimeters long. If she really got kicked, her happiness in this life would come to an abrupt end. "You're lying." Xin Wenjing didn't believe it, and she directly put her arm around his neck, pulled him in front of her, and then punched him in the back. Chang Cheng, with the sack on his head, no longer struggled, and just let it vent. Perhaps she was tired from the beating, Xin Wenjing panted and angrily said, "Get up." Oh. Chang Cheng looked up with a smirk on his face. "Sister Jing, it's not entirely my fault. You're so beautiful and suddenly came over, even a man couldn't resist." "You?" Xin Wenjing's face turned red and her chest heaved. Although the words were shameless, they also had a great calming effect. Xin Wenjing tied her disheveled hair back and took out a cigarette to light it. Her trembling hands hinted that her heart was not at peace. In her eyes, Chang Qing was just a handsome little puppy with a harmless look. That's why she dared to get so close, thinking that Chang Qing would definitely be scared and back off. But she never expected that Chang Qing would be so bold as to actually try to touch her. The more she thought about it, the more she felt suffocated. She turned her head and asked, "Do you really like me?" "Yes." "What do you like?" "The skin." "You're honest." This made Qin Wenjing look up to him. If he had said something like that, like those worldly men, she would have told him to get lost. "The phone." Qin Wenjing held out her hand to him. Chang Qing obediently took out his phone and handed it to her. "Here is the card number. Transfer the money to me this afternoon. No interest if you don't use the car as collateral. The repayment date is random." "Okay." Faced with such a tyrannical clause, Chang Qing had no complaints. Under her indifferent gaze, he sensibly got out of the car. Qin Wenjing leaned against the steering wheel, watching his receding back, and ran her finger along the corner of her mouth, as if she were still enjoying the moment. Chapter 62, The Headstrong Joiner. After parting with Qin Wenjing, Chang Qing returned to the company and had the finance department transfer 300,000 yuan to her in the name of consulting fees. As for the extra 100,000 yuan, I believe she will understand the meaning. He was busy at the company until 6 p.m. and hadn't heard from Chen Shangyun. Chang Qing was a little worried and took out his phone to dial. "Shangyun, why haven't you come back yet?" "Chen Shangyun, the renovation is changing the office. I want to keep an eye on it." "Chang Qing, you are the general manager, so you only need to make decisions and let others carry them out. If you have to do everything yourself, then what is the point of having employees?" "Chen Shangyun, okay, I just don't feel at ease." "Chang Qing, I understand. You can come back first. We can talk about other things tomorrow. If you don't come back, it's not good for the others to leave work." "Have Yuan and the others left yet?" "Well, I'll go back then. Chen Shangyun is a very smart person with good grades. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to start her second year of graduate school at the age of 23. She started school a year later than everyone else, but graduated a year earlier than everyone else, which is enough to prove her excellence. She just needs to improve her social skills." Half an hour later, Chen Shangyun returned, exhausted and probably already on the job. Chang Chang didn't say much, and took her to a nice restaurant. He wanted to make sure that Chen Shangyun was fully prepared for her new identity and new life. Back at the hotel, Chen Shangyun went to take a shower, while Chang Qing boiled a kettle of water and made a cup of disposable tea bags. The tea leaves tasted really bad, and compared to the pour that Vice Principal Tan had collected, it was a world of difference. But Chang Qing is used to drinking bitter tea, so he can drink it. After a cup of tea, Chen Shangyun came out wearing a new white silk nightgown. Her hair was wrapped in a towel on top of her head, and 2 thin straps passed through her delicate collarbone and hung on both sides of the deep V neckline. There were still water droplets rolling on her skin. Chang Qing took a sip of tea and his heart beat a little faster. "That. Let me help you blow dry your hair." "Yes, that's fine." Chen Shangyun came out of the bathroom and stood at the door, just for Chang Qing to see. Seeing Chang Qing's fixed gaze, she was satisfied. Chen Shangyun was already a mature woman, and she had already had intimate relations, so she was no longer shy. It was just that they had been together for a short time, so it wasn't natural yet. In the bathroom, Chen Shangyun and Chang Qing faced each other, with her head tilted back and her arms wrapped around his waist. Chang Qing held a hairdryer in his right hand, and his left hand was swinging in the hair, and the hair was dancing in the wind. Watching him blow dry his hair with such serious intent, Chen Shangyun thought this must be love. Although the air conditioning was on in the outside room, the bathroom was still filled with thick fog from the shower. The two were close together again, mature softness against youthful fortitude, and their breathing soon changed in frequency. Chen Shangyun's concentration was poor, and her face unconsciously moved closer and closer. Chang Qing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. No, let's dry your hair first. Chen Shangyun was just the type to get carried away, and when she saw him, her legs would go weak. She tilted her head back and pouted seductively. It's okay, I'll blow it dry later. At 8 p.m., the moon was bright and the wind was light. Changqing changed into a new outfit and was ready to go out. Chen Shangyun pouted and said that Changqing was heartless and tired of him in just one day. In response, Changqing could only persuade her with kind words. After pacifying her, he hurried to Yuanda. This day was indeed too much for Changqing, but there was no other way. There was so much to do, and if he didn't pay attention to everything, he would get into trouble. When he arrived at Yuanda, the girls from the two dormitories were already waiting at the door. Guan Yu, wearing a pink dress, ran over first. Honey, what are we going to eat? Whatever you want. Changqing looked at the girls. They had only just met a few days ago, and since it was the boyfriend of their roommate who was treating them, they all said they didn't mind what they ate. Su Yuqing still suggested generously. Why don't we go to a local specialty restaurant? I know a good one. If you're interested, you can try it. Everyone naturally agreed. Chang Qing also looked at her a few times. Su Yuqing is not only beautiful, but also has an elegant and calm demeanor. Although her clothes are simple and plain, Chang Qing can still tell from his own eyes that they are all small group luxury items. She also acts with dignity and propriety, always smiling lightly when she speaks, polite but not overly close, definitely raised in a family that is either rich or noble. The group then took a taxi to a specialty restaurant. Looking at the sign, Chang Qing felt a little faint. But his face was still very calm, and he led everyone into the restaurant and opened a large package. What a terrible thing to come. The waiter walked into the private room and was surprised to see Changqing. Didn't he just bring his girlfriend here? And he brought so many girls with him. It's true that handsome guys are all scum. Changqing knew that she had been recognized, so he quickly interrupted her thoughts. Su Yuqing, what's good to eat? Introduce it to us. Yes, Qingqing, you are a local, you must know what the best dishes are. Guan Yu also echoed her husband's words. Yiming chicken, sea cucumber with spring onions, sweet and sour carp are all good, but I don't know if they're to your liking. Su Yuqing said, then looked at Changqing and said. I chose the place, so don't try to pay for it. That's not acceptable. Changqing immediately refused, pretending to be pitiful and saying. Su, you beautiful lady, please have mercy on me. If I don't treat you today, I'll be sure to kneel down and scrub the washing board when I get home. Ha. Su Yuqing covered her mouth and laughed, Han Jingjing rolled her eyes, and the other girls were shaking. Guan Yu, however, blushed and immediately punched him in the face. You're so annoying. Who told you to kneel on the washing board? A little joke, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Xiao Yana is a natural conversationalist, and she turned to Han Jingjing and asked how much she could drink. Han Jingjing glanced at Changqing and held up 2 fingers. Cut it out. Joanna pinched her pigtails with disdain. You little radish head can't drink either. Get away, you pervert. Han Jingjing angrily opened her hand. This Joanna is good in every way, except that her hands are cheap and she always touches her. She also wants to hold her at night, which is annoying. Guan Yu and Su Yuqing don't drink, but the other girls said they could drink a little. As a result, Xiao Yana turned around and shouted at the waiter. 2 dozen beers first, and more if you need it. You can drink a lot? Changqing looked at her in surprise. Who are you looking down on? Joanna is a wild girl, and thought that Changqing was provoking her, so she shouted. Let's have a duel. Whoever falls down first is the dog. How about it? Changqing frowned. The main reason he invited them was to ask them to take care of Guan Yu and Han Jingjing in the future. They weren't here to start trouble. Chapter 63, The Extraordinary Su Yuqing. Faced with such provocation from Xiao Yana, Changqing felt that if he didn't teach this little girl a lesson, he would be letting her arrogant attitude off the hook. He smiled and said, "Okay, but if you're going to be a dog, how about calling me dad when you lose? Why are you pulling me?" Joina pushed Han Jingjing away and grabbed her hand. She looked at Changqing with a proud and arrogant expression on her face, with her head held high. "Don't be embarrassed." Han Jingjing sat on the side and sighed helplessly. She knew Changqing's drinking capacity best. He had never been drunk. Seeing her best friend about to get herself killed, she could only watch the show. "You should drink less. You have to go to military training tomorrow." Su Yuqing is the most perceptive, and she gently persuaded her. But Xiao Yana was determined to have a drink with Changqing, and she wouldn't budge. Guan Yu, on the other hand, always looked calm. She was always like that, always giving Changqing face when they were out together, never saying anything. If she is unhappy, she will only use coquettish ways to make Changqing realize his mistake when there are only two people around. She really is an impeccable woman. As the dishes were served, the bet officially began. Joina stood up, used her teeth to open a bottle, and started blowing into it. Tant tant tant. The spilled wine dripped down her chin and onto her white tank top, and the line of her stomach was clearly visible. She is beautiful, but her style is too showy, far from the gentle and quiet demeanor of her younger sister. With a burp, Joina finished blowing the bottle and put it on the table, raising her eyebrows to indicate that it was your turn. Changqing gave a harmless smile and shouted out the door. "Waiter, do you have any large beer mugs?" The waiter pushed open the door and said, "Yes, sir." "Bring 2 over, please." "Forget it, honey." Guan Yu understood Changqing's meaning and took his hand and whispered to him, "It's okay, I know what to do." Changqing patted her hand to show that he was fine. While waiting, he also helped his girlfriend peel a few shrimp. The beer mug was the 4-gene type. When it was placed on the table, Joanna's eyes showed a little panic. Although she covered it up well, how could she escape Changqing's eyes? He smiled even more warmly and poured 4 bottles directly into it. In no time at all, it was all gone. Joanna's mouth twitched. But she wouldn't admit defeat, so she poured herself a full glass and drank it down. Although Joina has a certain tolerance for alcohol, drinking 4-gene at a time is still a bit of a strain, and her A4 waist is visibly bulging. Changqing felt a little sorry for her, and wanted to stop her, but was afraid that the girl's pride would not be able to bear it. After watching her finish the drink, Changqing stood up, filled his own glass, and then raised his glass and said, "As you know, you is my girlfriend, and Jingjing grew up with me. You two will be living together for the next 4 years, so I hope you can take good care of each other." Then he said, Not only was Kiyoina dumbfounded, but the other girls also looked surprised. After drinking again, Changqing looked at Joina without blushing. "Nana, you and Jingjing are good friends, so you are also my good friend. What I just said was just a joke between friends, so don't take it personally." "No." With Changqing's gentle gesture of goodwill, Joina was also a little embarrassed. She was the type of girl who would rather be treated gently than harshly, and blushed and said, "Don't worry, Jingjing is my wife, I will definitely take good care of her." "What are you saying, you little bitch?" Han Jingjing was so angry that she scratched her. "Ha ha ha." A kind of girl's laughter. Joina also quickly begged for forgiveness. "Oh, I was wrong." She was feeling tipsy and really didn't dare to make a fuss. If it had been any other day, she would have definitely given Han Jingjing a good dressing down. After this little incident, the atmosphere was much more cheerful. Changqing took the opportunity to say, "How about I give you a brain teaser?" "Yes, dear, tell us." Guan Yu is always the most enthusiastic audience. Changqing patted her head and said, "There was a beautiful woman who took her pet dog to a restaurant. After ordering, the woman pointed at the dishes and asked the dog, 'Is this delicious? Is that delicious?' Every time the dog shook its head and said, 'I don't know.' Do you know why?" "No idea." Joanna shook her head, and the girls almost all laughed at the same time. Puff, ha ha ha. All the girls' eyes fell on Joina, with pity and sympathy. In contrast, Joanna was drunk, her cheeks flushed, her eyes blurred and confused, and she looked at everyone and asked in puzzlement. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Chang couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, Nana, how did you get into Yuan? Of course it was because of my talent. I was an art student, so I got extra points." Speaking of this, Joanna's eyes could not hide her pride. "I'll tell you, my dance teacher always praised me for my beautiful face and perfect body, especially my legs, which are better proportioned than many supermodels." She then lifted her long legs and easily raised them above her head. "It's just that it's not very elegant to wear shorts." Shangqing looked away and smiled lightly. That makes sense. You do have well-developed limbs." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed even harder. Guan Yu covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking, her face turning red. Even though Joanna was still confused, she reacted at this moment, looking at Changqing with hatred in her eyes. Dad was right. The more harmless a person looks, the more devious they are. With a smile, she said, "Do you know what movie can be finished by two people?" Now Changqing was speechless. Damn it, is this something that can be said? Guan Yu looked at her with watery eyes, full of curiosity. Han Jingjing also leaned closer, as if waiting for an answer. It seemed that only Pang Jiajiao, apart from Changqing, understood the meaning. Her face, wearing black-framed glasses, was flushed. Seeing that everyone was speechless, Joanna was even more smug. She was about to reveal the answer when she was interrupted by Changqing. "We've eaten enough. Why don't we move on to the next item?" He didn't want this fangirl to corrupt his woman. The group walked out of the restaurant, and it was already close to 10 o'clock in the evening. The streets were still noisy, and with the autumn wind blowing, it was full of excitement. Chang Chang walked in front of Guan Yu, whispering in her ear. "Why don't you not go back today?" Guan Yu blushed and looked confused. Changqing knew that she was in the red light period, and she didn't really want to do anything, she just wanted to have a space to be alone and talk. After all, since Guan Yu came to the university town, Changqing has not been able to spend time with her properly, and has not even fulfilled the most basic duties of a boyfriend. He turned around and suggested. "You've had a hard time with military training these few days. Why don't we go to a hotel and open 2 suites, then go for a full-body spa to relax and get a good night's sleep? I'm too tired today, so I'm not going. You guys go have fun." Su Yuqing gave a smile of apology. Her parents were very strict with her, and going out to dinner tonight was already a big exception. If they stayed in a hotel, it wouldn't be long before the registration information and surrounding surveillance would appear on her father's desk. The other girls wanted to go, but Su Yuqing said she couldn't go, and they all said it was fine. Changqing could only express his understanding, and took a taxi to take them back to school together. Chapter 64, Women Are Born Actors. The next morning. Unlike yesterday's dullness, the sky was bright, and it was estimated to be another annoying, sunny day. When Changqing woke up, Chen Shangyun had already finished getting ready. Her hair was tied back with a rubber band, and she was wearing a silk nightgown and washing clothes in the bathroom. Changqing sat up a little, leaning back against the headboard and asked, "Why are you up so early?" Chen Shangyun was washing clothes by hand and turned her head with a gentle look. "I washed the clothes you took off, and I washed yours too. There's a dryer downstairs, so they'll be dry in no time." She looked so rosy and radiant, all thanks to herself. Changqing sighed. "Why don't you just have the hotel do it? It won't be clean enough. It's better to wash them by hand. It's fine to dry them after washing. Besides, underwear should be washed by hand. You are indeed very virtuous. Aren't you tired? You slept so late last night." When he brought Guan Yu and the others back last night, it was almost midnight. Chen Shangyun was still watching TV waiting for him, and of course they had a lot of affection. And today she got up so early. Chen Shangyun gave him a flirtatious glance and said in a tone of endearment, "Only a tired ox can't plow a bad field. Idiot. You look like a sports car with a full tank of gas." What kind of words are these? Could it be that hunters often appear in the form of their prey? Did I miss something? Yes, she's been away from home for so many years, she can't help but be a little bit cunning. Just like Han Jingjing, who has been climbing walls and trees and robbing birds' nests since she was a child, but still pretends to be cute and innocent in front of him. Women are really big pig's feet, born actors. When a man reaches a certain age, he will realize that he is actually a milkman, but he has always thought he was the boss. Chen Shangyun didn't know what Changqing was thinking, but she said gently, "When the company is stable, I'll make you some soup. The wild herbs in the mountains are very nourishing. I don't know if you can buy them in the market." Yesterday, Changqing was still firmly in control, but now he suddenly felt like a little white rabbit that had fallen into the trap of the big bad wolf. In fact, Chen Shangyun's idea was very simple. Since the two of them were already together, if they were to be fussy, it would not only be pretentious, but also unlikable. She is older than Changqing and should take care of him more. This is true for both men and women. Compared to a younger person of the opposite sex, it is more likely to stimulate the desire to protect. Changqing suddenly remembered something and asked, "Where did you put the stuff in my pocket?" Chen Shangyun, shaking off the water from her clothes, replied, "It's on the table. There's a blue bank card in there. And there seems to be about 100,000 yuan in it. You can use it first." "No, I don't need it. I have money of my own." Chen Shangyun quickly refused, and she felt a little disappointed. "Is this to support myself? This is a man's contribution to the household expenses of a woman. Do you want it or not?" Changqing knew exactly what a woman was thinking, so he got up and gave her the card. Hearing Changqing say this, Chen Shangyun was really happy, and the little bit of disappointment in her heart also disappeared. Love surged in her eyes. "I really like you, not because of the money." The word household really made Chen Shangyun ecstatic. Although the two had been together before, Changqing had never made any promises to her. Now, doesn't that mean that he's admitting that she's his woman? Chen Shangyun looked at him with red eyes, laughing and crying, which made Changqing's heart soften. At around 9 o'clock, Chen Shangyun returned to the room, put on the dry clothes for Changqing, and buttoned up his shirt for him, looking like a virtuous and obedient wife. Although Changqing had been with many women, this was the first time he had received such treatment. Guan Yu's hands were useless, and she had trouble taking care of herself, let alone taking care of him. Han Jingjing could pretend to be a good wife for a few days, but she couldn't keep it up for long. Chen Shangyun helped Changqing get dressed and asked, looking up, "What are your plans for today? How is it going at the Science and Technology Park?" "There is already a renovation team at the Science Park, and they found us some people, but they want to charge us." "That's for sure. What else?" "The elevator can be retrofitted, but it will take a few days. As for the office, some floors are not large enough. The decorator said that we could use tempered glass, which would save time and look good." "Well, you decide." Changqing helped Chen Shangyun brush the ends of her hair. He didn't care about these small things. There are also dormitories, but the environment is not very good. The kind of dormitory I visited yesterday is one where many people share a room, which doesn't feel very good. But there are also good ones, but they are much more expensive. Even Chen Shangyun thinks the environment is poor, which is enough to explain the problem. "You can take our school dormitory as the lowest standard. For people in one room, clean up. If it doesn't work, rent those self-built ones in the town. There are also many that are acceptable. The Science and Technology Park is already in the suburbs, with a large town nearby. Because it is close to the Science and Technology Park, the development is naturally not bad. There are many self-built multi-story buildings for rent, and the prices are affordable. It takes about 10 minutes to ride a bicycle, but it is not as convenient as living in the Science and Technology Park." "Well, I'll go take a look today. You're the CEO, anyway. I'm just giving you an opinion. As for where to live, you should make the final decision." "That's nice to say, but you're still the one who does the laundry and folds the sheets, and at night." Chen Shangyun gave him a reproachful look, and added, "I have to sleep with you at night," without saying it out loud. Changqing took her hand and smiled, saying, "What? You're not happy. You don't know if you're happy or not. You only know how to bully me." Chen Shangyun also rarely, like a little girl, coquettishly teased him. The two had only just started dating, so naturally they were like a couple in love, and they couldn't stop talking about each other. After standing by the bed and hugging for a while, Changqing said seriously, "I guess the interviews will start today. With the salary we offer, there will definitely be no shortage of applicants. After all, you are the general manager, so try to dress more formally." What should I wear? Chen Shangyun looked down at the skirt she was wearing and said, Didn't you buy some business suits? Just wear a shirt. Don't wear a jacket. The company has air conditioning, so it won't be hot. I didn't see any air conditioning in the office. There is central air conditioning, with air outlets in the ceiling and a switch on each floor. You can ask the decorator about it. Changqing chose a white chiffon blouse for her, with a slim fit that accentuated her figure. The blouse was tucked into a blue skirt that showed off her feminine curves and charm. Chen Shangyun put her hair up in a bun, lifted her small, fair feet and stepped on the bedsheet, and rolled up her flesh-colored stockings little by little. Changqing suddenly realized that Chen Shangyun was really good at this. Chapter 65. You're so bad. Chen Shangyun changed into her business attire in front of him, and didn't feel anything. She felt that everything was natural. There's something I've been wanting to ask you for a long time. What? Changqing calmed down and said, Why are all the people promoted by the company deputy managers? That's it. Changqing raised an eyebrow. If they were promoted to the top, there would be less room for promotion. It's already a big promotion for them to be vice presidents, and then there are so many positions above them that are vacant. It seems like they are right in front of them, so they have to work hard. This is how people work. If they have money to earn and hope for promotion, they can get the full motivation. You're so bad. This is not bad, it's called the way to use people. The two of them laughed a little more, then walked out of the hotel side by side. Chef Yao was already waiting at the door, and Yuan Dajie and Li Lingling were in the car. Seeing Changqing and Chen Shangyun come out of the hotel together, Sister Yuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was a little surprised. She greeted the two of them and didn't say much. Changqing opened the back door first, and then let Chen Shangyun get in first by touching the roof of the car. She had experienced this before. But she still felt very warm. There was also Li Lingling in the back seat. When she saw Changqing open the door, she smiled and said hello, then moved to the inside. Li Lingling felt nothing about opening the door for her leader, as she could do it herself, but the action of blocking the roof still made her feel strange. Who is this Changqing? When President Han was around, basically whatever Changqing said was what happened. President Han never objected, and the two of them were very close. This Mr. Chen seems to be very dependent on Changqing. It seems that everything in the company is being carried out according to Changqing's plan. And every time there is a meeting, it is always Changqing who is the main speaker. The two bosses seem to be there for decoration, and they have never hosted a meeting. Li Lingling was the first to arrive and knew more about the company than anyone else. All these phenomena made her feel that Changqing was the biggest boss in the company. The district where Changqing is located is called Jincheng District, which is located in the south of the entire city. The university town is located in the south of Jincheng District, and then further south is the Science and Technology Park, which is more than 10 kilometers away in a straight line. On the way, Changqing broke the silence. That Li. Are there many applicants? Too many. There have been hundreds of emails already this morning. I didn't expect so many people looking for work. Li Lingling put her hand on the back of the seat in front of her and looked sideways at Changqing as she answered. She felt that it was disrespectful to her superior not to look at her when she spoke. How many technical staff are there? The technical department was set up by Kai himself, so I don't know much about it. Oh, you're only hiring a few dozen people. Since there are so many, you should be able to pick and choose. I think most of them have jobs, but they're weighing up whether it's worth changing jobs because of the good treatment we offer. This is a normal phenomenon. At this time, it is not as difficult for college students to find a job as it is in later generations, and the unemployment rate is not very high. It was just about time for people to go to work in the Science and Technology Park, and there were very few pedestrians on the road. When I arrived at the office building, there were more than a dozen people standing at the door. The man, Changqing, only knew Zhang Kai, and the women only had two who looked familiar. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chang. Zhang Kai greeted him, and the others behind him nodded and greeted him. The women were salespeople, and Li Lingling had brought 5 of them along. 3 of the 9 men were Zhang Kai's classmates, and the other 5 were friends of Zhang Kai's classmates. Let's go in and talk. Walking into the first floor, a dozen or so construction workers were adding an office. The layout of the office building itself is 2 offices, a meeting room, a lounge, a pantry, a bathroom, and the rest are all workstations. According to Changqing's design, the first and fifth floors are not enough. Even if the first floor is used as a meeting room for interviews, there must be at least 4 offices. Why don't you go ahead and I'll take these technicians to a meeting? Changqing asked Chen Shangyun, and in front of outsiders, you must respect Chen. Okay. Chen Shangyun was very decisive, and she took a few people to go about their business, a bit like a strong woman with children. After everyone arrived and sat down in the conference room, Changqing asked, Minister Zhang, how is the recruitment going? I know the level of these classmates, and I've also talked to the others, who are their friends, and their skills are good. Zhang Kai said hesitantly. As for online recruitment, you said before that you wanted to be strict, so I set some questions and asked people who I thought were qualified to send in their resumes. By this morning, there were less than 10 people, but the quality was very high. I felt that a few of them were better than me. Chang Chung understood this very well, and it was only natural. In the future, technicians will be divided into detailed levels, such as first level and second level. For example, Zhang Kai is a minister but only has a first level technical skill. The technical staff under him have a second level skill and are more skilled than Zhang Kai. This will not cause any conflict. The salary of technical staff is determined according to their technical level and has nothing to do with administrative management. This way, good skills are matched with a corresponding salary, which can reduce the dark side. If managers are involved in development, they will also be paid according to their technical skills, and at the same time they will also receive a management salary. This will not create too big a gap with the technical experts. Equipment and furniture will be delivered in batches in the middle of the day or in the afternoon, and then another batch will be delivered tomorrow. There are workers who will move the furniture, so you just need to guide them to the right place. There was nothing to do in the morning, so I talked to these people about the future, and then had a lunchbox for lunch. In the afternoon, a few young men led the workers to set up the equipment and tables, while Changqing and Zhang Kai were the interviewers. There were 2 good ones, but they were a bit arrogant. But that's the way it is in this line of work. As long as they can do the job, the rest is not in Changqing's scope of consideration. In the end, there were only 6 or 7 people, and it didn't take long. Chen Shangyun must be much busier, but Changqing still resisted the urge to go and help. He picked up his phone and called Yuan Xiuqin. Yuan Xiuqin, Mr. Chang. What can I do for you? Changqing, nothing, I just want to ask, how much revenue has the company made so far? Yuan Xiuqin, as of yesterday's close of business, the total amount was 10.78 million. Changqing, how is the search for a house for Mr. Chen going? Yuan Xiuqin, I asked Xiaolu to look at a few apartments, but in the end, it's up to Mr. Chen to decide. Mr. Chen has been busy and hasn't had time to look at them. Changqing, oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it, I'll take care of it. After hanging up the phone, Changqing lay back in his chair, legs crossed on the conference table, and closed his eyes in deep thought. There is currently over 10 million, but only 5 or 6 million can actually be used. The total price of the office equipment is 1.7 million, and 30% of that is 510,000. The rent, elevator, dormitory, and other miscellaneous expenses total no more than 2 million. In other words, Changqing can now use up to 4 million yuan, which is enough to do a project of 10 to 20 million yuan in the form of an advance payment. Let's wait a bit longer. According to the current revenue rate of the billing software, it is estimated that it will continue for 2 to 3 months at a rate of millions of dollars per day. By then, there will be basically no more income, and the little money in hand will be used to build a data center, which will not be used at all. Chapter 66, The Saleswoman with Heavy Makeup. What is most lacking now is a way to make quick money. Although he understands a little about stocks and the like, he doesn't have much practical experience. Not to mention the lottery, even if you can remember the numbers, you won't win. As for futures and the like, Changqing doesn't remember what kinds of futures fluctuate greatly during this period. Do I have to copy from a book? What about the anger that turns into a horse, and the sword that splits the sky? He had heard about it in his previous life, but he only knew the general idea. It was okay for him to tell it as a story, but he couldn't write it. After thinking about it, he decided to play it safe and finish promoting the billing software first. When he had enough money, he would move on to the next step. He took out his cell phone and called Li Lingling. Hello, is this Director Li? Yes, Mr. Chang, what are your instructions? I remember that you used to sell real estate, right? Li Lingling, yes, I did that for more than a year. Is there a better property near our university town? It should be a high-end property that you can move in immediately. Li Lingling thought for a moment and replied. There is a Jinshan community that is quite good. It has been delivered for a year or two, but it is a bit expensive. How expensive is it? Li Lingling, well, it's about 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per square meter. After all, the university town is considered a suburb, so this price feels a bit high. It's not that expensive. Changqing couldn't help but complain in his heart. No matter how suburban it is, this is still the provincial capital. Compared to later generations, when it's easy to spend tens of thousands of yuan per square meter, this price is really cheap, but the purchasing power is more solid now. Nowadays, many college students only need a few hundred yuan a month for living expenses, and a graduate assistant like Chen Shangyun only earns 1,050 yuan a month. After leaving the meeting room, he asked Master Yao to take him to Jinshan Community. Master Yao! The branch office has just been established, so it's busier than usual. At the end of the month, Mr. Chan will give you a bonus. When they arrived at the sales office in the residential area, Changqing got out of the car and said to Master Yao, "Thank you, Master Yao." "Thank you, Mr. Chang, this is what I should do." Master Yao drove back to the Science and Technology Park happily. "Sir, can I help you?" A smart female salesperson saw Changqing arrive in an Audi and quickly ran out of the lobby to greet him. He is so handsome and rides in a luxury car, so he must be a rich young man. The saleswoman thought to herself. Instead of showing a professional smile, she gave a smile that she thought was sweet. "I heard that the environment here is good. What kinds of apartments are there?" Changqing followed the saleswoman into the lobby and asked casually. The few slow-witted salespeople in the hall looked a little unhappy. The center of our community is a very beautiful artificial lake, and the buildings are built around the lake. They are roughly divided into high-rises, townhouses, and row houses. The female salesperson pointed to the model and talked enthusiastically. She had been here for half a year and had only sold 2 units. There is also a salesperson who has not sold a single unit, and the overall sales situation is very bleak. The main reason is that the pricing in the suburbs is too high, and it is a bit hard to sell. Are they all renovated? Yes, they are all finely decorated. They were designed by famous foreign designers and the materials used are all big brands. The female salesperson is good at talking, but you should just take it as a joke. Just tell me the price. What is the starting price for each type? If it suits me, I'll buy it. Changqing was still straightforward. The price for high-rise apartments is 2,800 yuan per square meter, and we can offer you a discount of 2,500 yuan. The price for small high-rise apartments is 3,600 yuan per square meter, and we can offer you a discount of 3,200 yuan. The price for townhouses is 9,000 yuan per square meter, and we can offer you a discount of 8,500 yuan. How many square meters are there in each townhouse? The villas are only 9,000 yuan, so I'll definitely choose a villa. The floor area is 150 square meters. The female salesperson's eyes lit up and she replied, "I think we might close the deal today." So small? Changqing thought it would be a few hundred square meters or more, and was a bit disappointed to hear that it was only 150 square meters. "That's it, sir." The saleswoman quickly introduced with a smile. The townhouse is not large in floor area, but the usable area is very large. We give you a garden, a balcony, a basement, a parking garage, and the usable area is about 350 square meters. And the roof can also be used for leisure or to build a swimming pool. In this case, the usable area is almost 400 square meters. In fact, the area of the townhouse is not that exaggerated, and the balcony is an extension of the house itself. The front and back garden spaces are just privatized public areas, saving the public share. The basement also occupies the original floor area, and the same is true for the use of the roof, but the benefits are real. Let's go see the townhouse. Okay, sir, please follow me. The female salesperson was beaming with joy, while the other salesperson looked even more miserable. "Sir, I am most familiar with townhouses. May I show you around?" A heavily made-up saleswoman ran over, grabbed Changqing's arm, threw him a flirtatious glance, shook her body and rubbed against him, giving him a look that said, "You know what I mean." The saleswoman who was serving Changqing was furious at the saleswoman who had suddenly rushed out to snatch her customer. Her eyes were about to burst into flames. No thanks. Changqing was not interested in such a show, so he pulled his hand away and said to the angry saleswoman, "Let's go." "Okay, sir, this way please." The saleswoman who had just been so angry was very happy to hear Changqing say this, and quickly led him into the community. She didn't forget to give the heavily made-up saleswoman a look. "With your appearance, how could anyone look at you with interest?" Along the way, the saleswoman pointed to the surrounding trees and greenery, explaining the origins and concepts to Changqing. Changqing was not interested in this and did not respond, and the saleswoman was also very perceptive and quickly changed the subject. "Sir, what is your name?" "Changqing, just call me by my name." "What does Mr. Chang do?" "Oh, I'm still studying." "Really? You don't look like it. You look very mature." The female salesperson was indeed surprised, but she was also more determined. She thought that Changqing was a rich young man. Otherwise, why would a student be looking at a villa? He also spoke very well, and it was always right to praise a woman for being young and a man for being mature. The two of them chatted on and off. The artificial lake was quite large, and it was suitable for people who liked a quiet life, for boating and fishing. There are also weeping willows on the side, and the scenery is also very good. It took more than 10 minutes to walk from the side to the townhouse. The townhouses are built around the artificial lake, and the view is no different from the exterior. The 3-story small villa has an iron fence, double-leaf hollow iron gates, and a small garden of a few dozen square meters. There are 2 columns on the roof facing the sky, with small windows. I don't know if it's to cater to aesthetics or to keep pigeons. Western style, white tiled exterior, large protruding platform, flower-shaped railings, dark blue floor-to-ceiling windows. After entering the door, there is a beige marble floor, a European-style sofa, and a few blue paintings on the wall. The open kitchen, crystal chandelier, the whole thing looks okay, simple and bright. Chapter 67, A Coach Who Likes One-on-One Guidance. After a tour of the house with Evergreen, the saleswoman asked with a sweet smile, "Mr. Chang, how do you feel?" "It's okay. There is only one room on the second floor, a real king-size bedroom with a large balcony and bathroom. Changqing likes it very much. Especially the roof, except for the 2 front columnar buildings, the rest is a large platform. If you follow the salesperson's advice and turn the rooftop into a swimming pool, you can also add a sunroom, where you can see outside but not the other way around. After swimming, you can lie on the edge and read a book, looking out at the scenery in the lake. In winter, when the sun is out, it's also very warm. It feels really good to think about it. It's okay. If I buy 3 at once, will there be a discount?" "Huh?" The saleswoman was shocked and afraid she had heard it wrong, so she stuttered and asked, "Mr. Chang, did you say 3 buildings?" "Yes, I want to buy 3. Just give me the lowest price and I'll take it if it's suitable. At this price, it's a great investment. If I had the money, I would buy the whole neighborhood." The female salesperson couldn't make the decision on her own, so she called the manager. "I can give you a minimum discount of 8,000 yuan. This is really the lowest price. Look at the surrounding facilities and..." "It doesn't matter, just take it at this price." Seeing that the saleswoman was about to give a long speech, Changqing interrupted her with a raised hand. "If you're paying, can you..." Seeing Changqing hesitate, the saleswoman thought he was going to make an unreasonable request. She blushed and thought to herself, "He wouldn't be thinking of me, would he? He's so handsome and rich. If he made that kind of request, would I say yes? Or would I say yes?" The saleswoman was in her 20s or 30s, and had been separated from her boyfriend for over a year. She was a little lonely and cold, and seeing Changqing, who was so handsome, she was a little bit excited. "Is this place okay?" the saleswoman said shyly. "Even if it is, we should go to the room downstairs. It is still a bit embarrassing on the roof. I mean, is it possible to pay in installments?" Seeing the saleswoman's face, Changqing was a little speechless. "It's just a hesitation, whether to pay in installments or not. You don't have to be so over the top." "Of course it is." The saleswoman answered with a face full of embarrassment, feeling a little disappointed. Such a handsome man, she thought, could have done without the commission. Her commission would be higher if she handled the installment plan, but she couldn't help but feel down. People are like that. Before they start thinking, they're fine, but once they start thinking, they get emotional. This saleswoman, dressed in business attire, had a body that was just so, and a face that was only 60 or 70 points out of 100. Compared to Min Ro in the class, she is still a bit worse. In the eyes of ordinary people, she is already considered relatively pretty. But she is still a long way from the standard of a 90-point beauty. Do you have a suitable nanny? In the office, Changqing signed the contract and asked the saleswoman. For clients like Changqing, they just need to sign and pay, and the sales office will take care of the rest. Yes, don't worry, Mr. Chang, we have a good relationship with domestic help agencies, and we will definitely find the most capable and reliable one for you. The chubby male manager said in a flattering manner. The manager was also jealous of the saleswoman for getting such a big client, and came over to get close to her, licking his face. This is the way the workplace is, and competition is everywhere. The female salesperson can't help it. Even after Changqing had taken the keys and walked far into the sales hall, the fat manager's chubby hand was still waving. It's really inconvenient not to have a car. Changqing, who was strolling down the street, muttered to himself. Fortunately, it was easy to get a driver's license at this time. It cost 200 yuan for each subject, and the exam was easy to pass. The instructor was also very enthusiastic. Female students would be checked on the quality of their pants, while male students would be checked on the thickness of their pockets. At night, they would send a message to each female student, offering one-on-one free tutoring. The instructor is well-intentioned, and there are always a few who are eager to learn. There are also those super kind people who won't let you graduate unless you learn from them. They are so desperate to get you to learn that they resort to such a crude lie. Changqing didn't go back to the hotel, but to the small house she rented with Han Jingjing. She took a shower and changed her clothes, but she looked the same as before, with the same color and style. He looked at his phone and saw that it was not yet 6 o'clock. He took out his laptop and went online for a while. I haven't used the laptop much since I bought it. It's not very useful. It's not convenient to use the laptop on the phone. On the computer, there is no opportunity to use it except when Guan Yu and the others go back to their dormitory. It is not as convenient as texting on the phone. Although the phone bill is not cheap, it is not a big deal for them. Guan Yu spends 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a month on living expenses, and Lao Guan secretly estimates that he will give more, for fear that his daughter will suffer. Han Jingjing earns 50,000 yuan a month and has a 3% stake in the company. Based on current revenue, she can expect to receive 400,000 to 500,000 yuan a month after taxes, making her a well-off woman. As for Changqing, needless to say, the contact list is as gray as ever. After reading the news for a while, it was around 6 o'clock when Chen Shangyun called. Changqing quickly tidied up and went to the hotel to pick up Chen Shangyun for dinner. They found a Western restaurant, which was very ordinary and suitable for people who wanted to try Western food but didn't have a lot of money. Chen Shangyun was eating in a restaurant like this for the first time and felt a bit uncomfortable. However, she was not too embarrassed because she was always holding Changqing's hand. The two sat facing each other, and Changqing didn't ask Chen Shangyun what she wanted to eat. Asking would make her uncomfortable. If she orders something she doesn't like, it's fine. Just avoid the pit next time, and after a few more times, you'll know what to do. If you keep asking someone who is eating Western food for the first time what they want to eat, you might as well test your emotional intelligence. She ordered a steak, a clear soup, a caviar for each person, a salad, and a bottle of ordinary red wine. Do you come here often? After the waiter left, Chen Shangyun looked at Changqing with a gentle smile. I'm fine. I still prefer Chinese food myself, but I like to change it up occasionally. I hope you don't mind that I didn't ask for your opinion. From Chen Shangyun's expression, you can tell that she understands what you are thinking. A mature and intelligent woman will not ignore everything you do for her. Even if you don't say a word, you can still understand each other. You're afraid I'll make a fool of myself, but I know that already. But the last part is a bit redundant. Can we stop being so formal? Chen Shangyun gave Changqing a serious look and said, Don't be so formal with me. She didn't want to be so polite with each other, it didn't seem intimate enough. Lovers should be more natural. Chapter 68, Her legs go weak when she sees him. Changqing also felt that he was a bit too pretentious, and changed the subject. How are you feeling today? It's been so busy today. There are so many applicants, it's going to take several days to finish. Chen Shangyun said with a mixture of joy and emotion. It's really hard to describe the feeling of being the boss and deciding the fate of the candidates. We pay 30% more than other companies in the same industry, so it's no surprise that we don't have many applicants. That's true. Today, I felt that several of them were very capable, and a few of them were especially pretty. You're not thinking of doing anything wrong, are you? Knowing Chang, it's unlikely that she would bully her female subordinates. I can't even feed you, so where would I find the energy to think about that? Oh, you want to die? Chen Shangyun slapped his hand in embarrassment and turned around to look around, afraid that someone would hear. When she hit him, Chang didn't even try to avoid it. He took her hand and squeezed it gently, saying, "Are you tired today?" "No, I'm not tired. I like this kind of fulfilling day. I feel like I'm living a worthwhile life." "Thank you." Chen Shangyun looked at him with love in her eyes. Everything she had was given to her by this man in front of her. He was also so gentle and considerate to her. Chen Shangyun felt that all the suffering she had endured in the past was nothing. Because at this moment, the happiness she had received was enough to wash away all the suffering. The dim lighting in the restaurant, the melodious piano music in the background, and the romantic candlelight dinner made for the perfect atmosphere. Changqing walked over and sat down next to her, teaching her how to cut the steak, telling her what to do to wake up the wine, and talking about the preparation of various dishes. Chen Shangyun looked at Changqing, who was talking so eloquently, with starry eyes, gradually becoming a little crazy. The evening breeze in September was no longer so hot, blowing on her face like a lover's caress, comfortable and pleasant. Under the dim streetlights, a man and a woman walked down the road. The man was tall and handsome, with his hands in his pockets and dressed in black. The woman wore a silky, hip-hugging skirt that accentuated her feminine curves. She wore high heels and had a seductive charm. She leaned her head against the man's arm, and the love in her eyes was undeniable. As soon as they opened the door to the hotel room, Chen Shangyun hugged him around the neck, a little anxious. Her face was flushed and she was overwhelmed with emotion. Changqing didn't expect her to be so anxious, so he quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Hey, don't be in a hurry. I still have something to tell you." "What is it?" "Let's talk about it later." "Chun." Shangyun said with a hazy look in her eyes, and then pouted and leaned forward. Afraid that she might lose control, Changqing quickly said, "We've already found a place to live, so we'll move there first." Now he had a preliminary understanding of Chen Shangyun. This woman, once moved, is very easy to lose her mind. "Oh, it's the same tomorrow." Chen Shangyun was so anxious that she wanted to stamp her feet. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Whenever she was alone with Chang, her heart would beat faster and her legs would go numb. Her mind was filled with black and white images. But Changqing seemed to be deliberately teasing her, refusing to give in. She had no choice but to suppress her hot emotions and start packing. Most of the things here were bought in the mall that day, and Chen Shangyun's own things were still in the rental house. After checking out of the hotel, the two of them took a taxi to the Jinshan community. "Is this the villa you rented? This is too extravagant." Chen Shangyun stood in front of the openwork iron gate, looking at the luxurious villa in front of her, and she felt a little guilty about Changqing spending money on something she didn't need. Changqing opened the gate with a smile and let her into the garden. "Do you like it?" "I like it, but it must have been expensive." Chen Shangyun responded, while looking around curiously. In the courtyard, a cobblestone path leads to the main entrance. There are some flowers and plants around, but most of it is open space. It seems that it should be left for the owner to plant. After all, everyone has different preferences. "It's fine. As long as you like it." Changqing opened the villa door and pressed the switch next to the door. The crystal lamp lit up and the room was instantly illuminated. "Wow! It's so beautiful." Chen Shangyun looked at the luxurious hall she thought of. The crystal lights and marble floors reflected each other, making the light in the room look a bit crystal. The sea blue European-style sofa, the wall-mounted LCD TV, the open-plan kitchen, and the brand-new kitchenware all glowed with light. This is the place she had always dreamed of, but never imagined. Chen Shangyun looked around, her eyes shining. She really liked it here. Changqing handed her the keys and said softly, "Here, this is your home from now on." What? Chen Xiangyun took it with some surprise, not understanding what he meant by home. I've already bought the house, so you'll be the mistress here from now on. Mistress? The sudden title made her lips tremble and her eyes redden instantly. What is this? Is this a promise? Chang Ching did not answer directly, but stroked her hair and said softly. A man should always give a woman a home. A woman will feel secure in a home, even if it is just a small house that can accommodate two people, right? Chen Xiangyun could not bear it. This kind of moving love talk felt like a hot arrow that had shot into her heart. The sweetness and happiness filled her heart, making her feel a little suffocated, her body trembling, and tears welling up in her eyes. She had suffered so much and worked so hard to escape from the mountains. She thought that a bright life would be waiting for her. But the 4 years of life in the university town made her realize the cruelty of reality. Sometimes, you can't get everything you want just by working hard. Especially the shackles of her original family, like a bottomless quagmire, no matter how hard she struggled, she could not reach the shore. Just when she was about to give up hope, Changqing appeared, like a dream when she was first in love. The omnipotent supreme treasure, riding on a colorful cloud, rescued her from the abyss, saying that he would marry her and give her a home. Chen Xiangyun was so moved that tears filled her eyes and she trembled. She hugged him tightly and said in a hoarse voice, "Honey, I love you." Chen Xiangyun finally called out the name she had always wanted to call. Before, she felt that she was several years older than Changqing and was embarrassed to call him that, but today she called him naturally because it was the voice of her heart. "I love you too." Changqing patted her on the back. Although he had long expected that a woman would be moved by the word home, he had not expected her to be so emotional. After a long time, Chen Xiangyun looked up with red eyes and unusually gentle eyebrows and eyes. "Husband, carry me upstairs." Chapter 69, When a man is at his lowest, he is invincible. At 7 p.m., Li Ningfeng took advantage of the instructor's absence and slipped away. Today he was going to do something big. First, he drove to the pedestrian street, got a haircut and a manicure, and got a trendy haircut. Then he went to buy a large bouquet of roses and a platinum necklace before driving to Yuande. Last time he went to give flowers to Kiawana, he was instantly struck by Han Jingjing. Her delicate features, fair skin, and porcelain-like complexion instantly filled him with a sense of possession. But before he could sigh for a few seconds, he saw Su Yuqing again. Her charming face and plump figure were simply exquisite. And the dignified and elegant temperament on her body made it clear that she was a lady of the upper class. He was fantasizing about marrying her in the future and being able to live a carefree life for the rest of his life. Guan Yu appeared again. Her face was cold and elegant, and her temperament was noble. She was simply stunning, and in an instant, she had captured his soul. Especially that coldness that made people stay away from her, which made his heart tremble. Damn it, why? Li Mingfeng slammed the steering wheel with hatred. Changqing was nothing but a poor kid in his eyes, and he dared to desecrate his goddess? He's asking for it. But with his means, it's not difficult to pry Changqing away from him, is it? As he thought about it, he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Fourth brother, what will your expression be when your girlfriend leaves you? Just as he was feeling smug, the image of Chen Xiangyun appeared in his mind, and his face instantly darkened. He had sent her so many messages in the past 2 days, but she had not replied to any of them, which had dealt a severe blow to his self-confidence. It cost him a laptop to get that number. But as long as Chen Chang is around, Chen Xiangyun will never escape from his grasp. It was precisely because he had figured this out that he had made up his mind to win one of the 4. As for the others, I'll take them one by one. On the original campus, with the instructor's command to disperse, a group of girls led by Guan Yu walked to the dormitory. Their faces were flushed and their bodies were drenched in sweat. Yeah, is your boyfriend coming today? Xia Yana let her hair down and asked Guan Yu with a sideways glance. Of course he will. When she mentioned Changqing, Guan Yu couldn't help but smile. If you get tired of drinking fruit tea, just let me know and I'll have my boyfriend switch it up for you. Really? Yeah, your boyfriend is so nice. Yeah, does he have any brothers or younger brothers? If so, introduce them to me. Hey, I want one too. Who wouldn't want such a considerate boyfriend? The girls were laughing and chatting when they reached the dormitory building. From a distance, they saw Li Mingfeng leaning against a gray car with flowers in his hands, looking around. Hey, Nana, isn't that your boyfriend? Pang Jiaojiao recognized him first, but Xiao Yana's face turned black in an instant. Who told you he was my boyfriend? She said quickly and asked. I've told you many times not to come to school to find me. If you do it again. Before Joyna could finish her sentence, Li Mingfeng brushed his hair with his hand, put on a coquettish look, and walked past her directly to Su Yuqing, saying with a deep expression on his face. This is for you. Not only was Xiao Yana stunned, but the other girls were also looking at her in disbelief. Li Mingfeng, however, knelt down on one knee, holding a rose in his hand and flashing his most charming smile. From the moment I first saw you, I was deeply attracted by your looks and temperament. It was like a ray of light suddenly shining into my dark life, dazzling and charming. Li Mingfeng held a bouquet of flowers in his hand and made a heartfelt confession. At this time, the military training had just ended, and there were many people walking this way. Seeing that there was something to see, they quickly surrounded the area and it was completely packed. Su Yuqing stood there with a face full of embarrassment. Anyone who suddenly received a confession from their best friend's boyfriend would be confused. Fortunately, Su Yuqing has a high EQ. After a brief moment of shock, she looked at Joyna and smiled. Nana, is today April Fool's Day? April Fool's Day is long gone. Fangya is a straightforward person and also gave a science lesson to everyone, saying that April Fool's Day had already passed several months ago. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. If it were anyone else, Joy would have been happy to watch the fun, but since Li Mingfeng was harassing her friend, it was not acceptable. She quickly approached him and angrily said, Li Mingfeng, what are you doing? You'd better leave. This doesn't seem to be your business. Li Mingfeng glanced at her sideways, then turned his eyes and said, Nana, are you jealous? Me? Jealous? Joyna pointed at herself and burst out laughing. Whatever. Qingqing, let's go. He said, and pulled Su Yuqing away, but was blocked by Li Mingfeng. Nana, I'm confessing to Qingqing. Whether she accepts or not is up to her. What's the matter with you? Su Yuqing was also called Qingqing and had goosebumps all over her body, but for the sake of Kiawana, she still tactfully refused. I'm sorry, I have no plans to fall in love during my university years. Did you hear that? She doesn't even like you. You're just a frog trying to eat a swan. Xiao Yana glared at him, not giving him any face. Li Mingfeng's eyes flashed with a sinister look, but he quickly adjusted his expression and smiled warmly. Hey, I was just joking with Qingqing. In fact, I want to chase after her. He turned around and knelt down in front of Guan Yu, looking extremely affectionate. Actually, I like you, but you are too dazzling. I am worried that I am not good enough for you, so I confess to your friend to see your attitude. Ha! Not only were the girls stunned, but the crowd watching the spectacle also. Collectively petrified. What is this operation? Guan Yu was so scared that she took a few steps back. The first thought in her mind was, is this guy a psychopath? Feeling that the two were not far enough apart, he simply hid behind Han Jingjing. Thinking that she should call her boyfriend if anything happened, she took out her phone and dialed Chongqing. Jinshang Community, second floor room. Ring ring ring. A sudden ringtone scared Qin Shangyun, who then curled up on the bed. Chongqing could only bend over helplessly, find her cell phone in her clothes on the ground, and see that it was Guan Yu, so she quickly patted her back to indicate silence. What's wrong, you? Honey, is your friend mentally ill? Guan Yu was whispering on the phone, telling what had happened. Changqing frowned deeply. This Li Mingfeng is looking for death. You don't pay any attention to him. I'll be right over. Chapter 70, Joyna's Misunderstanding. In front of the original girls' dormitory building. The onlookers also reacted and began to discuss it. What kind of person is this? He's shameless. Yes, it seems like he's from another school. But he has a car and he's not bad looking. One girl is a little crazy about him. That doesn't change the fact that he's a scumbag. Another girl chimed in, last time I saw him give flowers to Xiao Yana from class 2, and just now he gave them to Su Yuqing from our class. It's been just a few seconds, and now he's giving them to Guan Yu. It's shameless. The surrounding people were talking about it, but Li Mingfeng seemed to have heard nothing. It was a pity, but it seemed that Guan Yu would not be getting any action for the time being. He then turned his attention to Han Jingjing, but this time his performance was even more heartfelt. Li Mingfeng walked up to Han Jingjing, knelt down, and his original deep affection turned into a deep sense of loss. He said in a hoarse voice, "Although my family is rich, I have always been very self-conscious, especially when I see a girl I like. I am even more afraid to express myself easily. But since I saw you that day, I have been unable to eat or sleep." Li Mingfeng is good-looking and wears designer clothes. He made such a humble confession, and when he got emotional, even the corner of his eyes glistened with tears. It even made many of the girls who were watching feel inexplicably moved, and they even felt that he must have had some unspeakable difficulties before he did that. Some of those who knew Han Jingjing even went up to her and whispered, "Jingjing, since he likes you so much, just say yes. He's rich, so he's a good ATM." Han Jingjing looked at her classmate in disbelief. She thought this girl looked pure, but she didn't expect her to have such dirty thoughts. She frowned and said, "If you like him, take him. I don't care." What a bitch. The girl who was persuading her immediately turned pale and her words became increasingly harsh. Some other gold-digging girls also joined the camp. "Yes, Jingjing, you can't be so arrogant just because you're pretty. A good man like this is hard to find. That's right, don't think that just because you're pretty, everyone will be after you. Beautiful girls are naturally hated by others because they are chased by many people." Everyone was talking at once, as if Han Jingjing was being ungrateful if she didn't agree. Li Mingfeng was overjoyed, but he pretended to be more humble and affectionate. "I know that what I'm doing is going to make you feel awkward, but I really can't control myself." As he spoke, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. "This acting is not school level, what a pity. I love you. I really, really love you. Please give me a chance." Perhaps even he was moved by his own words, and they became more and more sincere. Han Jingjing's whole body was covered in goosebumps. If it weren't for the sake of her good friend, she would have yelled at him. It seemed that Joina also sensed her anger and shouted directly, "You've had countless girlfriends since junior high school, and several of them even had abortions for you. Who doesn't know about this?" For a while, she was afraid of Li Mingfeng and didn't dare to confront him, but today she couldn't stand it anymore. "You are a womanizer who plays with people's feelings. You are also affectionate and inferior. Why don't you just die?" Xiao Yina's lips trembled and her voice was hoarse. She also angered Li Mingfeng, who was publicly exposed. Even if he had a thick skin, he couldn't stand it anymore and raised his hand to hit her. "You stinking. Come on. Come on." Xiao Yina did not back down, but looked at him fearlessly, daring him to move a finger, and she was ready to fight to the death. Li Mingfeng was also stunned and did not dare to really fight. "You coward." With a look of disdain on her face, Xiao Yina shouted at the boys who were watching, "Are you men or not? You just stand there and watch a student from another school come to our school and cause trouble?" The boys who were watching had already been enraged. "You're kneeling down one by one, are you recognizing your mother?" Now that Miss Chow had spoken, they couldn't stand it anymore, and a group of them rushed up. There was a lot of wailing and the rose petals scattered all over the place. Joina took the opportunity to give them a few kicks. On the other side, Changqing hurried to the original place by taxi. On the way, he received a report from Guan Yu. He sighed. "Why would you want to die when you're still alive? It's not that bad to simply like someone and pursue them openly. The point is that the two are roommates, and they still do this knowing that Guan Yu is his girlfriend. Then it's not just a matter of a beautiful lady, but of not treating Changqing as a human being. In that case, he can't be blamed for being ruthless. The matter has come to an end, and Changqing is not in a hurry." First, he went to a milk tea shop, asked the clerk to prepare fruit tea and brown sugar water, and then bought some large strawberries before taking a taxi to Yuanda. On the way to the girls' dormitory, there was a very elegant little pond surrounded by willows, with lotus leaves floating in the pond and goldfish appearing and disappearing, causing ripples. There was a long stone fence on both sides, and a somewhat familiar graceful figure was standing on one foot on the fence, as if looking at the goldfish in the water. But for some reason, the figure looked a little lonely. Changqing put the bag he was carrying down by the tree, slowly approached the figure from behind, and then suddenly hugged her. "Jingjing! Did you miss me?" The figure was obviously startled, and her body was a bit stiff. When she heard Changqing's voice, she didn't say anything. "What's wrong, Jingjing?" Are you unhappy about something? There was no one around, so Changqing's hand was naturally not too honest. After all, the two of them were close and these were all natural actions. Ah! The figure exclaimed, instinctively covering her chest with her hands. Changqing also felt that something was wrong, and quickly let go and took a step back. It's you? Why are you wearing Jingjing's skirt? They looked at each other, and the person in front of them was indeed Qiuina. The skirt she was wearing was the one that Changqing had bought for Han Jingjing when she first came to the provincial capital. The lights were dim at night, and the skirt was so long that it reached her calves, so her figure was not so clearly defined. If it were short pants, you could tell at a glance that she had long legs. We're both changing clothes, so what's it to you? Xiaoyina stared at Changqing with a blush on her face. At first, she was startled and thought she had encountered a bad person. But Changqing's voice was very distinctive, and she recognized it right away. She heard him ask Jingjing if she missed him, and her curiosity got the better of her. She thought she might hear some secrets. But she couldn't help but hold on to him. His hand was not being good, and she was a little girl, how could she stand it? She was about to break free, but Changqing let go of her. Joanna blushed and asked, still pretending to be calm. You really have something going on with Jingjing, you scumbag. Are you cheating on Jingjing? You're kidding me. Changqing complained, but his heart was not as calm as his face, and he might make a mistake. So tell me, what is your relationship with Jingjing? She doesn't believe that the two of them are just friends. How could a friend touch here? Are you kidding? But Changqing said sincerely. You know it. We grew up together, and we even took baths together when we were little. So we don't usually pay much attention to our behavior, but now that you've reminded me, I'll stay away from her in the future, so as not to cause any misunderstandings. Joanna was stunned. I've ruined your relationship. If Jingjing finds out that I'm going to keep my distance from her because of Changqing, will she be happy? Seeing how close she is to Changqing, she should cut off all contact with him, right? He really is a scumbag. He kicked the ball to himself with a few words. Oh, forget it. It's all their business. What am I meddling in? Chapter 71, Thanks to the Fairy for the Gift. Joanna is a master of not taking any losses. She was annoyed by Changqing's soft knife. Jingjing's matter can be left aside, but our matter should be settled, right? The scoundrel touched her and thought he could get away with it. No way. She crossed her arms and leaned back slightly, giving a look of contempt. So what do you want? Changqing raised an eyebrow. Lift up your shirt. What? Damn it. You're poisonous. Changqing took a step back and tried to open her hand that was reaching into his shirt. But Joanna was not going to let go. Hey! 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 Don't move! You have abs? I didn't know that. She rubbed and giggled, looking like a little hooligan. What do you think? Changqing roughly opened her hand. Han Jingjing had said that Xiaoyina was a bit of a loose cannon, but now it seems that she's more like a lunatic. What's so great about it? It's so hard. I don't know why those flower lovers like muscular men. Joanna pretended to be disgusted, but in her heart she felt quite excited. You're just a little girl, can't you be more reserved? Changqing rolled his eyes, but Xiaoyina was smiling. You touched me, so we're even. Okay. Changqing was speechless and left with the bag. Damn it. You jerk. Wait for me. What delicious food have you brought today? Joanna quickly walked a few steps and grabbed the bag Changqing was carrying. Damn. There are strawberries. You can do it. Scumbag. Joanna took out a cup of fruit tea without any hesitation, put in a straw and started drinking. She also took the bag in her hand. She was already very familiar with this task, and it was one task per dormitory. When she heard her mantra, Changqing couldn't help but frown and scold her. You're a little girl, and you're always saying damn, do you think that's appropriate? None of your business. Joanna gave him a sideways glance and carried the bag into the dormitory building. Alas, it's still better to be a Joman. Looking at her slender back, Changqing sighed. She was really cute and adorable. I wonder how Joyman is doing now. After a short wait, Guan Yu appeared at the entrance to the dormitory building. She was wearing a blue nightgown and a gauze sunscreen, with rosy cheeks, looking extremely beautiful. Did my husband miss me? The little girl rushed into his arms, raised her face, and her eyes were full of happiness and sweetness. Of course he does. I think about you every minute I'm not with you. Changqing patted her head affectionately. Her long, slightly curly hair was still damp from the shower, and the silk nightgown she was wearing made it clear that she was still warm from the heat. Why didn't you blow dry your hair before coming down? I missed you too. Guan Yu rubbed her head against his chin, her tone soft and sweet. Changqing had no choice but to help her zip up her sunscreen and walk to the playground holding her hand. It was already autumn, and the evening breeze was blowing, bringing a slight chill. Changqing hugged her shoulders and whispered, "Baby, how do you feel today?" "Much better than the last 2 days." Guan Yu smiled sweetly. After all, she is a fairy. She can use her fairy powers to recover, hee hee. Really? Then you don't need my brown sugar water anymore. Oh, you're so annoying. Guan Yu refused to be pacified and started scratching him with her little hand. Oh, please, fairy, spare my life. I'll never do it again. Humph, you're not allowed to run. The young couple chased each other around the playground, laughing and joking. The world is actually very fair. Guan Yu has been the envy of others since she was a child. She is beautiful, comes from a good family, and has everything she wants. However, only Changqing knows the pain in her heart. Li Siso comes from a scholarly family and is extremely strict with Guan Yu's education. She has very strict standards for her diet, clothing, academic performance, talents, and speech and behavior. From morning to night, her schedule was packed with activities, leaving no room for freedom. Changqing's childhood experience was almost the opposite of hers. She had no parents to love her, no one to take responsibility for her life, and everything depended on herself. She also developed a more mature and resilient temperament than her peers. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that she has an instinctive fondness for Changqing. With Changqing, she didn't have to be a lady, didn't have to maintain the image of a goddess, could cry, could make a fuss, could be free to be herself. Okay, baby, stop it. Changqing hugged her in her arms. Guan Yu was tired from running around, and her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. She rubbed her head against his chest a few times to dry it off. Little Changzi, in view of your recent good behavior, I have decided to give you some rewards. If you want anything, just ask. Guan Yu said with a generous air. Well. Changqing understood the hint, but pretended to ponder it for a moment, then whispered a few words in her ear. Guan Yu blushed, but did not refuse, but instead lowered her head and led Changqing to the edge. They walked through a winding path and arrived at the artificial lake on the school grounds. This is already the school's dating mecca, and with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, the lake's surface, under the moonlight, is rippling with water, really very artistic. Such a romantic scene is full of infinite imagination for Guan Yu, who was in love. She looked at him sideways, her eyes moist, and hooked her arm around his neck. After a while, Guan Yu blushed and whispered in his ear. You rented a house outside, didn't you? You mean? Yes. Guan Yu nodded. But it's definitely not possible during the week. If my roommates see that I'm not coming home at night, how can I face them? I can only do it on Saturdays. On weekends, I have to go back to the dormitory. Guan Yu still cares a lot about her goddess image, and it is obviously a bit difficult for her to live with her boyfriend during college. But once a man gets horny, he can be a bit irrational. Changqing still couldn't resist and said, Why do we care what our roommates think? No. Guan Yu refused directly. You guys, once you get it, you don't cherish it. That guy in our class, Ho, has already dumped several girls. I gave it to you last time because you have been doing well in the past few years. Don't push it too far. I'm already being extra nice to you by agreeing to spend time with you once a week. Once the longing subsides, the girl becomes arrogant again. Changqing, a mature old man, could not possibly have such a low emotional quotient that he would take the little girl seriously. Then thank you, fairy, for your gift. Chapter 72, What does love really bring to people? Guan Yu, this top-level love brain, is truly incomparable to ordinary people in terms of planning for love. She controls everything, from when to hold hands to when to kiss. In the past, when she was in love, she would say directly what she liked, and even directly say what Changqing should say at that time to make her feel secure. The reason why Changqing understands women so well is because of her. Guan Yu's goal was also very simple. It was similar to the Prime Minister's thinking. Instead of finding a boyfriend, it was better to cultivate one with her own hands. The night is getting deeper. The autumn wind is even more chilly. Changqing helped her put on her sunscreen, and the delicate and charming collarbone and plump silhouette were also hidden in it. He took her hand and walked back to the dormitory. Moon, let me ask you something. What? Guan Yu raised her still moist eyes and looked at him sideways. How much does your father give you for living expenses every month? 20,000. Do you need money? If you do, I have a lot of money saved up from my New Year's Eve gift money. How much have you saved? Well. Guan Yu tilted his head slightly and thought about it, probably 600,000 to 700,000. How much do you need? If it's not enough, I'll ask my mom for it. That much? Changqing was a little surprised. She was a rich girl after all, and she had saved 600,000 to 700,000 yuan in New Year's money. Yes. Every time it's New Year's or my birthday, not only do my family elders give me money, but many of my father's friends and business partners also give me money. I don't know many of them, but my father tells me to take it, so I just keep it. This kind of exchange of favors is normal, but the money is received by Guan Yu, and the favors are returned by old Guan. Guan Yu said seriously. Are you having any problems? You can't be like you used to be, a male chauvinist who refuses to use my money. I'm all yours now, and we have to face everything together. Seeing the determined young girl, Changqing was very moved and couldn't help but hug her for a while before saying, It's not that I want to use the money, but I want to deposit some money into your account every month if you don't have enough. No. My mother always buys my clothes. My father gives me 20,000 yuan every month, but I can't spend it all on food. Hearing that her boyfriend not only was fine, but also wanted to save money for her, Guan Yu was overjoyed and cooed in Changqing's arms. Now that my boyfriend can make money, I don't mind having 20 million. Humph. Still trying to break us up. In her heart, Guan Yu gave her father a look of contempt. It's getting late, I'll take you home. Changqing patted her on the back. After the military training is over, I'll take you out to play. No. Just 2 more minutes. Oh no. 5 more minutes. Okay. I'll hold you forever, my sweet baby. Hey. Guan Yu, a spoiled little girl like this, needs the patience of a parent to handle her. 10 minutes later, Changqing asked, Is that enough? Well, okay. It was almost 10:30 when Guan Yu returned to the girls' dormitory. She sent another message to Han Jingjing. Come down in 5 minutes. I'll be waiting for you by the sink. Changqing had no choice. He knew that Han Jingjing would come over when she heard that he was there. They had not seen each other since the last time, and if they did not see each other this time, the girl would definitely be upset. 5 or 6 minutes later, a slender figure came out of the dormitory building, with long, thick hair hanging down her back. Wearing a pink, tight-fitting t-shirt and a gray pleated skirt that revealed 2/3 of her thighs. She wore white socks with 3 stripes and a pair of white shoes, and she looked like a butterfly as she ran to the pool and looked around. With her delicate baby face and the way she was dressed, anyone would believe she was 16. Changqing emerged from behind the tree and embraced her, blocking her cherry lips. Who? Han Jingjing was startled, and when she saw it was Changqing, she made a disgusted face, pushed him away and muttered. Don't touch me, I smell like Guan Yu. Okay, then I'll go back first. Changqing said and turned to leave. You can't just coax me to death. Han Jingjing stamped her feet in anger, her skirt swinging back and forth, looking very cute. Okay, I was just playing with you. Changqing hugged her lightly and said, You don't have to learn from Yuer. I like her just because she is who she is, and I like you just because you are who you are. Can you understand? Han Jingjing rolled her eyes, revealing her foolishness. She really was imitating Guan Yu's coquettishness, but she didn't expect the effect to be so poor. She pouted and said, Humph. You're so biased. You said you'd take me home, but it's been so long and you haven't kept your promise. Thinking of the rental house, Changqing also missed it a little. Although Han Jingjing is a hot-tempered person, she is really kind and helpful. She used to help Changqing's grandmother with housework. It can be said that from a young age, she washed most of Changqing's clothes. Thinking about this, Changqing's heart softened a little, and he hugged her and whispered, I bought you a house. We'll move in after the military training is over. Really? Han Jingjing's eyes lit up, and she excitedly pulled him around and jumped up and down. What kind of house? Where is it? Not far from here, a nice neighborhood, townhouses, the kind that are all in a row, 3 floors above and 1 below, with a garden. You'll love it. Will that be our home from now on? Han Jingjing had lacked parental love since childhood. Her mother had left without a trace, and her father had remarried without caring about her at all. She longed for a home of her own, just like the lyrics of a song. I want a home, a place that doesn't need to be big, so that she can have someone to rely on. Now, Changqing has given her a home. He is truly the man she loves. Hey! 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 Didn't you say you didn't like me? Shut up, or I'll bite you. Do you believe me? Han Jingjing looked fierce and domineering, blocking him with her domineering look. Alas! Women are really fickle. Just now, she said she didn't like herself, but as soon as she was moved, she immediately pounced on him and started licking him. Changqing sighed in his heart. Be careful. This is not my shirt, don't tear it. Whose clothes are these? Changqing asked knowingly. Han Jingjing put on Kiawaina's clothes, and holding it felt like it was even more. It's Joina's. She thought my skirt was nice, and I thought her clothes were nice too, so we swapped. Han Jingjing said coquettishly, Honey, isn't this short skirt very sexy? Well, it's okay, but don't just swap clothes with other girls. Joina looks clean and tidy, so it's okay. That's impossible. I only changed clothes with Nana because we're good friends. How could I possibly do that with other girls? Han Jingjing looked at Changqing with a look of idiocy. Honey, how is the company doing? Han Jingjing has also been thinking about the company. After all, she is the general manager and still has a sense of responsibility. Don't worry. I've already made all the arrangements. Just focus on your studies. After you graduate, you can manage the company or just go out and have fun. You're so good, honey. Han Jingjing hugged him and pouted. Okay, it's getting late. We should close up soon. After the company is finished with its current projects, I'll take you to our new home. Okay, I'll go back then. Han Jingjing was reluctant to leave, looking back every few steps. Changqing also had mixed feelings. The wild girl who used to be so carefree and who used to play around with him is probably never coming back. What does love bring to people after all? I'm afraid there will never be an answer to this question. Chapter 73 Han Jingjing's secret is discovered. Walking out of the gate of the former university, the gentle breeze blew across his cheeks, and the bright moon in the sky was very round and bright. But the bright moon always makes people feel more melancholy, and that's what Changqing is feeling right now. If he had been an ordinary person before, it would have been fine, but he was the top secret service agent, and his body could blend in with ordinary life, but his heart was a bit difficult. Perhaps this is why he often feels lonely and doesn't like to talk. Since his rebirth, the people and things he encounters are like an adult playing with a group of children. To put it more directly, it's like a boss of level 100 playing a dungeon of level 10. It's as if everything is transparent, and the completely overwhelming situation makes him feel a bit bored. The dark life he wanted to escape from seemed to have a hint of nostalgia. People are so cheap. It's like breaking up with an ex, and after spending a long time with the current one, some people will miss the ex. Forget it. Even for the safety of the women around him, he shouldn't be in contact with his former life. He took out his phone and sent a text message to Joyman. How was the military training? In the 201 dormitory of the Academy of Fine Arts. Joyman was lying in bed, thinking about nothing in particular, when she received a message from Changqing. She was surprised and delighted. Fortunately, the first day was very tiring, but the rest of the days were much better. Mr. Chang, you haven't rested yet? I'm glad you're okay. Get some rest. Seeing that Changqing was about to end the conversation after just a few words, the little girl was a bit confused and felt like she had a bad back. Joyman, so, Mr. Chang, are you tired? I didn't go. I've been busy with the company's new branch. I'll come and help you when your military training is over. Joyman, I'm sorry, Mr. Chang. I thought the military training would only be during the day, but it turns out it's until 8 p.m. Maybe you should stop paying me until the training is over. I'll go to the company to calculate my salary after the training is over. This salary makes Joyman feel a little guilty. When your studies become easier in the future, you can make up for it by working overtime. It would be counterproductive to give this self-respecting girl a direct salary. Joyman, okay, thank you, Mr. Chang. Take care of yourself. I'll come visit you when I have some free time in a few days. Seeing Chang Ching so concerned about her and saying he would come to see her, Joyman's heart was pounding. Could it be that Mr. Chang likes me? The little girl thought to herself. Okay, I'll wait for you. This is almost the way couples communicate. After sending the message, Joyman pressed her hands on her chest with the phone in her hands, feeling as if her heart was about to jump out. In the original 203 dormitory. As soon as Han Jingjing entered the dormitory, Xiao Yana said with a mischievous look on her face. Oh, Jingjing is back. Han Jingjing was a little embarrassed and quickly went back to her bed to change into her pajamas. The other roommates were also in the room, so Xiao Yana couldn't speak loudly. She walked up to her and whispered. Hey, did you just go out to see Chang Chung? No. I just walked around the playground. Joanna didn't believe her for a second. Can you please use your brain when you lie? You're exhausted after a day of military training, and you're telling me you went for a walk in the playground? Believe it or not, there's still military training tomorrow. Go to sleep. Who cares? This attitude of her best friend made Joanna very unhappy. She wanted to ignore her and go back to bed, but in the corner of her eye, she seemed to see a red mark under Han Jingjing's collarbone. She immediately looked like she had discovered a new world, her eyes wide open. Jingjing, what is this? Is it a strawberry? Han Jingjing was startled and quickly covered her neck with her hand. Seeing her reaction, Joanna was almost certain of her suspicions and was shocked into silence for a moment. Suspicion is one thing, but hard evidence is another. Han Jingjing knew she had overreacted, but it was too late to explain herself. She could only hope that Joanna would keep her secret. Please don't go around telling people, okay? I'm begging you. Jingjing, don't worry, I won't say anything, but you guys. Joanna said seriously that she would not talk about it, but she was still curious about how far they had gone. Can you stop asking? Han Jingjing looked a little tired, worried that she would cause trouble for Changqing. She would not normally act like this, but when it comes to Changqing, she becomes sensitive and timid. Joanna mechanically nodded and returned to her own bed, her mind unsettled. This is a big secret. Guan Yu and Han Jingjing are good friends, and Guan Yu and Changqing are boy and girlfriends. But Changqing actually has a close relationship with Han Jingjing? Knowing this shocking secret, it made Xiao Yana feel that her brain was not enough. Today Jingjing was wearing her clothes, and she was actually with Changqing. And he hugged her today. Touching her cheek, she felt a little hot. Shame on you. I don't know if she was scolding herself or Changqing. In the dormitory next door. Yeah. Your boyfriend must be angry today. Fanya was biting her nails, which was a real physical effort for someone of her build. No, I've confessed to him and to me countless times, and if I were angry, I would have died long ago. Guan Yu was lying in bed, just putting on a facial mask, and she was responding casually while patting herself. That's true. You guys are all so good looking, it's normal that you have so many suitors. Fanya was a little envious. She had never received a confession or even a love letter. She looked at Su Yuqing across the room and felt even more envious. At this moment, Su Yuqing was lying on the bed with her legs crossed, practicing her back with her palms together. A black silk nightgown, supported by her plump and full curves, was concave and convex, and even a woman looked envious, let alone a man. Looking at her belly, which was bigger than a watermelon, she stuffed a red bean bun into her mouth in a fit of anger. Yeah, your boyfriend has been sending us things and treating us to dinner all this time. It's embarrassing. Why don't we invite him over for a meal sometime? Su Yuqing changed to a yoga position and opened her eyes and said. It's not that much, just a few drinks. Besides, my boyfriend used to do this all the time, he would bring me things every day. That's not possible. Su Yuqing was a little skeptical. How could a guy be so persistent? After all, this is not a one-day thing. There are still 4 years to go. You don't know him. Even if he's busy, he'll find a way to get me some. Guan Yu said it lightly, but Su Yuqing retorted. You are in the honeymoon period, so it is normal that you can do it, but it is a bit difficult to do it for several years in a row. And her aunt had already told her that men are all lower body thinking animals, and once they get it, they quickly lose patience. Chapter 74, The Feeling of a Wealthy Wife. In fact, it is very normal for Su Yuqing to say this. After all, men are indeed more greedy for women's bodies at times. But Guan Yu didn't think so. In her heart, her love with Changqing was the most perfect in the world, and no one was allowed to question it. She pouted and said, Let me tell you, when we first met, Changqing didn't have much money, so he worked odd jobs here and there, fishing and catching shrimp. I remember one time, he went to the steel mill near their house to do odd jobs, and every time he carried a steel pipe that was heavier than he was. I didn't know this at first, but Jingjing told me later. He used the money he earned to buy me snacks and small gifts every day. After I found out, I told him that I loved his grandmother's baked sweet potatoes the most. It wasn't a lie, either. His grandmother's baked sweet potatoes were really sweet. Speaking of which, the familiar smell seems to have welled up in Guan Yu's mouth. At that time, every day when she went to school, Changqing would take out a still warm sweet potato from his arms and give it to her. When crossing the road, Changqing always walked on the inside. When a large truck passed by, he would immediately block Guan Yu's path so that the wind and sand from the truck would not blow on her. On rainy days, Changqing would carry Guan Yu from the classroom to the school gate. When Guan Yu's parents came to pick her up, he would quickly disappear, just like a spy. We were in love for 3 years, and every day he took such good care of me. Guan Yu's words grew softer and softer, as if he had fallen into a memory, and the sweetness on his face could not be dissolved. Su Yuqing was silent. This is not the man that my aunt described to me. Is Changqing really that good? Fang Ye and Luo Peijian were also silent. Who wouldn't envy and yearn for such a love? But when will they have such a sweet love? Changqing casually chatted with Joyman for a while, then walked into a large nightclub. He rented the biggest room. Not long after they sat down, the manager led a group of cool-looking guys with long legs into the club. It's no fun to be alone with a handsome guy. These are all college students from the neighborhood. Pick one to keep you company. If the conversation goes well, it's not impossible to go out for a late-night snack. This is a clear invitation to stay the night. Changqing didn't reply, but instead casually looked around at the row of more than 10 girls dressed in skimpy clothes. The quality of nightclubs at this time is still very high. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can find 80 to 90 points. However, Changqing was not there for the girls. He ordered a bottle of red wine that cost several thousand yuan, and then said, Tell them to leave, we want to talk. The head waitress was a little taken aback, but since Changqing was so generous, she had no choice but to do as he said. She thought to herself, does this handsome young man like mature women? Thinking this way, she was secretly pleased. Although she was over 30, she still had a great figure. It's not an exaggeration to say that she still has a lot of charm. And Changqing is so handsome, so it's not a bad idea to have a deeper exchange. She sat down next to Changqing, took his arm, and rubbed it with her hand. Little handsome, how do you want to play? Changqing didn't reply, but instead took out a pen and paper from under the coffee table and wrote down Li Mingfeng's message. How much does it cost to plant flowers? The head waiter was taken aback, and then pretended not to understand. I don't understand what you're saying. If you're not interested, I'll leave first. She got up to leave, but then heard Changqing say, 100,000. On hearing this, the head waiter stopped in his tracks and turned around, perplexed. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that this kind of thing is against the rules, and I don't have the connections for that anyway. 200,000. In the Jinchang community, after Changqing left, Chen Shangyun just lay on the bed, staring blankly, as if her heart had been ripped out. Is that girl called Yuer Changqing's girlfriend? Did she leave him to go find her, which means she is more important than him? Then, would he not want her anymore? Chen Shangyun lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling a pain in her heart. Her left arm trembled, and tears rolled down her cheeks, wetting her hair on both sides. Creak! Just as she was daydreaming, the sound of the iron gate opening and closing came from downstairs. Chen Shangyun was pleasantly surprised, quickly raised her arm to wipe away her tears, and closed her eyes to pretend to be asleep. Tap, tap. The sound of leather shoes stepping on the stairs came, and Chen Shangyun's heart seemed to follow, pounding non-stop. Changqing went into the room on the second floor to take a shower. When she came out with her hair dry, Chen Shangyun was still closing her eyes, but her eyelashes were fluttering. Chang Cheng didn't expose her, but gently hugged her. Her body, which had just cried, was hot and burning, yet fragile and bony. He sighed and pulled off her skirt. At times like this, nothing could be more cathartic than a violent storm. Many times, actions are easier than words to solve problems. The morning of the following week, Chen Shangyun sat in front of the dressing table, looking at the eyebrow trimmer in Changqing's hand, worried. Honey, I'm a little scared. Chang Cheng frowned and raised his eyebrows. What's the big deal? You still don't trust me. Oh, honey. Don't be angry. Just let me do it. Chen Shangyun looked up and closed her eyes, as if she was ready to die. In fact, eyebrow shaping is nothing more than shaving off the irregular hairs at the edges to make the eyebrows look more three-dimensional, making the entire facial features more prominent and elegant. See? Trust me, I'm right. Chang Cheng looked smug. Chen Shangyun looked at her newly groomed eyebrows in the mirror and felt that she looked better. Honey, you're amazing. You even know how to do a woman's thing. Chen Shangyun was full of admiration, and in her heart, Changqing had become omnipotent. That's right. As for the face, it's already good enough, so there's no need to put on makeup. Just a touch of lipstick to brighten up the complexion. Stared at by a feminine and charming female CEO, Changqing felt a little giddy. Yes, my husband, you can help me put on makeup. Chen Shangyun pursed her lips in happiness. Changqing usually doesn't bother with these things, but today is the company's first all-hands meeting, so she still has to dress Chen Shangyun up a bit to make her look impressive. Yes, that black one. Changqing picked out a gray business suit for her, with a white chiffon blouse underneath, and a touch of lipstick to accentuate her face. When she was serious, she looked cold and beautiful. As soon as she finished tidying up, she heard the nanny, Auntie Lu, shouting from the hallway. Sir! Miss! Are you having dinner now? This is the female salesperson who helped us find her. She said she was the gold medal nanny of the housekeeping company. The food is good and she is very hardworking. She is in her 40s, which is considered the prime of her career in this industry. Chen Shangyun turned and shouted back at the door. Auntie Lu! We'll be right down. Get ready to start. Nowadays, Chen Shangyun really feels like a wealthy housewife. With someone to take care of her, a car to drive her around, and a secretary at the company, if she could just give Changqing 2 children, she would have no regrets in life. After tidying up, the two went downstairs to eat. Controlling their diet is the nature of every beautiful woman. Although the meal was very rich, Chen Shangyun ate very little and was very elegant as she chewed slowly. It has to be said that temperament also needs to be cultivated. At this time, Chen Shangyun is almost a new person compared to before. Chang Cheng, on the other hand, had no worries about his figure. He was in the prime of his life and could eat as much as Chen Shangyun. Chen Shangyun, who was watching Changqing gobble up his food and drink coffee, had a charming smile. As they walked out of the villa, the driver, Mr. Yao, was already waiting at the gate with the car running. On the passenger seat was a short-haired woman, Chen Shangyun's secretary, named Wenxin. She was 26 years old and majored in finance. She used to work for a large company, but her male boss was always touching her, and Wenxin has a very hot temper. She smashed her male boss's glasses. The main reason she joined Changqing was because the boss was a woman, and the salary was really high. Seeing Changqing open the car door first and help Chen Shangyun block the car roof with her hand, Wenxin's mouth twitched in disdain. This kind of sweet and intimate behavior in Chen Shangyun's heart became a behavior of a dog licking soft food in Wenxin's eyes. In her heart, Changqing is so handsome and is several years younger than the boss, so he must be the boss's kept man. She despises Changqing the most for being a soft-bred man. Good morning, Mr. Chen. Good morning, Mr. Chang. Although she despised him in her heart, she still had to greet him. Chapter 75, The Schoolmate Who Was the Student Council President. The company officially starts work at 9 o'clock, and Chen Shangyun basically leaves the house at 8:30 and arrives at the company at around 8:55. The three of them took the sightseeing elevator to the second floor and walked out of the elevator. The employees in the marketing and sales departments greeted them respectfully. The attributes of a position are very strong. Even a beggar sitting on the dragon throne will have a touch of nobility. After being the president for a while, Chen Shangyun, inadvertently, also had some of the majesty of a superior. President Chen. President Chang. In the conference room, the company's senior executives had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Chen Shangyun and Chang Qing enter, they got up to greet them. Chen Shangyun sat in the main seat and said in a flat voice, "Everyone, please sit down." With the president's words, the deputy director of the finance department, Yuan Shouqin, took the lead in reporting on her work. The total revenue of the current internet cafe management system has already exceeded 20 million, and it is expected to exceed 70 million within 3 months. After Yuan Shouqin finished her speech, everyone's faces lit up with smiles. After all, numbers are always the most inspiring. You've done a great job. Be more careful with the tax returns. Okay, Mr. Chen. Then Li Lingling spoke. At present, most cities have agents. And some cities have already begun to develop towards the county seat, and it is expected that the basic layout will be completed in 2 months. The smooth promotion of cities is within expectations. The only headache is the promotion of counties and townships. After a series of discussions, it was finally decided to put it on hold until the promotion of cities is completed. The company is currently operating on one project, which is really too thin. Today's meeting is to bring the top management together and to introduce a new project. After the discussion, Chang Qing said, "Minister Zhang, call those key technical personnel down." "Yes, Mr. Chang." Zhang Kai made a phone call, and soon 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, walked into the conference room. After everyone had taken their seats, Chang Qing said, "The first project is a point card recharge platform, which is to make an independent website that will be linked to all the game point card recharge portals, and then embedded in our billing software. In this way, Internet Cafe customers can ask the Internet Cafe owner to recharge their cards, and the Internet Cafe owner can directly open their recharge page on the billing software. In this way, it is convenient and affordable, and there is no reason not to choose their platform. This is not technically difficult at all, it is just a matter of piggybacking on the billing software." The next focus of the marketing department is to understand the billing models of various game companies. The more comprehensive the sales channel information, the better. First, talk to them about intentions. After the framework is completed on the side of Minister Zhang, we can talk about cooperation directly. After Chang Qing finished speaking, Zhang Kai said, "Don't worry, Mr. Chang. The basic prototype is already there, and it won't take long to finish." He was confident because the prototype of this website had already been made when it was still at the head office. Chang Cheng nodded and continued. The second is the one-click installation system, which means that whether it is downloaded online or burned onto a CD, technicians need to perform multiple operations to reinstall the system for individuals or companies. What Chang Qing has to do is to eliminate these steps. As long as you click to install the rest of the options, the system will make the default selection directly, which basically realizes the function of one-click installation. In the future, almost everyone will be able to do this, but at this time, it is very advanced. How can you make money when pirated discs are everywhere? Zhang Kai was the first to ask the question. It's not difficult to do this. The key is that everyone is using pirated software. Even if you save a few steps, once it's out, people will just copy it, and you won't make any money. Who said it was going to cost money? It's all free after it's developed. Chang Qing explained seriously. Not only do we provide a completely free download site, but for the first 2 years, we will give away at least 10 million system-loaded discs every year, which will be sent all over the country. Hearing this, everyone in the conference room was stunned. Not only is the software free, but 10 million discs are given away for free every year. Even if each disc costs a few cents, that's still millions of dollars. How can they make a profit? Chen Shangyun asked softly. It's very simple. The reason we offer it for free is to seize the market and get users used to our products. Just like the rechargeable point card, we can include our rechargeable web page in the system. Changqing is paving the way for the future. It's not just about playing games, there are also many people who play games at home or in the office. If we use their free CD to make the system, then the recharge page will naturally appear on their computer desktop. This is just the beginning. Later, we will develop many kinds of software and games, and by then, we will not even need to advertise, because the pop-up windows will appear directly on the user's computer. Changqing's words were actually very simple, but many of the considerations behind the scenes could not be spoken out loud. Everyone here is a smart person, and after listening to Changqing's explanation, they all understood the intention and their eyes lit up. A few technicians, however, knew how terrifying it would be to reach this stage. How did Mr. Chang grow up with such a brain? Chen Gong, you take the lead and set up a working group to take charge of the system. Changqing saw that no one was speaking, so he directly named the person in charge. The third project, chess and cards, is the kind that you can find on the market. We will make some improvements on the basis of the original. Is it still plagiarism? Zhang Kai said it out loud and regretted it a little, his face turning red. Please organize your words before speaking. Is this borrowing? Changqing said with righteous indignation, you built a car, so others can't build one? Is building a car the same as copying? What kind of logic is this? Competition leads to progress, and users will have a better experience and more choices. Zhang Kai was speechless, and thought to himself, he makes plagiarism sound so innocent. He's got a face thicker than a city wall. No wonder he was able to win over Chen. You are all elites in the workplace. Let's talk about your opinions. Changqing looked around at everyone. For example, what do you think is the most important experience of a board game? Gambling. It's fun. Everyone is talking. I think it's the appeal. He Shujie, who had not spoken up before, said. She is a former graduate of the university, and was the student council president. She is 25 years old. She is the deputy director of the marketing department, very capable, and her looks are also very good, only slightly lower than Chen Changyun. Oh? Can you be more specific? Changqing was very interested in this statement. I also play chess when I'm bored. There are several games like this, and I chose the one I'm playing now mainly because the icon looks good. I don't know if the others are any good because I've never tried them, so I think that first you have to let others choose you, and then you can experience the others. He Shujie talked eloquently and clearly. Chapter 76, the older brother can tolerate the younger brother, but not the other way around. Changqing also nodded in agreement. Yes, I agree with that. Board games are all about seeking excitement, seeking happiness, passing the time, stimulating people's desire to win or lose, and experiencing the game. According to Changqing's idea, it is to add game modes and recreate characters based on the existing ones. The current game characters are too rigid. He wants to use the Q-style characters, which are more novel and more eye-catching. Lu and Wang, you two should form a development team and specialize in board games. Changqing didn't bother to ask for opinions and decided directly. The fourth project is an automatic game update system. When various games in the internet cafe are updated, if there is no server, the network administrator has to update each game manually, or the person who is online has to update it themselves. All we need to do is turn on the computer and it will automatically update all the games that need to be updated. This is led by Engineer Lee and the purpose is the same as the previous CD-ROM. Next is the fifth project. Everyone was a little stunned. There were so many projects? Even Wen Xin, who was taking notes behind the president, was impressed by Changqing at this moment. The fifth project is wallpaper. We need to develop a wallpaper for the PC. Zhang Kai asked, is it a wallpaper that can switch the background of the desktop? Yes. Changqing nodded. Do we need to develop software for this? There are plenty of pictures online, so we can just replace them, right? Zhang Kai is technically good, but his thinking is a bit behind the times. Changqing explained. What we need to do is to automatically switch wallpapers. First, we develop software that automatically searches the internet for pictures of various types that meet the resolution requirements, and then presents them to the user in a light-switching manner. In this way, users can set the wallpaper according to their preferences with one click, or let the software automatically switch wallpapers according to their mood and the weather. This is the first step. When it is mature, it will start pushing advertisements. The items they want to buy, the games they want to play, and the books they want to read will all pop up in the lower window. Just think how convenient that will be. Sorry, dear netizens, I have to let you experience the joy of pop-ups in advance. During this period, I still can't stop. Changqing apologized in his heart. After all, if he doesn't do it, someone else will, and this thing is so simple that someone will soon follow suit, which will be right up his alley. Then he will launch an antivirus software and become the embodiment of justice. Chen Shangyun thought for a moment and asked, "Is the profit made from advertising?" "It's kind of like that." Changqing replied, "The software we develop all carries the name Qingyun, and there are many types. The influence of each other is great, and it will give others the illusion that we are very large, as if our products are everywhere." Everyone nodded. It was true. If things went on like this, the name Qingyun would definitely quickly enter the public eye. After joining the company, Chen Shangyun learned that the company's name was Qingyun Software, which made her happy for a while, almost thinking that Changqing had named it after their two names. But she also knew that it wasn't the case. They didn't even know each other when the company was founded. But this made Chen Shangyun feel that this was the arrangement of fate, and every day when she entered the company, the air was sweet. Inside the CEO's office. "Honey, are you comfortable?" Chen Shangyun stood behind her boss's chair, petting Changqing's shoulders with a look of adoration. In her current state of mind, she felt like she could melt Changqing in her mouth. "It must be comfortable. I just don't want to tire you out." Changqing was half lying in the office chair, with his legs crossed on the desk and his eyes closed, enjoying the massage. "How can I get tired of massaging you? How about I give you a massage every day from now on?" Chen Shangyun's technique was as gentle as her tone, and Changqing was a little sleepy. Changqing said flirtatiously, "Then you can massage me during the day, and I'll massage you at night." "You." Chen Shangyun patted him on the shoulder and said in a tone of gentle reproach, "Young people should know how to exercise restraint. I asked Auntie Lu to make some ginseng soup. Drink more of it at night. Who are you looking down on?" Changqing felt his pride greatly insulted. If the eldest brother can put up with it, the second brother can't put up with it either. He took her hand and gestured for her to come closer. Then he whispered a few words in her ear, and Chen Shangyun blushed. "No. Someone might come by later." She said that, but she still locked the door. An hour later, Chen Shangyun, who was feeling weak, got down from the table, packed her clothes, and stuffed the torn stockings into her bag. She dared not throw them in the trash can. If anyone found out, her dignified image as the president would be ruined. She looked at him with a hint of annoyance. If things went on like this, she would have to spend a lot of money on buying stockings in a month. After all, Changqing's requirements are very high. They must be from the Nans or the Yangs. A pair costs several hundred or even thousands of dollars. Chen Shangyun was used to being frugal and was indeed a bit distressed. Changqing didn't care about these things, and he smiled proudly. He felt that he had proven himself, and he walked out of the office feeling refreshed. This kind of a tribute bonus is purely a feeling that cannot be described by a simple doubling of happiness. It is a sense of taboo or conquest that comes from the soul. After the morning meeting, he had been in the office for another hour, and it was almost time for lunch. A group of staff members were busy preparing lunch in the dining room. There were currently 12 of them. The chef, the second chef, Changqing couldn't tell the difference, but it was all served buffet style. "Take whatever you want, as long as you don't waste it." After a while, Chen Shangyun also arrived, looking radiant and beautiful, followed by her secretary Wenxin. She gave Changqing a subtle look of displeasure and then picked up a plate and started choosing food. Changqing and the other two sat down in the private room. Chen Shangyun asked, "Starting so many projects at once, isn't it too stressful?" "There's no way. Money is too slow to come in, and there are many high-quality projects that require large sums of money. We can only do these simple projects first to make some quick money to support the follow-up expenses." "Well, I don't know much about technology either." "You decide for yourself. Is it because the technical staff feel inadequate that you want to continue recruiting?" "Of course, we need to recruit more people if we want to move faster. If we didn't have a shortage of funds, I would want to recruit 1,000 or two." Wenxin listened on the side with her mouth twitching. At most, the company has 500 employees. If it had thousands of employees, wouldn't it need many buildings like this? Chen Shangyun put some vegetables on his plate and asked softly, "Should we go back to school to take a look?" "Okay, then in the afternoon." Changqing knew what she was worried about. Chen Shangyun certainly didn't care about the salary, but mainly about the Education of her brother and sister. She was afraid that Director Zhao would deliberately cause trouble when he learned that Chen Shang was her younger brother. Chapter 77, The Underestimated Little Wife. After the meal, Chen Shangyun returned to her office to attend to her own business, while Chang Qing went to talk to the team leaders about the key points of each project. In the afternoon, Lao Yao drove the two of them to the school. Standing in front of the office building, Chen Shangyun felt as if she had been transported to another world. 10 days ago, she was still struggling in this place like she was stuck in a quagmire. 10 days later, she had entered a new life, with the people she loved most, a bright and beautiful life, and infinite hope for the future. At this point, Chen Shangyun would never be as cautious as she used to be. Instead, she walked with a confident and graceful pace, calm and composed. The secretary and chef Yao waited in the car, and Changqing and Chen Shangyun walked into the office building. They went straight to the secretary's office. Last time, they went straight to Vice Principal Tan because they had made an appointment on the intercom. This time, without an appointment, they still had to go through the secretary first. After all, the vice president is not someone who can be seen at will. After the secretary had ascertained the purpose of their visit, she called the vice principal. Vice President Tan is in his office. You two come with me. The secretary said, follow me, and Changqing and his companion followed her. Sit down. Vice President Tan was sitting at his desk writing something when he saw Changqing and the others come in and nodded. After the two men sat down on the sofa in the waiting area, the secretary poured some tea and left the door closed. Vice President Tan put the pen in the cap, got up and walked to the single sofa and sat down. He asked, how is the company doing? It has already reached 200 people. Changqing was straightforward and didn't say anything about 170 or 180 people. He simply reported an integer, which was simple and straightforward. Anyway, they would continue to recruit. Oh. Last time we met, there were only 30 people, and now there are 200 people in just a few days? Vice President Tan was surprised. 30 people was a small operation, but 200 people was no joke. What about revenue? Judging from the current data, there is no problem with a monthly revenue of 30 million. Changqing knew what Vice Principal Tan meant. He was just worried that the young people only knew blind expansion and without stable financial support, it would easily be aborted. Is it stable? Even though Vice President Tan had seen many storms, he still spilled some tea when he heard such figures from a freshman. Very stable. And the company has just launched several projects today. In the next 1 or 2 years, there will be no shortage of projects or insufficient funds. Vice President Tan asked only the most important questions, so Changqing naturally chose to tell the truth, saving time for both sides and eliminating the need for mutual probing. Chen, you look great. Vice President Tan suddenly changed the subject. Thank you, Principal, for your concern. Chen Shangyun smiled, spoke calmly, and even directly called the principal to draw closer to him. Although every leader with the title of vice will criticize when they hear someone address them without the title, no one will be offended. What do you want to talk to me about today? Vice Principal Tan knew what he was asking, and Changqing had answered perfectly in the conversation just now. So he wanted to direct the spear at Chen Shangyun to see if there were any flaws. After all, he couldn't just listen to Changqing's side of the story. But as soon as Chen Shangyun opened her mouth, he already knew the answer. The old saying is true, when you see someone after a long absence, you will look at them with new eyes. He looked at the young girl in front of him. A few days ago, he was afraid to look up at her when he saw her, and when he left, he bowed and ran away. Now she was smiling, calm and composed, and he was overwhelmed with emotion. As the vice principal, he had long known about Chen Shangyun's resignation, and that she had changed so much in such a short time. It must be related to the young man in front of him, which made him pay attention to Changqing. Chen Shangyun said with a smile. Of course, it's still about the recruitment. The previous meeting was not very smooth, and we understand your concerns. This time, I would like to invite you to our company to take a look. If you think we're doing a good job, we're talking about cooperation. If you think we're not doing a good enough job, we hope you can give us some advice. After all, we're all your students, right? Not only did Vice Principal Tan nod his head frequently and smile, even Changqing was a little shocked. He was understanding, accommodating, and worldly wise. He also spoke with righteous indignation and moral blackmail. I really underestimated this little wife. Ah, it's a little life. Jean, cancel my afternoon plans. I'm going out. Vice Principal Tan called his secretary, and then they all went downstairs together. Changqing's car led the way, followed by Vice Principal Tan and the others. I've seen Teacher Chen a few times before. She was still a student back then. I never thought she'd have a car now. Secretary Chen was a bit moved. It's one thing to suddenly become rich, but she's also so beautiful. Vice Principal Tan had a blank expression on his face. At his level, it was already unlikely that you could tell his mood from his face. Seeing that the leader was not interested in the topic, Secretary Chen also shut up and looked at the vehicles driving ahead in a daze. The September sun was still hot and irritating. When I got out of the car, I still felt my skin burning. Changqing led the way into the lobby on the first floor, where they were greeted by the company receptionist. On the wall were the words Qingyun Software, written in large gold letters. The receptionist greeted the group politely. On the left side of the first floor is the security area, and further inside is the logistics area. On the right side is the reception and interview area. The second floor is the marketing department and sales department, with 4 offices, a conference room, and other locations for workstations. Seeing Changqing and Shen surrounded by people on both sides, a middle-aged man with a certain air of authority, everyone thought he was some big shot. The way they sat upright and worked hard made Vice Principal Tan more and more satisfied. The company is very formal in every way, and the employees are all young and full of energy, which he likes very much. When he reached the 3rd floor, he was really surprised to see the entire floor occupied by a cafeteria. At present, there are very few companies in China that attach such importance to the diet of their employees. This alone makes Vice President Tan very impressed. When he reached the 4th floor, the entire floor was a recreational area, and Vice Principal Tan was at a loss for words. With such a working environment and such treatment, he would like to come to work. He skipped the 5th floor and went straight to the 6th floor to visit the technical department. Some of the students were actually from the university, and they got up to greet Vice President Tan. This made Vice President Tan even more emotional. Although the school has a sense of accomplishment in nurturing students, but once students leave the school, there is basically no more contact, and even if you occasionally hear some news about them, it is just hearsay. Now, seeing the students from his own school working hard, Vice President Tan felt a little bit of a lump in his throat, and his smile grew even more gentle. Chapter 78, Senior Students Dancing. The 7th floor is the data center. Although it has not yet been built, Changqing still gave a detailed explanation of the overall plan. When everyone arrived at the president's office on the 5th floor, Vice Principal Tan sat down on the sofa and Chen Shangyun personally made him a cup of tea. Vice Principal Tan then said with emotion, "I didn't expect you to do so well. It was my own attitude that was not right. Tell me, what do you need me to do?" "It is like this, President Tan, at present, there are policies to support technology-based enterprises in China. When the company grows in the future, I hope you can help. This is the purpose of Changqing's recruitment at the University of Science and Technology. Where can't employees be recruited? Besides, cost is only average in the country. The main purpose is to use the technology brand to get the school's support and the top talent in the school's research office. Universities like this have their own research projects. Even if they can't lure people over, they can donate money to the school and ask for help in solving some technical problems. They won't be able to refuse. This way, they get both a reputation and do something practical. Why not?" Well, Vice President Tan understood what evergreen meant and hesitated. "Don't worry, the current scale is definitely not enough. What I mean is that I'd like to give you a heads up first, and after the scale has grown over time, I'll ask you to help run the business." Changqing also understood Vice President Tan's concerns. It was certainly possible to run a school, but the question was, why should he help you? After all, this is no small matter. No matter what you do, you have to pay the corresponding price, and then it's a matter of personal favor. Okay, I'll sound you out first. Let's say that for now, and talk about your other plans. With that, Vice Principal Tan had agreed. "Principal, we have a lot of projects going on at the moment, and we are already short of technical staff, so we plan to recruit interns from the school who have just graduated or are in their 4th year of university. Our company's treatment is 30% higher than that of similar companies. Even if the intern is considered an official employee at 80%, it is still higher than the salary in the same industry. Well. Vice Principal Tan nodded. Do you have a specific number? In the first month, we need 100 people, mainly technical staff. In the second month, we will set up another company of the same size nearby, with a minimum of 200 to 300 people, all of whom can be recruited from various majors at the school. We can talk about the rest later. After all, it doesn't make sense to talk about the future too far in advance. Of course, there will be interviews. After all, the company has certain requirements in all aspects. Of course. After all, it is a company, and although it is all from the same school, people are different, and everyone learns different things. Vice Principal Tan can understand this. Then you set a time and hold a job fair at the school. I'm already out of school, so I'll ask my counselor to help. Okay, but you can't say it's related to me. After all, I'm still going to school here. I don't want to complicate my interpersonal relationships. Vice Principal Tan looked at him deeply and nodded. At Changqing's age, it's the age when you can't hold back your desires and like to show off and brag. If his affairs were made public, he would be able to walk around the school like a king. Not to mention the male students who will fawn over him, but even the female students will surely have many who have a crush on him. This is only natural. But how can a young man like him hold back? He couldn't help but think highly of Changqing. Not being arrogant or impatient is the foundation for accomplishing great things. At 5 p.m., Changqing proposed to have dinner together that night, but Vice Principal Tan refused. They talked for a while at the company entrance, then got into the car and left the Science and Technology Park. He returned home at around 6 p.m. and, under the gentle gaze of Chen Xinyun, drank 2 bowls of ginseng soup, which Changqing felt was an insult. He left home at around 7 p.m. and instead of buying fruit tea, he bought some mangoes and grapes. After all, Guan Yu no longer needed to drink brown sugar water. It was relatively early today, and the military training on the playground had not yet ended. It was just a group of people making a fuss and putting on a show, with a girl standing in the middle of the male and female teams. The girl was very chic, taking off her camouflage jacket and throwing it aside. She was wearing a small tank top underneath, revealing her tall and sexy figure. Although the lower body is loose camouflage pants, it does not affect the beauty at all. The boys started yelling and the braver ones started whistling. The girl seemed to be very pleased with the boys' attitude, tied her hair up, turned her back to the girls' team, and began to dance seductively with her enchanting waist. The girl's figure was really good, and her dance was passionate and unrestrained, and her figure was also very hot. Not only were the boys in high spirits, but the girls were screaming and yelling along with them. It also shows that people are emotional animals, just like those photographers who guide shy girls to take photos. The environment, the guidance of others, and the atmosphere all come together to make people feel free. For example, in a nightclub, people who can't dance will also be able to dance a little under the influence of the atmosphere. Towards the end, the girl's fair hands seem to be struggling as they slowly slide down her long, raised legs to the top of her head, her eyes bewitching and exciting. After a hot dance, a group of young men and women with raging hormones seem to have their blood ignited. They shouted, "One more, one more." But the girl was very assertive, and after the dance, she went back to the girls' camp. This girl was the school beauty queen in high school, and she loved to show off. When she came to college, she thought it would be like before, but she didn't expect that 4 golden flowers would appear at once. They were Guan Yu, Su Yuqing, Han Jingjing, and Xiao Yaina. They were all freshmen and lived on the same floor of the dormitory. They were known as the original 4 golden flowers. This girl was depressed because she couldn't get ahead, and she was worried that she wouldn't have a chance to show herself off. But today, she finally got her chance. She didn't believe that this dance would not charm the boys. But she also knows that it is better to be too much than too little. After finishing the dance, she left the stage, leaving the boys with a lot to think about. From this move alone, she is a master. After the girl left, a boy came out. He was also not wearing a military jacket, but a blue number 32 jersey, which was very youthful. He was probably 1.8 meters tall and looked very strong. Overall, he was a handsome guy with a sunny disposition. He stood in the middle of the girls' team, holding a guitar, and sang a love song. His voice was not very good, but it was still passable. After all, the atmosphere at this time is very heavy, and he is playing and singing by himself, so there is always some bonus in it. Chapter 79, I'm done. I'm done. Please spare my life, Your Majesty. A group of young people, carefree and sweating, are performing their youth. Unconsciously, Chongqing also recalled the endless training and life and death battles of his years in the secret organization. The feeling of that hormonal explosion was really nostalgic. Guan Yu. I love you. Be my girlfriend. The sudden shout pulled Chongqing back from his memories and into reality. In the middle of the two camps, the boy was holding a megaphone and repeatedly shouting, Guan Yu, I love you. Be my girlfriend. Chongqing was just recalling his time in the army and hadn't noticed when the boy had pulled out a megaphone. At this time, Chongqing could not pretend not to hear it, and he walked towards the crowd. At this point, the two groups of people were already boiling, and some people were shouting, say yes to him, and other things. A girl in the crowd said, this boy is very handsome. If he declares his love to me, I will immediately say yes. Don't flatter yourself. Does he think you're good enough for him? A girl on the side responded. The boys were also not calm, either regretting that they had acted too late, or worrying that if Guan Yu agreed, they would not have a chance. In the girls' group, Han Jingjing approached Guan Yu. You are. What's going on? I don't know either. Seeing that the commotion was getting louder and louder, Guan Yu knew that running away was not the solution, so she walked out of the crowd. Guan Yu looked at the boy and said coldly, I already have a boyfriend. Turn off the speaker. The boy was a little agitated. He held a large bouquet of roses in his hands and knelt down on one knee, looking at her hopefully. Guan Yu. I really like you. I liked you from the first moment I saw you. Will you give me a chance? I'll say it again, I already have a boyfriend, and we'll never break up, so don't waste your time on me. Guan Yu looked around with a cold expression, speaking to the boy in front of her, and to everyone else. As she looked around, she saw Chongqing walking over, and her face instinctively showed surprise. This is what love is like. In that moment, everyone around him disappeared, and all he could see in his eyes was his sweetheart with a gentle smile. She threw herself into his arms like a bird flying into the forest. Her head buried in Chongqing's shoulder, her hands tightly holding his back, a smile of relief on her face. Chongqing was carrying 2 bags of fruit in his hands, so he couldn't hug Guan Yu. He looked up and signaled to Xiao Yana in the front row. Xiao Yana understood and came over to take the fruit. Chongqing then had his hands free to hold her tightly. The boys on the playground had their hearts broken, and the goddess they had been pining for had thrown herself into the arms of someone else. It's as if youth has lost something. In fact, Guan Yu is not used to being intimate with her boyfriend in crowded places. But today, someone confessed to her, so she decided to let those people stop bothering her. The two of them were holding each other in public, as if there were no one else around. The boy who had just confessed was stunned. It became a joke, and he felt that everyone was looking at him differently. In fact, he wasn't wrong. The girls were really envious of Guan Yu's boyfriend's good looks and envious of such a love. The boys were mostly laughing at him, laughing at the boy for being so presumptuous, thinking that the goddess of Guan could even look at you. Joina was in a very complicated mood, constantly stealing glances at Han Jingjing on the side, but Han Jingjing looked very calm, which made her very confused. The boy's name is Chen Wenyang. He comes from a good family and is a mama's boy. He has always been the center of attention since he was a child, so he can't stand the stares from the others. He walked directly up to the two of them and said unceremoniously, Kid. What school are you from? What does it matter to you? Chongqing and Guan Yu parted, looking at him coldly. Perhaps he had seen too many people confess their love to Guan Yu, so Chongqing was actually not very moved, but this was the first time he had ever been directly confronted by someone, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Chen Wenyang was arrogant by nature, and being stared at by everyone made him feel a bit frustrated. If you're not from our school, get out of here. What if I say no? Chongqing's eyes were cold. If this kid dared to be arrogant, he wouldn't show mercy. But as fate would have it, Chen Wenyang saw that Chongqing dared to talk back and directly pushed him. You're pretty cocky. Chongqing said no more, quickly sticking out his index finger and poking him in the Adam's apple. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Wenyang fell to the ground in pain, coughing violently and retching. Chongqing's move was so fast that no one could see it clearly except for Guan Yu, who was standing next to him. The crowd of onlookers, a few classmates came out to check, and thought Chen Wenyang had a disease. The other teams had also dispersed, and there was a lot of noise and commotion. He didn't hit him, but he got sick first. How funny. Could it be a new type of porcelain? That's possible. It's like the car is already lying on the ground before it arrives. The car is still 1 meter away from me, so I better change my position. Haha, what's 1 meter? Can you be any more ridiculous? That's not very professional. Damn it. You're killing me. It's a shame you're not an actor. The crowd, especially the boys, were laughing at him. Changqing didn't have the heart to watch this, and took Guan Yu's hand and walked over to Han Jingjing and the other girls. How are you, little brother? Are you tired today? Changqing wiped the sweat off Han Jingjing's cheek with his hand and helped her pull her hair back. Han Jingjing, however, was not grateful, and directly pushed his hand away with the back of her hand, and glared at him with her cheeks puffed up and said, "Get lost. I'm the eldest sister, you're the second." Really? Changqing poked her bulging face with his finger, and Han Jingjing instantly broke her concentration and said with gritted teeth, "Little Changzi, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you're going to heaven." She rushed over, grabbed him by the neck and pressed down, holding his head in her arms. Are you convinced? The two of them bent over, their feet on the ground, and circled around step by step. I surrender. I surrender. Please spare my life. Changqing quickly gave in. After all, Guan Yu was still here, and they couldn't go too far. Joyna knew something was up, and kept stealing glances at Guan Yu. She was a little speechless when she saw that Guan Yu was actually looking on with a look of amusement. This Guan Yu looks like a fairy, but she seems to have a low IQ. It's true that people are imperfect. It seems that she has discovered this point, which has made her feel a little more balanced. Chapter 80, The Battle for the First Goddess. Su Yuqing was even more surprised. The two were so close, it was a bit too intimate. Guan Yu was not angry at all, but looked on with a smile. In fact, it wasn't that Guan Yu was broad-minded, but that before she met Changqing, the two of them had always been like this, and she was really used to it. And she learned the trick of wrapping Changqing's neck from Han Jingjing. Try it with another girl. Guan Yu would have turned her face on the spot. The other boys on the playground were all jealous. Where did this guy come from? Not only did he get the goddess Guan, but now he's also on good terms with goddess Han. He also seems to know goddess Su and even goddess Xiao, who is standing right next to him. Damn it! It's really frustrating to see someone so successful. After hearing Changqing beg for mercy, Han Jingjing said, "You're smart. You'd better behave yourself in the future." While everyone was laughing and playing, Chen Wenyang was not in such a good mood. Although his voice had recovered, he had lost face. If he didn't make amends, how could he survive at school? He came over with a dark face. "Kid, do you dare to fight me?" Changqing gave him a sideways glance and didn't say a word. He didn't bother to deal with such a childish little brat. Are you afraid? Chen Wenyang raised the corners of his mouth and his eyes were full of ridicule. A wimp like you is worthy of Guan Yu? Changqing didn't want to deal with him, but thinking that Guan Yu was always harassed like this, it wasn't a solution. It was better to take him as a target and teach these little boys a lesson. He pretended to be unsure and said, "What are we going to compete in?" Chen Wenyang saw that he had fallen for it and his face lit up with joy. Basketball. You can't say you don't know how to play, can you? I'm not very good at it. Changqing hesitated and said, "Then what's the prize? If you lose, you'll break up with Guan Yu." Changqing didn't say anything, giving him a look of idiocy. Guan Yu's face turned red, but this was a man's business, and she didn't want to interfere. After all, the more a woman gets involved, the more likely it is that something will go wrong. Guan Yu knew this very well. Chen Wenyang looked away from the stair and said, "Then, whoever loses, kneels down and calls the other person grandpa." "Okay, then let's settle this once and for all." Changqing's tone was flat. "Okay, there's a basketball court up ahead. Lao San, go find a basketball." Chen Wenyang was in a good mood. He was the captain of the basketball team in high school. "You're going to die." He turned to ask his roommate to get the basketball. Changqing patted Guan Yu on the back of his hand and said reassuringly, "Don't worry." In high school, Changqing often played basketball, and Guan Yu often cheered him on from the sidelines. Chongqing was a great player, and Guan Yu loved watching him play, admiring her boyfriend's prowess. After all, she is a girl. It's normal to have such a secret thought. But when it comes to betting, Guan Yu is a little hesitant. What if she loses? How embarrassing. The two of them stood on the left half court, and the basketball court was surrounded by a sea of people, making it seem like an international competition. After all, who wouldn't want to see such a lively scene? Jealousy, gossip, and rivalry are people's favorite things. What's more, it's a battle for the campus's #1 goddess, which has ignited the hearts of everyone at the scene. Hey, who do you think will win? The one in the jersey. After all, it seems that he plays well. Look at that guy, he's wearing a shirt and pants, and he's wearing leather shoes. How can he win? I don't think he can even run. Ha ha ha. A few boys are laughing together. Wow. Two handsome guys are competing for a girl. How romantic. The black shirt is so handsome. The guy in the jersey looks like a joke. How can he say he's handsome? Alas. Not to mention the two boys going head to head. If just one of them makes a gesture at me, I'll have to give myself to him. Can you be a little more reserved? No. A group of girls are more excited than the boys. The two of them stood on the half court. The rules were that they could only play on the left half court, and the game was limited to 10 points. Whoever got to the basket first won, and whoever scored the goal would defend. When Lao San brought the basketball, Chen Wenyang said with contempt, "You go first." Chongqing didn't say much, took the basketball, dribbled it a bit, and felt uncomfortable. The shirt he was wearing today was tight-fitting and long-sleeved, and he felt like the sleeves would tear off at any moment. He held the ball between his feet and took off his shirt. Chongqing has a slender build, and when he took off his shirt, his streamlined muscles were exposed. Seeing this, Guan Yu, who was standing on the sidelines, quickly ran over and took the shirt. Gulp. I don't know who made the sound of swallowing. This body. The girls around him were talking about it, some with their hands on their hot cheeks, their eyes shining. He's so handsome. And he's got such a great body. I love him. Yes. I like it too. One girl jumped up and down, her face flushed with excitement. Joanna also had her eyes shining, standing behind you, and said without any filter, "Moon. Your boyfriend has such a great body. He must be very good, right?" Although she had touched his body, she had never seen it before, and her throat involuntarily rolled. Su Yuqing was embarrassed to say anything, but her heart was beating fast. Han Jingjing's face showed no signs of emotion, but she was also thinking to herself, "He's so amazing. Every time I feel like I'm going to die." Guan Yu's mood was a little more complicated. It was like showing off her own treasure to everyone, making everyone envious and giving her a sense of satisfaction. On the other hand, however, she felt strange and uncomfortable when everyone looked at her baby with green eyes. In a burst of girls' screams and cheers, the duel officially began. Chongqing dribbled the ball, and Chen Wenyang looked like an old hen, with her arms spread wide and her body swaying back and forth. The crowd fell silent, as if everyone's heart was beating with the basketball in Chongqing's hands. Chongqing dribbled to the left, Chen Wenyang subconsciously moved sideways to intercept, and Chongqing instantly stopped. He made a quick turn to the right, jumped straight up, his arm muscles bulging, his palms waving, and a graceful arc shot across the distance. Clang! Wow! He's so handsome! After a few seconds of silence, the girls' screams could be heard from the sidelines. What a handsome guy! He's so cool! His muscles are so powerful! He can shoot from such a distance and still make it in! Even the girls from the Guan Yu team were excited, but they were more reserved than the other girls. Chen Wenyang was also shocked by Chongqing's goal. Is this a trick? A goal in the first half? It must be a fluke. Chen Wenyang adjusted his emotions and dribbled to prepare for an attack. Seeing Chongqing standing in front of him, not making any blocking moves, Chen Wenyang thought to himself that this guy really can't do it. He must have just been lucky. He quickly dribbled a fake move and easily passed Chongqing's side. He was overjoyed, and indeed, he was a rookie. Chen Wenyang passed Chongqing, and his hand naturally went down to dribble, but it seemed like there was nothing. Did I just miss? Clang! The sound of the goal came, and Chen Wenyang looked up just in time to see the ball slip through the net and bounce on the ground. Every time it bounced, it seemed to mock him.